My entitled sister-in-law has over $300,000 in debt and constantly asks money from family members and friends just so she can live a lavish lifestyle. But everything got so much worse after my mother-in-law passed away, as my sister-in-law turned into an absolute monster, doing things to the family that none of us ever expected. Here's what happened. Okay, so for the sake of the story, I'm gonna call my sister-in-law by the name of Shirley. Shirley is not her real name. And trust me when I say this, she is a class act. So she has basically been taking out credit cards as well as loans from banks, friends, and family ever since she turned 16 years old. Because in her words, she didn't want to be a poor, low-class loser like her parents. Well, she has now run up about $300,000 in debt. And this is in a poor country, so it's even worse. She has at least 3 maxed out credit cards, as does her husband, and I'm honestly not even sure how many. She has borrowed untold thousands from her loser parents, as well as from other family members whom she has criticized endlessly for being low class in private. She borrowed several thousands from my husband several years ago, but he stayed on her to pay him back, even though it took a few years. When he gave her the loan, she said it was to pay off her house. She has a 5-bedroom villa in a very nice area of the city, but instead she put down payments on 2 brand new cars, even though both of her older ones were relatively new and working fine. Her daughter attends an exclusive private school and always has the latest tech. They even go on beach trips a few times a year. Her philosophy is really twisted. She says that she will pay the creditors off a bit at a time by borrowing money from friends and relatives, who are much easier to put off instead of drowning in massive debt. She thinks that she's a genius, that no one else can manage money like her, and she has poked fun at my now husband, and I prefer low-key living as opposed to having all the newest, flashiest things. But here's what makes her a truly terrible person. She basically bled her parents, especially her mom, completely dry of any money. Her parents, who are my in-laws, own their own home. They're not rich, but their pensions cover most of their needs, and my husband helps them out as well. My mother-in-law found out she had cancer a few years ago, and my husband wanted all 3 kids to pitch in and take her to the capital for treatment, and set her up in an Airbnb while she recovered. Shirley refused to contribute, saying that the state-run medical system was fine instead. She said that her husband is a doctor there, and he would oversee everything that was going on. My husband was enraged, but his mom agreed to it, so there was not much that he could do. After a grueling year, my mother-in-law was finally cancer-free. Shirley's husband did periodic checkups, would occasionally send her labs, and she remained in remission. Then, a year later, she began complaining of a pain in her back, and Shirley and her husband brushed it off for months, saying she just needed to rest more. Then, one day, suddenly my mother-in-law couldn't move her legs. After being rushed to the local hospital, the doctors found that she had a massive tumor in her spine that had essentially broken her back. And you know what? The same song and dance occurred again. My husband once again insisted on getting private care in the capital, with Shirley rejecting that outright. She said she would take care of her in her own home, as her husband had confirmed the cancer was too far advanced and that now she just needed hospice care. And while this did enrage my husband, my mother-in-law also agreed. Shirley suggested that they could hire a team of nurses, but then she requested that my husband pay for that because Shirley can't do it right now, but she will pay him back. So my mother-in-law went into hospice care at Shirley's house, and we were there as much as we could be, but we had a baby and we lived far away. Once while I was there, my mother-in-law pulls my husband aside and tells him that she's scared because Shirley has been pressuring her to sign some documents and the painkillers were fogging up her brain and she simply didn't understand. Shirley told us that they were just power of attorney documents to allow her to make emergency decisions. Now, we were uncomfortable, but since my mother-in-law was living there and Shirley's husband is a doctor, we thought it would be okay. Well, eventually my mother-in-law passed away, and the day of the funeral came around with Shirley and her family nowhere to be found. We called and called, but we got no answer. We asked one of the aunts about it, and she just rolled her eyes and told us what happened. Apparently, this aunt had been planning the funeral with Shirley and my father-in-law, and during the planning process, she discovered that Shirley had convinced my mother-in-law about a year ago, right before the doctors found the cancer, and while her doctor husband had been caring for her, to take out a life insurance policy on herself, with Shirley as the sole beneficiary. We would later find out that she somehow bribed a notary to fake the death certificate date, as well as the cause of death, so that she got more money. I'm not sure how that worked, but that's what I was told. In the country we were living in, pretty much anything is possible with a bit of cash. She had also convinced my in-laws to sign over ownership of the house to her, so she could could secure another large loan from the bank using the house as collateral. But the house was actually supposed to go to my husband and my brother-in-law. Well, my husband and brother-in-law get on the phone with Shirley and confront her. Shirley starts screaming at them, telling them their lives have been so much easier than hers, and that she has done so much more for their parents than they have, as well as telling a whole bunch of lies about how my husband has always been a freeloader. But for the record, he has worked since he was 13 years old, he paid for his own education, and has a higher level job after working like a dog for 2 decades. She said everyone has always taken advantage of her, and that's why she is in so much debt, because in her eyes, everyone else is at fault except for her. We did go no contact after that, but my brother-in-law and father-in-law have gotten sucked back into her orbit again, and both have loaned her money. She has even been trying to get my father-in-law to let her sell the house for him, and then she'll give him an allowance every month out of the money from the sale, and he can live with her. Meanwhile, my husband and I moved to the United States, and we are enjoying our debt-free lives, ever thankful that we live far away from my sister-in-law. Wow, that sister-in-law seriously has worked the system from the very beginning. Like, that is insane to me that you would rack up $300,000 in debt. And this is all stuff that would have been preventable. It doesn't even sound like reasonable debt that you would have from, like, I don't know, having a house or a car or something like that. This all sounds like frivolous spending from someone who is really irresponsible and clearly super entitled. So with all things considered, I'm so glad you're away from this lady, because she is incredibly toxic. And anyone at this point who gives her money or loans her anything might as well kiss that goodbye, because based on her history, there is no way she's ever gonna pay anybody back. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My mom has an emotional breakdown every time I tell her that I'm moving out, and despite the fact that I'm going to another city to pursue my job of choice, she is still absolutely furious that I'm leaving, demanding that I take a lower paying job in my hometown just so I could still be around. Here's what happened. I'm a 22-year-old female, and I just finished college with my BSN, and I got my registered nurse license earlier this week. I've been offered a position in my desired specialty the next state over, about 5 hours away. The city is double the size of my current town and has much higher crime rates, but it's a good opportunity, and I'm excited about starting a new adventure. But the only people who are not excited for me are my family, especially my mom. She is just so angry at the prospect of me taking this job. She's mad that the pay is lower than my other opportunities, that there's no sign-on bonus, and that I will know no one in my new city. She ignores me when I tell her that new grad positions in my specialty are few and far between, that I'm not signing a contract that locks me to the hospital, that the hospital has excellent ratios, and that I'm 22 years old with no significant other or children tying me to my hometown, that I have no significant asset to lose if I do fail, thus making this the best time to take a chance. She is just so focused on being angry. She keeps making passive-aggressive comments about how I feel that she didn't support me enough through college, which isn't true. I paid my way through my bachelor's degree on my own, and she hates me saying that. I know she'll be hurt if I don't involve her in the moving process, but when I do try to involve her, such as showing her apartment or looking at furniture, she just blows up and accuses me of shoving it in her face. Last night, she tried once again to convince me to apply to other jobs closer to home after she asked what my plan was, and I gave her the same answer I've been giving for over a month. When I pointed out that these jobs were at hospitals with poor ratios and bad reputations, and not in my desired specialty, she blew up again, told me that she's not arguing with me, and then went to bed for the night. I'm just so exhausted, and beyond that, I'm hurt. Her neighbor's 19-year-old son just left for the Air Force, and she talks frequently about how awful his stepmother is for being mad about him leaving when he's such a good and sweet kid. I've spent my entire life trying to please her. I didn't even apply to schools outside of my hometown when I graduated high school. I paid for my degree so my parents didn't have to shoulder the burden. I worked 2 to 3 jobs around the clock since I was 18 years old, despite being a full-time student. I've never tried any illegal substances. I barely drink. I've broken up with partners to make her happy, I'm also very involved in helping with my chronically ill younger sister and my delinquent little brother. I'm in a constant anxious state of trying my best, if that makes sense, and it's a constant march towards an unattainable goal. And yet in her eyes, I'm not good enough, nor responsible enough, nor ready to try to be independent. Look, I love my mom and my family. I feel so guilty about leaving that it's literally eating me up inside. I'm supposed to move in a week from today, and I have no idea how to leave on good terms between us. She keeps giving me bills for various things, and I'm worried that she's going to charge me more once I'm actually gone, and my savings will be totally depleted. And right now, I'm just so exhausted, and I seriously don't know what to do. Yeah, your mom's being toxic for a few reasons, but one of the bigger reasons is the fact that she only wants you to stick around because she doesn't want to take care of your sister and your brother, or even take care of the bills around the house or stuff like that. In my opinion, I think you've worked very hard for your nursing degree, and for your mom to be like, no, stay with us, take care of us instead, or even try to hold you back in some kind of way just to make herself happy, that is honestly such a criminal thing for her to do, and if I were in your shoes, I would ignore her completely, because you literally have your whole career ahead of you. You're about to have a nursing job in your specialty, and this is in a city that's away from your hometown. And sure, you feel guilty about leaving your hometown and it's eating you up inside, and I totally understand where you're coming from, but I really think that this job is a huge opportunity for you, and to turn it down just to make your mom happy once again in your life would be a massive mistake. So hopefully that transition can go well, and hopefully she doesn't try to shove all these bills on your back, because frankly, she's only doing that because you're leaving. And honestly, I think you really need to start stepping up for yourself and move forward with your career. I can no longer take my boyfriend's incompetence, especially when it comes to keeping the house clean. And at this point, I'm so grossed out and I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. My boyfriend and I have been together for 3 years and living together for 3 months. He is so loving, caring, sweet, kind, and just about everything. He has helped me through so much in the short time that we've been together, and I can always rely on him to be my support system. However, he is so messy, and I really mean incredibly messy, and that's not for lack of trying. I do most of the cooking, so he does most of the cleaning, and by that, I mean tidying. He never does any deep cleans like properly sweeping everything, wiping things down, or stuff like that. When we first met, he didn't realize you had to go back and forth hoovering, or that you have to lift things up to vacuum under them, or lift things up to wipe down underneath them. But I will say I have taught him how to clean. I have shown him how to do it, I've written him step-by-step instructions on what to do, and this hasn't happened once or twice. This has happened numerous times. Today, I came home after staying at my parents' house, and I was gone for a month and asked him to clean the house. Well, he said that he did, and he was really excited to show me. I went to the bedroom, and immediately there was filth everywhere. Food packages, clumps of hair, cans, bits of general waste, and loads of dust. I go to the bathroom, and his beard hair is all over the floor, but he shaved it 2 days ago. My pads are still in the bin, and it stinks. The whole carpet is filthy, and I feel so uncomfortable even walking on it with my bare feet. I immediately tidy up as much as I can, and I start crying. I was on an 8-hour coach trip and came back to this. The whole time I'm tidying, he's telling me to stop, saying he washed the dishes and all this other stuff, and he thought that he did a really good job. At night, he asked me why I was in a mood, and I admitted that I expected things to be clean, and him being so excited to show me a clean house that is actually filthy has made me realize I expect too much from him, and that I cannot live the rest of my life like this. He then went off in a mood and went to bed. Worse yet, the bed is lumpy because there's lumps of God knows what under the sheets that he obviously didn't brush off before putting clean sheets on. It's making me feel so dirty and gross, but I don't want to sleep on the sofa and make things worse. Honestly, I can't live my life like this. I feel disgusted, filthy, and stressed, but besides all of that, my boyfriend is wonderful, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Honestly, there's no way on earth I would ever want to still live with that guy. If I was in your shoes and I knew for a fact that my bed wasn't clean, let alone the rest of the house, I would immediately be like, okay, I gotta find a place to live. But also, this is a very good look into who you would be living with if you did decide to get married in the future. Because what you're describing is honestly unacceptable, and I can't honestly think of a good reason for anyone to be this messy. Am I the jerk for cooking dinner for my girlfriend instead of taking her out like I promised earlier in the week? Because right now she is very angry with me, and at this point I don't know what to do. So my girlfriend and I have been dating for a little over a year. We're both in college, and to be honest, I don't feel like going out most of the time. So I almost always suggest my girlfriend to stay in my apartment and to order something or to cook something instead of going out. I often don't want to go to parties or such with her, which annoys her a lot. The other day, my girlfriend mentioned a new sushi restaurant in our town and asked if we could go. Originally, I agreed. I said that we could go on Friday. However, I didn't feel like going out last night. So instead, I cooked dinner for us, and when she came to my apartment, I told her that we could leave it for another day and eat at home. Well, when I did that, she was annoyed and said that I always do the same thing, but I told her to chill out because we could go on another day. I mean, it's not like the restaurant's going anywhere. I cooked carbonara pasta for dinner, but my girlfriend said that she won't have it because she wants fish and not pasta. I told her, okay, we can order sushi if you want, and I just rolled my eyes, which made her go off on me, telling me that she feels like I want to hide her, as if I'm embarrassed by her or something like that, even though that's definitely not the truth at all. She knows my family and friends, and I make all the time that I can to spend time with her, and I'm certainly not ashamed of her because why would I be? I'm just not an outgoing person, and she knows it. She had said something similar a few months ago because I didn't post enough about her on social media. I also got upset over her comment, and I told her that she can leave if she doesn't like how I am, but then she got her stuff and she did in fact leave. I sent her a message today so that we could talk and try and make up, and she told me to give her 1 or 2 days to think about it. Now, I don't think that what I did was that awful, but seriously, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? Okay, to be completely honest with you, yes, I do think you're the jerk here. You promised your girlfriend you're gonna go out and get sushi on Friday night, and instead of talking to her and being like, hey, let's have different plans or something like that, you decided to make the plans for her and be like, psych, we're gonna eat some pasta here at my house. Like, what are you doing? That's like super rude. You just completely ignored all of your plans and said, okay, we're gonna do it my way because I don't like going out. Like, if you're gonna make plans, at least have the decency of following through instead of changing them suddenly all because you don't like them. Like, that's the worst part about it, because I can completely understand where your girlfriend's coming from. She's tired of eating at your house. And you know what? She's right. It is the same thing over and over again. And the fact that you don't see that, or maybe you don't want to see that, is like really toxic in my opinion. So yes, I think you are the jerk, and I think your girlfriend has every right to be upset with you, especially for changing plans without talking to her first. Am I the jerk for telling my parents and my sisters that I don't need them to name my baby, and that I will never use any of the names that they suggest? Because right now, it's all getting super obnoxious, and at this point, I don't know what to do. I'm an 18-year-old female, and my boyfriend and I are expecting a baby. His family is so kind and supportive, but most of mine are not, with the exception of my 2 brothers who are great. The rest of my family say we are too young and have second-guessed all of my choices, from researching formula because I won't be breastfeeding, to the names that we have looked at. I moved in with my boyfriend a couple of months ago, which was a little earlier than we had planned, but we both wanted to get away from the comments. We have started buying stuff, and we know we're having a little boy. My parents and sisters originally told me that when they heard I was having a boy, that they think that I should name him after George, who's my great-grandfather. I told them we weren't looking for name suggestions and asked them to not push the issue. Then they asked what the name we were thinking of was, and I said we weren't going to share until he's here. Well, that wasn't taken very well, and they decided that we must have an awful name lined up, so they made a list of a bunch of names that they thought would be good. But I told them again that we did not want or need names suggested because we had our own ideas. I ignored them the next couple of times that they mentioned names, but then Christmas Day, they had a field day because my oldest sister grabbed my phone while I was in the bathroom and she searched for a list that I had on there. We were at my older brother's house, by the way, and she showed my mom and my other sisters, and she tried to involve my brothers, but my oldest brother told them that they can leave if they wanted to start stuff at my house in front of his family. But they did end up starting some drama and asked me what in the world I was thinking and demanded that I choose one of their names. The names that set them off were Sloan and Finley. They were the 2 I had on a list on my phone, and my brother did have to kick them out in the end because they said I could not ruin my son with a name like that, and then said my boyfriend was a bad influence because he wants another dumb name like Jackson. I told them I was just as much a part of the naming of mine and my boyfriend's baby, and just because the names aren't to their taste doesn't mean they have the right to insult us. I had to block them on my phone since Christmas because they were going crazy blowing up my phone. But then I got an email with an even longer list of names 2 days ago. So I unblocked them temporarily, and in a family group chat, I told them that this is my baby and I do not need or want them to name him for me, and I will not entertain a single name on their list, and because they've annoyed me, I will never use any one of those names ever. I blocked them again, and my brother showed me screenshots screenshots of where they were going off. They find it funny, but I know for a fact they had to mute the chat. I feel kind of bad now, and my parents and sisters are calling me out. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? You are not the jerk here. Your family is so intrusive. Like seriously, your sisters went into your phone to find the list of names you had for your son? Like that is so invasive, it's not even funny. Like they are really determined to make sure you pick a name that they like. And I'm kind of convinced based on the way your sisters have been acting that you could have had any name on that list and it still would not have been good enough for any of those people. And it's not like you didn't make your wishes known. These people were well aware that you did not like any of these stupid names and you didn't want this constant chatter about what you're naming your son. Because you 100% have this right. This is between you and your boyfriend. And the rest of these people are literally just getting in the way. Like they're all interjecting with their weird opinion about what you should and shouldn't do. And they're only doing this to you, by the way, because you're 18 years old. And they still feel some kind of ownership over what you can and cannot do. So no, of course you're not the jerk. Your family is being super intrusive. And I know if I was in your shoes, I definitely would have blocked them as well. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled corrupt pastor demands that I give over $300 for a pledge to his church just so he can secretly buy a brand new Cadillac. But after being treated like garbage after volunteering so much of my time at this church, I decided to get some revenge, resulting in mass panic from the rest of my team, as well as a lot of frustration from everybody involved. Here's what happened. So this happened several years ago, back when I was part of a Christian cult-like church, and I was also in leadership. Back when I was 22 years old and very young and impressionable, as a young adult, I was part of the media team for this church. We were responsible for creating videos and flyers, as well as posting on social media and taking pictures. This was volunteer work, but the pastor, we'll call him Pastor Corruption, was very cold-hearted, he micromanaged a lot, and he was a dictator of the religious institution, while often giving us a last-minute project that would keep us up all night just to try and make a video play during service the next day. I mean, we averaged 3 to 5 hours of sleep per night, but this was while I was in school, so during this time, in order to stay on top of my homework and other projects, I would average close to 2 to 3 hours per night, and to be honest, I'm not sure how I survived. I mean, I even had occasional bouts of paranoia, delusions, and awful depression. Now, Pastor Corruption loved money. He had a giant 6-bedroom house for himself and his wife, and all of this was coupled with heated driveways and the latest model Cadillac, which sat atop of said driveway. The church building itself was overinflated, which sat close to 1,000 people, but maybe had a congregation of only about 400 people or so. But more than Pastor Corruption's love of money was his love for other people's money. 70% of the sermons were regarding how you needed to give the shirt off your back to the church, or else you didn't love God and you were going to hell, which is ironic considering their accountant had been caught embezzling funds in the past. This went beyond any kind of standard tithing, which was 10% of what you make, and included pledges, fundraisers, and giving for church events, as well as going to retreats that made a profit for the attendees, Pastor Corruption, and his pack of goons. And they would shame you for not giving money and for being poor, while also openly bragging about how God blessed them after these rounds of extortion. Well, one day, it is near Pastor Corruption's birthday, and his pack of goons decided that the pastor's car from last year's model was too old, and he definitely needed a brand new car. They took a pledge from all the ministry departments to pay for said car, and the minimum pledge you were allowed to make was about $300, and of course, the media team was no exception. So me, the broke college kid with a minimum wage part-time job, decided that was impossible, and I just wasn't going to pledge anything. This led to several hour-long lectures and shaming sessions, all about how I was seen as a leader and I needed to set an example, which by the way was blatantly not true. I mean, I wasn't seen by anybody because I always worked behind the scenes. So finally, I got fed up and I got worn down to the point that I confessed that I couldn't pledge because that would be taking all of my rent money. I lived with some other leaders from the church at the time, and I shared a room with another girl. $300 doesn't seem like a lot now, but at the time, for not even having my own space or a place for my bed, this honestly was a highway robbery, especially for a broke college kid. A girl who lived with me, who also was lecturing me, told me just to pledge the money anyways, and then I could pay the rent later. So eventually, I was coerced into giving the $300 for Pastor Corruption's stupid car, and now he had 2 brand new Cadillacs sitting in his heated driveway. Well, fast forward, and 3 days after rent was due, the girl who lectured me about pledging comes up and asked me for the rent money. I said to her, "Look, I don't have it yet." She said to me, "What do you mean you don't have it? I gave you 3 extra days to figure out something." So I looked at her and I said, "What am I supposed to do here? Do you want me to pull it out of thin air?" She then remarked that maybe I should have been more responsible with my spending, but I said to her, "Look, I have spent $2.16 on myself in the last 3 weeks, and it was to get a coffee so I don't crash my car while driving because of lack of sleep." She then jumped in and said, "I'll give you until the end of this week, but you can't expect us to cover you any longer than that. You are being extremely selfish." So now, on top of worrying about juggling projects between school and the church, I need to worry about not getting evicted. Then I decide to come up with a plan. I'll just pawn off my laptop, since it had just come out recently and I decided to splurge and buy the latest model when my last 6-year-old laptop took a dump on me a few months before. I used it for schoolwork, but they had labs I could use on campus that would help me get by. However, the thing I used it for was media projects for the church. You know how Pastor Corruption likes money? Well, he didn't like spending money. So the media team had a 13-year-old desktop that was overloaded with files, which severely slowed down its already laggy performance, and it caused it to take several hours to render videos. That is, if they don't fail or corrupt. When I had gotten my laptop, it was fairly decent at rendering large files in under 10 minutes, and it had amazing clarity and graphics, so they had convinced me to switch to using my laptop for all things media related rather than using the decade-old desktop. I didn't mind because it didn't interfere with my schoolwork that much, but all the templates for social media and other videos and files were on my laptop now, meaning every week I was responsible for getting everything updated and handing off the final version of the file to the head of the media team. The girls I live with would help me edit these files when we were home, as we were the leaders of the media team. This means that all of the recent files of projects they needed were on my laptop and no backups were made on the church-owned desktop. So I pawned my laptop, I got the rent money, and I paid the leader without saying anything about how I managed to get the money in a single day. Saturday night rolls around, which is usually when we worked on the video files that we needed for the next day. And that's when they asked me where my laptop is so we can get started. But when they asked me, I said, "Well, I don't have it." They looked at me and said, "Where is it?" But I just responded by saying, "I pawned it off." Now, when I said that, they literally could not believe what I said. They said, "What? Why?" I responded by saying, "I needed to pay you rent money. I had no other way to get you the money. I couldn't afford the pledge, but you graciously gave me an extra 3 days to pay it and make up for my rent I used to pay for the pledge. This is one of the most valuable items I own, so I figured it was the quickest way to repay you." Well, when I said that, they all started freaking out. They wanted me to go get the laptop right then and there, but the pawn shop was closed by that point. So they rushed to the church and fire up the desktop and desperately try to recreate the videos we needed from scratch. However, they have no backups since mine was being exclusively used, and the programs and versions that I was using versus what that awful computer had was completely different. In the end, we didn't even have anything ready in time for service that Sunday morning, and the entire media team got yelled at by Pastor Corruption. I got double yelled at by the leaders of the media team, but it was worth it to see them in panic. Several months later, I ended up leaving the church altogether, and I was nice enough to give them all the files of stuff I had on my laptop. My only regret is being so amicable when I left, because that place sucked, and I hate Pastor Corruption so much. However, the last I heard, most of the people I knew there have left the church, and the church itself has even downsized considerably, and it's even moved buildings. I assume, though, they never got a new desktop for the media team after I left. This is one of the many outrageous aspects of this church, but it made me never want to deal with organized religion ever again, and now I'm mostly agnostic. Wow, those people were super corrupt and honestly so disgusting. Who in their right mind would be like, "Okay, pay us $300, and then 3 days later roll up and be like, "Okay, we need another $300 that you don't have"? Like, these people are insane. Like, that money pledge wasn't going to anybody who actually needed the money. It was obviously going to get that pastor a new car, and that is so corrupt and disgusting. They might as well be stealing people's money and using it for stuff that you're definitely not expecting it to be used for. So honestly, I think with all things considered, I'm so glad the original poster got away from that church, and they were able to, in some kind of roundabout way, get back at these people for treating treating you so poorly. Because people like this who prey upon other people's generosity are truly some of the most toxic people on planet Earth. And it's really good to see that you were able to get away from them. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My entitled grandmother is absolutely awful to live with, and despite our several attempts to try and get her to move out, she refuses to leave. And now we seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I love my grandmother with all of my heart, but she is very difficult to live with. She moved in about 6 years ago due to a hurricane that damaged her roof. She was only supposed to stay in a couple of months because we were trying to fix her roof, but also she had to get some kind of surgery for her arm. We were understanding, and we just don't want her to stay alone in her new damaged house, all while healing from surgery. So at first, we had no problem with her being here. Within the first few days of surgery, she was acting very sickly, constantly needed help with this or that, but whenever family came over and all the attention was on her, and they were talking to her about things that she likes, she suddenly was no longer sick or fragile. She was running up and down the stairs, showing off all the stuff that she bought. She pretty much forgot that she was a frail old lady. She only came here with a basket of clothes and a suitcase. We thought she came with a suitcase because she travels a lot, because she's a singer and does tours from time to time, but looking back at that now, she was probably plotting to move in with us. When she first moved in, my brother wasn't here, so she got to stay in his bedroom, and it didn't take much time for the room to get kind of stuffy because she loves shopping and buying things, especially things that she doesn't need at all. That room was huge, and for her to take up so much room within a month was just crazy. Another weird thing is that she will buy an entire outfit and then only wear it once for her performance. So just try to imagine how much clothes have been stuffed into my brother's closet. But now try to imagine her buying more clothes, and now she's trying to put that in the closet. And with this spanning her entire career as a performer, she has so many clothing options and shoe options that she's bought all in her house, literally in a single room of her house, that for some reason she never wants to touch or wear again, and yet she still refuses to even get rid of it, even though she completely abandoned her house. And she even bought a storage garage just to fill it up with more useless things that she's never gonna look at again. Well, fast forward, and a couple of months later, my brother wants to move back in. Now, she was angry, so she asked my mother why her own grandson was moving back into his childhood home, while also asking where she's supposed to stay. Well, my mom basically told her that she can go back home now since her arm is healed, and she just came back from tour, so she should have enough money to fix the roof. But she said that a couple $100s from tour isn't nearly enough money to make her move back into her house, which is a complete lie. So she asked if she can move into my mother's personal room. So for reference, my mom has 2 rooms. Her bedroom that she shares with my dad, and the second room is her hobby room. She barely slept in her bedroom, so that hobby room was her personal room. She did everything in that room. She ran a personal blog for her clothing that she crafted herself. She did makeup tutorials and made beautiful wigs. She was basically a content creator while also being a hairstylist. She needed that room for work and content. My grandmother knew all of these things and insisted on moving in that room. So my mom reluctantly let her move in. And my mom is now miserable and very frustrated because of all of this. She has basically put her life on pause, all because grandma won't move out of that room, and it looks horrendous in there. And I swear, there is a rotting odor in that room. My mom's room was pretty spacious, so when my grandmother moved in there, she did exactly what she does best. She hoards a bunch of stuff. Now, we can't even fit in that room. There's only a small space to walk in and out of it, and there's some weird rotting smell in that room, but I think it's either from a pile of clothes or the fact that my grandmother showers only once a month. Now, I'm not exaggerating here, I seriously counted, and we can all tell when she's showering because of weird noises that she makes in there. And also, this might sound weird, but she absolutely destroys the restroom. Imagine a quiet, peaceful night, and you're about to fall asleep when suddenly you hear Rack City by Tyga inches away from your bedroom in the restroom. And mind you, your bedroom is in front of the restroom, so you have to hear a 70-year-old woman go to the bathroom in there. That kind of gives you a good picture into what I'm dealing with. Also, she's always aware whenever someone else is done cooking. She listens to every sound and movement and knows exactly when you're done cooking food before you can tell anybody else. And then she proceeds to eat most of the dinner. And now we barely cook because she keeps taking all the food. Not only that, but when she does cook, she cooks only for herself. She literally listens to your every move, and she will listen to every conversation you've had in the privacy of your own room. She tries so hard to avoid my mom because because my mom wants to have the conversation about when she's going to move out. And my parents' room is right next to the room my grandmother's in, so she's listening to possibly everything that they say and do in there. She knows when my mother is moving around, she knows when we are with our mother and talking to her about whatever, and I'll never forget when we complained about how grandma eats all the food and cooks for no one but herself, and how we were tired and felt so uncomfortable around grandma, but then the next day when she cooks again, she surprises all of us and actually made us something. And this is all a pattern too, by the way, because I know that she hears us complaining in her bedroom, and then after us complaining, the next day she'll order pizza or something like that. I wouldn't even be surprised if there was a peephole in my parents' bedroom. Also, let me just add that we don't care about her cooking for us. We honestly really appreciate it all the time. It's just the fact that we always notice that she is very selfish about it. And the worst part about it is that if we go out to eat some food and we come back home with food for ourselves, she'll just complain and say that we're treating her like garbage. And don't even get me started on fixing up the house, because there is a range of things that she will do. The first few times we tried to talk to her about the house, she would just complain about how she doesn't have the money and how when she tours she's not making much money and how she's basically being paid pennies to perform. Except that's not true at all, because when we do go to see her perform, she is done with her gig and she actually gets paid. And it's usually about $2,000 or more per performance. So just imagine how much money she makes in a month-long tour. She'll brag about it on Facebook about how much she's getting paid and where she's going. So we know it is definitely not about the money. Then during my freshman year of college, things got even more drastic. Now, every time my mother mentions the house, suddenly my grandma is sick and can't walk and suddenly needs to be pampered and taken care of. She had a pinched nerve in her back, but acted like she just got hit by a train or something like that. Every time I would leave my room, she would moan super loudly. So when I tried to use the restroom, she would moan loud like she needed help. Then I would stay in the restroom and she would suddenly go quiet. Then as soon as I'm back to my room, she starts moaning loud again. Then I stay in my room for a second and then she's quiet again. I mean, she's just completely faking it. I started to ignore her because I knew she didn't need help. But then suddenly she gets up and walks to my mom's room just so she can talk to her. But my mom plays dead because she doesn't want to deal with her either. And then once my grandma sees that my mom is asleep, or at least pretending to be asleep, she just magically straightens up her back and dashes to the restroom as if nothing was wrong with her. She also still does this every time we talk to her about the house or about moving out. Suddenly her back hurts and she can't move, and then she'll call the ER and comes back home the same day because there's nothing actually wrong with her. Now, I know you're probably wondering, well, why not move into an apartment? She has all this money, why not just tell her to get out? Well, we tried that and it didn't work. Actually, she was the one that kept insisting to move into an apartment since she knew we wanted her out of the house. She said that in an argument with my mom, and my mom actually took her to go shopping for apartments the next day. Well, grandma just had to double it, I guess, because as soon as they found the nearest apartments, my grandma said that she needs to go to the emergency room because she thinks her blood pressure is rising. Like, she is so full of garbage. So now you're probably wondering, why not get her to move in with someone else? Well, we've tried that too, and we really regret that so much. My grandma finally contacted my uncle because suddenly she really cares about her only great-grandchild. She spends the whole day there and then comes back home with some garbage. She told our uncle that she was getting mistreated and that my mom was going to kick her out and leave her out on the street. And my uncle for some reason believes this, despite knowing how narcissistic she is, and then starts this big argument with my mom. My mom then explains to my uncle what is actually happening, and he's dumbfounded to find out that his mother is doing what she does best. Then he offers to my grandmother a room in his house if she ever leaves ours. My grandmother later refuses because there isn't a nearby airport and there's nowhere that she can shop for more clothing. And we are all still dumbfounded at how consistently self-centered and narcissistic she truly is. Like, she really does have a self-serving personality. And that wasn't even the only time she went around accusing us of mistreating her. When the ER came to our house during one of her fake episodes, she told one of the people taking her to the hospital that she was so sick and that she had not eaten in days. I mean, we were all about to lose our minds. We just could not believe that she was saying any of that. We were cooking for her, we were heating up soups for her, buying electrolyte water for her. I mean, we were taking care of her, and that's what she decided to do, throw us under the bus for literally no reason. Luckily, nothing happened after that, but she still does that from time to time, where she will complain to someone that we're trying to throw her out on the streets. I mean, she just loves to play the victim. Unsurprisingly, she also wasn't a good mother to both of her children and and pets. The best way I can describe her relationship with my mom is pretty much the movie Mommy Dearest, because she treated her daughter like garbage when my mother was a child. My grandmother always made sure she had the best clothing and shoes and hairdos, while her children constantly struggled, and she treated my mother the worst. She would find any reason just to hurt her. As my mother got older and my grandmother got none the wiser, my grandma was expecting everyone to treat her like a celebrity, and she is still like this. She thinks that she paid her dues and believes now that she is fully entitled to live here with us despite everybody wanting her out of the house. She fully expects everybody to take care of her even if she mistreats them. She also insults everybody and is extremely bigoted. She loves degrading others over their appearance while not looking too good herself. She loves making fun of overweight people despite gaining over 50 pounds within a few years. She also forgot her grandchildren are also pretty overweight themselves. She'll smile and call me pretty and my brother handsome, but then she'll insult her other two grandchildren who don't have to deal with her. Honestly, my grandmother is way too much to handle, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Wow, your grandma is a handful. Like, you were not kidding when you said she is obnoxious and a lot to deal with. Like, this lady is basically trying to make it so she never leaves your house. She has invaded all of your space. She's been very rude and disrespectful to your mom and dad and to you and your brother, and she's clearly faking illness just so she can have a place to stay and not have to go back to her house for some reason. Like, seriously, if she really does feel like she's being mistreated, then why on earth would she stick around? Like, she clearly is lying and she doesn't feel that way, and instead just wants to take advantage of your mom and dad's kindness, all while refusing to like move on with her life and go back to her own home. Like, her behavior across the board is completely unacceptable, and I don't blame you for feeling overwhelmed and like really annoyed by your grandma. I know if I was in your shoes, there's no way I would have lived there for 6 years. It would have taken like 1 year of me dealing with that, and then I would have moved out and found my own place. Like, she's already invading everybody's privacy, she's lying to medical staff about how she's being treated, and she is all around just being a nasty person. So in my opinion, it is definitely time for her to get out and find some other place to live. You all have put up with this for 6 years. The only reason she's sticking around is because she has a free place to live, and she has a new batch of people that she can manipulate and treat like garbage. So hopefully that happens sooner than later, because honestly, if I was in your shoes, there is no way on earth I could ever live with that lady. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled, jealous cousin tries to sleep with my husband when I'm not around, just to satisfy her weird jealousy that she has towards me and my life. And I'm honestly so blown away by her actions, I simply couldn't believe what she did. Here's what happened. So my cousin, who we will call Mary, that's not her real name, grew up to be an extremely jealous person in her teens. We've all hoped she would grow out of it, but she has not. She refuses to even address it. When I proposed to my husband, who we will call Sean, a couple of years ago, Mary threw a fit. She wanted to be the first to get married between the two of us. She said that she deserved it, even though she didn't even have a boyfriend. Because Sean and I chose to have a small personal wedding, we were able to use money set aside for us to buy a home and to pay off half of the mortgage. And this resulted in another tantrum from Mary, despite the fact that there is money set aside for her too, including from our grandparents and Aunt Miranda, who chose not to have children. So I think you kind of get the picture here. If I have something that Mary doesn't, she wants it. If I accomplish something before her, she screams that it's not fair. It doesn't matter if she's younger than me by 6 years, and I would naturally reach some goals before her. There's just no logic in her tantrums. This then brings us to Miranda's annual New Year's party. There's always food, drinks, and games. It's a fun night where we can get wasted safely with family and friends if we want to, especially since there are no kids in the family at the moment. When I was returning from the bathroom, I saw Sean looking extremely uncomfortable and trying to fend off Mary, who was sitting much too close to him on the couch. I managed to overhear her telling him that women are much better than men and insisting that he try with her because he didn't know what he was missing, if you know what I mean. Also, for reference, I'm a 28-year-old male and Sean is my husband. Now, Sean is 100% gay, so this was just pathetic for her, but I was seeing red over the fact that she was attempting to ruin our marriage to satisfy her jealousy. I said to her, if women are so great, then date a woman instead of trying to get my husband to sleep with you. Now, the entire room heard this, and I definitely did not control my volume. home. So right then and there, the party was essentially ruined. The family has spared us from most of the chaos that followed, but today we found out that the money that was set aside for her is no longer for her. The tuition to pay for the remaining classes for her bachelor's degree has been refunded to our grandparents since spring classes haven't started yet. All the money from her parents is going to her younger brother, and all the money from our grandparents and Miranda is going to be distributed between him and myself. She's getting nothing. She's also been given 3 months to find a new place to live because her parents don't want her living under their roof. She was given a massive leg up just like I was, and she completely ruined it all for herself. Now, I do almost feel sorry for her, but considering all the things that she has done, I still don't feel that bad. Wow, your cousin is super toxic. Like, there's no other way around this. Like, for starters, her temper tantrums are completely uncalled for. Like, she's getting upset over you, like, hitting milestones in your life, and that's, like, really weird in my opinion. Like, why is she so jealous of you? Like, it really seems like she's obsessed with everything that you're doing pretty much all the time, while completely ignoring her own life and her own things that she has going on. So it really makes me scratch my head as to why she's upset that you're getting married and that you're also getting a house and you're paying off half the mortgage. Like, why would that affect her so much that she would be like, wow, you don't deserve it. This isn't fair. Also, for reference, Mary in this story is 22 years old. You would think that somebody at that age would have it more together, even just in a small way. So for her to act like this, even in her 20s, is really disappointing and really cringy. But in my opinion, what she did at the party was so inappropriate. It is really disgusting that she tried to do that to your husband, and that she basically tried to sleep with someone who is practically family at this point. Like, that's really weird, and it's so highly inappropriate. Because just imagine if the roles were reversed in some kind of way, and you decided to hit on their spouse or their, like, significant other as some kind of way to, like, satisfy your jealousy for her. Like, that would be an immediate red flag, and that would be so bad. But you know what? Based on the reaction from the family, it seems like everybody's, like, on board, and they're like, yeah, this is not okay. And sure, it does suck that she lost all that money, but I am really willing to bet that this is not the first time she's done something, like, super weird. This is most likely, like, the last straw that definitely broke the camel's back, and now the family's like, okay, we're cutting her off from everything. This is just not worth it anymore. So seriously, good for you for standing up for yourself, because your cousin is being incredibly creepy and very weird. And honestly, the blowback she's receiving is kind of deserved. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My entitled sister is constantly walking over our parents, using them for just about everything, while also overstepping boundaries and treating everybody like garbage. And after witnessing this on the sideline for such a long time, I feel helpless to do anything about this. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. So I want to start off by saying that this story has no good guy. Actually, this story isn't really black and white either. However, one person in this story is arguably worse than the rest of us. I'm a 26-year-old female, and I have two sisters who are 25 and 24. The youngest one, let's call her Jane, has always been the most spoiled between the three of us. At the age of 21, I moved out of my parents' house to join the military, and my other sister, let's call her Claire, moved out at 23 when she was about a year into her nursing career. Despite having a college degree in business administration, Jane still refuses to get a full-time job or even have any responsibility. Her life revolves around clubbing, partying, and going to the gym. To her credit, she did have a part-time job at our local coffee shop as a barista, and this job was her way of funding her lifestyle. But other than that, she doesn't pay bills. My parents pay for everything, from her car to her cell phone bill, and even her tollway when she drives around. Basically, everything a normal, functioning adult would pay for themselves is footed by my parents because she doesn't even have a career yet. And look, I get it. I have a daughter myself, and I would do anything to make sure that she's taken care of, even as an adult. But there is the difference between financial support and straight up coddling. I've brought it up to my parents, specifically my mom, multiple times as to why she doesn't pay for her car, or at least her insurance, but she basically told me that she shouldn't suffer because of what our dad did. Now, for some backstory, my sister was driving a used Honda around 2017 to 2019. The car itself was fairly new when they bought it, so my parents had it financed, and they gave it to my sister so she can get herself to school. Well, suddenly and without warning, my dad took my sister's car, traded it for a brand new 2020 Honda, even though it wasn't paid off. Now, my parents, specifically my mom, as she is the breadwinner, is stuck paying for a brand new car and a car that she no longer owns. Because of my dad's utter stupidity, my mom tried to make it up to Jane by buying her a new car of the same year as her Honda. So not only was my mom paying for my dad's new Honda and my sister's old Honda, to which the balance was put on top of the new Honda, but now she's got this new car as well. But with all that being said, my mom still feels that she shouldn't make Jane pay for the car because of my dad. Because everything was literally handed to Jane on a silver platter, this has made her extremely entitled. And this is to the point where even my parents are scared of her. For example, one time Jane bought Cane's chicken the night before and left her leftovers on the table. Well, my mom saw it and she ate it. And I had just gotten discharged from the military, so I was staying at my parents' house for a while until I saved up enough money to move out. So I saw my sister's reaction to my mom eating her leftovers. I had just gotten home from the store with my husband and my daughter, and as soon as we got home, Jane angrily asked me if I had eaten her leftovers. I told her I was just out with my family and we got lunch on the way back, so I could not have eaten it. Then she called both my parents who were at church, and she then found out that my mom had eaten her leftovers. After that revelation, she started to yell and swear at them over the phone. Even after she hung up the phone, she kept swearing and yelling and slammed doors and cabinets. I mean, my poor daughter saw all of this and was frankly quite scared of her auntie at that moment. The following week, I was at work when I got an angry phone call from Jane asking if I had been in her bedroom. I told her no because I was rushing to work. She then hung up and I thought that was the end of it. But after I got off work, my sister Claire called me and told me what happened. Jane called Claire complaining about how someone left her room open and one of the dogs had pooped in her room. This incident infuriated Jane to the extent that she stormed into her mom's room where our mom was working from home and engaged in a professional phone call with a client. Jane's intrusion disrupted the professional setting as she loudly berated our mom without any consideration for the ongoing business call. My dad apparently came into the room hearing all the yelling, and fed up with my sister's attitude, he angrily tells my sister that if she doesn't like it here, then she can move out of here, which really upset Jane because she then left the house. When I got home that night, I asked my mom why she continues to let Jane step all over her, even going as far as disrespecting her in her place of work. She says that she is her mother and she is supposed to help her children the best that she can. But I keep telling her that Jane needs adult responsibilities, otherwise she won't appreciate the things that she has. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Yeah, Jane sounds like a spoiled brat. There really is no other way around this. Like, she clearly is being enabled to act like this, and it really seems like no one's willing to take a stand except for you. And that's so annoying because there's not much you can do in this scenario. Like, it really does fall on your mom and dad to take a stand and say, okay, you've got to move out by the end of the month, or something like that, just to get the message across. Because right now, it's pretty obvious that Jane is taking advantage of your parents. And I think you're 100% right, because I also agree with you that it's time for her to step up and start paying her way as an adult. Am I the jerk for telling my sister-in-law to stop being bitter about my wife's successful pregnancy after my sister-in-law had already had multiple miscarriages? Because right now, I'm kind of at a loss and I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I'm a 26-year-old male and I'm married to my wife who's 24, and my older brother who's 30 years old is married to his wife who's about 28 years old. My brother has been married for longer than my wife and I, and him and my sister-in-law got pregnant quite a few times, but she lost her pregnancy every single time. They keep trying, but either in the first or second trimester, she miscarries. My wife and I got married last year, and she got pregnant a few months after the wedding, and we welcomed our baby a little over a month ago. We celebrated Christmas with her family and New Year's Eve with mine. We had Christmas dinner with a lot of extended family who had not met the baby yet, so they were all quite excited for it. My aunts and cousins and grandmothers were all over my wife and our baby, asking how she was, how the delivery has been, how she was managing the baby's feeding, and all kinds of stuff, which I think is all normal, right? Well, the problem is that my sister-in-law was very noticeably bitter, and my brother was too. I mean, it's not the first time they act like this ever since my wife and I found out about her pregnancy. At some point, my sister-in-law said that she was sick of all the baby talk, which really rubbed me the wrong way. I told her that she could go home and have chicken nuggets all by herself if she didn't like being surrounded by other happy people. Well, she and my brother said that it was kind of insensitive to be talking about that when everyone knows about their issues to have a child. But I told them that it's not my wife's fault that she was able to have a successful pregnancy and to stop being bitter about it. And when I said that, that started a big argument. It's been a couple of weeks now and I'm still receiving some text messages from my family who are all deeply worried about my sister-in-law and brother after how I treated them badly. Now, I don't think I treated them badly. It's not my wife's fault that she can successfully carry a baby to term. It's not anyone's fault that a new baby in the family is something to talk about. And now, some people are starting to say that I was insensitive. Now, for a bit of extra context, this is not the first time my sister-in-law says stuff like this. She has done similar stuff in my wife's baby shower, as well as the gender reveal party, even her birthday and other family gatherings. She has made unnecessary comments and telling my wife to tone it down, all while opening up gifts for the baby at the baby shower. I mean, my wife was obviously excited, and my sister-in-law thought that she was overly excited. And we had to end the gender reveal party early because she just won't stop crying. We suggested my brother and her leave and that we wouldn't be upset over it, and I even suggested to drive them myself if they wanted to, but they still didn't want to do it. She just wanted to stay and cry in front of everybody else. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? Honestly, it seems like this is like a repeated scenario with the sister-in-law, and I know if that was me, I would be really annoyed with the way she's behaving. Like, if this baby and the fact that your wife can have a baby is bothering her that much, then in my opinion, she needs to be the one to remove herself from the situation. Because I think to an extent, you are right. Instead of being happy that a baby is brought into the family, she's using this as a license to try and stomp out your wife's enthusiasm, as well as trying to stifle and calm down anybody else who's excited about the baby. And sure, I'm not ignorant to the fact that they've had miscarriages. That is an awful thing, and seriously, I feel very badly for them. But for her to turn around and use that against everybody over any small thing involving this new baby, that in my opinion is incredibly toxic. Like, if that bothers her that much, and if it really does trigger her and upset her in some kind of way, then I really think she needs to figure that out on her end instead of punishing everybody else around her. Now, when it comes to the comments you made at the party, I think you could have been a lot nicer, to be completely honest. And I think in that regard, yeah, you really should not have done that, because obviously this is a very sore subject for her. But I really think it's counterintuitive for everybody else to be forced to walk on eggshells, all because the rest of the family is excited about your baby. But honestly, that's just my opinion. What do you think? Leave a comment down below. Do you think the original poster was in the right, or do you think that he crossed a line? Let us know down below. We would love to hear what you have to say. My obnoxiously needy friend is trying to invite herself on my holiday with me and my boyfriend, and I honestly do not want her to come along with me because I know for a fact she is going to ruin my vacation, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. I want to start off by saying that all the names in this story are fake. So I was having lunch with two of my friends when Ash, who's 25 years old, asked me what my travel plans were for 2024. I told her I was really excited about planning my first overseas trip with my boyfriend, and as soon as I said that, my friend Allie perked up and said, "Oh, let me know when you're going so I can come too." Now, we were both taken aback by the abruptness of her statement, so I gently tried to tell her, "Oh yeah, that'd be nice. However, we would maybe like to do couple things," which she replied by saying, "Oh yuck, but that's fine. I just want to go shopping and get some sun." And right now, I'm trying to figure out how to gently tell her that I do not want her coming on this trip. Here are just a few things that I have issues with. Now, Allie is my friend, but she can be a lot. For starters, she has called me needing help with basic household chores before, making me reschedule my own plans because she, for example, cut her finger to the bone. And for the record, she did not cut her finger to the bone. I live 30 minutes away, and I had to cancel plans only for her to manage to get herself together about 20 minutes into my drive. She's also given herself food poisoning at least 5 times last year. She sprained her wrist, and I had to drop her off at the emergency room at the hospital. She also sprained her ankle as soon as she touched the ocean, so I couldn't go swimming because she'd get lonely on the land. And this particular trip, she was also not initially invited to. Also, on multiple occasions, she's inserted herself into conversations that I am in that literally does not involve her, nor do the other people know who she is. And the worst part about it is that she won't leave. I usually end up excusing myself because I can see the person I'm talking to is getting uncomfortable. She assumes everyone that knows me knows her, and she will even later tell me that she tried to say hi to some people that I knew, but they would just look at her as if they'd never even seen her before, and I just have to keep reminding her that they don't know her. But she insists that she has spoken to them many times, and this honestly gets really exhausting. She invited herself to a birthday party as my +1, and this is when she didn't even know the birthday girl, but claimed that she did. She made my boyfriend and I spend our first Christmas together at her house, all so she wouldn't feel lonely. And she also invited herself to our family's Christmas, where she literally only knew me, so I was left to entertain her to the point that I couldn't enjoy myself. Now, here's the thing. Traveling is expensive. I want to be selfish when I travel, and the last time I traveled with someone who's not my childhood best friend was literally almost a decade ago, and I will honestly have a hard time compromising. This is also going to be my first trip together with my boyfriend. This is my forever partner, so I would like this to be a memorable trip where we each have each other's 100% focus. On top of that, I'm an introvert, and my social batteries are as bad as an iPhone 7. And then, as a result, I'll get cranky, and I don't want to subject my boyfriend to that. My boyfriend has never left the country before, so this is really exciting, but I am also 100% preparing to take on all the mental load while we're traveling. Now, in my awful, blunt brain, I just want to tell her something very straight up. I want to say something like, hey, I don't want you there because you're going to ruin the trip. I don't want to eat a romantic dinner for 3 or do a scooter ride for 3 people. You're way too accident prone for me to relax when you're there. Even if you were on the other side of the island, I do not want to get a call from a random hospital saying that you've done all sorts of things to yourself. If you want to go and we happen to be in the same area, you will have to be 1000% fine that I will ignore you. Now, I am by no means stopping her from going overseas. I just don't want the mental load of another person, take into account her wishes, worry if she drowned or dislocated her shoulder, or anything like that. But her rejection sensitivity is very real. She is still a good friend of mine, so I am trying to be gentle with her. I feel like if she goes on this trip with us, I will end up despising her. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. It sounds like your friend is absolutely obnoxious. Like she sounds really attached to you, and she keeps inviting herself into events in your life. And that is really weird and incredibly awkward. So I can completely understand where you're coming from, where you're like, no, I don't want her to come along this time. So I think that not only should you not tell her specifics about your trip, but you can also simply say, no, this trip is just for me and my boyfriend, and then literally leave it at that. If she pries for information, just shut it down immediately. Don't tell her specifics or any dates that you're going or any of the hotels or anything like that, because it literally will not serve you well, and knowing enough about her, she might just try to show up anyways and crash your trip. And I know if I was in your shoes, I would be devastated, and I really would start to despise her, especially with all the things that she's done in previous trips. Like she invited herself to your Christmas party even though she doesn't know anybody there. Like that is really obnoxious behavior, and seriously, that needs to be like stomped out as soon as possible. And I also hate to say it, but it really seems like she's attached to you because nobody else wants to be her friend. Like she very clearly uses you as like a doorway to get into these other groups of people, just so she herself can also be included in the conversation. Like I'm not really sure what she's doing, but it really does seem like she's just not self-aware at all about how weird she's acting. The original poster also goes on to say that her friend is neurodivergent, but in my opinion, that is not a good enough excuse to act this way and basically disrupt everybody else's plans as well as the original poster's life. Like that 100% falls on the friend to figure out and to manage, and it should not be everybody else's responsibility to navigate around her weird idiosyncrasies. So hopefully this conversation goes well, because the way your friend's been treating you in the past is really awful. And although she may be like blissfully unaware of how she's treating you, I think that it might be time to finally put your foot down and say, no, you cannot come with me on this trip. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My boyfriend has been secretly jealous of all the hobbies that I spend time on, as he feels that I'm not spending enough time with him. So in retaliation, he destroyed nearly all of my personal property related to my hobbies. And now I'm left with hundreds of dollars worth of personal property damage, as well as feeling devastated for the sentimental value that I just lost. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So this is honestly the weirdest thing I've ever experienced, and I have no idea what to do. So I'm a 21-year-old female, and I have lots of hobbies. I'm sort of what you might call a hobby collector, but my top ones right now are running and training for a marathon, as well as baking, reading, and also doing something called junk journaling. And with that last one, I'm not sure if anyone is familiar. But more specifically, I've been doing reading since I was just a young teenager. This started about 6 months ago when I saw that several of my old books were dog-eared, which I don't do to my my books. I asked my boyfriend if he had read them, which I would be totally fine with, by the way, but he insisted that he had not touched them at all. And I thought to myself, okay, that's weird, but whatever. Then after that, I literally could never find my running shoes. I bought a rather expensive pair and keep them separate from my other shoes because I'm a nurse and my hospital shoes are really nasty. But the running shoes I could never find. They would always turn up days later though, somewhere I definitely had not put them. Again, this is weird, but nothing to really raise any alarms. But then my journal got completely destroyed. Somehow it was left outside in our garage where it is known to leak when it rains. It didn't necessarily get water damage, but the moisture made all my pages peel up and practically ruined 28 pages of it. The pages take me over an hour each, and I'm quite proud of them. So 28 plus hours of artwork is just ruined. Now this might sound really stupid, but I genuinely started to believe the house was haunted. I did shed a few tears over my journal, and my boyfriend rolled his eyes at that, but helped me glue them all back down and salvage as much as possible. I had a fleeting thought that he put it out there, but it was honestly so weird. I was like, why would he do that? Then it was back to my books. I had a huge bookshelf of about 200 books because I read books daily, but I started to notice that one by one they were all disappearing, like straight up gone. I searched every corner of the house and I could not find them. I even texted all three of my sisters, my brother, and my boyfriend's sister asking if they had borrowed any of them and just didn't tell me, but they all said that they had not. My boyfriend's sister borrows my books often, but she always asked me first and insisted that she didn't have any of them. And when this happened, I was thinking to myself, okay, what is going on? But then it started happening with my baking. I could never find my mixers or my baking sheets or anything whenever I wanted to bake. The final straw though was when I found my KitchenAid mixer broken. It would literally just not turn on. And if you don't know, those things are expensive. So I straight up asked him, did you do this? Like, why is all this stuff broken or lost recently? Well, he finally admitted to purposefully hiding or breaking my things because my hobbies annoyed him. And when he said that, I was honestly blown away. I'm not gonna lie, at that point I exploded. I told him he was a weirdo for touching my stuff and that it was honestly so strange to do this as an adult. He proceeded to defend himself, saying that I was spending more time on my made-up hobbies than on him, and this was the only way to make me focus on our relationship again. Which for context, by the way, isn't true at all. I thought that we had a great relationship. We go on dates twice a week, we spend quality time together regularly, if you know what I mean, and we get along with each other's family and friends. Like, I'm so confused. We've been together for 2 whole years. I love him so much, and other than this odd behavior, he's so good to me. After that argument, I was genuinely so distraught that I left the house and I went to the house my sisters live in, as they live together. They also agreed that it was the oddest thing in the world. The icing on the cake though is that when I got home this morning, he threw out all of my stuff. He cut the soles out of my running shoes, he cut the laces, he threw out my Apple Watch and destroyed my baking items, he cut up the silicone molds, and the box that had all of my missing books in it, they were in the dumpster with all of my other journal supplies. The journal he helped me fix was torn to shreds, and at this point, I genuinely started to sob. I know it sounds dumb and overdramatic, but I genuinely worked so hard on my journal that it made me cry. Literally hundreds of dollars, and some of my favorite books in the trash. Money spent on baking supplies, which I used to bake for my baby cousin's elementary school. All of it just completely ruined. I just don't understand what is wrong with him. He's never been like this before, ever. I'm genuinely so confused about what's gotten into him. Is it something else that he could be projecting or something like that? Because at this point, I'm genuinely so confused and I don't know what to do. Wow, this guy's a massive jerk. Like, this guy went crazy. He started throwing all your stuff out and destroying your property, all because you weren't spending enough time with him. Like, if that doesn't prove that he's overly controlling and he absolutely is a violent narcissist, then I don't know what will. Like, to the original poster, I'm being completely serious. This guy not only doesn't sound safe, but he also sounds crazy. Like, any rational human being wouldn't go about destroying your stuff all because you assume that they're not spending enough time with you. Like, if he really felt that he was left out of this relationship, he very easily could have talked to you and said, hey, I want to spend more time together. Or at least find some kind of like compromise in like how you spend your time or something like that, even though it sounds like you weren't doing anything wrong in the first place. Like, this guy just sounds straight up crazy. I can't imagine wanting to not only stay with someone like that, but also wanting to live under the same roof as someone like that. Like, if I was in your shoes, I'd be dumping him so fast, I'd be moving out of that place, and I would also be half tempted to file like a police report because you said it yourself. This guy destroyed hundreds of hours worth of personal property for you, and a lot of this is sentimental that you absolutely can never get back. Like this guy, who I hope is soon to be your ex-boyfriend, quite literally is a monster in my opinion, and you do not deserve this kind of treatment in the slightest. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. I work as a server and I finally caught COVID, and now after being quarantined for 5 days, I'm getting ready to go back to work, but I seriously don't feel ready, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Okay, so I am currently at a complete loss. I have been a career server for almost 10 years, and I have worked mainly in fine dining for the past 5 to 6 years. I was one of the lucky few who had not caught COVID-19 throughout the pandemic and was able to go back to working in the restaurant after lockdowns were lifted. Well, this past Friday, I was feeling sick with what I thought to be a moderate cold or flu situation. I knew I wasn't going to be able to come in on a busy night, especially if I'm not feeling well, so I opted to go to an urgent care to get a note and show management that yes, I truly was under the weather. Unfortunately for me, I was told I did in fact have COVID, and because I'm an asthmatic and a high risk for hospitalization, I should immediately start medication while quarantined. Now, my quarantine was only 5 days, but I reached out to my management to extend it by 2 days since I still had not been feeling great. They have been kind yet very distant about everything, and they helped me find coverage. However, I have realized everything I do makes me totally winded. I am on the road to recovery now and without fevers, chills, and sneezing, but my shortness of breath happens when I walk around too much or even stand too long. I am now horrified to go back to work the day after tomorrow when my shift starts back up. I really feel at a loss because I am not qualified for other jobs, and I worry I can no longer perform the same extensive work I used to. Before COVID, I would lift up to 50 pounds for a tray, I would be fast walking around the large dining room, and I would be keeping up with the tables. I genuinely don't know what to do. I don't want to quit or even worse, get fired. Has anyone ever had something like this happen to them? I know long COVID is diagnosed about 2 months out, so I won't be able to apply for any type of assistance as of now. I mean, should I just grin and bear it through the breathlessness? I even have a hard time walking and talking with my significant other as of now, and I worry about waiting on tables in the same way. It makes me question if my serving days are behind me. I really need this money, and honestly, I simply don't know what to do. This is really awful. Like seriously, I understand where you're coming from. You are incredibly worried you're about to lose your job or like not be able to work at your job, and this is literally the only thing that you're good at. But I know if I was in your shoes, I would go directly to my doctor and be like, hey, I need a note of some kind stating that I can't work for long periods of time and that you need to have like a lighter load at work or something like that. But hopefully you have managers who have a soul and they're like, oh, I totally understand, take your time. Or they at least give you a lighter load because you're literally just now getting over COVID. It's only been 5 days and you still feel like garbage because at this point you are definitely not running at 100%. And hopefully your managers see that when you show up for work. Am I the jerk for pretending that I didn't know I was adopted just to make my teacher feel incredibly embarrassed? Here's what happened. Okay, so I'm in high school and this was in my English class. Our real teacher is on a paternity leave, so we have a long-term substitute. So yesterday she was telling us she wants us to write personal memoirs about something very important in our lives, and she goes about listing various examples for different students. She then told me that I could write about being adopted and how I felt when my parents told me. Now, I must have made a face then because I'm not adopted. I have 2 dads, but they had me through surrogacy. So technically there was a legal adoption from my non-biological dad, but one of my dads is my biological dad, and my biological mom is my other dad's sister who donated her egg and carried me. I think it would be a stretch to call me adopted. Also, this substitute has no basis to even know any of this because anything I've written in class is just about having 2 dads. Anyway, she's kind of old school and doesn't like when we talk too loud, which to her is talking at a normal indoor level on group assignments, or when we make any normal faces or anything. So she basically called me out on making a face and said to me, if you don't want to write about being adopted, you can choose another important topic in your life. Maybe about how you help your dad at home. Now for reference, one of my dads has cerebral palsy and is mostly blind from optic neuropathy. I did write briefly about that in the intro assignment with our other teacher, so he must have left them with her to get to know the class. Now, I was so confused, so I said to her, "I'm not adopted." She just put her hand over her heart and goes, "Oh, honey." So now my brain, which was lagging, finally caught up and realized she's only thinking I'm adopted, all because I have two dads. So at this point, I'm like, whatever, I'll just play into it. So I look upset and I say to her, "I didn't know I was adopted." Now at this point, she's kind of panicking a bit and telling everyone to just start writing something. A lot of my friends are laughing under their breath because they know I'm not adopted, so she's telling everyone to quiet down and that it's not funny and to just get to work. But I'm just like, what do you mean I'm adopted? She's trying to tell me not to worry about it and just ask my dads when I get home. And I'm like, how can I be adopted? So she just sends me to the school counselor, and I told her this story basically, and she just gave off the vibe that it was awful to mess with a sub in that way, and I could have just explained that I'm not adopted because now I've made her worry unnecessarily and I've embarrassed her. Now here's the thing, I do not think parts of my life are up to her to decide what I want to share or not, and I feel like it's on her if she feels embarrassed for assumptions that she made. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? I don't think you're the jerk at all, and I personally think that the substitute teacher there is completely in the wrong, and I would even go as far as to say that she needs to be reported. Here's the thing, I don't blame you for playing a prank on her, but for her to even share that information in the first place is like a massive breach of trust. She is sharing something that is absolutely none of her business, and it really comes off as intrusive and incredibly rude. Like, you don't just do that to someone without talking to him first. Like, if I knew something about somebody else and I decided to share that information with like the entire class or another group of people, all without their permission in the first place to share that publicly, I could imagine that they would be pretty upset that I did that. I know I would be upset if someone's sharing my personal business. So no, you are not the jerk. That substitute teacher absolutely is in the wrong, as they had no right to try and make the assumption that you're adopted. My boyfriend of 3 years confessed that he is still not sure if he wants to get married. And after dealing with this for so long, as well as waiting for him to pop the question, I have finally decided that enough is enough, and I have now moved out of the townhouse that we used to live in. And right about now, I'm wondering if I made the right decision, because right now, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So my boyfriend and I are both 37 and 36 years old, and we've been together for just under 3 years, including a 9-month period in the middle when he was deployed to the Middle East. During the time he was gone, I took care of his 90-pound dog and completely gutted and renovated his townhouse. When the renovations were done, I moved in, and a month later, he came home. We have been living together ever since. During the year that we have lived together, I have essentially been a wife to him. Before I moved in, he lived like a teenage boy. The house was messy and dirty, there was broken furniture, and he kept the poor dog in a crate for 8 hours a day without any walks, and the only cleaning that was happening was done by his mother on an occasional basis. I turned his house into a home. I made sure the dog was exercised and cared for properly. I did the grocery shopping, cooking, laundry. I made sure that every aspect of my boyfriend's life ran smoothly. Early in our relationship, we began to discuss marriage. In these conversations, we discussed how important having children was for each of us, as well as my anxiety about my biological clock. He led me to believe that he would propose before he left for his deployment and that marriage would follow upon his return. But needless to say, he did not propose before he left, which was disappointing but certainly not a deal breaker. I believed that he would propose soon after he returned home from deployment, but he did not. We had serious discussions and arguments about marriage and our timelines in March, June, August, and October. In each instance, he shared that he was not sure yet and attributed this uncertainty to his belief that we needed to improve our communication. Each time, I modified my behavior to improve our relationship, but I did not really see any changes on his part. In August of this past year, we talked about a 5-year plan, and I shared with him how I ideally saw things progressing. I shared my hope to start trying for a baby next summer, and he agreed and said that he was excited and on board. In October, I told him that if he was still unsure about marriage when my birthday rolled around in early January, then I was going to take that as a sign to move on. Over the past couple of months, he has repeatedly told me how much he loves me, how he appreciates me and wants to spend the rest of his life with me. He even hinted about the upcoming proposal. However, on the night before my birthday, he told me he was not going to propose to me because he was having doubts and wanted us to continue to improve our relationship. He expressed the same things about communication, acknowledging that it was him who needed to improve. We had more conversations over the past week, and yesterday I came home from work work, and I moved as much of my stuff out as I could possibly fit in my car. I am heartbroken because I truly love him and I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. I also really want to have a baby before it's too late for me, and I can't believe I have to start over at square one. I worry that I will never find someone to spend my life with, that I will never meet someone I love like him. I recognize that at his age and after 3 years, if he isn't sure now, then he will never be. And it's honestly just so hard, and I seriously now don't know what to do. Yeah, I can understand the dilemma here. This is one of those situations where, like, yeah, you've really articulated how you feel, and you felt like both of you were on the same page. Like, he even said, yeah, marriage and having kids are really important to me, or at least alluded to that in some kind of way. So for him to like suddenly double back and be like, well, maybe not so much anymore, or come up with this weird excuse that the both of you need to work on your relationship, only to then clarify that he's the one that needs to change things in his life. It's all really messy, and honestly, it just screams to me that he doesn't want to get married, and he is just not ready to commit to make that step. So with all things considered, I don't blame you for taking this step and sticking to your boundary. I mean, you really did lay it out quite clearly that your boyfriend needs to make a decision, otherwise you're gonna move on with your life, because this is clearly very important to you. And in my opinion, I think you deserve to be with someone who also feels the exact same way. Am I the jerk for ignoring another teacher and telling them that I'm busy in front of my class? Here's what happened. So I'm a 30-year-old male and I've been teaching at a school for 2 years now. I am in my 7th year of teaching and I'm good at it. Students like me and I do well in my class. The other teacher of my subject, Mr. D, that's not his real name, has been at the school for 20 years. He is very particular about how he wants things done, and the majority of students hate him because he is extremely rude and has some anger issues. Many students have told me that they think he is bipolar because he goes from being overly friendly to aggressive at the drop of a hat, but I always shut down these conversations. A student was talking about him and said he has a specific expectation of what he wants you to do, but doesn't tell you how to do it, and then gets angry when you haven't done it the way he wants. This pretty much sums him up perfectly, and it is relevant to what happened next. Ever since I met him, Mr. D has been extremely rude to me, ranging from passive-aggressive comments to outright rudeness, to also saying negative things about me to students. Now, I have always brushed this off, and my head of department has even told him twice that this is unacceptable. Well, several months ago, Mr. D flipped out over something minor. He ended up coming to my class while I was teaching and demanded I talk outside. He attacked how I teach, how he thinks I'm not teaching the students properly by his standards, and how this isn't good enough. Now, this is incorrect, and I tried to get a word in, but he wouldn't let me. This went on for a couple of minutes as I stood there absolutely stunned. I turned around and looked in the room, and about half the class was listening to our conversation. I told him the conversation was over, and then I went back inside. I literally could not speak. I was so angry. I had to leave and go to the bathroom to collect myself, and about 10 minutes later, he sent me an email apologizing. I then emailed him back the next day, and he apologized several more times. Since then, I've ignored him, besides the most essential communication that I would need, which I try to keep to an email. Now, he has noticed this, as he keeps coming up to me and is trying to be nice and speak to me, but I don't give him anything beyond a one-word response and just walking away. The other day, we had an assembly, and some students sang in front of the entire school. Afterwards, he came up to me and said how nice it was, and I said, yeah, and then I just turned and walked away. The next period, he came to my class to speak to me again. So I said to him, it's pretty obvious that I'm busy right now. Send me an email, and if I have any time, I'll reply. I then turned my back to him and I continued speaking to a student. One of my students saw this and said that they saw me walk away from him during the assembly. They were laughing as they said it, but said that I was being rude to him, which they find very funny because they simply don't like him. Now, I spoke to another teacher and they said that I was being rude and I should have been nicer to Mr. D. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? First of all, in my opinion, I don't think you're the jerk at all. Mr. D actually came up to you while you were teaching and literally attacked you in front of all the students. Like, if you really want these students to hate you even more, then just do that in front of someone else's class. Like, that behavior is so unacceptable and it really is completely unprofessional. It also seems like he's only being nice to you because he knows what he did is so wrong. And by the way, you have a paper trail you can submit to HR or something like that. Like, you very easily could forward all those emails to the principal and be like, look, this guy is bothering me. He even admits to being a jerk earlier, and he still comes up to me trying to like make amends for something that I don't want to talk about. Because this guy is obnoxious. He really is trying to like manipulate you and basically try to like control how you feel about him. So with all that in mind, I don't think you're the jerk. I think Mr. D is absolutely out of line because he absolutely has no business talking to you in that manner. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled Karen puts her hands on my son and steals a medication that he was holding that he desperately needed to avoid going to the hospital. With this entitled Karen claiming that she needs this medication more than my son because she doesn't believe that he's actually sick. And I've honestly never been more angry and furious with anybody in my life. Here's what happened. So a couple of weeks ago, my 4-year-old son was sick. He had a bad stomach flu that he simply couldn't shake. Since he didn't get better after 5 days and he barely responded to questions, I ended up calling the doctor's office. They were worried, so they wanted to see him. So we went off to the doctor's office, and we have a lovely doctor who told me that my son needed oral rehydration salts and that when he was uncomfortable, he could have a suppository or other painkillers for children. Since I did not have anyone at the moment who could take care of my son, I brought him with me to the nearest pharmacy for those two things. I put my son in a cart with a pillow underneath him just so he could be a little bit more comfortable. The oral rehydration salts were very easily found. I mean, not many people needed it, especially in the winter. Children's suppositories were a lot harder to find though, but thankfully I found the last pack at the back of the shelves. My son wanted to hold the medicine, so I thought to myself, sure little man, here you go, but don't do anything with it. Since I was eager to get home, I hurried to the checkout. As I was standing in line, I was looking at some other things for sick kids that they had behind the counter, thinking if I could use any of this. I looked back at my son to see how he was feeling, as he had just made a sound. But when I turned to look at him, I see a hand grabbing my son's hand with a pack of suppositories. I then look at the fool who had the nerve to do such a thing, and that's right when I ran into the entitled mother of this story. My son immediately starts crying and screaming. Before I could react, she wrenches the pack from my son. She starts screaming that she has a sick kid at home and that she needs it more than my son. I tell her that my son is sick as well and that we had it first. Then this poor excuse of a living being had the audacity to say that I was lying. I mean, my son had lost several pounds in less than a week because he was so sick and he looked really bad. He even felt lighter than my daughter, and she is 2 years younger than her big brother. I was sick with worry. My son needed that medication in his system, and he needed to shake this stupid stomach flu. Otherwise, a little stay in the hospital during Christmas became a not so fun but real option. Our doctor was very adamant that he needed to get this medicine and fluids to prevent this. My son was crying whilst climbing out of the cart. While I picked him up and held him, I raised my voice and told this piece of garbage that I didn't care if she thought I was lying. I remained calm, but I let her have it. I had lost every ounce of patience that I normally have. The increased worry of the past few days, the lack of sleep as he needed his mom so much, even at night, was wearing me down. I saw red and I can't remember everything. People who were in the pharmacy and also at the cash registers absolutely heard me. I asked this entitled Karen what kind of piece of trash would take something out of a kid's hand, and a sick child no less. I stated that my son was sick and this was not even a point of discussion. I said that it was visible. She then tried backing away, but I straight up followed her, and every time she opened her mouth, I talked over her. Eventually, the manager came to me and told her to return what she had taken. Now, this entitled Karen didn't give them to me right away, but when she did, she threw the suppositories on the floor and then left. I was shaking while I paid for what I had. The manager ended up sitting me down and gave me some water. They talked to me, calmed me down, and when I calmed down enough, I went home where I continued taking care of my son. And thankfully, my son recovered without needing to go to the hospital. Wow, I can't imagine someone actually taking some medicine out of a kid's hand inside of your basket. Like seriously, what kind of entitled monster would have done that? Like you got to that pack of medication first. It's not like you stole it or did anything sketchy to try and grab it. You literally had it first and there's no excuses. Not to mention that this entitled Karen put her hands on your son. Like I don't think I would have the self-control to prevent myself from getting physical with this person, especially if I witnessed that firsthand, so you clearly have a lot more self-control than I do, because that would have been really bad if I was in that situation. That's just me personally. But you know what? Good for you for standing up for yourself and not not allowing this Karen to push you around like that. Your son was sick and you were trying to avoid the hospital, and this entitled Karen had no right to physically touch your son or even steal that medication in the first place. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My girlfriend ruined my plans to go on a double date with my friend and his girlfriend, spending all of her money and coming to me completely broke in preparation for our double date. And now, as a result, she's demanding that I pay for her entire night on top of mine. But I simply refused that offer, and now she's calling me a jerk for not accommodating her. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So my girlfriend and I had made plans this weekend to go on a double date with my friend and his girlfriend. We have had this weekend planned for a while, and I've paid for our travel costs and for the hotel room for the night. Last weekend, my girlfriend had plans to go out with colleagues for a meal and drinks. She said that she would not be out too late and would only be having a couple of drinks after the meal. Well, she ended up staying out all night, which isn't a problem at all, but then the next morning, she said she spent more than she expected to, and now she could no longer afford the double date. She said I would have to pay for everything, or we would have to cancel because she can't afford it. Now, I was so annoyed because she had known about the plans for weeks, so she really should have planned for it. I told her that she should have come back when she said that she would instead of staying out, and then we wouldn't have this problem in the first place. She just said that she didn't plan on it, but that no one else was leaving and people wanted her to stay, so she ended up sticking around. But I just said that she should have thought about the other plans that she had and not expect me to pay for her night because she decided to ignore the fact that we had made plans. She said that was unfair and that I was wrong for being angry with her. I told her how awful it's going to look canceling now just because she decided that her colleagues were way more important and because she refused to say no to them. She just repeated that I was being unfair and that we don't have to cancel if I pay for her share of the night. But I refused, and I told her that I can lend her money and she can pay me back, but that I'm not paying for her just because she went over budget at the work event. She refused the offer of me lending her money and said that I was being a jerk for starting an argument. So honestly, am I the jerk here? What should I do? I don't think you're the jerk at all, honestly. I think your girlfriend was being very irresponsible, and now she's feeling the full weight of it. Like seriously, all she had to do was put money aside for this trip. Like that's a very small thing to expect, honestly, for a night out with you and your friend. This also doesn't sound like your average double date. Like it really seems like you planned big for this, and you even have a hotel set up for the night just to enjoy this. So yeah, I don't think you're the jerk. I think your girlfriend's being unreasonable, especially with her being like, no, I'm not gonna pay you back, but you still need to pay for my night in full. It's like, seriously, at least compromise a little bit. Because at the end of the day, she knew exactly what she was doing, and it is seriously immature for her to act like this is now your responsibility, even though she's the one that threw away all of her money. Am I the jerk for not wanting my stepniece in my wedding, even though my nephews are going to be a part of it? Because I'm honestly trying to avoid her bratty behavior, and I know for a fact she will ruin my ceremony if I let her in. Here's what happened. Okay, so for a bit of background, my biological nephews are 8 and 10 years old. When they were 4, their parents went through a very messy divorce, and as a result, I took them in for 3 years. I'm not going to go into detail, but my brother became a drunk, and the mom didn't want anything to do with them, so that's why I took them in. I met my husband through the school they go to because his daughter is in the same class. During the 3rd year, my brother got married to his wife, who has a daughter with terrible manners. She is 9 years old, so she is old enough, but she is a kid who will throw tantrum at events when it's not about her. For example, she blew the candles on my nephew's birthday, and when he cried, he got reprimanded. But I took them out the next day so that he could blow out his own candles. Now, keep in mind, my brother still isn't making an effort with his own kids. Towards the end of the year, he demanded to have his kids back, and because of how the court arranged it, he was able to keep custody. I, however, still attended everything because the boys want me to. I never bonded with his wife or daughter because the sister-in-law is rude and she is very passive-aggressive. But I have made efforts to invite them to my house just so we can bond, but she ripped up my husband's daughter's favorite doll, and then my sister-in-law got mad at me for reprimanding her. So anyways, at my wedding, my daughter is going to be the only one in my wedding party as a flower girl, and my nephews are going to be the ring bearers. We have a no kids rule, so that means no stepniece, because I know she will throw a tantrum at my ceremony. The main issue is that she wants to be part of my wedding as a flower girl, but my answer is no, because I want my daughter daughter to feel special, and to be completely honest, she is not important enough to me to want her to be in my wedding. Well, her mother is demanding that her daughter be a flower girl or my nephews won't be taking part. She stated that I'm hurting a child's feeling by excluding her. But it's not that I want to exclude her, it's just that I know she is going to throw a temper tantrum the very moment that she knows she is not the center of attention, because no matter what, she does that. I told my brother that if this happens, I will cut off all financial support that I have given them, which he said was not fair. Keep in mind though, I would be paying for a babysitter at the hotel, and I have chosen a venue that's close to a theme park, so while the ceremony goes on, she will be there, and then my daughter and nephews will join them for the rest of the time, and then go back to the hotel to go to bed and everything else while the reception still goes through. Because this is a destination wedding, I will be paying for my parents' and brother's room and a babysitter, which I think is generous and way more fun than being in a wedding, which can be stressful. My brother is telling me to sort it out with my sister-in-law, and my parents understand me, but told me to let it go. My daughter wants to be the only flower girl, but also wants my nephews, and they cried when they thought they couldn't be a part of the wedding. So honestly, am I the jerk here? What should I do? I don't think you're the jerk at all. Like, your stepniece has shown a history of being a spoiled brat, and it's always been detrimental towards you and your kids. And in my opinion, that is just completely unacceptable. The parents are clearly not doing their job and keeping that kid in check, and it's honestly not fair for you to have to deal with that at your wedding. So in my opinion, I don't think you're the jerk at all. I think your sister-in-law and her daughter are learning the consequences of their actions. And while you can't really control if the nephews are able to be the ring bearers at the ceremony, you can still make a firm stance that that stepniece is not going to be there, no matter how much begging and screaming they try to do. An entitled father doesn't feel the need to clean up after his destructive kid's mess. And I'm honestly so sick of this guy, and I seriously hope I don't have to deal with him ever again. Here's what happened. So I have a nearly 4-year-old daughter, and our next door neighbors has a son the same age. Their birthdays are a week apart, and the kids are best friends and love playing together. Though we try to limit it because they have a dynamic that gets them really rowdy and very riled up. For the sake of the story, we'll call my daughter Frida and our next door neighbor's son Fred. Frida and Fred are not their real names. Fred is a handful, and I think his mom does her best. But Fred's dad, he is so whiny and entitled, it is infuriating. So the other day, all the neighbors with kids got together to do a little winter bonfire in the backyard. You know, roast marshmallows and make bread on a stick in the fire. And so I got sent out to get a hold of some good sticks that we could use, and I decided to take Frida and Fred with me. We live in townhouses where there is a long row of garden plots that you can rent. One of the spaces is unused and full of the branches and things people cut out of their gardens, so we head over there to grab some sticks, and the kids bring a couple of toy shovels that they're playing with. As I'm trying to cut branches, the kids go into the next garden plot. Now, I know the older lady who has it, and she is always welcoming to the kids playing on her plot and is always offering them strawberries or peas from the garden, so I figured that it was okay for them to play there for a couple of minutes. Well, I hear stones hitting the ground and manic laughter, so I look over and I see Fred is kicking over all the bricks that this lady had made a raised planter out of. Then, my squealing Frida is grabbing bricks and throwing them. I put a stop to that real fast, and I told them that we have to rebuild the planter and that it's not okay to ruin other people's things. Fred eventually got bored with that and found a place that he could dig a hole. I told him he needed to help, but I couldn't make him. Frida helped me fix the planter and went to play with Fred when we finished. I went back into the patch of branches, cut what I needed, and came back out after 3 minutes. Now, I had heard that they were digging in some dirt, and that was fine, but as I'm coming out, I hear the impish voice of someone saying, "Oh, we know we're being naughty," as well as them giggling again. Well, I found they had dug all the gravel out of another neighbor's garden and were flinging it all over the parking lot. Now, this time I was angry. Had I not just told them not to ruin other people's gardens? And now we had to clean up this mess as well. Like, this is not okay. I told Frida to run home and get the big broom, and I told Fred to start shoveling gravel back in place. Frida took off to fetch it, but Fred sat down and resolutely informed me that I'm not his dad and he doesn't have to listen to me. But I told him that when he's with me, he most certainly does. Just like Frida has to listen to me. And when I said this, Fred ended up crying. So I call his dad, and I say that I need some reinforcements as we have a situation over here. Frida comes back with a broom and I get her started on shoveling. I'm sweeping and I can see it's hard for her to understand why she has to help, all while Fred is just sitting there playing with a shovel. So I explain it's because Fred doesn't want to help clean up the mess that they had made, but that Fred's Fred's dad was coming to make him do the right thing too. Eventually, Fred's dad shows up and I explain what's happened and that we need to get this cleaned up and fix this planner that they destroyed. But instead, he goes to Fred and says, "Oh, buddy, are you tired? You're acting like this because you had a long day, huh? Do you want to go home and have some juice and watch some Paw Patrol?" And I say out loud, after you get this mess cleaned up, right? I told the kids that we need to fix this before we go back. He responded to me by saying, "Nah, it's just kids being kids. Let the garden owners fix it. They won't know who did it anyways. Besides, I'm freezing out here. Aren't you cold, Fred? Let's get going." Frida then says that she's cold as well and wants to go with Fred. But I told her that I was also cold, but we can't just leave someone's garden in ruins or leave gravel all over the place. So we swept and shoveled everything back in place for 20 minutes. Frida asked about why Fred didn't have to help and got to watch TV about 15 times. I could see the cogs in her little head turning, trying to figure out why she was being punished while Fred got rewarded, and I just didn't know what to say to her, besides saying that in our family, we take responsibility and we clean up our own messes. I had to bite my tongue and not add that Fred's dad is entitled and that the apple doesn't fall far from the entitlement tree. But hopefully, I don't ever have to deal with that kid or his entitled father in this way ever again. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Here you are trying to develop good habits with your kid, and then this Fred kid, as well as his stupid father, pretty much ruin everything you're trying to do. That is seriously not fair. It really sets a weird precedent, and just like you noted, it's only going to cause problems when it comes to I don't know, teaching responsibility, because what the dad of Fred did is super inappropriate. He basically said, "Yeah, it's okay to break other things as long as you don't get caught." And it's no, it's not. What if that was your garden that somebody destroyed? I'm pretty sure they would be upset if someone destroyed your hard work. That is such an awful example to set for your 4-year-old kid, and I think you were in the right to tell your daughter, well, in our house, we correct our mistakes. And I seriously don't think that the original poster was being overbearing or anything like that. He was seriously just trying to fix the things that these kids had broken. And in my opinion, I think it's a horrible example to basically convince your kid that if you don't get caught, then it is okay to try and break other people's stuff. My entitled aunt always forces me or my family members to bring stuff from our home country over to France so that she can enjoy items that she doesn't want shipped to her house. And after dealing with this for so long, I'm honestly exhausted. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, so I think context is needed before saying what I'm about to say, so I really need to explain some things first. I am planning on visiting my aunt and uncle in France for 2 weeks in April. I am not currently working and I'm just doing job interviews to get back into the workforce. So I'm living in my parents' places and I'm using my savings. I'm also in the process of applying to medical school, and I am going to take the medical school entrance exam before April of 2024. I was planning on going on a trip afterwards with them as a reward to me, and I spent about $800 on tickets. So it's my aunt, my uncle, and my cousin there as well. And I'm basically going to be joining them. Now, whenever they visit, we are always the ones to book hotels, tickets, and pay for gas money, and they pay for food once in a while. She is taking care of the Airbnb cost and the gas and the tickets, and I'm planning on doing the same by footing the bill for restaurants once in a while. Now, with that bit of context out of the way, this is where things kind of get weird. My aunt has the strangest thing that she always does. And in my opinion, my grandma is like this with very little boundaries, so I'm going to assume that my aunt is like this because of that. My aunt always burdens people when they travel. When my grandma comes from India, she tells her to carry multiple pounds of lentils to bring to France. When my family goes to India, we sometimes go through France when we return back home, and since we have a large weight allowances for our final destination to America, she would sometimes ask us to carry heavy bundles of rice and grains, and we sometimes have to leave things behind that we bought for us from India just to accommodate what she wants weight-wise. This always made me angry because we rarely come to India, and it's really expensive and we end up leaving our items for her. My aunt regularly goes to India, and she is a single woman who's only responsible for one ticket, by the way. And sometimes we will meet her during a trip. She will send stuff to our house for us to bring along, and this has been going on for years. So last summer, for example, we were going to India to visit my grandparents, and she was in India for a month-long trip and told us to buy 10 giant bottles of shampoo, which she paid us back for, and sent handbags and clothes to our house. She would buy this all from a US website and then have it shipped to our address. So as a result, we had to add an extra suitcase just to accommodate her things. We also have my brother with a disability, and my mom has a push wheelchair. So the two of us, meaning my dad and I, were left to handle 4 giant suitcases places all by ourselves. Reducing the luggage weight is always a must for us because 2 of my family members have disabilities and my dad also has back issues, meaning that all of our luggage is handled by 2 people. And never ever have we done anything like this. It always blows my mind. We are all the type of people to never want to burden others, and I've never made her bring anything for me. When she comes to the US from France, I have never bought things from a French website, sent it to her home, and then made her carry all of that for me when she travels to see us. It's just rude to burden people like that. It's honestly just what I think, and I've honestly just been raised to know this fact. And you also should never burden others as well. Now, similarly for this upcoming trip, she has also sent to my house 5 dresses and 2 handbags, as well as multiple board games for my cousin. She also asked me to buy 6 giant shampoo bottles of dandruff shampoo that she uses, and that she will pay me back when I get there. I also have to get an entirely different suitcase, all for this, by the way. I myself have to carry all my stuff and also her garbage. And I don't even have my dad this time to help me out. I wanted to buy a blowout brush which works in the Indian voltage, and the US has a different voltage, and my hair tools won't work in India. But since France and India have the same voltage, I bought this brush on the French Amazon and I sent it to her home. She picked it up from her front porch and it's sitting at her place. When I come there, I will pick it up and take it back to the United States. And that's the only favor I've ever asked of her, to literally just pick something up from her front door and keep it inside. I mean, she doesn't even have to carry it. And I conveniently sent it to her home so that I can pick it up when I come there. In the past, I did test her just to ask for a small favor. There's a hair dye in India that I really like, and she was going to India herself. I asked her to get me 10 packets of those so that I can pick it up when I come to France. Mind you, it is extremely light, and it's not like the American dye boxes. It's a small, flat packet with just dye and developer, and all 10 packets added together probably weighed about 1 pound. We're talking about the weight of maybe 1 to 2 apples. But guess what? She didn't even do that. She got back home to France and just said, "Oops, I forgot." She couldn't even get such a light and tiny thing, but I have to get her 6 giant shampoo bottles and carry that, the clothes, handbags, and board games that she sent over. Honestly, burdening people coming to visit me by making them carry multiple pounds of heavy items wouldn't even cross my mind. I hate that I've been put on the spot like this. I am not at all a confrontational person, and part of me feels like this is some sort of power play on her part, since she makes a lot more money and is footing the bill for the gas, hotels, and tickets. Maybe she thinks that I have to allow anything that she does now, or something like that. Maybe she's trying to see how she can benefit from this and wants to use me coming here for this. Honestly, I don't know how to talk to her in a polite way, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Yeah, your aunt sounds really intrusive. Like, who in their right mind wouldn't just order stuff and then have it shipped to your house? Like, I can understand if it's something small that she wants you to bring over, but for you to be expected to have this giant suitcase that you have to bring with all of her stuff in there, like, that is really extreme, and that's so unfair. So I know if I was in your shoes, I would start communicating with her and saying explicitly, "Listen, I can't bring all this with me. It is too much and I can't handle it on my own." If anything, maybe even offer to like ship it to her directly, because the way she's having it set up right now is so unfair. And I know if I was in your shoes, I would definitely not want to put up with this. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled sister stole and gave away my puppies after we had a minor disagreement. And now, even a year after the incident took place, I still refuse to talk to her, as I am still furious for what she did. And right about now, I'm wondering if I'm the jerk or not for choosing to stay away from her and not hang out with her ever again. Here's what happened. Also, this story came from the Am I the Jerk subreddit. Check the links in the description if you would like to submit your own stories. So I first want to start off by saying that all the names in this story are fake. This happened about a year ago, but I'm still upset about it, and my parents think that I should talk to my sister, who I will call Nikki, and their rationale is that a lot of time has passed. She has said she's sorry, and we do have a new dog. So for a bit of context, I had an argument with Nikki that led up to the point of her going to my parents' house and stealing my puppies the night following our argument, and then giving them away the next morning before I or my parents could stop her. Now, for a bit of clarification about my relationship with Nikki, she is the daughter of my dad's ex-wife and is not his biological daughter, but my parents refer to her as my sister since my dad helped to raise her. Our argument first started when we got back from a trip to to another state for a funeral for a relative of Nikki's mother. And FYI, this was a trip I was forced to go on. I said I wanted to walk over to my parents' home to visit them and see my puppies that were both Rottweiler and Cane Corso mixes. And these puppies were gifted to me from my parents after I moved in with them. Well, Nikki was in a bad mood because she didn't have enough money to get some substances and got mad when I told her I was going to visit my parents. She told me, "Why don't you just leave then and go back in with them? Just run back to mommy." And she said this in a really rude and mean tone. Now, I didn't respond and I just went to my parents' place, and my mom immediately noticed that I was upset. I told my mom and dad about what Nikki had said to me, and I didn't know what to do. Nikki was always quick to be mean when someone did something that she didn't like, and she had expressed that she wanted me to move in with her and her mother for a long time, and had basically kept me in their house by gaslighting and guilt-tripping me into agreeing to stay. This happened every time I wanted to go back to my parents. They would both get mad and guilt-trip me into sticking around. I knew if I told her I wanted to leave, she would get mad, but my parents comforted me and told me to just tell her that I was leaving and then bring my stuff back. Then they left to go to the evening church services. So I did as they advised. When I told Nikki that I was going back to my parents, she did her normal routine of getting mad and telling her mother. They then ganged up on me and started to get mad at me and gaslighting me, but I just kept packing my things. When I gathered all my stuff and was walking out, Nikki really started to freak out. She started to yell at her mother, saying stuff like, "Make her stop, make her stay right now." Her mother tried to order me to stay, but I just ignored everything that they said. After I got all my stuff inside my parents' house, I fed and watered my puppies before I started unpacking my stuff. My parents wouldn't be back until later because they often like to go to one of their church friends' houses for a few hours after the church services ended, so I decided to go to sleep. Now, I am a heavy sleeper, and I don't wake very easily, so I didn't hear Nikki come around and steal my puppies. They both knew her and they liked her, so they didn't bark or anything like that when she took them. The next morning, I checked my phone and I saw a bunch of messages from Nikki that started off with her being mad and demanding that I come home, to then her telling me that I owed her money for taking me on a trip, and then to the pictures of my puppies and the final message saying, "You won't see your precious puppies ever again." After reading that last message and the picture of my puppies, I began to freak out and I ran outside to find both my puppies were gone. My parents calmed me down enough for me to explain, and they began to call and text Nikki. She texted back that she had already given them away. She wouldn't tell us who she gave them to, so I just cried, and I just blocked her and her mother's number. I did not want anything to do with them. Well, I guess she realized that she messed up after I wouldn't talk to her for days afterwards because she came around with a dog that she adopted on my 20th birthday and tried to talk to me, but I didn't say anything to her, though I was happy to see the dog. She tried to make me forgive her for a long time, and I finally did, but I still don't hang out with her like I did before. Now, my parents want me to start talking more with her because it's been over a year and she said that she misses me, but I don't want to be around her. She still has moments where she gets mad at me over little things, so I don't want to hang out with her at all. Now, I will speak to her and talk to her when other people are around, but I refuse to do that while alone. So am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? No, you are definitely not the jerk. Nikki stole and then gave away your puppies, all because you refused to do exactly as she said. And that, in my opinion, is unforgivable, and that would 100% inform my decision of whether or not I want to be around Nikki. Because sure, you have to talk to her around other people, but you do not for a second have to hang out with her ever again. Like, that's unacceptable and so inappropriate, it's not even funny. And the fact that your parents are like, "Oh, come on, Nikki apologized. It was only a year ago." Like, are they crazy? Nikki sounds like an awful person. Who's to say she wouldn't do something awful again if you let her back into your life? So in my opinion, I don't think you're the jerk. I think you are completely justified by cutting her out of your life. And honestly, if I was in your shoes, I would have done the exact same thing. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for telling my husband that I will no longer participate in family vacations if his ex-wife is also going to be present? Here's what happened. I want to start off by saying that all the names in this story are fake. While on study abroad, my husband Robert got his foreign girlfriend Elizabeth pregnant. Their relationship was rocky, and they've been broken up since Tim was about 1 year old. I met Robert when their son Tim was 3 years old, and Robert and I have been together now for about 13 years. When I met Robert, he was upfront that Tim always comes first, and unfortunately is a package deal with Elizabeth when Tim is old enough for solo international travel. This was unfortunate because at the time, Robert and Elizabeth absolutely hated each other. My in-laws have always paid for plane tickets for Elizabeth and Tim to visit. Elizabeth and Tim usually visit for 2 to 3 weeks every year, and Robert always requested my presence during these visits so that I could build a relationship with Tim and to have some moral support when dealing with Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth has mostly been nice to me, although it is superficial. I mean, we are definitely not friends. She's fine with the in-laws because they are very nice people who just want a relationship with their grandson and would never jeopardize that access. Robert and Elizabeth's relationship gradually improved, and by the time Tim was 7, they were on friendly terms. Being required to spend 2 to 3 weeks every year staying in the same house as my husband's ex has always been a minimum comfort for me, and at times extremely difficult and very painful. But I tolerated it without any complaint, without fully expressing how hard it was, because I felt that my main job here is to support Robert. I've been holding out for the goalpost Robert identified early on, that when Tim is old enough to travel alone, presumably Elizabeth will no longer come with him. Well, that time has finally arrived. Tim is 16 years old, traveled alone to visit last summer, and it was awesome. However, Elizabeth said she wants to come visit again this year and continue doing so every other year, with no end date in sight. My parents-in-law will never stop paying for plane tickets and never suggest Elizabeth not come. In fact, 2 years ago, prior to Tim's solo trip for the first time, they assured Elizabeth that she is always welcome even after Tim is an adult, that she is a part of the family as well. Statements and events like that have amounted to death by 1,000 cuts, in which I've been experiencing serious depression, all surrounding around Elizabeth's visits. I feel like the goalpost I was holding out for has suddenly vanished away. So I told Robert that I will no longer be present for the full family vacations when Elizabeth comes. I will hang out for 1 or 2 weekends only, and he knows I'm fully on board with vacations that do not include her. Now, he is hurt. He says my lack of presence shows everyone, including Tim, that I don't care. But I say that a stepmother cannot form a relationship with a stepchild when the mother is always present, and these visits are causing me extreme emotional distress, so it's time that I take care of myself because no one else is considering my emotions here. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? Honestly, in my opinion, I don't blame you for a second for thinking about yourself first. You have dealt with this for so long. You've dealt with her visits for such a long time, and you're now feeling the effects of depression and like a decline in your mental health. In my opinion, that's more than enough reason for you to put yourself first for the first time and just escape this lady altogether. Because you're right, you are just the stepmother, you can't control this dynamic, and it really seems like everybody else is fine with this except for you. But I would personally not allow this to inform your decision of what you think is best for you. Because you've got it right, it really doesn't seem like anybody's thinking about your emotional needs, and if no one else is going to do that, then it's time for you to step up and take care of yourself. I recently got promoted to a more senior, higher paid position than my husband, and now as a result, he's treating me incredibly poorly, and at this point, I just don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, so my husband and I both have steady corporate jobs. Recently, I was called into my manager's office and offered a promotion to a more senior role. It came with a nice pay raise, and I was really delighted to accept it. I came home that night buzzing with excitement about telling my husband. I was just really proud of myself, and I wanted to share that with him. We've also got 2 kids. One is 7 years old and one is 10 years old, so I was sure the extra money would be good news. When I told him about the promotion and pay raise, his reaction was less than excited. After a pause, he said congratulations in an extremely flat tone, all before going really quiet. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not so full of myself that I was expecting a song and dance, but if our roles were reversed, I know I would have been a lot happier for my husband than he'd been for me in that moment. His reaction was so underwhelming that I kind of lost my excitement for the news, and I didn't say anything else about it that evening. The next day, my husband was noticeably quiet and seemed oddly sullen and hostile when I spoke to him. It's just like I'd imagine a teenager would talk to a teacher that they didn't like. He wouldn't tell me the problem, but after a weekend of sulking coupled with oddly passive comments about work, I basically knew that it had to do with my promotion. I didn't want to believe that he would be that way, especially since he has a great job that pays really well. The first day at work in my new role was super exciting, and in a surprising twist, my husband said he'd cook a special dinner, which really made me feel like he had gotten over whatever jealousy he may have felt. However, when I got home, my husband wasn't there, and upon calling him with no response, I got the following text message. He said to me, "Your big job must have been tough, so I didn't want to get in your hair." He had gone out drinking and came back very drunk. Frankly, I was really angry by this point, and I asked him why he was suddenly treating me like garbage. He got really passive-aggressive about my big important job, and upon asking why he'd promised me a dinner and then just left to go drinking, he smirked at me and said that was my responsibility since I was apparently wearing the pants now. The only reason I didn't scream at him was because my kids were sleeping upstairs. That was 2 days ago, and yesterday he was pretty much too hungover to even function. So today I plan on confronting him. My question is, how can I best go about doing this? Something needs to give here, because I won't continue this environment around the kids. His actions have been so clearly messed up that I don't even know where to start. He's never acted close to this before, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. It's pretty obvious, and I think you know this at this point, that your husband is very clearly jealous about your new job. You must be making more money than him or something like that, because your husband is acting as if this is the end of his world. Like he's going out drinking and getting entirely wasted, all after finding out about your big job. And that is seriously such a shame, because like, why would you not celebrate that? Why would this guy not be like, oh my gosh, this is amazing, this is great for the both of us? Because it seems like this guy is like acting completely the opposite of what would be appropriate. And here's the thing, I get it. For a lot of guys, unfortunately, your job is everything to you. And maybe this guy just doesn't like the fact that his wife makes more money than him or something like that. But even then, like, why does he care about that so much? That doesn't negatively impact his life. Like, why is he acting like this is the end of the world while also treating his wife like absolute garbage? Like, this guy is really acting like a loser, and this is not fair for you in the slightest. He's treating your partnership like a competition, and that is honestly so disappointing. So hopefully when you do confront him about this all goes well in some kind of way, because this man is acting like a giant baby, and the way he's treating you is incredibly unfair. Am I the jerk for suggesting another soccer mom remove her daughter from our competitive team and instead enlist her in the social league, since she very clearly doesn't know what she's doing, while also taking away from the team's competitive dynamics? Here's what happened. Okay, so I'll start off by saying that as parents, we should be able to gauge our children's abilities and what programs are the best fit for them. We play on a competitive recreational indoor soccer league, with all of this occurring during the off-season. The Parks and Rec in our area offer two different forms of indoor soccer. The first one is the social indoor soccer, and this one is the least competitive, and it's more about just having a good time, as well as being laid back and learning at a slower pace. The second one is the competitive team, and it is self-explanatory. Our kids, by the way, are 9 and 10 years old, and they really want to win. These girls fight hard and truly give it their all. Now, one player on the team literally just runs around flailing her arms in the air. She does not know the rules of the game. She will drop to the ground on the field and start throwing a fit if the other team scores a goal. She'll even start screaming that they're about to lose. It is such a distraction to all the players on the team, and even the opposing team gets confused. They have her in the defender box most of the time, and when it's time to defend and match up, she shakes her hands in the other kid's face or just runs the opposite direction. It's just hard to watch this as a parent. Also, a factor in this is that we pay a few $100s in fees every season, and some of us help sponsor as well. So we are invested in being competitive. Now, I get it, this is not professional soccer, but we still take it pretty seriously. Well, I spoke with her mother recently, who just laughed and giggled about the girl's behavior. She would just call it cute and how she's having a good time out there. Now, I did not pry into her medical history because that's none of my business, but the mom voluntarily shared with me that her daughter had ADHD and was thinking about taking medications. Personally, I think there is something else going on with the kid, but again, that part is none of my business. I then suggested to the mom that maybe the social league would be a better fit for her daughter, that what she was doing on the field and during practice was so distracting, and it honestly was very counterproductive. I said that it was detrimental to our team, and it was hurting our chances of even making the playoffs. Well, when I said that, she snapped at me hardcore and said that this is just little kid sports, and it shouldn't matter at all, and that I need to keep my thoughts to myself. She also doubled down and said that she won't go to the social league while also saying, "How dare you even approach me with that opinion?" So honestly, am I the jerk here? Because seriously, other parents and even the coaches have shown frustration, but I'm unfortunately the only one who's even spoken up. What should I do? I don't think you're the jerk at all, and I think you have every right to be concerned about this behavior because like you said, it is distracting from everything you're trying to do. Like that girl absolutely belongs on the social league. She can still have a good time and obviously learn the rules of the game, or even just learn how to play in the first place because what you've described is basically her not knowing what she's doing. And that's not fair because this is literally the competitive team. These are people who want to take this game seriously and they are there for serious reasons. So for this kid to be screaming, "Oh, we're gonna lose," and also her running away from opponents and making a giant hole in the field, like that's not helping the team at all and it's really gonna hurt their chances of making any kind of progress. And I'm right there with the original poster because I think they get it. This isn't professional soccer, but they did sign up for the competitive league, so they would like to have that competitive experience to some degree. And if a team member is not taking this seriously and they literally don't know how to play, then in my opinion, I think it's a good thing the original poster made that very clear to them. Now, I totally get that maybe the original poster should have had the coach handle that, and they themselves should not have gotten involved, but it seems like the coach and everybody else involved is like not brave enough to say anything. So to that end, I don't blame you for saying anything, especially when you've put in all this money and time into this competitive league. Am I the jerk for freaking out on my mother-in-law after she tried to get involved in personal matters of my own that had absolutely nothing to do with her? Here's what happened. So my husband and I took some time out from his mom last year because she was interfering with my personal business that had no impact on her whatsoever. Here's basically what was going on. I was contacted by some biological family members of mine who are my late father's parents and two of his siblings. They had reached out to say they regretted letting me and my younger sister go into foster care when we were 6 and 2 years old after our parents passed away. My sister passed away in foster care, and then I was left totally alone with no family. So having these people reach out now that I'm 29, and after not seeing them for well over 2 decades, it honestly all really made me mad. The reason for them not taking me in is that I was my father's affair baby. He was married with kids when he and my mom started an affair, and his marriage to his ex-wife only came to an end when my mom was 6 months pregnant with me. The fallout meant that my father was hated, understandably so, but so was I and so was my sister when she was born. I have very vague memories of his older children and none of them were very pleasant. My father's parents and siblings all sided with his ex-wife and the children once my parents passed away and decided that foster care was the only place for us since we had nobody on our maternal side. As a side note, my mother was a foster kid herself. I saw my grandparents and aunts and uncles at my sister's funeral, but she was buried by the state since none of them claimed her body and I was just a kid myself so I couldn't do it. So I had no desire to welcome them into my life or to forgive them and form any kind of relationship. Now with that context out of the way, this is where my mother-in-law gets involved. She started making comments that I should give them a chance or I will regret it. She said, "How am I ever supposed to know my siblings if I don't make any effort?" Well, my husband told her to stop, and I even told her that my supposed siblings weren't even a part of the group who reached out, and from the limited info that I heard, they have no interest in establishing anything with me, and it sounds like they feel like I should have passed away with my sister. My mother-in-law said it didn't mean I shouldn't try, and then she wanted to know their names so she could talk to them herself. Now, after her not letting up despite my husband telling her multiple times, we decided that we are definitely going to take a break from her. Then, a little over a week later, she showed up and told me that she found them on Facebook and was waiting for them to accept a message so that she could talk to them and fix things for me. I lost my temper and I told her to stay out of things that don't concern her. Well, she told me not to curse at her, which I definitely did, and that she was just trying to help. My husband was furious with his mom when he got home. They argued and then his brother got involved and basically said I should have just shut the door in her face and let my husband deal with her. So now I'm wondering if he's right and if I was wrong to engage and say what I did. What should I do? You are definitely not the jerk. There's no way you're possibly the jerk here. First of all, this is all privilege information. This is a highly sensitive situation that does not concern anybody but you and your husband. So the fact that your mother-in-law would try to get involved and be like, "Don't worry, I'm gonna fix it," especially with people who literally abandoned you when you needed them them the most is so disgusting to me, it's not even funny. She's treating this like some kind of drama that she can fix, when in reality, these supposed siblings don't care about you. Even the people that reached out to you don't care about you in the slightest. They just feel guilty 2 decades later after they gave up on you and your sister, because that's exactly what they did. None of them were willing to take care of you and your sister, and they just said, okay, off to foster care you go. Like you didn't have anything to do with that scenario. So the fact that they would do that to you and your sister is so disgusting to me. But even with all that in mind, and even with your mother-in-law most likely knowing all of these details, she still felt entitled to try and patch things up with this extended family, even though these people are the furthest thing from family you could ever find. So this behavior from your mother-in-law is entirely inappropriate, and if that happened to me, I would have definitely lost my temper as well, because this is literally none of her business. And the fact that she tried to interject and force this situation to get fixed in some kind of way, in my opinion, is absolutely unacceptable. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled classmate steals my computer right off my desk, denying ever taking it when I desperately start searching for it. But after the school administration and the principal get involved to find my computer, the culprit eventually steps forward just to avoid a group punishment for the entire class. But now I feel like a jerk for even saying anything in the first place. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. This story also came from the Am I the Jerk subreddit. Check the links in the description if you would like to submit your own stories. So to start things out, all names in this story are fake. So this story happened a couple years ago when I was attending middle school. I was in my first period, which was art class, and there are these 3 troublemakers who sit in the corner of the class. I sat near them, but not completely with them. Let's call them Tony, Tom, and Bob. I had my headphones in when I walked up to the front of the class to ask the teacher about the criteria for an upcoming project. While standing there, I heard the sound of my headphones disconnecting from my computer. I turned around to look at my computer, but I didn't notice it gone, and that's because of my classmate's computer. But when I walked back to my seat, I realized my computer is not there. I asked my neighbors if they took it, and they did not. But my mind immediately went to the kids in the back, especially Tom. Now, Tom was known in our school to be a troublemaker and generally not a very good student. They are the type of kids to not pay attention in class and swear during class. And when I realized that they probably took it, I walked over and I asked Tony if he had taken it. And he just said to me, "No, why would I take it?" I then looked around a little bit more until giving up and telling the teacher. Let's just call this teacher Mia. Mia was a very strict but nice teacher. And when I told her, she helped me look around and ask other classmates with their computers if they had seen who had taken it or if they had taken it themselves, but nobody turned it in. Mia then got the entire class's attention and told them that if nobody gave it back in the next 5 minutes, she would call the office, and trust me, she sticks to her word. But even then, nobody turned it in. Well, Mia did exactly that. She called up to the office with 1 admin and 2 security officers coming in and giving the students an ultimatum. They said to us plainly, either you give up the computer in the next 2 minutes or we search every single backpack. But still, nobody turned anything in. They then escorted all the kids to the lunch area and kept me in the room, asking me if my computer had stickers on it to help them find it. We were unsuccessful in searching the room, so the school locked the computer so it could not be used. After being unsuccessful in finding the computer, the principal themselves actually came in with the students and decided to intervene. He said to them, "I've heard students saying that we buy these computers for $20, but in reality they're much more than that. They're well over $200, and it becomes a pretty big deal when they are stolen because they cost a lot to replace." Now, at this point, I felt really embarrassed, and I did not want this to become such a big deal. The principal continued his speech. He said, "I will give you all a choice. Either the computer gets turned in by the end of this period, or there is no field trip at the end of the year for the entire class." And for the record, we had a very nice trip planned to Six Flags. The entire class was silent for the next 3 to 4 minutes, and when the bell rang, a lot of people were mad at me, and I was honestly afraid of getting beaten up. But later that day, the computer was found by Tom, you know, one of the troublemakers from earlier, and he turned it in because it was locked and he couldn't use it. So am I the jerk for reporting this in the first place? What should I do? You are definitely not the jerk. You knew exactly exactly who took it, but they just didn't want to fess up to it. Like, you are definitely not in the wrong, and there's no reason for you to feel guilty in the slightest. Those troublemaker kids in the back very clearly are the ones at fault, and if you and your class actually did end up losing your trip to Six Flags, then trust me, it wouldn't be your fault. It would be Tom and his stupid friends who clearly wanted to mess with you. And I honestly can't stand people like this. People who steal other people's belongings like that. It is honestly so disgusting, and there's no good excuse for it. So hopefully Tom got in trouble for stealing your property, because under no circumstances is that ever okay. And in my opinion, I think you absolutely did the right thing. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Today, I messed up that I've been overestimating my friendship, and I'm starting to realize that it truly is one-sided. Here's what happened. Okay, so my friend and I have been friends since we were kids, with the both of us now being in our early 30s. There are periods of time where we talk and see each other a lot, and there's times where we simply don't. We hadn't been talking and seeing each other much since COVID, but a little over a year ago, we were both in much more stable situations. They stopped using hard substances, and I was in a more stable place with my job. So I decided to reach out. I texted more, I tried to be better. They don't have a car, but I do, so I would drive to see them once a month, if not more. They live pretty far away, so about 2 hours, but it was worth it, I thought. It's not about the money or time I spent getting there. It's about having an actual friend in my life. I was never a super social person, but after COVID lockdown, I now feel super out of touch with everything and everyone. It's gotten better, but I'm not good at making friends, and I'm not the best in social situations. So I figured trying to reach out and become close to this friend was a good start at feeling more like myself. Anyways, we texted to meet at their place days ago, and this person asked me a few days before if someone else could join. And even though I didn't know this person super well, I thought to myself, why not? It could be a better way to get to know somebody new. When I got there, the other person didn't have a car as they got an Uber to get there. But it doesn't matter, I thought. We would just hang out inside. I couldn't go into their place due to their spouse needing to rest, so I drove them around to get lunch and go to the mall, which was the plan all along, but they just never told me that I'd be driving them around. They offered gas money, but I declined because it's not about the money to me. Well, my friend and their friend are much closer than I am with my friend. So much so that most of the time I was there, they were talking about people that I didn't know. They were also going on about times that they hung out, inside jokes, and parties they went to, all of which I was never invited to. So there was only so many times where I could say, oh wow, that sounds like a lot of fun, all before it kind of started to hurt. It felt like I was a chauffeur and a third wheel. Well, since I'm socially inept, towards the end of the day, I just kind of stayed quiet. And I guess I looked pretty upset. I dropped them off, gave my friend their Christmas present, and said I was just tired, and then I left. When I got home, my friend texted me and asked me if I was okay. They kept spamming me messages and messages about it, and honestly, I didn't mean to be upset. I know my emotions aren't other people's responsibility, and I know other people are allowed to have close friends, even if that doesn't mean that I am one of them. It just hurt to realize I'm not close to them and probably never will be. So I texted my friend that I felt left out, and that I know it's not their fault, and that I know they are closer to their friend. They texted back basically confirming that they are closer, but that it doesn't matter and that it wasn't their intention to make me feel left out, and that they won't include anyone else next time, which wasn't what made me upset. I tried to explain that, and the friend said that they'll make it up to me, whatever that means. I mean, how can they? They didn't do anything wrong. It was me who set unrealistic expectations on a friend I don't see often. Honestly, I feel like the friend is full of garbage and just saying whatever to try and make me not upset so I'll drive them around again. After all the effort that I put through to try and be their friend and get closer, I thought that I mattered more to them, and to find out it's a one-sided friendship just really makes me feel differently towards them. After having to drive so many people in my life around, such as my siblings and other people like friends and family, I'm very burnt out and I'm at my breaking point. I feel left out at work all the time, and I just didn't expect it from someone that I consider a friend. It sucks to realize that you're not as important to someone as they are to you, and it sucks to know that you're an afterthought. So I honestly messed up by thinking I was close to someone when in all actuality, I'm really not. Okay, I think you're going about this in the wrong direction. Like, you're jumping to some weird conclusions that in my opinion are going to be the downfall of your friendship here. Not the fact that your friend has done anything or is like neglecting you in some kind of way, but instead I think you you've got to be careful because you might be the reason this friendship falls apart. Like, for starters, let's look at this realistically. You live 2 hours away. Like, I don't care who you are, that makes a very big difference when it comes to like who you're friends with. Like, I have friends who are 2 hours away, and so obviously I don't hang out with them all the time, meaning that the people who are closer nearby geographically are gonna have more of my time. Like, that's a normal thing that happens to literally everybody. But that doesn't mean that your friend doesn't like you. It doesn't mean that they used you the last time they saw you, because there's literally no evidence of that. If this person was not that good of a friend, they would not have bothered to reach out and be like, hey, are you good? And they also wouldn't have tried to like make it better the next time you guys hang out, if that even happens at this point. Like, they do sound like a good friend who wanted to reach out. If they were using you, they would have been like, okay, see you later, and it would then really feel like a one-sided friendship. But it doesn't seem like that happened at all from what you've described, and I think you're blowing this way out of proportion all because your friend has other friends. And that's a really weird overextension on your part, and I think you really need to be careful. And I totally get it. You've had a bad history of being used, it sounds like, but you've got to be careful with that because you very seriously could like judge people incorrectly and completely ruin a friendship that honestly does not seem like it's falling apart. If anything, if I'm being completely honest, it really seems like you're the one tearing this apart. So hopefully you can see this way sooner than later, because from the sounds of it, your friend who lives 2 hours away does sound like a good friend. And in my opinion, I think it's time to look at the positives instead of assuming that your friend is just trying to use you. My entitled mother treats me like garbage and is constantly putting me down despite the fact that I have a disability, and is now being forced to live with her against my will. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. I got into a really bad accident a while ago, and I basically navigated all the doctor's appointments, therapy, and other things alone with like 2 weekend visits from my mom. I was in so much pain. And then we found out about the diagnosis. I had a brain injury and a bunch of other injuries as well. Anytime my mom came to visit, she'd always yell at me for being rude because I was needing some silence and patience, and she was threatening to leave. I mean, I had pounding headaches all day, every day, on top of seizures and other things. I ended up needing more care, so I had to move back with her since I was a bunch of states away. My friends that lived near me at the time saw me more often than her, and they were of great help. She now has this thing of saying that I never told her how bad everything was, yet she still saw it with her own 2 eyes. I kind of feel betrayed because she rushes to everybody else's problems and has so much concern for them, yet here I was with major injuries and she had blinders on. She let my narcissistic sister know, and her only response to my condition was to say, oh no. Meanwhile, this was the same person that my mom would tell me to be nice to when she cried for little things, like me saying no to set reasonable boundaries. It was also at this time during the move that I learned that my mom was moving. My sister is a very interesting kind of person, so she married an older, wealthier guy. They bought a house for her basically in the middle of nowhere, and they expected me to help her move when I could barely lift myself up and I was writhing in pain most days. And they called me selfish numerous times. Then my mom expected me to pay her back for all the trips that she came to see me. At one point, she said that she'd help me get a car because after the uninsured driver had hit me, plus all of the medical bills and not working because of injuries, meant that I was completely out of luck financially. But then all of a sudden, she backtracked that and said that she wasn't obligated to. Then she told everyone else in my family that she was supporting me. She then makes false promises stating that we'll go here or there, and since I'm stuck inside the house for years with no friends close by, while also being in an isolated area, but it never spells out to anything. She never does anything like that, but instead will go do things for an entire day without complaint with my sister and her husband. The worst part was when she said we go to the beach for my birthday, and we just literally parked and got food, and then less than 20 minutes later, she wanted to go back home. She had spent a whole day at the beach with my sibling the previous week, so I just cried for my birthday. And even this one too, because she had made promises that yet again she couldn't keep. Then anytime I bring up the differential treatment, she just gets upset and then yells at me. I mean, nothing ever changes. It's the very reason that I left in the first place, especially because she was invalidating my sibling's awful treatment towards me that she knew was happening. Something in me still loves her, but I just feel so abandoned that my only parent treats me this way. If I wasn't disabled, I'd be out of here so fast, but now it's taking twice as long to be even productive enough to leave. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Yeah, I'm gonna gonna say it straight up, but I think your mom is a complete narcissist. Like, she is just straight up ignoring all of your problems, and she's almost ignoring the fact that you're disabled. Like, you're in a situation where you really need people on your team to help you out. And the fact that she's like guilt tripping you and treating you like garbage pretty much every day is just so uncalled for. So hopefully there's some way you can move out or find some kind of like program to help you out, because the way your mom's treating you is absolutely uncalled for. Am I the jerk for not telling my former fiance that I actually bought her dream house? Because right now she and the rest of her family are calling me awful names online, and I seriously now don't know what to do. Here's what happened. 10 years ago, my fiance left me a few weeks before our wedding. We grew up in a small town, we were friendly, went to the same school, but we were never in the same clique. She was one of the popular kids and I wasn't. A few years after college, I moved back home when my dad got sick. I found a job in my field about 45 minutes away from home, and I would help take my dad to his chemo appointments. It was during one of those appointments that I ran into my now ex. She was now working at the hospital, and one day while waiting, I decided to ask her out. It turned out that we were interested in a lot of the same things. It seemed like our relationship was going great, and about a year or so into dating, I moved into a rented house together, and in the following year, I proposed. We began looking for a house, and my ex always wanted to live in her grandparents' house on the lake near our town. Her family was forced to sell the house when her grandparents passed away, and this is all due to an inheritance dispute. 6 months before our wedding, a chance event happened. The couple who bought her grandparents' lake house had grown tired of our snowy winters. It took some work and nearly all of my savings, but I was able to buy her dream house. It was going to be my surprise wedding present, so I didn't dare tell her or anyone in her family my plans. A month before our wedding, my ex and her friends went to Miami for her bachelorette party. I'm not sure of what happened there, but part of me doesn't really want to know. But I do know that her high school boyfriend was there as well. When she got back from the trip, she broke down and confessed that she was afraid to get married, and she wanted to call it off. It was a massive mess. She later then moved to Florida and eventually married her high school boyfriend. I ended up moving back to the city for an amazing job. In the meantime, I still had the lake house. With the help of my mom, we started to fix up the lake house, and it honestly took a few years. My mom and dad would look after the contractors while I was in the city. Having the house was perfect when everything was locked down. I was able to escape the city and work remotely from the lake house. And I now live here full time and I work remotely. This summer, we had a 4th of July celebration at the lake house. My sister-in-law used photos from the lake this summer in her Christmas card, and one of those cards made it to my ex's cousin. The cousin recognized the house, and the Saturday before New Year's, my ex's mother and sister were at my front door. After the pleasantries and answering their initial questions, they made an offer to buy the house outright. But after refusing their offer, I could tell that they were not happy. A few days later, I got a long text message from my ex. Now, mind you, this was the first time in 9 years that she was talking to me. She called me a jerk for keeping this from her, and her family is blaming her for losing the house again. She then chimed in and asked me to sell it, but I still had no intention of ever selling it. Now her and her family are complaining on social media that this is some sort of revenge. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? You are definitely not the jerk. Like, your intention behind this was to surprise your ex with the house at the wedding, but that never happened because she bailed on the wedding. And if I'm willing to guess, it had something to do with that high school boyfriend that was also at this party. Like, it's mighty convenient that suddenly she's like, oh no, I don't want to get married. And then she turns around and marries the guy that was at the party. Like, come on. She is not fooling anybody, and I'm kind of convinced that she cheated on you. And that's the only reason she backed out all of a sudden. So no, of course you're not the jerk. Your ex-fiance and her family are just really salty that once again, they blew their chance at getting this house. And this completely ignores the fact that you've put the work in to try and get it and fix it up so that you can actually live in it. Like, if they really wanted that house, they would have been jumping on the chance to buy it the second it was available. But they clearly didn't want that, and they only wanted it once you fixed it up. So truly, they're the jerk in this scenario, and I think that you are under no obligation to ever sell that house. My time as a firefighter at a volunteer department was absolutely miserable, and after getting written up for something absolutely ridiculous, I decided that enough was enough, and as a result, I put in my resignation and I never looked back ever again. Here's what happened. So I used to be a firefighter for a volunteer department. The town was small and nothing happened on most days, but I was young and single and I loved the job. I showed up up every single time that I could, and the only person who was there more than me was the chief. As many volunteer firefighters know, when grandma falls down at 3 in the morning, you get 1 or 2 people. But if there's a fire, people you haven't seen in months suddenly have enough time to show up. Anyways, that department was a mess. People were always talking bad about each other and backstabbing each other, and training was a joke. You were lucky to get a PowerPoint once a week. Stuff was stolen a lot, and there was once a whole political coup for some reason. Somebody really wanted power in a small town department in the middle of nowhere. I learned it was best to stay quiet and just do my job, and that was helped when I went to night shifts at my real job. I was working 12-hour shifts, and sometimes it was 5 or 6 days a week. I still showed up to every run that I could, but after 7 years there, I was just done with it all. Everything came to a head when I was scheduled 28 12-hour shifts out of a 30-day month. I was still the second most active member out of 30 people, but I wasn't kissing the appropriate butts apparently, and the management just kept trying to get me in trouble. They once said they would fire me for not turning in some paperwork, and I had to point out that the paperwork had been sitting in their mailbox for 3 days. They eventually decided to add a stupid new rule. You were now required to sit at the station for 40 unpaid hours a month. Not doing so could lead to discipline and termination. And I didn't bother. I was about 24 shifts into the month, and I did not care about their dumb rule. But I realized that I could make it, so I left work, I grabbed a change of clothes, and I went to the department. It was about noon, which was midnight to me, since I was working nights. I tried to sleep on the rock-hard beds they provided, and not 30 minutes went by when the training officer kicked the door in and demanded that I get up and help with training. What was my role, you might be asking? I sat on a hose so I didn't move while someone else practiced the pump controls. I mean, a sandbag could have done it just as well. An hour later, the training finished, and I tried to go back to sleep, but I was told off again. I ended up hiding in the TV room just so I could have some peace and quiet. Well, they found me again, and they wrote me up for the first time in years for what amounted to not being enthusiastic enough about the job. I endured a lecture while trying not to fall asleep where I stood, and I finally got to sit down when I got a text from the boss at my real job. They wanted me to work that night and wondered if I was available. So I thought to myself, you know what? I am available, and I just straight up left. A few days later, I got a nasty email from one of the guys who wrote me up, telling me that they didn't like my attitude and that I needed to think about what I wanted. Well, I thought about it, and I realized that I didn't want to deal with their garbage any longer. So I wrote my resignation letter, I went back to the station, gathered all of my personal effects, and I never went back there ever again. Honestly, this is like a crash course in how to leave a toxic job. These people completely ignored the fact that you were the most hardworking person at that station, and yet they still treated you like garbage pretty much no matter what. Like, that is honestly so unfortunate, and it's so disturbing in my opinion. Like, you actually cared about doing this job, and they were always constantly putting you down. And that, in my opinion, is just completely unfair. So good for you for knowing your worth and getting out of there as soon as you could. Because these people did not value your time or attention in the slightest. And it's really great to see that you figure that out sooner than later. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled Karen gets really angry and aggressive when I refuse to get out of her way when getting off of a plane. Things got so bad that she even eventually ended up pushing me just to get me out of the way. And I've honestly never been more astonished by somebody's behavior in my life. Here's what happened. I'm convinced that there is nothing worse than a mother at an airport. Coming back from Cuba, I noticed this family right away at the Vanderoo airport because they were loud and the mother had a perma scowl on her face, which is probably why she looked like she was in her late 60s rather than her mid 40s, which is probably a more accurate age. Getting on the plane, they were pushing everyone in line as they tried to move forward because, you know, the plane with the assigned seating will definitely leave without them if they don't get on first. The mother in question was sitting in the row behind me but across the aisle. At one point, I could feel someone staring at me, so I looked back and she was blatantly staring at me with the most disgusted look on her face. Probably because of my tattoos, honestly. I mean, she seemed like the type, but I just thought to myself, whatever. Then we get off the plane and she tried to push past me instead of waiting her turn, but of course I didn't let her because it's plane etiquette. Then as we're going through the hall towards customs, she's running down the hall, an angry face face firmly in place and telling her kids to hurry up. I mean, it's not like we're all going to the same place, Karen. Of course, I get through customs before her, and I'm the first one at the baggage claim because I planned ahead and I travel frequently. So I'm standing right at the part of the baggage carousel where the bags start to come out, and suddenly I'm pushed aside. And guess what? It's this entitled Karen. But regardless, I try to hold my tongue. The bag starts coming out and one gets stuck, so I go to put it back on the carousel to help out the owner. And that's when I hear the loudest, rudest voice in the world. This Karen screeches, "Excuse me." She says this behind me, and then she pushes me aside again to grab her kid's bag. Now, because the carousel isn't huge, she just had to stand as close to me as possible. And when she did that, that is when I snapped. I just looked at her and I said, "Wow, lady." Then she starts yapping at me like an annoying little dog, saying how she is helping her kids and she was being polite. I just retorted that she clearly hates her life, and she is obviously the type of person who screams at customer service employees. She keeps going and she's slowly giving me a headache. But you know what? It is simply not worth my time. So I said to her, "Honey, you need to shut your mouth right now." And trust me, when I said that, she did not like that one bit. She liked it even less when I started laughing at her. I could tell she is definitely a jerk and has never really been called out on her behavior ever in her life. My bag eventually came before the rest of her stupid bags, and I ended up leaving her there, yapping like the annoying creature that she is. The best part is that neither her husband nor her teenage children stood up for her. In fact, her husband looked exhausted by her behavior. So parents, please, if traveling causes you to be rude and annoying, just don't do it. Stay at home instead and leave the rest of us in peace. Yeah, that's honestly really funny to me because this lady hit all of the entitled marks to basically make her a really terrible person to be around. For starters, she was trying to get off the plane before people ahead of her. Like, I don't know about you, but that really is common courtesy to literally just wait your turn and wait for people ahead of you to go down the aisle. I don't even mind if someone like stands up because some people like they can't really sit for long periods of time, so they have to stand up to like stretch their legs and not be cramped. Like, I totally get that. But if you're physically pushing people out of the way just to get your bag or get off the airplane, then you, my friend, are a horrible person. But I really love how the original poster handled this. They basically called her out on her garbage and made her look like a complete idiot. And I think the original poster is right. They probably have never been called out before like that, which is why she was left floundering, not sure what to do. And honestly, people like that really should be called out a lot more, especially if they're going to get up in other people's faces and cause problems for people around them. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for refusing to beg for an invite to my stepsister's wedding? Here's what happened. So my stepsister's dad married my mom when we were 7 and 6. I never knew my parents together, and from what I was made aware of, they had made a very brief relationship and I was the result. I have a sister from a dad who is 3 years older than me, but no siblings on my mom's side. My parents shared custody of me during my childhood, but I always preferred my dad's house. I was always closer to my dad than my mom, and I always loved being around my sister. My stepsister used to adore me and think that we were sisters and best friends forever. She had no siblings, so to her, I was that sibling. We were about 14 and 15 when she found out I didn't feel the same way about her. She read my homework one night, and I had to write up a personal piece from a topic of choices. And the choices were basically different family members and relationship types, and I just went with siblings. She was really upset after learning I didn't consider her one of my siblings and never even did. She stopped being so into me after that, which really wasn't a big deal to me. She did grow up to be more resentful of me when we were in our early 20s because I moved into an apartment with my sister, which she learned about from my mom. The few times that I saw her after that, she was always very snarky when asking if I liked having a sister that much and how nice it must be to be loved back. Well, my stepsister is now getting married and she didn't even send me an invite. It upset my mom and her husband a lot, and they asked why, and she told me that I'm not her sister. She stated that she just doesn't care about me and that I would not even want to be there in the first place. Well, my mom chimed in and said that I should ask her to invite me and even beg if I have to. She told me that otherwise it will look so awful as if we're not even family. And when my mom requested this, I just refused. My mom said that I should be upset to miss out on her big day, and I clearly told her that I did not care. My mom said that I should, and I should be willing to do this for her if nothing else. So I need to know, am I the jerk for not begging my stepsister to invite me to her wedding? Honestly, this is kind of of like cut and dry because it seems like the two of you established this relationship a long time ago. For starters, you secretly never even liked her as a sibling in the first place. And you know what? At least you had the decency of keeping that to yourself and not expressing that to her. But also, it really seems like this deeply affected her, and she took this incredibly personally, which I can completely understand. So it kind of makes sense as to why she wouldn't invite you to the wedding. There does seem to be a rift between the two of you, and it does seem like she just doesn't want you there. So I don't think you're the jerk for not wanting to go to this wedding and not wanting to like beg your stepsister to allow you to go, because it really seems like the both of you just don't want each other there. And I think at the very least, this is something that you both can seriously agree on. Because just think about the opposite end of this, like seriously. If you went up to her and suddenly, after years of just not really liking each other, said to her, "Oh please, let me be a part of your wedding," or something like that, in my opinion, I think that would be way worse than just accepting it and being like, okay, I'm just not going to be at this wedding, I guess. But I do have to say that it really is sad that your stepsister held on to this weird petty grudge for such a long time. According to the original poster, they further explained that they never hated them and they never like bullied them or anything like that. They simply did not feel the same way that their stepsister felt about them. And that's honestly like where it began and ended. It doesn't seem like there's some like deep-seated hatred from the original poster, but instead it really seems like it's being harbored by the stepsister in this situation. But in my opinion, I think it's very important to respect her wishes, and if that means you're not going to show up to her wedding, then so be it. My stepmother triggered my food allergy seemingly on purpose, and now when I try to discuss it with her and try and go over what was in the food that she made, she is now refusing to talk to me, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, for a bit of context to start things out, I'm a 24-year-old female and I still live with my stepmom while working and going to school. Yesterday, I went to help a friend move out of his house, and I left the house in a rush. I went to tell my stepmom that I was leaving and I was running late, and she seemed to be upset that I didn't say good morning before telling her I was leaving. I told her I was sorry and that I was in a bit of a hurry and I would be seeing her later. I got home at around 4 o'clock, and sometimes when I'm out all day, she'll ask if I've eaten anything, so she knows if she needs to cook an extra portion. Well, she was still in a bad mood when I got home, but I figured that she just had a bad day, so I said hello. Then I went to my room and I took a nap. When I came to get dinner a few hours later, she was already in her room, so I just served myself and I went back to my room. What she failed to mention though was that something in the stew I ate had something I was allergic to. After throwing up, I texted her to ask her what was in the stew, mostly so I could know if I need to take a Benadryl or if I just need to sleep it off. Now, my reaction wasn't too severe, so I didn't really need my EpiPen. Well, she just leaves me on red. I drink some warm tea to open up my throat and then I go back to bed. This morning, I go to greet her and I ask her again what was in the stew, but she just stays silent. I ask if something is wrong and she starts imitating my body posture in a mocking way, still not saying anything. I ask her what the problem is and she just rolls her eyes and turns away from me. So I get my stuff and I leave. Now, here's the thing. My stepmom is very cognizant of my allergies, and sometimes she'll make a whole separate dish for me when she's eating something that I can't. I try to show my appreciation for her since she's a stay-at-home mom, and it's really helpful when I'm working and going to school to not have to worry about food. I'm trying not to make any crazy assumptions, but I am very upset that this has happened, and I now seriously don't know what to do. Okay, so this is a seriously scary situation, because based on what you've described, it kind of seems like your stepmom did that on purpose. And if that's the case, I personally would not feel safe to live there any longer if I was in your shoes. Because her history basically points to her being more aware of your allergies, as well as her trying to take like deliberate steps just so you don't get sick from what she's eating. So when you ask her, hey, what's going on? What did you put in the stew? And she's just sitting there doing nothing about it and not responding in any kind of way, that in my opinion is a massive red flag, and that is seriously unsafe. Like, it really seems from the outside looking in that she straight up tried to poison you. And that, in my opinion, would be more than enough reason for me to start calling friends and start asking whose couch I can sleep on until I find a place to live. Because what she did is unacceptable. And in my opinion, it really seems like she did that on purpose. My grandfather's entitled children tried to hide the fact that he passed away in the hospital, and also tried to secretly hold a funeral just so that my grandmother and the rest of my family could be left out of my grandfather's funeral. And I'm honestly blown away by someone's entitlement, as well as how evil somebody truly can be. Here's what happened. Okay, so my grandfather passed away when I was just a baby. When I was older, my nana married a new man, a widower who I called Grandpa Walt. He was the only maternal grandfather that I knew, so I considered him my family. I didn't know this during the decade that I knew him, but his children from his previous marriage did not feel the same about my Nana. They did not believe in remarriage and considered her the most evil person in history for tempting their father from his vows to their deceased mother. They refused to see him in the home that my Nana owned, so that when he got older and had difficulty leaving the house on his own, they mostly just stopped seeing him for years. He had never mentioned his kids, so I knew nothing about them. Eventually, he started getting bad enough that prolonged hospital stays were getting more frequent, and he needed to be in and out of full-time care. Whenever he was in the hospital, she would visit him until he could return home. They had been snowbirds, spending winters in Florida and summers in Michigan, but because of his health, they had not been able to go to their Florida home in many years. They decided that she would go down for a week or two to make sure the home was okay and start the process of selling it before its value dropped from lack of maintenance, while he was safely in full-time care with staff they had known and trusted for years. Then they could use the money from the sale for his care. I went to visit him the day after he left to make sure he was doing okay. His son and daughter were there, and it was the first time I had ever seen them. I had barely even been aware of their existence, but I figured out who they were from their context. I said hello and I tried to introduce myself, and they pretended as though I was invisible and that they hadn't heard anything I said. They were literally acting like children, so I just sat awkwardly in a chair. They proceeded to stand there for over an hour, talking right in front of me to Grandpa Walt about how evil my Nana was, that she would abandon him in some dirty hospital and run off spending all of his money partying in Florida, and how they hoped he would remember that when it came to his will. It should be noted that my Nana, while by no means wealthy, had a lot more money than he did, and all of their property was hers from decades before she even met him. She was also an elderly woman with a hip replacement who had to use a walker, and this is the kind with yellow tennis balls on the legs, so she was in no condition to be partying in Miami or whatever they thought she was doing. Well, he never once responded. He just stared straight ahead with glazed over eyes. I wasn't sure if he even heard anything they said. He was not looking very well, but I knew he always had his ups and downs, so I didn't imagine anything was unusual. But I was flabbergasted. Looking back, I wish I had spoken up, but I was a teenager at the time in a hospital room full of sick and dying people, and I didn't know how to fight back without causing a huge scene. Eventually, I just took a brief pause in their rant to stand up and tell Grandpa Walt that I had to go, and that we all loved him and his wife would be home soon after she took care of the house issues. The entitled son and daughter spoke to me for the first time, telling me that I didn't need to come back because they would be there for him and I was not his family. I then rushed to my parents' house and I told them what happened, and they filled me in on their issues. And it seemed like even if they seemed awful, I knew it wasn't my place to try and keep them from their father. So I stayed away and I gave them time to catch up and hope that when I wasn't there, they could just catch up and figure out their relationship. Well, a few days later, my Nana got a very strange call from the hospital. A nurse that she knew very well from Grandpa Walt's hospital called her up and asked her how she was. Well, my Nana was fine. The nurse then awkwardly asked her, "Well, do you know?" My Nana asked, "No what?" And then the woman broke down. Grandpa Walt had passed away nearly 24 hours ago. His son and daughter had forbidden the hospital from contacting my Nana and said that they would let everyone know about the funeral arrangements. I have no idea what weird loophole caused higher-ups of the hospital to follow along with this, but his nurse sensed something was up and took a risk calling to make sure that my Nana knew. So it was equally as devastating to find out that she did not. I mean, none of us did. They were attempting to hide his passing and hurried up to hold a funeral before any of us found out. The nurse let us know where and when the funeral was taking place, and my Nana called all of us on the way to the airport to let us know. We started the phone tree to our whole family, and soon after she was back and we were all on our way to the funeral. The look of rage and disgust we got when we walked into my own grandfather's funeral, especially what my Nana got for walking into her own husband's funeral, was terrifying. They glared angrily, and you could see that they wanted to scream and throw us out, but decided not to cause a scene. Instead, his daughter walked up and grabbed a fruit basket off the table. She announced that she was putting it in her car, and if any of her guests wanted fruit, they could ask her and she would go to get it in the car, because she didn't want just anyone eating her fruit. The son and daughter gave speeches about how their father was finally in heaven, back with his one true love, their mother, and finally free from those who tried to tear their love apart. The staff of the funeral home eventually clued into the weird dynamic and found a way to put my Nana's car in the front of the procession when neither of Grandpa Walt's kids were looking, just to give her a brief moment of respect. She was ticked off, but there was nothing that she could do. These people thought their own opinions on the definition of "till death do us part" entitled them to hide my Nana's husband's passing from her, hold their own funeral, and surely they spent days pressuring their father to cut her out of his will. And I wish I could have seen their faces when they found out that none of the property they were salivating over was even owned by him. It was a terrible, painful day for her to have to fight her way into her own husband's funeral. I was very sad, but I could not help but laugh at the fruit basket thing. It just came out automatically. It was the saddest, most petty, most evil, pathetic power grab I've ever seen in my life. Wow, these people seriously are some of the worst people on planet Earth. Like, I can't imagine someone being so evil that they would try to deny their father's wife, even though it's not his original wife, the opportunity to go to his funeral and grieve his passing. Like, seriously, you have to be so unbelievably twisted to pull that off, all under the guise of you being like justified for it. Which, by the way, their justification for the way they treated this Nana is completely uncalled for. People get remarried when their spouse passes away all the time. Like, this literally happens all the time and there's no conflict. I personally find no conflict with that, and anyone who does and then openly is combative with that person for the rest of their father's existence, in my opinion, is one of the worst types of people on planet Earth. Because this behavior didn't need to happen. They could have just let this guy live his life in peace and not try to attack their father's new wife in some kind of weird way. So what they did is so unacceptable, and I seriously hope for the sake of you and the rest of your family, you all never have to deal with that side of your family ever again. My boyfriend gave me a marriage ultimatum, stating that I only have the weekend to figure out if I want to marry him. And right now, I am stuck feeling unsure of everything, and I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So, to start things out, on Friday, my boyfriend asked me to deeply consider marriage over the weekend, and that I have until Monday to give him my answer. Now, here's the thing. We've been dating for over a year. He needs to marry for immigration and religious reasons. He's been living here for almost 10 years and is supposed to have an upcoming court case this year regarding his immigration status. Also, according to his religion, dating is not allowed. He told me he needs to make this next step in his life and that he has to do better in practicing his faith. Now, he is broke and he has a poor credit score. In his religion, the man is responsible for his wife, so I'm just wondering how I would be taken care of if this is his current situation. I don't feel comfortable getting married if we're going to be struggling financially right from the get-go. I would like to at least have a plan in place, but he thinks that is something that we can worry about later on. Yesterday, I went to talk to a priest, and he said me and my boyfriend can set up a meeting to discuss marriage. My boyfriend would like to have a religious ceremony from his faith, so I feel it's only fair to have one from mine as well. I called my boyfriend to tell him about making an appointment, and he refused. He said Monday is the deadline, and I thought he meant as in give him an answer and start planning, but no, he means Monday as in go to the courthouse and get married that day. He also told me this past year that we've been dating that he's gotten many opportunities from women that are interested in marrying him. He said he declined or ignored all of them because he wants to be with me. Now, I don't know if this is true or if he's trying to make me jealous, but I ended up talking to my mom about it, and she said she feels he is brainwashing me and that I should not be pressured into this. She suggested not to make any big decisions right now. This all just doesn't feel right. Is this manipulation on his part? I mean, how do I move forward? What should I do? Let me tell you something. If I had a giant red flag that I could start waving around like crazy, I would do that literally right now, because what your boyfriend is doing is insane in my opinion. He's demanding that you get married on Monday to him right then and there at the courthouse. And it does seem like he's putting the pressure on you and trying to guilt trip you into doing this. I mean, I'm right there with the original poster. I kind of thought, just like the original poster, that she had until Monday to decide to get married and then they would start planning out their marriage. But no, this guy's like, we're gonna get married on Monday and we're gonna go to the courthouse, while also implying that there's other women he could go to if she doesn't want to do it. But that just seems like a lie, because he's like, oh yeah, there's all kinds of other women that will marry me. Like, what are you talking about? Is he dating other people behind your back? If that's the case, then he's probably cheating on you or something like that. Like, that just seems like a really outlandish statement that's not completely true. And it's also really concerning about how much pressure pressure he's putting on you to get married right now. Like, there's no time to think about this or figure out the situation. He's like really trying to be like, no, come Monday morning, we're going to the courthouse and getting married. That, in my opinion, is super sketchy, and I know if I was in your shoes, there is no way I would get married right away, all because somebody is demanding it, seemingly just so they can make some kind of step in their immigration status. Because at the end of the day, I seriously think these two are connected, and I just don't think it's right for your boyfriend to pressure you in this way. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled, angry customer claims that I'm the reason he's going to lose his job, while also demanding my personal cell phone number so he can call me over the weekend or whenever he wants when it comes to the progress on his insurance claim. And I'm honestly so exhausted with this guy, and I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I work as a claim adjuster for auto accidents, and a customer filed a complaint after hours, with me following up with him first thing this morning. I have no info on the vehicle other than what he reported, and I inform him there is a possibility of it being a total loss. Well, when I said that, he immediately jumps down my throat and tells me he doesn't want his car to be a total loss, and he doesn't want me to have it moved to another location for an in-person inspection. I start to discuss an alternative with him when he starts cussing at me and berating me, constantly interrupting me and just telling me to pay the claim. And trust me, if it were that easy of a job, I'd be paid less, and my job would be a heck of a lot easier. I explained that per his insurance agreement, we have to inspect the vehicle before I can make a payment for his claim, and we need to see if it's going to be a total loss or repairable. He continues to be a jerk, so I inform him that I will disconnect the call and try talking to him again when he has regained his composure. I hang up and I go into a meeting, and he proceeds to call our customer service line over and over again. He screamed at a total of 4 women and refused to end the call until I accepted his call. I explained I was in a meeting and explained that I wouldn't be out for at least 30 minutes or so. He continued to stay on the line with them for a few more minutes before hanging up and calling customer service again. Now, I finally have a chance to call him back, and I explained that we can try to work with his shop and having them submit photos so we can do a preliminary check to at least see if the car is a total loss or not. He then tells me he sent me photos from the night before, and I explained that there are no attachments to the emails he sent me, and that we need very specific photos to have the most accurate review. He proceeds to tell me that it's my job to call the shop and request them, which is what I told him at the start of the call anyways. He then does something that honestly really blows my mind. He demands to know my cell phone number. I explained that I don't have a work cell phone, but he states he wants my cell phone to be able to reach me over the weekend. I informed him that I will not be providing that information to him, but he didn't listen, with him demanding it a few more times before stating that he wanted to talk to my supervisor. I stated that she was already informed of the situation and would be reaching out to him when she was able to. I'm not allowed to give out her contact information, but he tells me that I need to have her call him immediately. I then remind him that she is my supervisor and I cannot dictate her schedule. He then proceeds to try and keep me on the phone until his demands are met, but I inform him that I'm going to disconnect the call if there's nothing further to discuss, and eventually he's the one that ends the call. I called the shop and they also gave me an attitude, stating that I was keeping a good man from his job and that I shouldn't be wasting his time like this. I asked if they could email the photos to me just so that I can get it done, and they say that they will do that. I have an uncommon last name, so I made sure to spell it out to them multiple times since it is part of my email address. 2 hours before I leave for the day, I still don't have any photos. So I text the customer and I let him know, and he told me that he would call them. 5 minutes before I'm supposed to leave, I call the shop again and I don't get an answer or an option to leave a message. I text the customer to let him know that photos aren't received yet and we won't be able to move forward on his claim until Monday morning. Well, he starts blaming me for working in a different time zone, stating that it isn't fair that I work 3 hours ahead of him. I explained that I don't work 3 hours ahead of him, I'm just 1 hour ahead. Plus, the shop had all day to send me the photos that I needed. He states that since he doesn't have a rental car, which is something that he didn't purchase the coverage for, he is supposedly going to get fired on Monday and it's all my fault. I offer to set him up with a discounted rental, and he tells me he doesn't have a rental company in his area, but it's still my fault for him losing his job. And it's kind of like, good gracious, I'm so sorry to hear that. You mean to tell me that your employee employer is so heartless as to fire you for missing a workday unexpectedly when it's your first occurrence or infraction with them? I mean, seriously, they might want to contact their state Department of Labor then. He then tells me that I should just pay the claim and that I'm holding up his claim for no reason just to make life difficult for him. And this honestly makes me wonder what he thinks happens to adjusters who don't follow due diligence on a claim and just end up paying it. Well, we don't get cookies, that's for sure. In fact, we face termination with our employer, as well as fines with the state the claim was made in, as well as possible jail time. Oh yeah, don't forget that our employer can sue us for the money we paid to the customer without authorization. And if the customer knowingly cashes the check when they know their claim wasn't supposed to have been paid out, they get reported to the federal government for insurance fraud and sued by the insurance company for repayment of the claim. So I guess I'll see what he says on Monday. My supervisor has been reading my notes and keeping up to date with the claim, and she's going to have a very fun conversation with him, especially when all the calls exhibiting his bad behavior were definitely recorded. Wow, that guy sounds like an absolute psychopath. Like seriously, dude, just send the photos in. This is not the adjuster's fault. They didn't do anything wrong. They're literally doing their job and they're trying to make sure everything's like in line. And the original poster's correct. If they do this wrong, they could go to jail. Like clearly this guy doesn't care about that, but like I'm sure the original poster does. I'm sure they want to stay far away from jail just like anybody else. So seriously, good for the original poster for like handling this as good as they can. And hopefully come Monday morning, this guy has a better attitude and you're able to get some pictures and then move forward with his claim. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. An entitled Karen touring my college blocks my way and corners me, trying to force me to answer questions about my school. And despite telling her that I'm not a tour guide for my school, she simply would not take no for an answer and just kept going. And I'm honestly just so blown away by some people's entitlement. Here's what happened. So I go to a college in Boston, and there are constant tour guides here, and lots of people around campus that are not students. People are usually polite and ask where something is, which I'm happy to help them. However, I am not your tour guide. And I would also like to preface this by saying the school I go to isn't a big preppy school. People here are constantly leaving and coming back for co-op and study abroad and stuff like that. It's much more independent, and it's just not the kind of school where it's appropriate to corner students. Anyways, the other day I had just left my apartment to go grocery shopping, so it's important to keep in mind that I'm carrying a bunch of reusable grocery bags, so it is pretty obvious I'm going somewhere. I'm walking and I see a woman and her daughter standing and talking, and as soon as I begin to walk past, this woman steps in front of me, cutting off my ability to walk. She asked if I'm a student, and I said yes, and she immediately starts throwing me questions. And at this point, I am visibly uncomfortable, and this poor woman's child looks humiliated. At one point, I said, I'm not a tour guide, I'm sure they can answer all these questions. And this woman replies that tour guides don't give honest answers, and she wants a real student's perspective. This goes on for like 15 minutes. She asks me a question, I give a short answer, and say that there's people she can ask in the student center and that I'm busy. This woman then said, excuse me, you can take a few minutes to help out a prospective student. But actually, some of us are busy or simply don't want to be bombarded with questions. I finally started to walk away, and this woman steps in front of me to block me so she can keep on talking. I finally just said that there are people that she can talk to. I didn't sign up to be a tour guide, and I have somewhere to be. Please let me go by. She gets angry and calls me rude and says I should be more welcoming of prospective students and that I should be happy that people want to learn about the school. Like, yes, please do learn. It's just not my job to tell you about anything. I just push past the woman as she continues yelling and trying to block me, and I could still hear her ranting until I turned the corner. I mean, some parents are so entitled. So honestly, just because somebody's a student somewhere does not mean they're obligated to be your tour guide. Yeah, that entitled mom was completely out of line. Like, it's pretty obvious after like, what, the first 2 minutes that you're not available for questions? But instead of letting you go and going to somebody else or like the student center, she literally blocks your way and says, no, you're gonna help me. It's like she really thinks you're somehow loyal to the school, and you simply existing at this school means that you have to welcome this other student that you don't even know. Like, that's a really rude thing to do, especially trying to like corner someone and prevent them from leaving. Like, you can't do that to somebody and expect them to comply. Like, that is really strange in my opinion, and I know if I was in your shoes, I would be incredibly frustrated as well. Am I the jerk for not inviting my sister-in-law's in-laws to my kid's birthday party? Here's what what happened. So my kid was born on the 31st of December 7 years ago, and each year we celebrate by having a family lunch at our house with my husband's family since mine is in a different country. My sister-in-law got married 3 months ago and had a celebration lunch 2 weeks after. There, we met her new in-laws, but we never connected or exchanged more than a hello, how are you, goodbye, stuff like that. So they are practically strangers. They didn't interact at all with my kid. Now comes my kid's birthday, and my sister-in-law says that her in-laws will be in town, so they would come to the birthday lunch as well. And honestly, I didn't feel like having strangers in the house for that special day, and my kid also did not want them around, so I told my sister-in-law that she and her husband are welcome to come, but her in-laws can find something else to do for 3 hours. So here's what my sister-in-law decided to do. She came and brought over her son, left him for the day to spend time and play with my kid. Then she said to her mom and her brother, not my husband, to join her husband, and her in-laws for a morning coffee. The morning coffee turned into lunch, which turned into no one showing up for my kid. Around 5:00 p.m., I tell my husband to call her and tell her to come and pick up her kid because I was done babysitting him. She ends up coming alone and sees we didn't cut the cake, so she says that we should sing and cut the cake, but my kid didn't want to. She wanted to leave it for later to do it just with her dad and me. The sister-in-law kept at it, and her son said he wants to try the cake, so reluctantly we sang happy birthday and we cut it. They had a slice and then they left, and I also gave them a piece of cake to take with them for the in-laws. My husband and I decided to do at least something special for the day, mostly because my girl was really sad. So we went bowling for the first time for my kid. While in the car, my brother-in-law sent me a message saying that after the outing he was sleepy and went to bed, and now he is up and wants to come over and give the gift to my kid. But I tell him that we're not home. While we are bowling, my mother-in-law calls my husband, and it's around 7:00 p.m. at this point, and she says that she wants to pass by to give my husband a sweet that she had prepared. At this point, I blow up, and I tell my husband that no one is welcomed anymore. We're gonna go home and rest so that we can be up for the New Year's fireworks. Now, as a long story short, because I didn't invite the in-laws of my sister-in-law to come to my kid's birthday party, no one ended up showing up. And the cherry on the cake is that I've been told that I'm a jerk for making my sister-in-law literally choose between my kid and her in-laws, or for not celebrating the birthday on another day. So honestly, who's the jerk here? Also, for the past 4 days, my sister-in-law keeps on asking to meet up, which I gently refuse because I'm not ready to see her yet. What should I do? Honestly, it really seems like the sister-in-law threw a wrench in your plans and had this lunch just to try and get back at you for not inviting her in-laws. So no, in my opinion, you're definitely not the jerk, and if anybody's the jerk here, it is definitely your sister-in-law. My entitled neighbor never shows any gratitude for the work that me and my neighbors do to try and clear out all the snow on the street that we live on. And after she claimed that there's no point in doing it in the first place, I decided to get some petty revenge. And as a result, none of the neighbors have even bothered to dig out her car from all the snow, with the end result of her car being surrounded in an igloo of ice. Here's what happened. So where I live, which is outside the United States, we get snow in the wintertime, and I have a bad back and shoulders, so I bought a snowblower to avoid all the manual shoveling. I live in a 4-family house and we park our cars on a public street. When the snowplow clears the street, it leaves a good snowdrift on the sides of the street towards all the parked cars, and we go out shoveling it away so that we can get our cars in and out. Well, most of us do, but not all, especially one of my neighbors that can't be bothered to do it in the slightest. She gets her car out from that spot and drives over the snowdrift, and when she comes back, she conveniently parks in a spot that's cleared by me and my machine, or my neighbors with a shovel. Last week, she tried to wiggle her car from the spot and over the snowdrift, and I stood watching her from inside for about 15 minutes before she got her car out. The snow made it hard for her, and it doesn't help that she can't drive. Last year, when I was outside cleaning the snow, she came out and started her car, but she couldn't get it out of the snow. So I told her to step out, and then I reversed her car out from that spot for her, and then I cleared the snow where she was parked. I mean, I do enjoy being helpful towards my neighbors. She watched me doing the job, but asked me later why I bothered clearing snow on the public street where we have absolutely no assigned parking spots. Well, I said that I like getting my car out, and if no one's taken the spot when I get back, I like to park it without the problems that the snow obviously creates. It's easier and way more convenient when it's cleared. During the winter last year, she started parking in cleared spots and didn't lift the shovel to clear any snow one single time. Now, I wasn't out there to do it every single day, and and my other neighbors did it when I did not. But for her, she did not even help a single time. Well, this week we had a massive snowfall, and we've had about 3 feet of snow in 3 days. So clearing the street and walkway to the house has been essential, but according to my entitled neighbor, why should I even bother to do it? Well, like stated above, I like getting my car out, and I enjoy helping my other neighbors. But this year, I haven't done a single thing at all to help her out. She does nothing to our community, and there's a limit on how helpful you want to be when you get nothing in return. My other neighbors and I have cleared everything except around her car, and now it looks like a good old-fashioned igloo. She definitely has some digging ahead of her if she even wants to open the doors in the morning. Oh, and the best part about it is that we have a cold front coming, and the forecast says that it's gonna be -4 degrees Fahrenheit the upcoming days, and that will make all the hard-packed snow literally into ice. And honestly, with all things considered, that is definitely gonna be her problem and not mine. Honestly, I don't think you're the jerk in this scenario, and I probably would have done the exact same thing. Like, here's the thing, in a neighborhood and a community, you try to help each other out so everybody is built up and everybody benefits. But when there's one bad apple who's just like, wow, why do you even bother? There's no point in doing this. But in reality, it's like, are you kidding me right now? The point of doing that is to help out your neighbor and your community. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but to be so lackadaisical as if it's not important, especially when this lady is benefiting from everybody's goodwill, like seriously, that is so weird to me. So you know what? If she really thinks there's no point, then she can enjoy digging her car literally out of an igloo. Because I'm pretty sure come Monday morning, she is definitely going to wish she had somebody to try and help her out of the snow. My girlfriend's parents are acting as our landlords after I helped them build the apartment that we're currently living in. And right now they're treating me and my girlfriend like absolute garbage, and at this point we seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, to start things out, we agreed with her parents that a flat would be built at the side of their house as they wanted a long-term investment for when they were old. The flat is connected to the main house, and we share the same electricity and the same internet. Her father is a builder and built the apartment with my help. He paid for the materials to build it. However, as I am a painter, I painted the whole place for free and also furnished it all with my partner. I even had to buy 40 meters of internet cable and a router just to get some internet. We moved in just before Halloween of last year, and they have made our lives a living nightmare. We own a small dog who is very well behaved, and when we both go to work, my girlfriend's mother, who offered to feed him in our absence, goes into our apartment to let out the dog to use the bathroom and to get some food. Well, she has OCD and she doesn't work. Her house is always unrealistically clean, and they own a bigger house, so it is easier to have it spotless as there is more space to put things. And we rarely clean our flat regularly, so it's a good standard for us to stay in as well as for her to go into it. However, that never seems to be the case. Her mother will actively look for problems, such as if the floor hasn't been hoovered in a day, or if there's some dust around the coffee table. We both work and we can't get up in the mornings and bleach the floors and do a deep clean as she wants us to do. Our dog didn't have an accident in the house in over 2 weeks, yet she came in and said that she could smell dog droppings all over the place, which obviously is not true. She genuinely looks for flaws in the house to use against us for a fight, and her husband will agree and defend her regardless, even if it's right or wrong. They constantly let us know that it is their place and that it's not ours, despite us paying for rent, gas, and electric, and so on. I started to receive messages on my WhatsApp from her mother complaining about the dog droppings, which we leave in a little pathway overnight as he needs to go to the toilet at 2 to 4 in the morning, but we pick it up every single morning. Now, I wouldn't mind, but the messages are very sly and it's hypocritical because they own dogs themselves and they leave dog droppings in the garden for days and out in front of the house. I mean, I even stepped in it one day. Yesterday, though, was the final straw for me. I came home from work and I went into their house for a shower as they still have not provided us with a shower despite their many promises, and her mother tried to ignore me and just make me uncomfortable. I asked her if everything was okay and she just started nagging at me, saying that I lack respect because I didn't have the house absolutely spotless at all times. And by the way, the house is rarely dirty. I had to bite my tongue despite really wanting to say something to her. They speak about respect, but talk to their daughter like garbage at times, and when they are struggling for money over Christmas, we paid our rent early so they could get by. We also buy them gifts and stuff in the shops when they need it as well, and we also lend out our cars if needed. Look, I'm a reasonable guy, and I can look at my own flaws and bring break my own ego if needed, but I really feel as though they are acting out of line and they really need an ego check. It is not fair and it isn't letting me live my life comfortably. I mean, I can't leave this house without it being immaculate as if it's some kind of like showroom floor. I'm honestly at my wit's end and I seriously don't know what to do. Yeah, these parents are absolutely obnoxious. First and foremost, I think the way they're treating you is really unkind and it's just super obnoxious. Like the mom's coming into your apartment and she's like, wow, this place is not spotless. It's like, no kidding, lady, I'm at work. Are you serious? She really is trying to like cherry pick issues just to have like some kind of argument with you. And that, in my opinion, is so annoying. Like that is seriously so uncalled for and nobody deserves to get treated that way. It's also really weird to me that they would have you do all this work just to make sure this apartment is up and running, not to mention all the free labor as a painter, as well as you furnishing this place and getting what, 40 meters of internet cable just so you can have some kind of internet. And then with all that in mind, they're gonna turn this around and be like, oh, by the way, this isn't your place, it's ours. And it's like they almost have selective memory considering all the stuff you literally just did for them. That's really obnoxious, and in my opinion, if I was in your shoes and I had them treating me like this, I would be looking for a new place to live almost immediately, because I seriously don't think you deserve to get treated like that in the slightest. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled Karen of a friend absolutely ruined my trip to Puerto Rico, causing problems for me and my friends left and right, while also being completely unwilling to pay back me for any of the stuff that I bought. And honestly, I'm so glad that I cut her off, and I seriously hope I never have to deal with her ever again. Here's what happened. So for starters, this happened 5 years ago. My friend from college, we'll call her Sarah, got engaged and was getting married in Puerto Rico. She invited me and my two other college friends, let's call them Amy and Sherry. When they got engaged, Sherry went on a tangent about how he was a terrible guy, how he was not good enough for Sarah, and decided that she wasn't coming to the wedding and told Sarah as much. And trust me, it was a very bad fallout. Now, for some reference here, he is actually terrific. She was just jealous and some other things, but that's not really pertinent to the story. So Amy and I decided to travel without her and make a whole vacation out of the trip. We decided we wanted a relaxing vacation with an upscale hotel, daily visits to the beach, and we must have good food and pina coladas in our hands at all time. Sherry and Sarah had made up after a long talk, and Sherry wanted to join us. In fact, she wanted to derail our entire trip. Sherry didn't want the same vacation as Amy and I. She wanted a cheap Airbnb, adventurous excursions, and honestly, she was on a tight budget. I had just recovered from a terrible injury, and I was extremely limited with my mobility, so I couldn't hike or be on my feet for long periods of time. We tried compromising with hotels and activities, but she refused. So we decided that Amy and I would book the hotel that we wanted, and she got a disgusting Airbnb down the street. I put my card down for everything with the agreement that they would Venmo me later. And trust me when I say this was a massive mistake. I paid for the rental car, but Sherry apparently needed the car more than us so that she could do her activities in the first place, which really was fine. We just needed her to drop us off at the beach. Well, guess what happened? She left us stranded for hours. And when she did end up getting us, she wanted to smoke the herb in the car. And I'm like, no, you're driving and it's under my name. I am not going to get penalized for that. She then started getting passive aggressive with me and Amy. Fast forward and we went to see some caves for one day, which is an activity that we compromise on that I was physically capable of doing. I was driving and she was giving me directions, and she kept missing to tell me when to exit. She was very high and she snapped at me, calling me stupid and that I was doing all of this on purpose. And when she did that, I just saw red. I told her to shut up and give me directions properly. She said that I wasn't allowed to talk to her like that, but I just said, well, now you know how it feels. And after that, it was really awkward for the rest of the trip. When we fly to our next location, the wedding destination, she becomes so much worse. I once again pay for the golf cart that we rented for the tiny island, which was highly recommended, by the way. The first night there, she's being a complete brat, so Amy and I escaped to get food and bring it back. I called up Sherry, and I said that I found a bodega across from the restaurant, and I asked what she wanted for the house stay. When I brought everything back, she said that I forgot items and started saying, where's the cheese? What am I going to eat my eggs with? Where's my Coke? What am I going to drink my rum with? At that point, I had it, and I just straight up asked her what I did to receive such a negative attitude. But of course, she passive-aggressively just played dumb. Then, after pushing her for answers, she started calling me names and belittling me, so I just walked out. We ended up not talking the rest of the trip, and I upgraded my flight so I didn't have to sit with her. And when it was finally time for her to pay me back, she of course was incredibly resistant. I started off by saying, "You owe me $75 for the golf cart." But Sherry responded by saying, "Well, you owe me for gas, so really I only owe you $50. Now, because I didn't want to argue with this lady, I just said fine. But that's when Sherry decided to keep going. She said to me, "But since I purposefully tried to not travel in the golf cart to avoid you being an absolute jerk, I should only have to pay you maybe $25. Now, mind you, she was in the golf cart every single day, so what she was saying is just completely untrue. So I just snapped at her. I said to her, "Just keep your money." And trust me, some very choice words followed that sentence right after that. Eventually, she blocked me, so I lost it and I emailed her more choice words. I told her we are never going to be friends again and that nobody wanted her at the wedding, especially the mother of the bride and the groom in the first place. Amy and Sarah have cut ties with her completely, and none of us have spoken with her ever since. Now, I may have lost a friend, but the silver lining here is that I met my now husband at the wedding. So I made a trade by losing an awful person and gained this amazing person that is my husband. Wow, that lady is super entitled. Who goes on vacation just to act like that? Like, she stepped off the plane and immediately had like a really bad attitude about everything. She wasn't willing to compromise on literally anything you guys wanted to do. And when it was time for her to pay you back, of course, this lady's like, I don't have to pay you. It's like, what are you talking about? You literally used all the services that I purchased. Of course you're gonna pay me back. So honestly, good for you for cutting this lady off, because she sounds like an awful friend to begin with. And if the trade-off is that you find your husband and get rid of this weird lady, then in my opinion, you definitely came out on top. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for telling my dad and stepmom that my brother does indeed come first before anyone else in the family? Here's what happened. So I have an older brother who is my favorite person. We share a mom but have different dads. My dad was his stepdad, but my brother and dad were not close. And when our mom passed away several years ago, my brother chose to finish high school at our grandparents' house and not live with dad and me. My dad remarried a year after my mom passed away, and my stepmom has a daughter who is 3 years younger than me, and then I have 2 half-siblings with them. My brother is a very big part of my life. I see him all the time. I go to his house whenever I can. I make sure I see him every Christmas no matter what else is going on. He's the family I will always prioritize, and he has always been great to me. If I could live with him easily, I would. My dad and stepmom don't like how much time I spend with my brother, but they also dislike that my brother buys stuff for me and doesn't ever get anything for the other kids here or even treats them like family. He has nothing to do with anyone else in the house. Things kind of bubbled up over Christmas when my stepsister was upset that I went to my brother's Christmas Eve and then her grandparents came over and I wasn't there and missed out on the family time. I was kind of glad to miss it, honestly. I'd rather be with my brother, and my dad is always such a pain when his in-laws are there because he wants me to call them grandma and grandpa. My dad and stepmom sat me down a couple days after Christmas and told me I need to stop putting my brother before everyone else because it comes across as him being first in my life instead of everyone else being equal. But I told them that he is first and he always will be, and I told them that nothing has changed for me. They said he shouldn't be my priority when it comes to siblings, at least, because I have 4 siblings altogether and not just one. I didn't argue with them after that, and they were angry. I know my stepmom told my dad afterwards to just let me live with him to spare the other kids, but he said he couldn't do that or they'd never see me ever again. She then asked if that would be such a bad thing because clearly I don't care about them. Their disagreement led to me being told a few days later that I was behaving badly and that I shouldn't have said what I did. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? Honestly, I'm really sorry that your mom passed away, but also that your dad got married literally 1 year after she passed away. Like, I don't know about you, but that is really quick. Like, here you are grieving the loss of your mother still even a year later, and your dad suddenly marries this other woman out of nowhere. And according to the original poster further in the comment section, she mentioned that they got married after 2 to 3 months of meeting, and that it was a super crazy time. But when it comes to your brother, I don't think there's anything wrong with prioritizing him in your life, because honestly, you have a very serious connection with him, and he's somebody that you want in your life. So there really is nothing wrong with you going to visit him and like spending time on Christmas Eve, because after all, it was a holiday and there's nothing wrong with doing that. Even if you did miss out on your step-siblings' grandmother and grandpa coming over, like you wanted to spend time with your brother on Christmas Eve, like there's nothing wrong with that. And also, I kind of noticed that all the complaints are coming from your dad's wife. Like it doesn't seem like your dad's the one who's like instigating these conversations, but instead it's your stepmother who's like basically trying to kick you out of the house. Like that is so messed up, it's not even funny. And I know if I was in your situation, I would be devastated that somebody was having that conversation about me. So no, you are definitely not the jerk. Your stepmom and your dad are absolutely being jerks, and I don't think for a second there's anything wrong with you visiting your brother, especially since you have such a close connection. Am I the jerk for kicking my mother-in-law out of my house after she made some awful comments about my children? Here's what happened. For a little bit of an intro, my fiance and I have been engaged for a year and together for 5. My fiance is 27 years old and white, and I am 24 years old and I am black. And yes, before you ask, the races will be important later on. I have one child that is not his biologically, but that is still her daddy, and she calls him as such. He loves her like his own, and it's honestly been such a blessing and so endearing to watch. We also have a daughter together and a bundle of joy on the way. So over the Christmas stretch, while everyone was at home, me and my fiance decided to have a get-together at our home. Altogether, it was his 2 siblings, my 3 siblings, and his nephew, with both of my parents and his mother, making that 9 guests plus our family of 4. Our families love each other and get along wonderfully except for his mother. And this story pretty much just involves his mother. The family gets together on the 26th of December and is having a pretty good time, but my brother pulled me to the side and told me that my mother-in-law had made a couple racist comments towards him and my parents, and also started questioning why our people would get so offended by the N-word. I told him I'd handle it later, but I did not want to spoil the party. About an hour later, things have picked back up and my mother-in-law is playing with my oldest, and I hear her say, "Oh, don't you wish you had hair that wasn't some heavy braids?" And before I could get there, she said, "You look like your mommy, but you would be prettier if you had skin like daddy." Now, my oldest looks like me with pretty dark skin, while my youngest looks exactly like her father, and honestly doesn't even look mixed. When I heard these comments, I saw red. I took my kids and nephews up the playroom, and I came back down and I told my mother-in-law to get out of my house and never come back. Well, when my fiance heard the commotion and I told him what happened, he was livid that I kicked her out without much fight back from her. I apologized to both families, and they said it wasn't my fault and understood. We then continued to have a great time. Well, for the past week, my mother-in-law has been blasting me on every social media platform, saying that I'm a jerk and swearing about me and saying pretty much everything under the sun. My fiance has been completely on my side, and we sent her a message together about her not being able to see the children anymore, and she's blasted and calling me a horrible mother while also threatening me. My fiance's father and one brother are angry with me, but otherwise people are mostly on my side, or some of them are starting to think that I went a little bit overboard with everything. Now, I feel bad about my kids not seeing her anymore, especially with a new baby on the way. So am I the jerk for kicking her out? What should I do? I do not think you are the jerk in the slightest. Your mother-in-law was completely out of line. She made some nasty, horrible comments about your girls that they will probably remember forever. Like, you just don't make those kind of remarks and think you can just get away with it. If I was in your shoes, I absolutely would have done the exact same thing, because those racist comments have no business being in your home, and she absolutely needed to be kicked out. My boyfriend is refusing to work as he has been fired from most of his jobs, and as a result, I'm being forced to pay for everything. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. So I've been dating my boyfriend for almost 5 years. We lived together and we shared bills before. He had jobs off and on, and I constantly paid at least half and sometimes all the bills. Well, we broke up temporarily, and I moved out and got my own place. And about April of last year, he moved back in with me, promising to continually work. He had a job when he moved in, but got fired 6 days later. He then got so mad about being fired that he refused to work and left it all up to me for a while. About September, he got hired somewhere else and it went great. and I was so happy that he was working, but it lasted a month or a month and a half before he got fired again. He was paying bills and paying me back for bills in the past. He didn't want to get fired from this job, and I know he actually liked it and really did deserve to keep this one. But when they fired him, he refused to work again, even to this day. And even though I have told him multiple times that I'm struggling to pay all the bills and buy everything we need alone, he still just argues with me about it. He tells me that he just got fired and then gets angry with me for asking for his help. We have 2 kids and a few animals. My bills are more than I get paid in a month, and I have to buy all of our necessities and what they want. I have a couple credit cards that are way too high, and I'm just getting myself so deep in debt. And worst of all is that he knows this. My rent just went up at the beginning of the year. My internet bill tripled, and I recently purchased a car in September, thinking that he will be consistently working again. And then when he stopped, it kind of ruined me because now I don't have that extra money. He always wants to buy the herb so he can sit around high and play some video games. And then when I say something about a job, he gets angry. He tells me that it's my house. Why would I rent a house that I can't afford by myself? But he creates a lot of the bills too and doesn't help at all. He will get too hot when it's 20 degrees outside, and instead of stepping outside, he turns the heat off and turns the air on as cold as possible. So I have to heat the house, cool it off, and then have to heat it up all over again. He does this all the time and other stuff similar to this that costs me way too much money, and I'm really getting tired of him mooching off of me. The kids even go to daycare while I work, and I have to pay for that as well. So he's just sitting at home doing nothing, leaving me to work and do all the bills. I know that it sucks getting fired from a place that you like and you want to work, but he needs to be helping me. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Honestly, you are 100% correct. This guy is using you completely, and he is not doing anything to motivate himself to get a job. And here's the thing, the fact that he keeps getting fired is proof enough that this guy is volatile. He is 100% the reason that this all happened to him, and nobody else is to blame. So honestly, I hope you're able to get through to him, because I know if I was in your shoes, I would not want to live with someone like that who is blatantly taking advantage of my kindness. My brother, for several years in his marriage, has tried to force his 2 kids to call his new wife their actual mother, even though their real mother passed away when they were just children. And now, after so many years of trying to force this on these kids, his kids no longer talk to him, and he's left wondering and asking me why that's the case. So I decided to be honest with him and explain exactly where he messed up. But now he is very mad at me, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So my brother has 2 children from his marriage to his late wife, Denise. His son just turned 20 and his daughter is 18 years old. And Denise passed away when the children were 6 and 7 years old. 18 months later, my brother met Catherine, his second wife, and they married after 4 months of knowing each other. Catherine was unable to have biological children, and she always dreamed of being a mom and wanted to be a mom to my nephew and niece. And my brother wanted this for her as well. But the kids did not want to be Catherine's children. They did not want to call her mom or be adopted by her. They did not want her to be the sole focus on Mother's Day, and the list of resistance just goes on and on. My brother spent years trying to get the children to call Catherine mom, and he and Catherine applied for her to adopt the kids and were rejected by the judge after she spoke to the children about what they wanted. They tried again and were denied by a different judge before making it to court. Things were always tense with my brother and his children. It was also tense with the rest of the family because some of us spoke up and asked why he was pushing this on the children so much. He would say that Catherine deserved to be a mom and deserved the respect for being a loving and nurturing mother to the kids. Mother's Day from the first year that they were married until the last year was very toxic. My brother no longer allowed the kids to see their maternal relatives that day, and they also didn't see any of us or visit the grave. He said the day in their family was for Catherine. He would make her breakfast and give her cards and gifts from the kids, and then the kids would tell her that she didn't deserve to be celebrated for Mother's Day and that she was nobody's mother. My brother didn't like it, and Catherine would be upset at the reminder, and the kids would also be quick to inform Catherine that they never wrote in the cards because my brother always addressed them to mom, and the kids never called her that. In the last few months, my brother has lost contact with all of his children. The last time they spoke to their dad, the kids told him that he put Catherine's wants before them, and they would never forgive him for that. They said that he has no right to make them be the children to fill the void for her when they already had a mom who they loved. My brother dismissed the idea entirely that he put Catherine before the kids like that, but when I saw him for New Year's at my parents' house, he was telling me about it, and I told him that his kids were right, and that he did put Catherine's needs way before his kids. I said he made her want to be a mother the most important thing, and tried to force the kids to comply and be her kids. But he told me that that is not what happened, and I should be sympathetic to him and to Catherine, who had her heart broken by the kids. So honestly, am I the jerk in this scenario? What should I do? Okay, so it really sounds like the original poster's brother is absolutely out of line, and it sounds like he's been out of line for the entirety of him being a father to these kids. Like, the kids made it very clear, this is not my real mom, and I don't want to be adopted by her or forced to call her mom in any kind of way. And with all things considered, I don't blame them for feeling that way. They were 6 and 7 years old when their real mom passed away, and then for the rest of their childhood, their dad made Mother's Day incredibly toxic and tried to fit their children into this mold of basically trying to make them be like, no, Catherine is your mom. Like, that is so messed up in my opinion, and it completely ignores the children. It really disrespects their needs and wants, and if anything, after a while, it's just gonna put them off. I can understand you trying this once or twice, but for you to do this all the way until they're adults, every single year on Mother's Day, that in my opinion is so uncalled for. Because I think you just made needless drama for literally no reason other than you trying to appeal to Catherine, who is obviously a stranger in these kids' lives. And even with that in mind, I can understand why the judge would turn you down. And they turned you down twice, by the way. Like, if that's not an obvious clue that this is not going to work out, then I just don't know what is. So to that end, I don't think the original poster is a jerk in the slightest. Your brother asked your opinion and you told him straight up that you've been focusing way more on Catherine's comfort than your kids' comfort at all. Like, he seriously put his wife way ahead of his kids. And as a result, he basically made it so his kids are not wanting to talk with him ever again. And there's literally nobody to blame in that scenario except for himself. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled girlfriend demands that I give up the internet at our home and even force me to sell off my computer, my PS5, and my TV, claiming that she doesn't want any gaming or online activity at all in our house. So after agreeing to this and dedicating my life to spending time with her and her hobbies, she has slowly faded out of my life and has left me bored at home doing absolutely nothing. And now that I'm trying to bring the internet back into our house and try and participate in my own hobbies again, she freaked out on me and told me that this is a deal breaker, while also shouting that she wants me out of the house. So now I'm at a complete loss and I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, so we have lived together for over a year and we have our good and bad times, but lately it has been very rough. She's gone from the house all the time. She rarely shares where she is or where she's going, and she spends time with me less and less. I've talked to her about this and how I feel a need for more time together, but it's all to no avail. When we moved into this house to live together, she told me she didn't want to have Wi-Fi, internet, a TV, or a computer. All the things that I enjoy and used to love were hobbies like playing on my PlayStation 5, playing on my PC, watching sports, etc. But it was very important to her. I agreed and was more than willing to sell my things, earn some extra money, and focus on her and her hobbies. She much prefers board games and time in nature, and I honestly love those things too. At first, she gave me a lot of her time, and our time together was great. Lots of time with board games, outside, playing sports together, being active. I mean, so much time outside of work was just us. But over time, she has found new hobbies, as well as new things to do outside of us spending time together, and that has left me alone quite a lot lately. Sometimes for 5 to 10 hours a day, and some days less, but some days even more. So here's the problem. I'm bored. I have nothing to do but other things that I'm just not really interested in. I don't want to go out, but I don't want to be stuck here at my house by myself with nothing to do except do chores, be on my phone, or sleep. I told her I wanted to get back into gaming. I wanted to get a television, a PS5, and the internet. And when I told her that, she blew up at me. She was so angry. She yelled at me and refused to talk to me about it. She left the house for the rest of the day and was gone 7 to 8 hours. But during that time, instead of being bored again, while she was gone, I went ahead and did the things I said I was gonna do. Well, today is the following day, and I just told her what I purchased. And I did it to be clear about it and not hide it. Well, when I told her that, that, she got so angry. She said that I knew having internet was a deal breaker and I did it anyways. She also said some hurtful things and then asked me to leave. Now, I'm sure I could have communicated this better, but I just want to know if I can save this somehow and still have something to do like gaming or watching some TV, even only while she's gone. I told her that while she's at home or when she wants to go out together, that I would always give her and the home 100% priority. And I truly mean that, but it honestly just didn't matter. So now I'm at a complete loss and I seriously don't know what to do. Okay, your girlfriend, in my opinion, is being completely unreasonable. Like, there is no situation here where this behavior and this level of control is in any way acceptable. First of all, why on earth did you agree to this? The original poster sold all of their electronics all to be with some girl and spend time with her. Like, for me, if someone came to me and said, you need to give up all your electronics and only spend time with me, I would look him in the eye and be like, no, that's not happening, sorry. Like, I can't actually imagine anybody embracing that reality and being like, you got it, babe, no internet ever again. And this goes beyond like video games or anything like that. Like, the internet, in my opinion, is no longer just like a luxury to have in the home. It is literally a utility that people use all the time. So to deny yourself of having that in your home if you have the availability and you can afford it, that in my opinion is like saying, okay, I just don't want any running water. And sure, water's different than the internet, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. And it's really suspicious to me that your girlfriend's like, focus on my hobbies instead of yours. And it's almost like there's no compromise at all. It's either her way or the highway. And that just does not seem fair in the slightest, like at all. This is seriously an insane situation. And in my opinion, it is absolutely crazy to me that you even agreed to this in the first place. Like, the only reason you sacrificed those things was so that you could spend time with her, but now she doesn't even spend time with you. You literally got rid of all of that for no reason. And the fact that she would react in the way that she did and freak out and be like, this is a deal breaker, you need to get out. Like, seriously, what is happening right now? So she can have all of her hobbies, but you can't have yours on your free time? It's not like you're neglecting her or the house or anything like that. You've made it very clear that when she is at home, you're gonna focus on her. So honestly, from my perspective, this whole situation is insane to me. And I just can't imagine being with a girlfriend who's gonna ask so much of me, but also be so unwilling to compromise even in the slightest. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for not inviting someone to my New Year's party after their son destroyed some of my amiibos in my collection at my previous party? Here's what happened. So I'm a 31-year-old male, and I usually host New Year's parties at my house. I have a considerable amount of amiibo figures that I have collected over the years. They're enclosed in a glass showcase that has a key. I keep it locked because two of my female friends have kids and I like having them over, so it's fine. Now, here's the thing. I have 3 mom friends in my group, and one of the moms, by the name of Lucy, that's not her real name, has a 6-year-old son. And at last New Year's party, I forgot the key in the showcase, and he ended up playing with my amiibos. Now, he was just playing with them, which would have been fine, but he actually ripped them off the bases, which ended up damaging a few of them. I ended up complaining and asked for her to pay me back for the damaged ones, but she just ridiculed it and brushed it off. So this year, out of a small amount of spite, I decided not to invite her, and no one at the party even seemed to notice. Well, today I get an angry text message saying that she really likes my party and it's a shame that I forgot she was my friend, while also asking me why I didn't invite her. I said it was because of what happened last year, that I didn't want her child near my collection ever again. She said that I was being childish and said that I was a jerk and that this is not a reason to not invite someone and that her child was just playing with them. Now, some friends say that it's okay and that it's understandable, but others think that I'm in the wrong. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? I do not think you're the jerk in the slightest. This lady's son destroyed some of your personal property. I don't care what it was. Her child destroyed something of yours that probably cost you a lot of money just to obtain. The fact that this is a popular toy for like Nintendo Switches and stuff like that honestly doesn't matter to me. And the fact that she's trying to downplay this is also crazy to me, because her son definitely destroyed your personal property. There's no other way around this. He damaged your stuff and destroyed something that is very important to you. And if Lucy had any sense in her head, she would do what she can to pay you back. Just because she thinks that it's childish that you have those in the first place doesn't mean that you're not justified justified to keep her from coming to your house. And if this lady, as well as your friends who think you're a jerk, really want to stick to that opinion, then maybe you should give out like the retail price as well as the selling price of these items and explain to them that some of these cost a lot of money and that they really meant a lot to you and you didn't want to lose them. That might be a good way to get through to these people, but overall, if I was in your shoes, I honestly would have done the exact same thing. Am I the jerk for uninviting my best friend from my wedding, all because she kept telling people that she dated my fiance first? Here's what happened. So my friend Isabel and I have been friends since we were born. Isabel is not my friend's real name. We were practically raised together. We were closer in college, but after that, we have been drifting apart a little, but I still had a strong bond with her up until recently. We have both been there for each other a lot through life, so this situation is really tough. After college, when Isabel was 23, she went on a few dates with my now fiance, who we will call Jake. Jake is not his real name, but then she told him that she wasn't interested in anything serious. Even though I was her best friend, I didn't really know Jake because she used to get asked out a lot, but only a few turned serious, so I knew about her boyfriends but not necessarily her dates. Almost a year after that, I moved in with Isabel and so we got close again, and it was after this that I met Jake. We quickly became good friends, and I used to talk about him to Isabel a lot, but it's when I showed her his picture that she recognized him and told me about her dates with him. Friendships were more important to me than any guy back then, so I asked her if it was okay to date him because I liked him a lot. She said that she had no problem and joked about it ever turning into a relationship, which I took as a joke. Well, Jake and I became serious very quick. He is my soulmate. By then though, Isabel and I had lost touch a bit since I moved in with Jake, with work becoming more of a priority. Right until I got engaged, she used to still joke to both me and Jake that she didn't think that we would be this into each other. And at the time, I saw it was funny because Jake is the opposite of me. After I got engaged, she became really weird. She was very shocked and just would not believe it. Then later she used to tell me that I'm too young to be married, and if I'm sure, but I just saw this as concern, although she did agree to be my maid of honor along with my sister. Afterwards, I posted on my Instagram about our engagement, and people were reposting it and congratulating us. But Isabel just captioned it by saying, "You better mention me in your vows because he was into me first." Well, when we saw that, Jake and I were very uncomfortable with that. But I decided at the time to defend her, saying that it's just Isabel and she jokes around a lot. But I still let her know that it was a bit uncomfortable, and she said that she was joking. After Christmas, we hosted a party together, and on that day, Isabel just kept telling all the friends and family gathered that Jake dated her first, and that she let me have him. Even after telling her it was not okay, she still joked around. Later, I told her that she was crossing my boundaries and that it was not okay, to which she said that I was overreacting. Well, in the end, I told her to not attend my wedding at all. Now, I have been overthinking a lot after that, and right now, people who know about this are just choosing sides based on who they know more. I'm worried that I'm ruining a lifelong friendship when I'm not even right. What if to her, it really was just a joke, and I'm just not being understanding, but she is also not being supportive or positive, which I think is completely unfair. I'm really confused, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Yeah, in my opinion, I don't think she was joking around. It sounds like she's being very spiteful and very jealous of your situation. Clearly she missed out on a guy that could have been marriage material, and she's now letting you and everybody else know that she somehow played a hand in it, even though she didn't in the slightest. You met this guy a year later. It's not because of Isabel. So for her to say something like that is really uncalled for. In my opinion, she loses any right to try and be like, oh, it's just a joke, especially right after you express your concerns that this really bothers you. And you even said it again at the Christmas party. You're like, hey, please stop doing that. It's really bothering me. And when she said, oh, you're just overreacting, that in my opinion would have been my last straw as well, because you have definitely made your opinion clear and you gave her multiple opportunities to fix her behavior, or there would be consequences for her crossing your boundaries. So no, in my opinion, I don't think you're the jerk. I think it's important for you to back up your boundaries, and I think it's totally appropriate for you to tell your friend that no, she cannot come to your wedding. Because if she's willing to do it here in front of friends and family, then you can bet she's gonna try that garbage at your wedding. And I know if I was in your shoes, I would not want that in the slightest. Am I the jerk for not wanting to let my mother-in-law and her husband sleep in our bed while my husband and I are away traveling? Here's what happened. So we moved 3 months ago go to my husband's birth town. His mother lives about an hour and a half away from us in a smaller city and occasionally stays over with us to do some errands. Even though we don't have the best of relationships due to some behaviors on her side, I don't mind her coming over, and I am a good host in any situation. At this time, my mom, her boyfriend, and my sister came from far away for New Year's and are staying over, and on my husband's request, they're staying for his birthday next week. While we travel, my mother will also be caring for our dog that is a bit sick. Well, today his mother texted asking to sleep in our bedroom tomorrow night while we travel. That was due to our guest bedroom being occupied by my family and she not wanting to be without air conditioning for the night. But honestly, I did not like this idea. To me, a bedroom is something extremely personal and private. I felt a huge invasion of privacy to share my bed and pillows with people, and also, I don't feel comfortable to let someone else in the privacy of our room. It's also important to say that I have issues with sleeping locations, as well as sharing personal space with people. It even took a while for me to be able to sleep with my husband. It is something extremely important to me, and my husband is aware of it. Now, we had different upbringings, and we sometimes have different views on society and social cues. He found no issue to let his mother and her husband in our room. He just doesn't really care, while I wouldn't allow my mom or anyone else sleep in our room unless the circumstances were extreme, such as sickness, old age, or surgery. This was something really clear in my household. Before I really had a conversation with my husband, I asked my mom and she agreed with me, also highlighting that she would not request that of me, that the marriage bed was something sacred and incredibly private. I don't really see the sacred thing as I'm not really religious, but I am 100% on the private aspect of it. His mother has close relatives that she stayed over all the time before we moved towns, and I don't see the need to be uncomfortable and invaded because she prefers to sleep with AC in our house. My husband and I talked earlier today, and our upbringings clashed. I am aware we have different mindsets, but I established clear boundaries on the things that matter, and this was something that mattered to me, and he said he couldn't understand how this was that big of an invasion, or even being that big of a deal, as it was only a bed and we could change the sheets later on, and honestly, I felt like this was just completely unfair. We agreed to disagree, and in the end, his mother won't be staying over. So was I the jerk for putting my quirk and my need for privacy over his mother's comfort? What should I do? No, I don't think you're the jerk at all. Your house is not a hotel, so for her to literally be like, let me sleep in your bed while you're away, that in my opinion is super gross and not something I would be on board with at all. Because I think the original poster is 100% right. My bed is my bed for a reason, and I do not want anybody else sleeping in that bed. So I don't think you're the jerk at all, because this very clearly is a boundary that you're not willing to compromise on. My boyfriend only pays about 20% of the rent, leaving me with 80% for me to figure out on my own. And right about now, I'm starting to feel resentful towards him, even though the both of us are doing really well financially. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So my boyfriend and I moved out together in August. I was ready to move out and get my first apartment, whereas he was fine with staying at his parents' home to avoid paying rent. For reference, I'm a 23-year-old female and he is 25 years old. We both have well-paying, stable jobs. We make about the same amount, with me making about $1,000 more a month, which makes sense because I work in a hospital and I'm often working overnight or I'm on call. I started looking for places over the summer and was open to getting a place for just myself or to share with him. It was obviously my preference to live with him, and so I had many chats with him trying to sway him to move in together. We lived 35 minutes away from each other, and his parents would only let me sleep over once a month. He told me he was ready to live together, but didn't want to spend the money and was in no rush to move out. Because of this, I told him that I would be open to paying more of the rent as he has student loans and car payments that I don't have. I found an apartment that I liked, and he was open to moving in together on the agreement that I paid $1,500 a month and he pays $350 per month. I agreed because I love him and I wanted to live with him really badly. I knew he would be very happy once he moved out and would love to have his own place to have all of his friends over. I also felt bad because I felt like I pushed him to move out when he didn't need to, so I was okay with this agreement. I've known since I met him that he is obsessed with money and it is one of his biggest red flags, but I admired that he was good with his money and responsible with it. Although it wasn't set in stone, we had discussed that he would pay for dinners and other things since I was paying so much in rent. At the time, I didn't think it was a big big deal to clarify because I figured he would have no problem helping out. As I said, we moved into our apartment in August and he loves it. He loves having his friends over whenever he wants, as well as the independence from his family. Well, it's January now, and I find myself feeling resentful and taken advantage of. Everything else in our life is split in half besides drinks at the bar. For example, we just went grocery shopping and it was $160. He said to Venmo him $75. I said that my food was only worth $50, so I was planning to send him that. And this is my first time saying this. I mean, I usually just send half anyways, but this time he took the receipt from me and counted up all of my charges incorrectly, by the way, and said that I was wrong. Even if it was more money though, I think the least he could do is pay the grocery bill occasionally. Well, after that, I got mad and I stormed off. I thought he would be thankful that I helped out so much and would have no problem with buying me dinners and groceries or even something nice from time to time. He didn't even get me a card or flowers for our 1-year anniversary, but it always comes down to money. I would understand if he struggled financially, but he's not at all. I can't help but begin to feel resentful, and I feel taken advantage of because he knows how much I love him, and I would put up with so much for him. But at the same time, I agreed to this, and I convinced him to move in with me when he wasn't 100% ready. Am I being fair or unreasonable here? What should I do? Personally, you've given him several months to get settled and have some kind of footing when it comes to this apartment. So if you were to come back in the new year and say, hey, I think it's time that we start splitting the rent. Because honestly, if I was in your shoes, I would probably get resentful as well. Think about it for a second. You both basically make the same amount of money and this guy's paying almost no rent. If I was in your shoes, I would be ticked off. And I would also be really upset that he is really gonna penny pinch and be like, wait a second, that's not what the receipt says. Especially when you went grocery shopping that one time as an example. That seems really petty and so unnecessary. Now for context, the original poster stated that combined through the both of them, they make about $25,000 a month. So there's really no good excuse that they couldn't just split the rent and go from there. Everything else is split down the line, why can't this also be tacked on? You've given him several months to get settled in. He loves having the independence and the freedom, but with that freedom and independence definitely comes at the cost of paying rent. So in my opinion, I don't think you would be in the wrong for asking that, and I think it would be really, really weird for him to be like, well, this is not what we agreed on, because right now the agreement you guys agreed to is really skewed in his favor. And I know if I was in your shoes, I would definitely be upset as well. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled old man blocks traffic and refuses to move up his car so that I can properly get out and go to my job. But after waiting and honking our horn for several minutes, things escalate to the point where this old man gets out of his car and backhands me in the face, supposedly because I don't respect elderly people. Here's what happened. So this happened to my partner and I in the spring of last year, and the security guards at my place of work still giggle about it to this day. So I'm a cleaner for a mall, and there is nowhere to safely park for me to get out when he is dropping me off to work in the afternoons, except for this one set of doors, which is super convenient for me because it's the closest entrance to the security office where I have to sign out my keys, which also leads to the area that I work in. But it also happens to be the sketchiest entrance for the whole building. The area to park is just a little pull-in loading zone that's about 6 car lengths long. Most of the time it's full of cars, so my partner gets over as close as he can and throws his four-ways on so I can quickly get out and go inside. Well, this day in particular, a transport truck that I assume was making a delivery to one of the restaurants inside decided he was going to park there instead of going to the loading dock in the underground parking. As we were driving up to pull in ahead of the transport, the car in front of us pulls in. But instead of pulling up all the way, they parked right in the middle, making a space large enough for 3 small cars taken up by his Honda Civic. So at first, my partner just sighs and stops behind the transport to let me out. But the traffic was very heavy that day, so he had to pull over so close to the running transport that I could barely open my car and was instantly being blasted with the hot air from the engine. So my partner tells me to stop and beeps his horn at the Honda. The old man in the driver's seat whips his head around, gives us an evil death glare, all before turning back and not moving an inch. So he beeps again, this time gesturing with his hand hand out the window for him to pull up just a little bit. We have a 2-door Mini Cooper S, so all he had to do was roll up his idling car 3 or 4 feet and we could easily squeeze in. But the guy literally doesn't want to move, so we decide to wait. But no one is getting in or out of the car. He is literally just sitting there. So my partner beeps again, gesturing with his hand, indicating that he should move up. If the space was big enough, we would have just pulled up in front of him. But it was just a tad too small of a space, and the traffic is whizzing by so fast and heavy that it would be a feat to even pull back on the road at this point. But this time, both the driver and his passenger, whom I'm assuming is his wife, just turn back and give a scrunched up stink eye, but still don't move. I told my partner to just give up and started attempting to squeeze out of the car when he gets fed up with this entitled jerk and holds down the horn as hard and as long as he possibly can. And I'm talking like a good 1.5 minutes at least. He then opens up his windows fully and starts yelling at this guy. He says, "Move your car so that my wife can safely get out and go to work." Finally, we see movement, but it's not the car moving up. It's the old man getting out of his car, screaming at us as he's stomping over. My partner at this point was not backing down. He told the old man that he needs to move his car up a bit because I can't get out against a running transport. But the old man doesn't seem to care or even listen. He instead starts screaming through the window about how my partner is a jerk and that he is waiting to pick up a disabled person, so he is not able to move his car, while also saying that my partner has no respect. The argument goes back and forth without going anywhere. So, out of frustration, my partner throws his smoke out the window as he's about to squeal away, but the old man is still hovering his face back and forward in front of the window. So, when my partner flicked it, he tried to throw it at an angle on the front of the car, but it ended up hitting the inside rim of the door and bounced towards the old man. This caused him to full out rage and even try to punch my partner in the face, but he clipped his hand on the half-open window instead. He continued to swing, but this gave me that split second to hit the power windows button to roll up. So now he's just standing there repeatedly punching the driver's side window, screaming something about how we have no respect for the old. Now, because he's not moving, my partner couldn't pull out on the road either, so we're just sitting there watching him punch and scream at our car. Finally, a guy in his 40s with a walker comes strolling out, but get this, the little ramp for the curb that he had to use to get his walker down was exactly where this jerk's car would have been sitting if he had just pulled up a little bit, which made the disabled guy actually have a harder time to go completely around to get back to the passenger door. Now, at this point, I'm completely late for work, so I managed to slip out of my door, and as I'm walking around the transport to get onto the sidewalk, this old jerk comes running around his car with a folded up walker, screaming at me about how I have no respect for the old and disabled, and then he does something I honestly never expected. He backhand slaps me right across the face. My partner is halfway sticking out into traffic when this happens, trying to merge in, but stops when he sees this. Behind me are 2 security guards walking up to investigate what all of the noise is about, having them along with the 20 other bystanders now gawking at the commotion. Without a blink of the eye, I rip the walker out of his hand and I throw it into oncoming traffic. As he rushes over to the road to attempt to chase it, I ran up behind him and was about to give him one big push when 4 familiar arms grabbed me in a bear hug and pulled me back. It was the security guards, stopping me from making one of the biggest mistakes of my life. But the real kicker is when the security guard was writing up his no trespassing papers, banning him, his wife, and the disabled guy he was picking up from the property for life, was the shocked fish out of water face he had when the other guy picked up and passed me my hearing aid that went flying out of my ear when he struck me in the face. I've been legally deaf for the past 10 years from a car accident where a transport spun out on black ice and smashed into my ex's car. I know there's no way he could have known that. I just found it ironic that he was so outraged about us not respecting the fact that he felt he was entitled to take up half the loading zone just to pick up a guy with a walker, all while he was forcing a deaf girl to wedge herself between a running transport and oncoming traffic just so she could get to work. Now, I do regret the way I acted, but luckily I had coworkers there to stop me right in time. Yeah, this is a crazy story because I gotta be honest, both parties do not look good in this instance. For starters, the old man in this story really could have just rolled up like, 5 feet so you can properly get out of your car? Like, it really would not have been that difficult to do that, and that guy was completely in the wrong. Also, his reaction to punching and screaming at your car, as well as backhanding you in the face, is honestly insane to me. I'm kind of surprised that the police didn't get involved, But it kind of makes sense because your partner did throw a cigarette in his face, and I know it wasn't on purpose, but from the old man's perspective, it probably definitely was, so that's definitely not a good look either. But also, I can't imagine that's the only place your partner can like drop you off just so you can get out of your car and go to work. I know anytime I've been to the mall, there's always like a massive parking lot close by you easily could have gone to. I don't know, it kind of seems like there was like a massive lack of planning, and this all could have been avoided if you just took other steps. But honestly, in my opinion, the fact that this guy physically attacked you is completely uncalled for. That was so far out of line, and in my opinion, that makes him the bigger jerk than either you or your partner. But what do you think? Leave a comment down below. What would you do in this situation? Let us know down below. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My boss introduces a new time tracking tool to supposedly avoid time manipulation on our part. So me and my coworkers band together and decide to work the system, causing this new time tracking tool to backfire in my boss's face in a way that was deeply rewarding. Here's what happened. So I work in a small startup company of around 12 people. It's a very good atmosphere in the office, and everyone pulls their weight and is super motivated. However, our boss likes to micromanage us, even though he has no expertise in our fields. And this is especially relevant for us in marketing and design. We really suffer from this a lot, since he will make changes to our strategies and our posts and our website, sometimes all without telling us, and then gets upset at us when the customer feedback is bad and we aren't reaching our predicted goals. So recently, he told us that the reason he thinks we aren't seeing enough results is all because we are manipulating our hours and not actually putting the work in that we should. Until then, we each wrote down our hours manually in an Excel spreadsheet, but with a new time tracking tool, he would see how long we were working down to the minute. He also could only log in on our PCs and previously approved household devices, but not mobile, because if you are not at your desk, it is not work. After our initial shock passed and our boss left for the day, our manager called for a meeting and we came up with a plan. We would do as he says in the most just following the rules kind of way. For starters, we would not engage in work-related conversations with him unless we are sitting at our desks and we're clocked in. Any questions by him which are asked when we are off the clock will only be answered once we clock in again the following day. Every phone call, text message, or otherwise work-related things outside of the office would only be answered once there was an option for us to clock in either the next day in office or for some of us on our home office device. Since we no longer have the option to shift time manually, all work minutes and hours would be clocked exactly when they took place. And as a side note to that, in my country, weekends pay better. Sundays have to be paid double, and working after 8 p.m. warrants additional financial benefits by law. Previously, if we needed to post something really quick or we had a question, we would just add the weekend hours or late time to the upcoming Monday. Basically, we were working out of goodwill, but that was very swiftly ending today. We would also stop any independent activity like posting on social media or writing an email, and would send him everything to approve before following through. Well, after about a week, our boss was so fed up with this, he gave us the option to clock in from our mobile devices so he could get more immediate response to his questions. However, this of course led to us clocking in way more frequently. Well, fast forward to 2024, and I'm happy to report that we've abolished the system again and regained most of our independence. And even though our boss is still upset about how we exploited the system, it brought the team closer together and it taught him a valuable lesson. Yeah, that boss is being super obnoxious. Like, the only reason he wanted that time clock system or whatever he was trying to do was so he could find yet another excuse for why he can micromanage your job. Because if he seriously doesn't see that he's the problem with you not meeting your deadlines, then I just don't know what will make him realize that in the long run. Like, this guy's trying to be like, okay, change this design today. And it's like, dude, what are you talking about? I can't just do that overnight. I mean, sure, I could, but it's not going to be the high quality that you would expect from an office. But I just love how everybody in that department basically banded together and basically said, oh, okay, you want to change things on us? Well, congratulations, we're going to work this system and make your life a living nightmare. So good for all of these people for doing that and making him reverse everything that he started. Because his new system was just really dumb, and there was no reason for him to try and micromanage you and your coworkers in the slightest. My entitled mother caused a massive fight over her wanting to go out for lunch. And right about now, I'm kind of thinking that it's my fault, but I'm seriously not sure. And at this point, I don't know what to do. Here's what happened. 2 days ago, we were all at home, and then my mom came back from her doctor's appointment and randomly said that she wanted to go out for lunch. The thing is, we already had stuff cooking and it was almost done, and it would have been a waste to not eat it, except none of us wanted to say anything about it in case she had a big fuss over it. So she asked us whether we want to go out for lunch, and me and my siblings were like, sure, if you want. And we did this mostly because we didn't want to make her think we didn't want to spend time with her. And then she asked us where we want to go, only we didn't really have a preference since we don't go out often, and we don't mind what we eat, so we said we can go wherever you want. But then me and my dad pointed out that we have chicken wings in the air fryer already cooking, and that it would be a waste if we didn't eat them. And it's also important to note that she already knew that we were cooking lunch by the time she got back. She kept making suggestions about where we could go, and then kept asking us where we wanted to eat, to which we replied we're fine with anything, but she still didn't choose a place. I told my dad really quietly that I think she really wants to go out, but is being indirect about it. So why don't we choose somewhere random and eat there and eat the stuff we're cooking for dinner? But she must have thought I was making a rude comment or something like that, because she demanded to know exactly what I just said. I said to her, oh, I just thought you really wanted to go, but didn't want to say in case we didn't want to, and suggested that we just choose somewhere and go. Well, when I said that, she got mad and started yelling at me for whispering behind her back, which I will admit is probably kind of what I was doing, only it wasn't intended as a snide remark, but unfortunately she did end up taking it as such. Then she got really mad and started saying stuff like, oh, this family is so ungrateful because the kids never appreciate anything we do for them. If you don't appreciate us trying to do something nice for you, then you're a big jerk. Only she didn't call us a jerk and instead said a really bad swear word. And this is definitely not the first time she's used swear words on us either. My brother was in his room when he heard the swear words screamed out, and he came outside and asked her what she said. Then my mom said, I just said if you don't appreciate what we're doing for you, then that's fine. And he said, no, not that part, the other part. And she still wouldn't tell him and started telling him off for pressing her when she didn't want to talk about it. Later, when I thought she wasn't in earshot, I pulled my brother over and told him what she said, because I knew he wouldn't be satisfied until he knew. It's also important to note that I didn't realize she could hear me, and this was probably a stupid thing to do, but I was already annoyed at the time and didn't think it mattered at that point, especially not when everyone was already annoyed too. After that, my mom started going on and on about us not being grateful and being rude and stuff, and started asking my dad why he wasn't defending her. Then the whole thing escalated into a massive argument between them, and in the end my dad went out to go somewhere quiet while my mom and brother had a conversation about the whole thing of her basically saying a swear word at all of us. Once my dad came back, everything was okay for a little bit, but then my mom wouldn't talk to me for some reason. At that point, I was still upset at her, so I didn't really care and I didn't think anything of it. Now, I think this part was my fault, but then yesterday, my dad called me to the kitchen and told me that he wanted me to apologize to my mom, and still being annoyed, I just mumbled that I was sorry, even though I didn't intend on her hearing me tell my brother what the swear word was, and didn't intend to make any snide remarks either. Then she wanted me to come over and talk about it, and I just went over, but I think she could tell that I didn't want to talk about it and started lecturing me on having a bad attitude and how I probably wasn't even sorry in the first place. Now, the truth is, I was kind of sorry, but I didn't want to let her know in case she thought it meant that none of it was her fault in the first place. She then started calling me wicked and said stuff like, how could you have such evil in your heart? I couldn't even imagine doing that to my own parents. Now, of course, I didn't want to apologize after that, since she was making a bigger deal out of the situation than necessary. My dad then came to my room to talk to me for a few minutes, and I was already a mess by then. And at that point, I was so angry that I told him I wasn't going to apologize if she was going to act like that. I think apart from the attempt at an apology, I said like 3 words to my mother the whole day. I still haven't said anything, and I'm not going to, because then what will likely happen is that she will think she got away with causing a fight. Now, as a side note, I'm a teenager, and I haven't actually heard her apologize to anyone a single time. This morning, my dad told me that I had to be at least starting to talk to her by the 9th, because that's when we're going on holiday. He said that I had to be a good daughter and be nice to her since she's my mother, all without giving any other reasons. Personally, I do not think that this is a good reason to let her get away with anything, because being ejected from somebody's loins does not qualify them for unconditional love. He then said he's gonna make me stay in the same room as her on holiday if I didn't at least say something to her, and I'm honestly honestly just so sick of my entitled mother. Yeah, your mom sounds like a piece of work. She literally started arguments with you and the rest of the family for like no reason. Like you were telling the truth, you were not making some snide remark. But instead, she's the one that took this to heights that were completely inappropriate. Like seriously, there's no reason to start swearing at people, lady. Like calm down. And also, why in the world would she suggest somewhere for all of you to eat without acknowledging the obvious clues that yeah, you guys are already cooking something? Like that seems really controlling and weird in my opinion, and honestly super annoying. So I'm really sorry you had to deal with that, because seriously, you did not do anything wrong. And for your mom and your dad to try and make you apologize like that, in my opinion, was completely out of line. Am I the jerk for calling my neighbor a Karen when she threatened me with small claims court after I threw away their garbage that was scattered all over my backyard? Here's what happened. Okay, so I live with my wife and our 2 sons. We are homeowners and we have had trouble with our next door neighbors. They are a young nuclear family with 2 parents in their 30s with a little baby. We are not the type of neighbors to spy into yards or monitor what everyone is doing, so we hadn't really noticed that their backyard is a pigsty, at least not until our fence panels had been broken. These neighbors had been piling trash and leaning it up against our fence, and eventually the sheer weight of it had just broken it, causing it all to spill onto our yard. There were old pieces of wood and metal, garbage bags, pieces of furniture, and just general clutter. Well, I confronted the neighbors and informed them of what happened. I asked politely that they clear up the garbage and contribute some money towards a new fence. The husband said that he would sort it out, but after 2 weeks of no change, I knocked on their door again. The wife gave some excuse about how the baby has been crazy, but that they would get rid of the garbage as soon as possible. Well, fast forward another 3 weeks and still nothing has changed. I knocked on their door at 2 different times, left messages on their Ring doorbell, and messaged them both on Facebook, and it has been nothing but radio silence. They've also not given us any money for the fence, but to be honest, I don't even care. After no response for another week, I took matters into my own hands. I loaded up their garbage into my car and I took it to the dump. Well, they're now angry and said that we have no right to get rid of their stuff and that it's still their property. When the wife turned up at our door, we got into a small argument as she threatened me with small claims court, saying that we owe her and her husband money. Well, I called her a Karen and told her that if that stuff was so important, she shouldn't have left it littered around my yard, which is a place where my kids play, all for over a month. She says that they would have gotten rid of it if they were given a chance, and that the nearest dump is over an hour's drive away, and they don't have all the time in the world. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? You are definitely not the jerk, because you know what? That lady is 100% a Karen. So is her husband. I mean, this is the classic Karen and Kevin situation where they had ample time to fix this problem, but instead they ghosted you and refused to do anything about it. For starters, I would love to see these people go to small claims court, because not only have they littered on your property, but they also broke your fence. And it's not going to be hard to see that, yeah, you did not cause this. Also, my God, how much trash was on that fence? Like, even with a fence that is like kind of okay, it would have to take a lot of garbage. We're talking garbage here to make that thing topple over and cave in towards your side. And that is seriously insane to me. Like, that is so unacceptable. So in my opinion, I don't think you're the jerk at all. I think these people are out of their minds if they think that you're the problem here, because the way they acted towards you is honestly completely unacceptable. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled couple make my restaurant job a living nightmare, cursing me out as well as falsely accusing me of having an attitude with them. And this is all because I didn't give them exactly what they wanted right when they walked in. And I've honestly never been treated this poorly ever in my 6 years of working in restaurants. Here's what happened. Okay, so it takes a lot for me to cry in the walk-in at this point, but this got me really bad. This is quite possibly the worst treatment I've ever had after 6 years of working in restaurants. So last night I was hosting and managing at the restaurant I work at, and I saw a couple walk up, so I headed towards the door to greet them. Unfortunately, our host stand that has a sign on it saying wait to be seated is outside the building, and it is very tiny. So a lot of people tend to completely miss it and walk right in and choose to ignore it because it's getting cold and they don't want to wait outdoors. Now this I am used to. The woman in this couple opens the door and grabs a menu from the server stand and goes back outside. So I go out the door and I say, "Hi, how can I help you folks?" To which she says to me, "We're just gonna sit right over here," and motions to the fire pit waiting area. I tell her that we don't see people there as it's just for waiting, but I can get them seated on the heated patio since they have a dog. She gives me a look and says, okay, with a tone that was really rude, but I try to brush it off. I take them to the heated patio and say that they can sit down and I'll bring them menus and water as I point to the two-top table. There is another party on the patio that also has a dog, and I hear the man comment to the woman about their dog potentially freaking out. I come back with the water, menus, plates, and setups, and they're sitting at the table on the other side of the patio that is currently set up for 8 people. I place the items on the two-top and I say to them, "So I will actually have you folks sit right here so I'm able to fully seat this patio." To which the woman rudely says to me, "No, we have to sit over here because there's another dog over there." Now at this point I'm feeling defeated. So this is the only time I can see where they might have thought I had some kind of attitude, but I just softly said okay and brought their stuff over. I try to move a couple of tables around so I can still have some room for other parties that need or want to sit outside, but that's when a man stands up and I say to them, "No worries, you folks can sit right there. I just need to move a couple things around so I can have room for other parties." But this guy then says something that honestly blew my mind and really caught me off guard. This man says to me, "Actually, we're leaving because you have a terrible attitude and we do not feel welcome here." And when this guy said that to me, I was honestly shocked and immediately started shaking. I said something along the lines of, "Sir, I'm sorry. I promise I'm not trying to have any sort of attitude. I just need to optimize seating. I'm just doing my job." The woman then stands up and says, "That is a garbage apology. You've been a giant jerk ever since we walked up." Now, for reference and as a side note, they said several swear words at me, and I have never been cussed at or called a name like that ever in my life. Then the other party sitting on the patio chimed in and basically defended me, saying that they heard everything and I had no form of an attitude, and that it's absolutely uncalled for to use profanities against me. They said that they were in the wrong from the start because they disregarded the host stand. The woman fights back and says they need to stay out of it, while also saying, "We are from out of town. We have never been here and we did not know there's a host stand." To which the other party said, "Well, we've never been here either, but we still know how to read." At this point, I'm just trying to get these people to leave because the man is standing outside the gate of the patio, just absolutely berating me even after I apologize for something I didn't do. And I asked them to just go ahead and leave. And the other party is still trying to defend me, and it feels like all too much, and I know I'm about to cry. He finally gets in his stupid Tesla, and then they leave. The other party says they're so sorry that just happened to me, and I thank them for sticking up for me and apologize that they had to witness any of that. Thankfully, my general manager is also there and witnessed the end of the situation through the window, so she comes with me to walk in and tell her everything that happened and assures me it is not my fault. And I thought that maybe this would be the end of it, but trust me, these people go even further. Those people call and complain to her, again, even though she knows I didn't do anything wrong, and then proceed to leave a Yelp review which, of course, leaves out half the story and any mistake they could have made, saying they needed to stay away from the other dogs on the patio in case those dogs aren't friendly, even though I overheard them say that their dog might freak out, which also is like, come on, have some common sense. Don't bring your dog to a restaurant if it can't behave. The past month has been one of the most difficult I've had in a while, battling chronic illness through the holidays, then getting sick again, and then working doubles back to back. Once I get back from dealing with all of that, I don't understand how people can be so entitled and talk to someone that they don't even know on the first day of the new year. I'm just feeling so defeated with humanity and how unfair we get treated as service workers, even though we're doing our best to keep everybody happy. Yeah, that couple was just completely out of line. They were massive jerks to you and you did not deserve to get treated that way. And the other group that was on the patio with them, they were completely right. They were from out of town just like this couple, and they were still able to follow procedure and wait for the host and pretty much do everything they were supposed to. Because it really seems like the couple you had to deal with, who were just determined to cause problems, literally did everything wrong almost on purpose. So truly, I'm so sorry you had to deal with that, and hopefully nothing like this ever happens ever again. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for still withholding all of the presents I bought for my family, all because of the prank gifts they got me and my girlfriend. Because even though I told them that I don't want any pranks on Christmas Day, they decided to violate that and do it anyways. And right now, I'm super mad and I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, so in the past couple of years, I started making good enough money that I bought a house, and I still have plenty after the monthly bills. My family have all been pranksters and at times entitled my entire life. But Christmas Eve, they took the cake. I was no contact with them for several years, but they convinced me to reconnect after I moved closer. Now for gifts, I got them all good stuff. Stuff like tablets for the kids with built-in DVD players, sports memorabilia and camping stuff for my dad, brother, and uncle, specific antiques, jewelry, and appliances for my mom, my sister-in-law, and my aunt. And I decided to bring my girlfriend with me, as what little family she has are just completely horrible. So she was delighted to spend Christmas Eve with my family. Everything was going smoothly, and I warned my family, no pranks on me or my girlfriend at all. They swore none would happen, but they could not resist. We got attacked by silly string from multiple fronts, and even though that stuff reeks and it gets everywhere, somehow we powered through that. But then came the gifts, and I wasn't really expecting much, but none of them even tried. I got dollar store cooking utensils and a pair of insanely ugly holiday socks that I did confirm were also from the dollar store, and I also got a pink hat, and that was all just from my parents. They all kept snickering and recording me as I unwrapped random junk, one of the presents being a used mirror to a car that I no longer own. And the one gift there to my girlfriend was a bottle of fart spray. And so at that moment, I told them that I had had enough, and that they'd agreed to have no pranks. Well, long story short, they weren't just gag gifts. They were the only presents there for us. And at that point, I had had enough, and I just started gathering up all the presents that I'd bought. They all freaked out and demanded I give them back, but I told them all that they didn't change one bit, and they could kiss all of that stuff goodbye. So we bagged everything and then we stormed out. The family kept calling and messaging me that I'm being greedy and I can't take a joke, and that they couldn't think of anything to get me, while also stating that the kids are crying. So honestly, am I the jerk in this scenario? What should I do? Seriously, I don't think you're the jerk in the slightest. I think the way that these people treated you was really toxic and uncalled for, and this is all after you basically spelled it out that no, you don't want any pranks. You don't like them, you don't want them, and you wanted this Christmas to just be a genuine moment for you and the family that you're just now reconnecting with. Like the fact that they would think this is okay behavior to do, and basically put like no thought into any gift they were gonna give you after you probably spent all this money to get gifts for all of them. That is seriously so disappointing, and honestly, I hope you're able to get your money back. Like a prank is only funny if it's appreciated by everybody involved. And if it's not mutually appreciated, then guess what? That's just bullying. These people literally bullied you and your girlfriend in a moment where you did not want to be bothered. You wanted a genuine Christmas day, and these people just completely ruined it. So with all that in mind, I don't think you're the jerk, and honestly, if I was in that scenario, I would have done the exact same thing. Am I the jerk for picking a revealing bridesmaid dress in order to get one of my bridesmaids to drop out of my party? Here's what happened. So let me just say this has been a long time coming. My soon-to-be husband has a sister, and we're gonna call this sister Megan for the sake of the story. Megan is not her real name. Now, Megan and I do not click very well. I am polite, but I wouldn't say that we are friends. I felt that I was forced by his family to make her a bridesmaid or she will be sad. Now, I'm gonna be blunt. Megan is fat and very insecure about it, and this has led bridesmaid dresses shopping to be a nightmare. I could never find something that she wants that my other bridesmaids as well as myself would also like. So I gave everyone two options to vote on. Option one was getting a dress that can be styled multiple ways, or picking from a collection so everyone matches but they will need to pay for it. Option two was that I will buy everyone's dress, but I would choose the dress and that would be my final decision. My 5 bridesmaids voted and option 2 won. So I picked out a blue strapless dress with a mini slit. I really liked it and I knew that Megan would have an issue with it. I sent a picture to all the bridesmaids and confirmed everybody's sizes right before I ordered it. And this is where it all blew up. Megan was angry I picked a revealing dress, and this resulted in an argument where she thinks that I'm a huge jerk, but I told her she can step down if she has an issue with the dress. She tried to get the family on her side, but everyone knows I gave them options, and they had watched me struggle to find something that everybody wants. Now, for the record, she voted for the option where I pay for the dress, and I truly did not ask her to be my bridesmaid, since she and my mother-in-law announced that she was one of my bridesmaids at a family gathering. The only way to keep peace with the whole family was basically giving her what she wanted. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? Okay, that last little part honestly kind of blows my mind. The original poster didn't even invite Megan to be a bridesmaid, but instead Megan and her stupid mother is like, oh my gosh, Megan's a bridesmaid. And it's like, what are you people doing? This is not your wedding. This is my wedding. You can't just make that kind of announcement and then ambush the bride and be like, yeah, Megan's gonna be a bridesmaid, right? This really felt like some kind of mafia shakedown, and that's just not fair. But at the end of the day, this is your wedding, and you gave all of your bridesmaids a choice on what kind of dress they would want. And this is the option that the majority agreed to, so guess what? That's what we're going with. So in my opinion, if Megan voted for you to buy the dress, then she has no right to throw a fit over what you picked. She can either deal with it or she can step down. Those are basically her options. Her insecurities, in my opinion, are not a part of the equation. Because again, this is your wedding. You decide what happens and nobody else. And if I was in your shoes, there's no way I would let the insecurities of this Megan lady try to dictate what you can or cannot do at your wedding. My sister-in-law announced her engagement shortly after mine and wore an exact replica of my ring as an engagement ring. And right now, I can't help but feel that she's copying me and my husband, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Okay, so my fiance Steve asked for my hand in marriage, with our wedding taking place this summer. Naturally, we are very excited, and we have been for the past few months. We've been together for 8 years, and have gone through college together, traveled the world, and have cultivated a large but close friend group that we're very happy with. He has a sister who has always kind of felt like a one-upper to him. In the past, I've tried to be the voice of reason. She was kind of lonely, didn't have many friends, and only one past painful relationship. So we have tried to include her, patch up the relationship, and so on, but it never really became a close relationship. The reasons why is because they're always looking back. She either acts jealous towards me, or if he announces anything special, she has to try and one-up him and be the center of attention. He says it has always been this way, even back when they were children. Now, there is this weird unspoken competition between her and everybody else in the family, where she is always trying to belittle another person or steal the show. Needless to say, it has become quite annoying, but so far neither of us have lost their temper with her. A few days ago, at a family get-together, they were drinking wine and cheering, and his sister and her new partner of 1.5 years suddenly announced their engagement out of nowhere, seemingly just shy of a month after moving to the city together. Now, we are happy and we're smiling, and we're trying to push away the weird gut feeling that comes creeping up. But then we both catch a glimpse of her ring and suspect that they copied our ring. After a while, it sunk in. It is an exact copy of the engagement ring her brother had carefully picked out for me. We tried to take the high road and congratulate her, but soon thereafter, we left for our house. In the past few days, both of us have been very upset. We've been disappointed and angry, and we are also weirded out by it and incredibly put off. I am trying to contain myself. I am telling myself that it's only a materialistic thing, and if she's found happiness, we should be sharing that. But on the inside, I am fuming, and so is my fiance. And at this point, we seriously don't know what to do. Okay, so I can definitely understand where the original poster's coming from. I mean, here you have this woman who announced her engagement right after you, and then her ring is exactly like yours. So I can completely understand why you would be like, wait, what is she doing? Because it really does seem like she's trying to one-up you and your husband. And if she really is trying to do that, that's just like super creepy and super weird. But with all of that in mind, I think it would be way worse to say something about this and try and like draw attention to it, as opposed to what I feel is the smart route and just focusing on your own wedding and your own thing. Because maybe she is copying you. Maybe she's doing this just to annoy you, and she's stuck in this comparison game that you are definitely not participating in. And if that's really the case, where she's trying to be like in competition with you or something like that, then that is completely on her and that has nothing to do with you. Like, she sounds a bit unstable if I'm completely honest, and it kind of sounds like your husband and yourself are like the only people that really picked her up. So maybe that's why she's trying to copy you and try and like one up everything you're doing. Like, hopefully it isn't, because if that is the case, that is really weird. But regardless, in my opinion, if I was in your shoes, I would not make a big deal out of this, because I think drawing attention to it is only going to cause problems overall, and I can only imagine that would be an absolute nightmare to deal with any kind of fallout. My job is absolutely obnoxious, this, as I am so sick of dealing with customers who expect me to read their mind when they're trying to find an item that they don't know the name of. Here's what happened. So to start things out, I want to ask a question. What is it with people not knowing the name of a product, but then expecting us as the people who work there to know exactly what they're vaguely describing? Now, I work in a general store, and if I had the brain capacity to have extensive knowledge on every item we sell, I wouldn't be stocking shelves for a living. So anyways, this lady stops me in the store and asks me where the crackers are. Now, that's not my department, so I search it up on the system. As I'm doing so, she points to this other worker and says, "That boy right there told me where they were and he was wrong." But I tell her, "No ma'am, they were exactly where he told you." It turns out when she asked where the crackers were, she meant an entirely different item that's in a different place. I had to figure this one out as she had no clue what they were called. So I tell her where they are, and then she tells me to fetch them for her and find her in the checkouts. On top of that, she gave me instructions on how many packs to get. She stated that if they have the 6-pack, I should get 2 of them, and if they have the 12-pack, I should get 1 of them. But the funniest thing about this is that she literally had to walk past them to get to the checkouts. Like, this isn't my job description. I am not your personal servant. I help people getting items if they physically can't get them, but she very much could, and they were en route for her. So it's this weird mix of being rude, expecting us workers to read her mind, and being mad that we can't do that, and then making me run around doing her shopping for her, just to then hand deliver them to her for literally no reason. It's honestly really annoying. I also had someone ask me to tell them where juice for babies was, because she wanted a very specific one, and I tried explaining that if I don't have a name or any other description of this specific item, I literally cannot help her. I went through all the juices that's marketed for kids, and not a single one of them was right. I tried explaining that I can't just search up baby juice because nothing would come up, but she just kept staring at me waiting for an answer. Older people do the same thing with printer ink, and they expect me to know what printer they have. Then they start pointing at printers and screaming, "It looks like that," even though all the printers look like that. But overall, it's just super annoying to deal with, and I'm so tired of having customers that think I can read their mind. Yeah, I can only imagine how frustrating that must be on a daily basis. Like, you have people walking up and being like, "Find me the baby juice, I need it right now." And you're like, "Lady, what are you talking about? There's no such thing as baby juice." Like, I know what you're trying to ask, but unless you've got like a brand name or something, I've got nothing for you. So I completely understand where the original poster's coming from, and hopefully this job gets better sooner than later. 2 years ago, I won a huge amount of money in a settlement, and I'm essentially retired at 31 years old. And right now, no one in my life knows anything about it. Here's what happened. Okay, so I can't get into specifics due to the terms of the settlement, but I got more money than I'd ever dreamed of having. Enough to where I would never have to work ever again. I quit my job and invested the bulk of it, and the investments paid off, and I essentially made nearly 6 times that money in the last 2 years. Now here's the thing. No one in my life knows exactly how well off I am. My immediate family and friends know that I received a settlement, but not for how much. Now that the pandemic is over, I spend my time traveling, while my accountant and my broker handle everything else, and the money just keeps growing. I grew up pretty poor, and was poor until said settlement happened, so it's still all very new to me. I've been so blessed, and I'm so grateful to be in the position that I'm in. I've made a lot of anonymous donations to various charities I believe in, and I have seen firsthand what they've done to change lives with money that I've sent them. I've tried really hard and succeeded at keeping out of the public eye, thankfully, but I'm honestly not sure what to do with the rest of my life. But I know I'm not going to be stopping here. I don't plan on telling anybody in my family, and I even bought a modest home with cash, as well as a new car, new clothing, as well as a few odds and ends like a new phone. But outside of that, I don't appear as wealthy as I really am, and my family thinks I'm a day trader for a living, which is mostly true. And honestly, I really hope to keep it that way for the rest of my life. Wow, good for the original poster for basically being loaded. And I think the original poster probably already knows this, but seriously, don't tell anybody about the money that you got. If you want to see the dark side of people, just admit to family and friends that you're loaded and you have a lot of money. Because I think we've all been on the internet long enough where we've seen all kinds of stories of people like winning the lottery, telling their friends and family about it, and then eventually they lose everything. But it sounds like the original poster is a lot smarter than that, and hopefully they're able to protect their money throughout the rest of their life and not have to deal with anybody who would want to try and take that from them. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled aunt demands that I take out my nose piercing, as she claims that I'm being a bad influence on the children at our Christmas party. But I decided that I was not going to take that sitting down, so I went back at my aunt in a way that she probably never expected. Here's what happened. So a few days ago, my family met at my great-grandparents' house for a family Christmas celebration. My great-aunt was there with her grandson, his wife, and their child. And let me just say, this particular aunt is always causing drama in the family. We'll call her Rachel. Rachel is not her real name. My dad took me to get my septum pierced for my 18th birthday early in 2023, so I've had it pierced for a while. I've only had the plain silver horseshoe I got back when it was first pierced for a while, but I recently got a new horseshoe piercing, decorated with a bee on one end and a honeycomb on the other. It stands out much more than the other one, so I guess Rachel finally noticed during our celebration. I was sitting on the stairs with my brother as always. Rachel was sitting on the floor across from the stairs with her great-granddaughter, who we will call Sarah for the sake of this story. Sarah is not her real name, and two of my younger cousins. She stared at me for a while, which I assume was because of my hair, because she's never liked the fact that I shaved the sides and got an undercut, but instead she asked me if I had my septum pierced. I said that I did, and she simply asked me why. Before I could even answer her and give some kind of answer along the lines of, well, because I wanted to, she said, you know, they say that a woman gets her septum pierced so her husband can attach her to a leash and drag her around by it. And she actually said that in front of the three younger girls in the room. My aunt and uncle, who were sitting on the couch off to my left, were shocked. Since none of us wanted to cause a scene, we kind of just laughed it off. I was a bit snappy and I said to her, well, mine is a horseshoe, not a ring, so it doesn't matter. And then the topic was dropped for a while. Later, after we all ate lunch, Rachel cornered me by the bathroom after I washed my hands and demanded that I take the piercing out because I was being a bad influence on poor Sarah. Now, here's the thing. Sarah was too busy playing around in her new princess dress to notice anything anyone else was doing. So that is honestly just a complete lie. I'm a very anxious person normally, but this jerk of a lady has had something against me and my dad basically my entire life. So I was sick of her garbage. I told her to back off and to stop judging me and my decisions when she's the one that screwed up her own marriage so much that her ex doesn't like being referred to as her ex because it connects him back to her. Well, needless to say, she definitely did not like that answer because she gave me some nasty looks for the rest of the afternoon, but I didn't care. I'm already planning on getting some more nose piercings, and her stupid ideals are definitely not gonna stop me. Honestly, I commend the original poster for standing up for themselves and saying, look, just because I have a piercing on my nose doesn't mean I'm a bad person. It also doesn't mean you're a bad influence on any children around you. Like, seriously, that doesn't make any sense in my opinion. Just because someone looks a certain way or has piercings or tattoos, or maybe their hair is styled in a way that you don't like, doesn't mean that they're being a bad influence on anybody. Maybe that just means they're expressing themselves in the way they see fit, and in a way that they enjoy and they want people to see. And on that note, I don't think there's anything wrong with the original poster having their septum pierced. It literally is nobody else's business, and if you don't like it, you can look away. It's okay. And I think the original poster has it completely correct. These really are stupid and outdated ideals in my opinion, because I feel that if you're judging someone based on the way they look, and you're deciding whether or not they're a good person based off of like a piercing or something like that, then if anything, you're the jerk if you do that. Because outward appearances like that or style choices are just not a determining factor of if someone's a good or bad influence. Because I've met plenty of people in my life who don't have any tattoos or piercings, who are some of the worst people I've ever met in my life, and I can say that confidently. And for this aunt to make that judgment call and be like, you're a bad influence on this kid, that in my opinion just doesn't make sense, and not to mention just downright rude. So honestly, I think the original poster handled this situation really well, and they fired back at them in a way that really shut this lady up. And hopefully in the future, she won't be so judgmental about somebody's appearance. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My entitled mother has pushed me too far and has completely ruined my New Year's Day by sending awful, toxic messages to me through my family group chat. And now I'm at a loss and I seriously don't know what to do. So for a bit of background, my relationship with my mother is extremely complicated. Growing up, she did so many awful, cruel things to all of us, And these are things both mentally and physically. Now that I'm older and after lots of therapy, I've realized that she was the problem, and it wasn't actually because I was the worst person to ever exist, as she made me feel. So fast forward to now as an adult with my own family, and I'm doing much better. My husband and I have a great relationship, and I truly love him and my beautiful son. We also have a sweet puppy, and we have our first house. But I've had one of the toughest 2 years of my life. After multiple miscarriages and a difficult pregnancy, I had my son and also got my dream dog. Some people will get this and some won't, but my dog is my world, my solid through all of this difficulty. And well, he passed away suddenly this summer. He wasn't even 2 years old, and he passed away in my arms. If you've ever had to hold the dog you loved like your own child as he passed away in your arms, then you'll understand the trauma that it causes. I was very dangerously depressed, and after therapy and antidepressants, 6 months later, I was finally feeling happy again. Like I could smile and maybe there could be a sun again. I've had a good few weeks. Well, today I woke up to some awful messages from my mother. At just 1 in the morning last night, she had responded to a Happy New Year message I posted in our group, sharing a picture of myself with friends, clearly showing us in company. She told me to have a lovely night and that I looked great. Then something changed. Between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning, she sent me a load of awful messages, saying how she was done with me, how awful I was, and how she's devastated I didn't call her for New Year's. And this was honestly all out of nowhere. I've been so good to her despite the history, but this Christmas I didn't spend it with them. I wanted to spend it with my own family, and I told them well in advance. They agreed that it was a lovely idea and said that they were happy for me, but clearly that was not the case. Now my whole New Year's Day was spent so furious about this. I want to leave the family group, and I want to cut ties because I can't do this anymore. She is so awful and then guilts me into feeling like it's all my fault. I genuinely feel like I hate her. But the thing is that I live in a small country where people don't just cut ties with their mother without there being a very public and well-supported reason. I want to set boundaries, but then I don't want to be the reason my son doesn't see his grandparents. I also love my extended family, and they won't want the drama. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Honestly, that sounds like a really awful situation. What started out as a message of like love and happiness quickly became something that clearly you're probably used to. And that is honestly so unfortunate because it sounds like your mom is awful. Like she treated you and your sister like garbage growing up, and now, even as an adult, that type of behavior is still happening. And that is seriously so unfair. Now, the original poster doesn't go into specifics about what country they're from, so there might be like some kind of like local culture that I'm just not aware of, but I know from my perspective as someone from the United States, if my family or extended family or anybody was treating me like that, I would not only leave whatever group chat you're a part of, but I would also really distance myself from the person who's treating me that way. So it really calls into question why you would want your son anywhere near your mom. Like sure, you want him to have a grandmother growing up and all that. I totally understand where you're coming from. But in my opinion, that's a privilege that your mother can only experience if she cleans up her act. And her cussing you out and saying all these horrible things, all in like a family group chat, that's just really toxic and really weird. And that's behavior that personally I would never tolerate. So honestly, I'm so sorry you had to deal with this, especially with all the rough things that have been happening for the last 2 years. Because your mom is being crazy toxic right now, and you definitely do not deserve that in the slightest. This next story came from the Am I the Jerk subreddit. Check the links in the description if you would like to submit your own story. Am I the jerk for keeping a straight face when a gym teacher tried to embarrass me over a scheduling mistake? Here's what happened. Okay, so for a bit of backstory, this happened back around the early 2000s when I was a high school junior or senior in the Midwest of the United States. The way that physical education worked at my school is that you had to take 4 semesters, and 2 of them were in your freshman year, and they were separated between boys and girls. So there were 4 classes during each period: freshman boys, freshman girls, upper class boys, and upper class girls. They also had a coach assigned to each one. The first day of the semester in PE was a meet-in inside the big gym for orientation. On my schedule, it had it listed as Physical Education F with Coach K, and this would happen during 3rd period. Coach K is not actually this person's name. So it was the first day of school, and I was just an unpopular, average 17 or 18-year-old male who honestly was just trying to not stand out. When I arrived, I just sat in the bleachers and talked to my friends. A few minutes later, one of the coaches said, "Okay, we're gonna get started. Look at your schedule, and if you have Coach D on your schedule, line up in this first cone." cone. Coach J is going to be the second cone, Coach K is at the halfway line, and anyone who has me line up here. So I got in line, and I was in front since I was about 3 feet away from the half-court line. Shortly after I got to my spot, I noticed that behind me was all the upper-class girls seated behind me on the bleachers. I could hear them talk and giggle about me for a bit, and I had a feeling that this moment will be embarrassing and will haunt me for the rest of the semester. This didn't feel right, so I tried to replay the last 3 minutes in my head to figure out where I messed up, because I was sure that he said that Coach K had the halfway line. Then I heard Coach K start off with his loud drill sergeant voice. He said to me, "What are you doing here? I think you're in the wrong line. Aren't you supposed to be with Coach J?" I tried to talk to him and be like, I'm not really sure, but Coach K interrupted me. He said, "I am wondering if you're up to something. I cannot morally, ethically, or legally allow you to be in this class and share the locker room with the rest of the girls here." Now, the whole time, I was just trying to keep a straight face and stay as calm as possible. So I calmly said to him, "I'm not trying anything, I just did what you said, here." And then I handed him my schedule. He takes a look and his face goes from having a big, cocky smile to then having one that was full of confusion. Coach K said to me, "Wait a minute, that's my name on there, and you're on my roster." He then tried to embarrass me again. "Didn't you notice the letter F on your schedule and wondered why it was there? You're bright, you should have spotted that." I responded by saying, "I figured the letter F was there to stand for the fall semester." Now, at this point, I can hear the girls laughing and enjoying every moment of this exchange. His face went from smiling to annoyance, and he called the other coach to explain the situation. After a minute, he comes back and says to me, "Okay, you can go with Coach J, and when he's done with you, meet up with me and we'll go to the office to get your schedule fixed." Now, I have to say, walking down the hallway with Coach K, we did end up having a laugh about it, so everything was cool. And just to clarify something, I don't think Coach K was being a jerk. I think that he thought the situation was funny and he tried to roast me for just a little bit. To be honest, I always had a sense of humor about myself, and I can take it, and I laugh about stuff that is far worse than what he did. After that, I had a few other students ask me about what happened, and I just told them that the schedule was screwed up. The story did get spread around the school, and it didn't ruin anything for me at all. I mean, a lot of people thought it was funny, and a few people said they even had more respect for me, all because I embarrassed Coach K just for a little bit. This story's great in my opinion because something similar to this happened to me when I was in high school, and let me tell you something, I know exactly how that embarrassment feels. So good for the original poster for standing up for themselves and not allowing some teacher to walk all over them. I'm not sure if my restaurant job is a good place to work at anymore, because right now I'm starting to realize several red flags that are popping up, and it's making me second guess if I even want to work there any longer. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I'm a hostess at a casual pizza restaurant, and my job kinda sucks, but I want to know if there is any red flags in this job that I might be missing, because for the past year, I've been feeling really suspicious about it. First of all, I wanted to be a server when I first applied, and they made me a host because the general manager thought I was too shy to be a server, and I needed to work my way up to serving and open up. It's been almost a year and I'm still hosting. Is that weird or is it normal? Because I've tried to smile and be louder and stuff, and they still think I'm too quiet, and customers have been rude about it, and it's annoying. I don't want to change my entire personality for a job I'll only have temporarily. In terms of side work, it honestly takes way too long most of the time, and people ask me why I'm still there. I have a salad bar to fill up, and if it's not filled up perfectly the way they want, I can't leave until it's full completely. Some nights they make me stay till the restaurant closes at 9 o'clock, even though I was scheduled to leave at 8 o'clock. I know us restaurant workers don't leave exactly at our time that we're scheduled, but I'm over here leaving a whole hour and a half every night. I think it's kind of ridiculous, and customers still come in and ruin the salad bar. Also, my coworkers and the customers keep complaining about how I do my job. They sometimes even try to call me disgusting or unsanitary in the way that I clean things. It also seems like, and maybe this is normal for hostesses, but the servers have a bad attitude with me, and sometimes I felt like they thought I was really stupid. I'm also really bad at phone call orders, and they never really properly trained me on how to do it. They only showed me how to do it once and then expected me to just know. They also wanted me to just answer the phone and put in phone orders, even though I'm not really sure of how to use the point of sale system. I always avoided doing it, and I was scared to do it because I was scared of customers getting mad at me, all because I didn't know what I was doing. The place also looks dirty to me, and it's an old-fashioned restaurant that's been in business since the late 1950s. Roaches are crawling on the buffet bar bar and flies are on the salad bar, especially in the summer. And of course, the bugs and flies don't come in a lot, but it happens. The place always has a leak, and the air conditioning is bad, and it's never fixed. Now, to end things off, today when I was working earlier in the day, multiple ovens were not working, and only one was, and it was barely functioning. Pizzas were taking forever to come out, and customers were complaining and really angry. Meanwhile, the servers and managers were getting yelled at. The general manager was saying don't call him on his day off, and the associate manager just canceled the ticket to whoever was complaining so badly. It was just ridiculous to even be open in the first place. They didn't have enough dough to make pizzas either, and the general manager and the associate manager just didn't care. They wanted to stay open and just keep trying to fix the oven. I mean, the general manager wasn't even there. The associate manager did eventually come in and tried to fix it, but when my shift was done, it was still the same. Pizzas finally came out, but I mean, it was just so stupid how the managers just didn't care. The associate manager just kept saying, well, it is what it is. And it's like, what are you talking about? If the ovens aren't working, then we really should close. Because now employees are getting yelled at, and they just didn't seem to care in the slightest. The manager that was getting yelled at just walked out, and that's why the associate manager had to come in. Also, customers were walking out, and since I'm the host, they told me to tell customers that were walking in about the oven issue, and I was honestly scared to do that because customers would have gotten mad at me, but I mean, I had to do it because it's either that or else they would have gotten mad while sitting down, waiting and not knowing. The entire situation was absolutely ridiculous. If the restaurant is going to be this unorganized and careless, I question if I should work there any longer. Also, one of the servers was in tears and was talking about quitting. There is also times where I come in and the sheet that should be made for me to sit customers in certain sections is not made. So sometimes I don't know where to sit customers. I mean, that's weird, right? But then they have the audacity to make me feel like a hot mess that doesn't know what they're doing at times. And it's honestly not fair. I've also seen a good amount of people quit after a few weeks or months of working there, or just get fired in general. I mean, nobody sticks around. They also throw in that we are a family, and that's a line that gets thrown around sometimes. And I'm pretty sure that's a big red flag. So honestly, after everything I've said, is this just normal restaurant stuff? Or is this place just one big giant red flag? It is my first job, and I've been thinking of finding another restaurant or another job outside of the restaurant since it is just a temporary thing for me. I just got the job because I needed the money, and this is the only job that would accept me. Plus, me wanting to try serving and my general manager won't let me do it is what's really kind of frustrating to me. I talked to them about it, and they say they will someday, but they're still working me up to it, and I just feel strung along. Plus, I want to be better at socializing and not be so awkward socially, and I thought serving would help me out with that, but maybe I just need to find another job, because at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Yeah, based on what you described, this job sounds like a mess. Like seriously, this place is full of red flags, and you identified quite a few. For starters, it's not totally unusual to have a restaurant that is really high pace and high energy. It's also not unusual to have customers that just straight up suck. Like some of these people are just terrible people, they come in to eat and they're gonna treat you and everybody else like garbage. And that's just the way it is in the restaurant business. There's not much you can do about that, and you kind of just have to deal with it. Also, when it comes to like taking phone orders and using the point of sale system, I think you could like pull your manager aside and be like, listen, I don't know what I'm doing and this is really a problem. And I think with practice, you can eventually catch on to it, but those few things are like the only things about this restaurant that can possibly be managed, because everything else is like a walking hazard. I mean, there's roaches and flies all over the place, and we're talking like around the food. Like this place does not sound clean at all. And based on what you've described, the managers just gave up. They literally don't care. They're nowhere to be seen. The general manager didn't even come in when all the ovens broke, which by the way, they really should be there to coordinate that. And also the other manager just walked out, with the associate manager basically not really wanting to do their job either. So from the top down, there's like no leadership, nobody knows what anyone else is doing, and it honestly all sounds like absolute chaos. And more so than what you would normally experience in a restaurant already. Like waiting staff as well as like the people in the back cooking the food, everybody across the board is always busy, they're always hustling, and they're just trying to get their stuff done. And while it is a little bit of chaos, it is controlled chaos. It might seem like nobody knows what they're doing, but normally people are like on board and they do their job. But what you've described is like the complete opposite. The management doesn't care, there's health code violations, the equipment is breaking down, servers and other staff have terrible attitudes towards you and everybody everybody else, and it sounds like the turnover rate is absolutely through the roof. So to answer your question, is this place just a walking red flag? In my opinion, it absolutely is. Like for starters, this general manager is never going to make you a server. I'm just going to say that outright. He keeps saying that they'll get to it eventually because he is stringing you along hoping that you'll just leave him alone so that he can focus on other things. Like he does not care about your career advancement in the slightest. And if you're the newest one in the restaurant experiencing that, then you can bet the person who's been there for like 5 years, they are also running into that brick wall as well. But the one line that I think really made my skin crawl is when the manager said that we are a family. Like that phrase is like the biggest red flag because most times that phrase is used like a weapon where management will guilt trip you into doing stuff and giving up vacation time just so you can cover their shifts and they can go off and do whatever they want. Because for the record, no, you are not family. You are coworkers and that's it. You are there to make money and make rent. That is it. It doesn't matter how many friends you have there, they are not family and that job is not your whole life. So I know for a fact if I was in your shoes, I would be finding another job. This work environment sounds incredibly toxic. It sounds like a nightmare to deal with, and I just don't see this as anything more than a dead-end job. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled high school teacher demands 300 new followers for the school's Instagram from his students. And if they don't get these followers in the next 2 weeks, their entire class would fail the course. Here's what happened. So my daughter is a freshman in high school, and as an elective, she joined the enterprise class. It's part of the Future Business Leaders of America classes, and it really should have been an easy A. They run the school store and make the school shirts and merchandise to raise money for the FBLA. The teacher is an overweight ex-college football player and the assistant high school football coach. He thinks he's pretty high and mighty, but is always unshaven and looks like he's wearing the same clothes for days. Most of the assignments were easy things, like testing to see if they could run the computer for making shirts, how they handle the cash register and money, as well as other easy things that we expected. My daughter has had straight A's her entire life, but this guy grades assignments by the class, not by the student itself. So if a couple of kids screw up, the whole class has a lower grade, which sucks for the kids trying to keep high grades. 2 weeks before the end of the semester, and the teacher had not entered any grades since September. Even though the kids had no type of lessons or previously covered the subject, their final grade was to get the school's Future Business Leaders of America Instagram 300 new followers. This was a pass-fail as a group grade for all 3 periods of students that he taught the class. It was totally out of left field as they hadn't learned anything about social media in the class, and my daughter risked failing her final based off the performance of a bunch of other kids. I looked and the school Instagram account had been active for 5 years and only had about 300 followers, yet they expected to double it in just 2 weeks' time. I waited to see if he was being serious or not, and it came down to the deadline of when they were supposed to have the followers, and they had only gotten like 20. So I decided to spend $6 and I bought them 500 followers just to prove a point that it was a crap assignment and it could easily be cheated. In 30 minutes, they had over 800 new follows that were obviously fake accounts. They had no posts and barely even had a profile picture. Well, the teacher came to class and said that since they didn't have the followers, he was giving them all a B. He admitted that he had not even checked how many they'd gotten, and he was just automatically gonna give them a B. Well, as you can imagine, the kids got mad, and they showed him that yes, they got the amount that he wanted. Well, the teacher didn't question it and was completely caught off guard. In fact, he was so happy that he gave a 110% as the final grade for all 3 class periods. So it turns out I spent $6 just to work around this complete buffoon, but as a result, I got 70 kids a 110% score on their final class grade. Wow, that teacher has no business even calling themselves a teacher. Like seriously, what are they doing? Do they really think that a bunch of high school students are suddenly in about what, 2 weeks gonna get 300 new followers for their stupid Instagram account? Like honestly, what was he thinking? That is such a stupid precedent to set, and it completely punishes students who work hard at their grades. So honestly, to the original poster, I don't blame you for buying those followers because that teacher is a complete moron, and he has no business even pretending to try and be a teacher. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. I entered one of the worst nightmares I've ever experienced after I started listing my deceased friend's collectibles just to help his wife pay for the medical expenses associated with his passing. And the resulting entitled jerks made my time selling stuff on eBay an absolute living nightmare. And I'm honestly so glad I don't have to deal with that anymore. Here's what happened. So this happened a couple of years ago, but I was just listing some stuff for sale on eBay, but it brought about a literal nightmare of entitled buyers. A few years ago, a close friend passed away from cancer. He was a gamer and had been collecting everything under the sun related to it. A year or so later, after his wife and our gaming group got to pick from his collection so that we could pick the games that reminded us of him, she wanted to start selling the items to help pay off some of the remaining medical debt. I spent hours pricing items and sorting what would go to the local gaming stores, as well as a local used bookstore and eBay. While she and the group did the local stores, I started listing items on eBay. Most sales went through just fine, but then I listed an original James Bond metal lunchbox, including a thermos in near mint condition. And this is when some entitled people basically invade my life. This guy online submitted an offer that was almost half the base listing price. So I counteroffered as I had seen what these were selling for. The next thing I know, he's messaging me with a sob story about how he really wanted it as a big James Bond fan, but couldn't afford the asking price. I know this is a common scam, so I checked his profile. And guess what? He is a reseller on eBay, so I would be selling him the lunchbox, only for him to turn around on his own account and listing it as much higher as that seemed his history. And while he was whining about how high the price was, someone else used the buy it now feature, so he ended up losing it. He then started spamming me that we were in negotiations and that he had first dibs, but that definitely was not going to happen, so I ended up blocking him. The next thing I know, he tried to file a complaint with eBay, but they apparently turned him down as he had not actually bought anything. The second scenario had me leaving eBay for almost 2 years as a seller. There was a sealed pack of Pokemon cards that was well over a decade old. This set potentially had cards in it that were worth $50,000, so I sold it as sealed rather than risking opening it and finding common junk cards. Within an hour of listing it and getting bids, I had over 30 messages telling me the selling price was too high, while also calling me a scammer. So to prove that I wasn't a scammer, I needed to direct sell to them specifically, and it needed to be at a much lower cost than the current bid. Now, I came close to deleting the listing, except the money that was being bid would go a long way to helping my friend. Over the next week, I got so many more messages like that, and even worse were like people wanting to buy it for $10,000 if I did a direct sale and closed the eBay listing, which is like, come on, no one's actually gonna fall for that. But overall, this was really stressful, and I'm just so glad that it's done. Wow, I can't believe people were literally trying to scam you out of your money. In case you're wondering why it's like really bad to do like a direct sale outside of eBay, well, the reason is that people can easily scam you. Like they could fake information that says a payment's coming your way or something like that, or they use PayPal and then once they get the item, they just do a chargeback. Like it is super sketchy to go outside of eBay to do that kind of thing and not have a listing website like eBay to try and back you up. So yeah, good for you for getting this taken care of, but also I'm really sorry that you had to go through this, because I'm sure that losing your friend like that was definitely not easy, and these entitled jerks were clearly making your life a living nightmare. I'm pretty sure that my father-in-law is blaming me for my fiance's career change, and now at this point I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I met my fiance when he was in the United States on a student visa. I'm white and he's Korean. Now I was a bit worried that his parents wouldn't like me. I definitely watch way too much 90 Day Fiancé. I met them through FaceTime countless times and they really liked me. I would say his mother liked me more than his father. I mean, his father is very rigid, but he is a very nice man. When I met them in August, it was all amazing and I felt so welcomed, accepted, and loved by them. It was a bit different from my upbringing. I love my parents, I really do, but I was raised with my mom emotionally manipulating me. I can even tell that my mom doesn't like my fiance or has her concerns since we're processing the K1 fiance visa. I understand that every parent has their concerns, but the way she addressed them to my fiance was just completely unhinged. I had many therapy sessions after her blowing up on my fiance over the phone. At that point, I wouldn't have blamed my fiance if he wanted to break up over my mom's unhinged reaction. But you know what? He didn't, and we talked it over. I mean, he is such a good person and I just don't deserve him. The only reason that my fiance was in the United States was because his parents wanted him to study in the US, and that is how we met. My fiance was in the United States for 4 years, and my future father-in-law even worked in the US as well, and he loves it here. My fiance comes from a very wealthy and established family, which is great, but my future father-in-law always reminds me that I'll be set for life, and my future baby will also be set for life as well. I was raised always being worried about money, so it feels weird that I'm marrying into a rich family. The other day when I was hanging out with my future in-laws without my fiance, surprisingly, it wasn't really what I expected. His parents told me that they have concerns about my fiance moving to New York due to the fact that there's no Korean diversity, as well as some of their safety concerns. And I was honestly surprised by this. My fiance never told me they had any kind of concerns, and I explained to them that where we're going to live is a safe area, and there's many Korean areas near us. My future in-laws know that I don't want to live in South Korea due to the language barrier, but I would love to live there in the future when I do a better job at learning the language and we get the visa situation sorted out. I want our future child to experience life in South Korea and to celebrate their Korean culture. The whole conversation was so awkward, but I made sure to answer all of their questions in a respectful manner and to listen to all of their concerns. They told me that they are parents and they are allowed to have their concerns. I agreed and told them their concerns are very much valid and I'll do anything to help them feel comfortable. I also expressed to them that I will give their son an amazing life in New York. Later that day, his dad told me that he's not happy that his son switched majors for his new career. I told him that I understand and that I support whatever my fiance wants to do as a career, as well as whatever makes him happy. I also mentioned that my fiance is really brilliant and that he is meant for his new career. His dad told me that he put in so much time and effort for his son to be in the career he picked for him. I reminded him that as his fiance, I want him to do what makes him happy and we all need to support him. I talked to my fiance afterwards and he was shocked. He did not expect that his parents had these concerns, and he said they should have told him and not me. He told me he loves New York and prefers it over South Korea. He even thinks that New York is much more diverse, and he doesn't like that South Korea lacks diversity. He even said he feels there's more racial problems in South Korea, and no one, even in South Korea, even acknowledges that there's race problems there. He said to me numerous times, not just over what his parents said. And as for his major and career change, he says he has a new passion for this. Also, my fiance had a health concern, and his past career would not be good for him. That's why he switched, and he's more than happy now in his new major. He seems so passionate to be a data scientist, and he's going to be so good at it. I swear, my fiance has the best brain to be a data scientist. Well, the other night, I went out to dinner with my fiance's dad and his friends. My fiance was running late, so I agreed to meet him there. My fiance's dad got very drunk, and he went off to say how his son could have been the perfect pilot while emphasizing the words, "my son the pilot," almost like a declaration. I just sat in my seat quietly, and then a little while later, my future father-in-law's friend told me I should be an English teacher in South Korea. I smiled politely and I said, well, maybe in the future. Then my future father-in-law drunkenly told his friend how beautiful I am and that he's giving his son to me so I can marry him. He also took my hand and told me that in Korean culture, the love a father-in-law has for his daughter-in-law is the most important type of love. He continued by telling me that he loves me so much, and I just sat there and I was like, oh, okay, I love you too. Now, I'm shocked by all of this. I don't know why his parents aren't communicating to my fiance the concerns that they have. Like, why does it always have to go to me? Especially when my fiance has no idea they even had these concerns. Also, I feel like they blame me that he changed his path, but yet again, my future father-in-law still loves me. I am just so confused by all of this, and I seriously don't know what to do. It honestly seems like the dad is really overbearing towards his son's career. Like, he clearly wanted him to be a pilot for some kind of reason. Maybe that's something the father always wanted to do in his life, but he couldn't do it, so he tried to force his son to do it, and now he's disappointed by that, or something like that. I don't know. But I can totally understand where the original poster's coming from, where it kind of seems like he's inferring that this change in career path is her fault, which really is not fair in the slightest. But more importantly, that last conversation with the father-in-law was really creepy. He was making these remarks about how he loves her so much and all this other weird stuff, all while grabbing her hand. Like, I understand that he was drunk, but that was really weird in my opinion. So I think overall, maybe just keep checking in with your fiance, especially if all of these concerns keep coming up, as well as these weird remarks from the father-in-law, because this is definitely something that he needs to be in the know about, and I think it would only cause more problems if this was kept as a secret. An entitled businessman is mad about the wind blowing in his face, and somehow this gets gets turned on me after I make a joke. And I've never met somebody so gullible and angry at something so mundane in my life. Here's what happened. Okay, so I was working at my very first job, and it was in the 90s before the term Karen got its slang meaning, but trust me, the behavior is still the same. I was a teenager doing janitorial duty at a local deli. It was winter, or at least as wintry as the city would get that I used to live in. Mostly, to be honest, it was a lot of wind. In fact, on this day, it was in excess of 40 miles an hour, but I still needed to go out and sweep. I still can hardly believe that in 40-mile-an-hour wind, people will still sit outside and try and eat. Some are unfazed and others hate it the entire time, but they decide to persist for some reason. It's honestly all beyond me. Dirt and trash is blowing around, and the sweeping was mostly grabbing trash that gets caught and just to dust away dirt that piled up in random spots, with tables needing to be wiped down regularly. So I was on my third sweep of the outdoors eating area, and some guy in business clothes that were wildly flapping in the wind was outside trying to have lunch. It kind of looked like he was summoning some mysterious power or something dramatic like that. As I made my way past his table, he pointed into the wind and shrieked out loud, "Where is this wind coming from?" I looked down the street and pointed in the same direction. I then asked him, "You see that giant fan?" Now, there actually turned out to be a tall antenna with one of those drum things on it in that direction. In surprise, he yelled out, "What?" And I think he may actually believe me for just a moment. Then he scowled and repeated his question. I can't remember the words I used, but I gave him the textbook definition of wind that is literally memorized in my earth science class. He then says to me, "Don't get smart with me." After he told me to not get smart with him, I just said, "Okay, so the wind is actually coming from that giant fan over there. We pay a fee to the city for it." As I walked off, the guy yelled out, "Why would you do such a thing? I'm gonna complain about this." Now, for kicks, I told my boss about it right afterwards, and he just laughed and said that he's heard that one since he was my age. So it honestly baffles me that someone can be that angry, but also be that incredibly gullible. Yeah, that guy was not only mad at the wind, but he seriously thought there was a giant fan pointed in his direction that was causing all the wind in his general direction. It also couldn't be more obvious that the original poster was definitely joking. Like, of course there's not a giant fan blowing wind in your face. That would be insane. So yeah, I just think this story is really funny, and it kind of proves that people will complain about anything if they get the chance. My father was a terrible drunk growing up, and it caused a lot of issues in my adult life with anxiety as well as several other mental health issues. And now that I'm an adult and he is sober, his girlfriend is trying to force me to forgive him just so we can all move on. But regardless of all the steps he's taken, I still am not ready to forgive him, and as a result, I've cut contact with him altogether. Here's what happened. So my dad used to be an alcoholic. He has recovered now, but he used to do and say some pretty messed up stuff to my mom back in the day. They had a really toxic relationship, but now they're divorced. Now, he didn't do this to me or my sister, but he also didn't seem to care about how this would affect us at all. I grew up in a very cold house where you constantly had to walk on eggshells not to make him angry. It gave me really bad anxiety and other problems in my adulthood, so I ended up distancing myself from him. Now, my dad has a new girlfriend and he lives with her, and she seems like a decent woman, but she is very pushy. She keeps on guilt-tripping me into forgiving him because according to her, he's sober now and he's trying so hard. Now, my problem with this is that although I'm really glad he's sober and happy now, and I genuinely hope it stays that way, his sudden change of character never came from fatherly instincts to not hurt his children. It had to be a strange woman to come and tell him that his ways were wrong, and only then did he listen. And honestly, I just can't get past that. So I cut contact with him entirely a few days ago, and what do you know, now I'm getting long blocks of texts from his girlfriend with all this guilt tripping again, because according to her, he is such a good man who needs warmth as well, and that maybe I should try harder. And I thought to myself, are you kidding me? She also tried to pull the classic phrase of, "Oh, but he's your father." And I thought to myself, well, I'm his daughter, and what did he do about that? She then called me selfish and very spoiled. My last straw was when he chose to spend Christmas with his new family, namely his girlfriend and his daughter, yet again. Now, I have to be honest, when I cut contact with him a few days ago because of that, I was really harsh, maybe even a bit too harsh. I told my dad and his girlfriend what I think about them, and some pretty terrible words were definitely used. Not to mention that he was hiding his girlfriend for a long time before I found out about her myself. And I understand, I mean, sometimes you don't want to introduce your dates to your children just because you're not sure of them. But when I found out about her, he was already building a house for them. I mean, what was that all about? I still don't understand why he would still keep her such a secret. Now, my sister did know, and she didn't tell me, but honestly, I understand her. She's young, and she's only 18 years old, and she probably felt like she was between a rock and a hard place. So clearly, my scars run very deep. So now I'm wondering if I'm in the wrong, or if there's anything that I should have done differently. Because at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. First of all, in my opinion, from the outside looking in, it definitely makes sense as to why you cut this guy off. It seems like he's done some really shady things in the past that you just can't quite get past, and I don't blame you for still holding on to that weird childhood that you had. Like you said it yourself, you grew up in a home that was really cold. You had to walk on eggshells, and this really affected you into adulthood. Not to mention the fact that he hid this girlfriend from you, and he was building a house for them when you found out about them in the first place. So it really seems like he's just pushing his first family to the side, and it's almost like he's trying again with this new one, all while still trying to keep you out of the picture entirely. I mean, he did spend Christmas with his other family instead of you after all. And sure, he's sober now, and that's fantastic. Legitimately, that's a really good step in the right direction. But it literally doesn't sound like he's done anything to fix his past mistakes towards you. But instead, it's like his girlfriend is like, oh, come on, he's sober now. Why can't you just forgive him and move on? It's like, lady, you were not there, you don't know what it was like, and the person you know now is definitely not the same person that the original poster grew up with. It's also like a really big red flag in my opinion that the girlfriend is doing all the talking instead of the dad reaching out directly and saying, look, I'm sorry, I want to try and fix this and make this right. But instead, he's going through his girlfriend as some kind of in-between, and instead of having any kind of meaningful conversation, the girlfriend is resorting to guilt tripping and almost trying to force this forgiveness on the original poster when it's like, wait a second, I'm definitely not ready for that. So truly, I don't think you're in the wrong in this scenario. I think there's a lot of nuance in what you're dealing with currently, and hopefully with time, all of this can eventually get better. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled extended family is trying to blame me for my cousins blowing up some fireworks and as a result severely injuring their bodies. And now, even though I had nothing to do with any of their injuries, my family is expecting me to support them despite their bad attitudes and their dangerous activities. Here's what happened. Last year, my girlfriend and I decided to attend a family Christmas festivity despite more or less not really feeling like it, not to mention somewhat knowing better. And this is family on my side, by the way. It was my late mother who insisted we should go because the family had organized a big party. They would also provide dinner, and she figured that this would be a fun distraction for us. Also, because we never really went out for dinner that entire year, despite somewhat wanting to. Now, the event itself was more fun than I would have given it credit for. We had some fun interactions with some cousins and some of their spouses, and overall, we had a pretty good time. Well, that is until problems started during dinner. During said dinner, it got announced that there would be a huge firework display at the end of the party, all set up by 3 of my cousins, who I sometimes refer to as the firecrackers, because they are obsessed with fireworks, and I'm not really a fan, and I never have been. Now, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with being passionate about something and sometimes taking things a bit too far. As long as you keep things reasonable and at the very least mind others, then it should be fine. But unfortunately, I don't think they do that. You see, my cousin's hobby even made the local news a few times. One of the headlines read the following: 100 kilograms of illegal fireworks were confiscated from a house. Firework packs were even found under the bed. Yeah, so quote, obviously, the authorities had no clue what they were talking about, and obviously things were under control. The regulations were at fault, most surely not them. Several years ago, I once raised the question, but what if a fire would break out? To which I was told, yeah, that never happens. So yeah, no point in arguing with that level of ignorance. So after the announcement, the conversation during dinner went a bit towards the fireworks. Conversations went back and forth, and suddenly one of the spouses asked my girlfriend if we ever did something with fireworks, to which my girlfriend said no, but we did have a bit of an in-game fireworks tradition. When asked what she meant, my girlfriend explained that during New Year's Eve, we used to hack our Minecraft game so that the in-game clock would sync with the real-world time, during which we'd set up some in-game fireworks and effects, which would then launch during 12 a.m. sharp. And for the record, my girlfriend and I are both in our 50s. The woman who asked her was intrigued and thought it was a fun thing to do, but it got quickly met with snide, condescending comments from her husband. Minecraft? What in the world? That's a kid's game. How old are you two? Who are you to compare our work to that garbage? To which his wife immediately retorted by saying, Josh, that's not what she said. But this really started the beginning of the end. And that's when another obviously drunk cousin chimed in and said the following: you guys are pathetic. That has nothing to do with fireworks. I mean, how old are you? Now, at this point, I kind of lost my cool. Also, well under the influence, I felt no hesitation in snapping back. I said to them, being well beyond the age where children mock others for their hobbies seems an achievement not everyone here managed to accomplish. Well, when I said that definitely riled them up. It got even funnier when Josh told us that hobbies or not, it was still stupid to be playing kids games considering our age, to which I told him that in this kids game, some people even managed to build fully working 8-bit computers, to which my girlfriend told me to hush and keep my cool. She realized that I was getting quite tipsy, and things eventually did cool down a bit after that. Well, that is until another relative who's about 16 years old suddenly yelled out, oh my gosh, you weren't kidding. Would you look at this? The guy had grabbed his phone and looked it up and came up with several YouTube videos. The funny thing here is that this guy was a grade A student and his parents were proud of him, and then he's the one to yell out in sheer admiration, which I did find a little bit funny. Now, for the record, the fireworks afterwards were fun to look at, no question about it, but the following loads of snide remarks afterwards made us decide to leave the party early. So anyways, fast forward, and 2 weeks ago, I got an email from an aunt of mine, which was odd because I never had much contact with that side of my family. Not before Christmas festivities last year, and most definitely not afterwards. As it turned out, my two cousins got into an accident and it was quite severe. They were hospitalized, and my aunt said I needed to call her to talk about visiting hours so that we could set up the schedule. Well, I ignored said email because I had zero interest in visiting them. Also, because it's an easy 2-hour drive, but even with all that in mind, I did send out an email of my own to wish them well. Then, about a week ago, I got a phone call. It was my aunt, and they said, why haven't you called me? Anyways, we set up the schedule without you. You need to visit the hospital Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday evening. We expect you there at 7:00 p.m. sharp. Don't complain about the time. That's your fault for not calling me. Well, I listened, and I couldn't help but plain laugh out loud. I said to them, yeah, good luck with that. You can count me out though, which was met with several rude remarks. How dare I turn my back on my cousins who obviously needed my support? I said to her, do they? Or is it you who is now trying to force a break for yourself? Well, that definitely hit a nerve. As it turned out, my cousins were messing around with obviously illegal fireworks, and this is long before it's even legal to use that stuff, and it all literally blew up on them. I'm not going to go into much details for obvious reasons, but one is now missing a hand and the other is missing an eye. Those got lost in the process. And we're not talking about kids, by the way. We're talking about grown guys well into their 30s. 2 days ago, I got a new email, now telling me that the new schedule had been prepped and I'm expected to visit my cousin this upcoming Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday just to make up for the last week. This schedule was followed up by something I honestly never expected to see. They said the following: it's all your fault this happened, you know, because people like you never believed in their amazing capabilities and always needed to talk down on them. I then sent an email back with a picture of the universal salute, if you know what I mean, and I then blocked all of the emails involved entirely. Yeah, that family's super weird. They seriously are trying to take the cousin's fault, even though some of them lost some body parts in the process. Like, clearly their obsession with fireworks was really not okay, because for once they finally took it too far, and then suddenly they lost body parts. Like, seriously, like, that is messed up. And it's really weird for everybody to be like, yeah, you gotta support your cousins in their activities, and also for the aunt to be like, this is your fault they blew themselves up. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? I am not responsible for that. So with all things considered, I do feel bad for your cousins, but at the same time, like, I don't blame you for distancing yourself, because the way they're acting is like completely backwards, and in no way is it your fault that those two cousins blew themselves up. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for wanting my wife to give up babysitting her niece for free and telling her sister that she needs to look for daycare come January? Here's what happened. So my wife quit teaching around 4 years ago for mental health reasons, and my wife has shown no real desire to get back into the workforce. It's not like we're struggling per se, but I would be lying if I said I did not miss the extra income from when my wife was working. About a year into her leave, her sister became pregnant, which did take up a large portion of her free time, so over the last 2 years, my wife has been babysitting babysitting her niece for around 12 hours a day, literally 3 days out of the week. She is stressed out, but does it because her sister claims she has no other option, and she cannot afford childcare. Even so, I don't think it's reasonable for my wife to do 12 hours a day for 3 days. So since my wife has not said anything for 2 years, I told my sister-in-law that come next year, she needs to go to daycare because I am not going to let my wife do what amounts to slave labor. My sister-in-law told me that it is not my place to say what my wife could or could not do. Now, I get this point of view, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't slightly upset that my wife can work 36 hours a week, 3 days a week for free, but claims that she is not ready to return to the workforce. That is a separate issue, but the core issue here is that my sister-in-law is taking advantage of my wife to provide free childcare, and I feel that is not okay. In the past, my wife did talk about pay, but my wife does not like to chase people for money, so since she never reminds them, they claim to always forget. Either way, I told my sister-in-law this is where we stand. My wife is upset with me since she claims it's not my place to say what she can and cannot do, and that it is not my place to tell others how she is feeling. Now, for clarity's sake, I did talk this over with my wife many times, and she is burnt out from watching her niece, but in her view, her sister has no other option. She has also expressed how babysitting over these years, combined with teaching, has killed all desire she once had for having children of her own. Now, as mentioned, my wife has spoken about pay, but since she does not like to chase people for money, she never gets any kind of money. She feels she should not have to remind people of money, and they should want to pay someone to help them, especially when it comes to family. She also is afraid her sister will become unstable if she loses her family support, and I stepped in because I was sick of her being taken advantage of. I did not just sidestep her, I have tried many times over these years to put her foot down, but she loves her niece and does not want to see her suffer. My point is that she is destroying her mental health just like when she was teaching. I was the one who encouraged her to quit because it was destroying her. All she did was wake up, go to work, come home, and go to sleep. It was a struggle to get her to eat sometimes. And the same thing is happening with her babysitting. Now, my wife is not doing this alone. When I get some time, I do take over the last 3 hours, and I drop the kid off at her mother's when she gets off work. We also provide food and child supplies such as diapers and pull-ups, and my wife is also potty training my niece. She is more or less raising her niece 3 days out of the week. Now, in terms of solutions to this problem, I have spoken to my boss today to adjust my schedule, and while nothing can be done for January, come February, I will be allowed to work remotely for the month. During this time, I will be taking my wife on a long vacation. It's not perfect, but for US jobs, requesting 2 weeks vacation on such short notice is not ideal. Tonight, I'm going to take my wife out to explain everything. I got the idea from a friend to take her to a place that she could never turn down, and the theory is that during this time, my sister-in-law will be forced to figure something else out. Now, if it turns out my wife is unable to break away from her fear of guilt, then at that time, I will have to figure out what I'm going to do personally. As stated, yes, I do miss the income my wife brought in, as it did make things a bit easier. But that being said, the income at this point is the lowest priority. I can live with her not working if she is doing something that she truly enjoys. I'm willing to support her because I do love her, but I am not willing to support her sister, especially since she has done nothing to change her circumstances. I mean, if she was trying to change her situation by going to school or getting a better job, I would be annoyed, but I would understand my sister-in-law would need the help. But as it is, I hope to have some kind of breakthrough with my wife. Yeah, it really does seem like your wife is kind of like burning the candle from both ends, and it really does seem like the sister-in-law in this situation is taking advantage of your wife. Here's the thing, if she's taking care of that kid for 3 days out of the week, she absolutely should be paid for it. And even though your wife doesn't like confrontation when it comes to getting paid, she still deserves to get paid just like anybody else. And also, I don't think you're the jerk for stepping in and trying to help your wife out. With the additional explanation that the original poster provided, he made it abundantly clear that he has tried everything else with helping his wife. I mean, he is now even changing his schedule around just to work remotely to try and like help her out. So I think that was kind of like a last-ditched effort to be like, hey, this has got to stop, because his wife is clearly just going to let this keep going, and he really was, in my opinion, doing the best thing possible to try and help her out. So no, I don't think the original poster's a jerk, and hopefully all of this works out. And I hope your wife is able to see that yes, the sister-in-law in a pinch can find somebody else to help out, and hopefully that's enough of a breakthrough for her to realize that she doesn't have to do this no matter what. Am I the jerk for not depositing a Christmas check I received as a gift from my parents? Because right now, my dad is furious for not doing it right away, and he is even claiming that this has damaged our relationship. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. I'm a 29-year-old female, and for Christmas, I received a very generous check from my parents. I wasn't expecting it, and they never spend this much on gifts, so it took me by surprise. Not to give exact numbers, but it was 4 digits. And I was very grateful, and I thanked them for their generous gift. Everything was great until the day after Christmas. My dad would come up to me multiple times and asked if I deposited the check. I told him that I would and that I could deposit it through my banking app. Well, the day goes on and I forget to deposit the check. The 27th comes along and I get home from work and my dad gets on me again and asked if I deposited the check. I told him no and he seemed annoyed, and he once again told me that I need to deposit the check. Well, as you can probably guess, the day ends with me again forgetting to deposit it. Now it's today, the 28th, and my mom texted me while I'm at work asking if I deposited the check. I told her no, and she must have told my dad because he started angrily texting me. He said to me, "I asked you to do something and you didn't do it. I'm so upset with you, it's not even funny. This is a total disrespect of me and your mother. I requested that you deposit that check and you didn't. You know we did this because we love you, and you turn around and not deposit it like I asked. I'm so upset right now. Just give me the check and I'll deposit it into your account if you're that lazy. So ungrateful." Now, I was shocked when I read that while at work, and I'm not gonna lie, it hurt a lot. I spent most of my lunch break in tears trying to think of a response. I love my dad a lot, but I felt like his anger was out of line and needlessly malicious. Unfortunately, while my dad is loving most of the time, he does have moments of anger just like this. He never gets physical or anything like that, but it is very loud. Eventually, I texted him back and I said the following: "Hi Dad, I'm sorry that this has made you upset. It's not that I'm ungrateful, I guess I just don't understand why this needs to be deposited right away, especially since it hasn't even been a week since I received your very generous gift. I love you very much and I don't want this to damage our relationship. So I think it's no longer appropriate for me to accept this check. I'll give you the check back when I get home." Now, I thought that this was the best and most mature way to reply. Maybe he'll calm down or something like that, right? Well, no, unfortunately, it only gets worse. He replied back by saying the following: "Well, when I tell you to do something, I want it done. When your mom asks you to do something, you do it. Now, I want you to deposit that check today or I will disconnect your internet. I asked for the simplest thing and you can't even give me that. I have my reasons for wanting the check cashed. You should honor my wish. As far as I'm concerned, this has damaged our relationship." Now, I've since deposited the check like he asked, but I'm really confused here. Am I really in the wrong or is he blowing this out of proportion? What should I do? So in my opinion, it kind of seems like everybody sucks in this scenario. For starters, there's no excuse for the original poster not depositing the check. Like literally, you have the mobile app. You could have taken care of that literally in seconds. Like that is not that hard. Like the moment he asked you about this on Christmas, you could have pulled your phone out and the check and said, "Oops, my bad, let me deposit it real quick." And then you could have gotten it done right then and there. But you kept kicking this can down the road for like no reason, and now your dad's freaking out on you. Now, it sounds like they gave you a couple $1,000s, and I don't know about you, but I would not want a check like that sitting in limbo and not deposited already. But on the flip side, the way your dad is acting is completely insane. I can understand him being upset and being like, "Listen, you gotta deposit the check, like get this done." He most likely wants that deposited before the end of the year, probably for like tax purposes or something like that. But for him to seriously say, "Oh, this damaged our relationship," like that is just straight up weird. Also, for him to give you an ultimatum and be like, "Ooh, if you don't deposit it, I'm gonna cut off your internet," which also, as a side note, the original poster lives with their parents. So to make that kind of comment is like, whoa, wait a second, that is definitely inappropriate. And I know if I was living with my parents and they made those kind of like veiled threats, I would probably start looking for another place to live almost immediately. Like that was just completely uncalled for, and it's like a really weird punishment to give to your 29-year-old daughter. So hopefully you depositing this check somehow like fixes this scenario, because yes, you really should have deposited that like right away, but also your dad's reaction is completely uncalled for. My girlfriend is cheating on me right now in this very minute, and after trying to have some kind of conversation with her, I'm now convinced that I've lost my girlfriend, and I now seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. My girlfriend of about 2 years has been with me since we first met at a party at university. My girlfriend is 22 and I am 24 years old. Just 1 week after meeting her, she already moved in with me. It was love at first sight. Around a year ago, we moved into a new apartment, which I couldn't afford by myself, and we lived there pretty happily ever since. Skip to last Monday on Christmas, and we were at her father's place with all of her family. Things were fine until we drove home. She suddenly told me that she had had enough of me being mean to her. Now, the example that she gave me was when I accidentally walked into her laptop's charging table, which is this white cord, and it was stretched over a white carpet in a dimly lit room. Now, I did not apologize for ripping it out of her laptop, but instead accused her of why she would even place a cable like that in the first place. But after a few minutes, I did end up apologizing. She also told me that she does not want to stop my dreams and aspirations. For reference, I would like to move to another country after I'm done with university, but she does not want to do that. She then told me that she wants a break from our relationship. Well, I drove home and I told her that being with her is my biggest goal in life, and that I'm sorry for having been mean to her, and that I am willing to change, but she still wanted the break. That night, we still slept in the same bed, but I cried myself to sleep. Now, I really don't think that I've been mean to her. I think the main problem is that around 1 year ago, I got a job at university at cancer research. We are very successful at this, and we try to use a novel, highly successful approach. Because my father, who is my best friend, has cancer, I think I spent too much time on work and not enough time with her. For the last few months, I sometimes went to university at around 8 o'clock in the morning and only came back at around 11 o'clock p.m. for a week or so. She was alone at our home and probably very lonely. Anyways, Tuesday, I wanted to visit my father, but my girlfriend told me that she wanted to visit her mother. Her mother is on the way to my father, so I offered to give her a ride there, but she declined. She did not come home that night and told me that she would like to sleep at her mother's place. The next day, she told me that she may not come home that night as well. I told her that's fine and she can stay at her mom's place for as long as she likes. She did actually come home though, and we watched a movie together, but she was distracted by her phone, what she was looking at, and it was making her giggle from time to time. In fact, only a few minutes ago, I found out that she did in fact not sleep at her mother's place, but instead went to some guy she knows from university. That night, we went to bed together, and I tried to approach her, but she distanced herself from me, so I only caressed her until she fell asleep. Well, we're now at today. In the morning, I baked fresh buns just for her, but she told me she has a meeting with her sister and only took a few with her and then left. I cleaned the house to make her feel happy when she would come back home, but at around 11 o'clock p.m., I was concerned and I called her mother, asking if my girlfriend is still at her place, because she would not answer me. Her mother told me that she has not been at her place since we both left from there. She said that maybe he's at some guy's place by the name of Logan. Logan is not his real name, because Logan and my girlfriend drank coffee together a few weeks ago, and she thought that I knew about that. Just after the call, my girlfriend actually came home. I asked her who Logan is, and she told me that she actually slept at his place last Monday. She only packed a brush and some other things, and then wanted to leave again. I asked her where she wanted to go now, and if they had spent quality time together, if you know what I mean, and she told me no, and that she would go to her father's place now. I told her though, if she leaves, then it's completely over. And you know what? I still remember the blank look in her eyes. She did not care at all. It felt like all we have ever been through together suddenly did not matter to her. She just took her stuff and left. A minute later, I wanted to run after her, but she was already gone. I just don't know what to do now. I really love her a lot. I cannot believe that this happened. I feel like my entire world has fallen apart. What should I do when she inadvertently comes back? We share an apartment together after all, and most of the stuff here is hers. I neglected all my friends to only be with her. I feel like this is all my fault because I did not give her enough affection. I already told her that I will reduce my workload because I just finished my research, but even then, I don't know if I could ever trust her again. What should I do? Okay, first and foremost, you need to understand that this is not your fault. You did not cause her to cheat on you. That's crazy in my opinion, and seriously, I don't think there's a good enough excuse for that. And yes, I do think that what she's doing is cheating. Even though on Christmas Day, she's like, I think we should take a break. I'm kind of convinced based on her actions that she was talking to Logan well before she wanted to have a break. And by the way, she's probably only making up excuses as to why she wants a break, so she can try and have some kind of like alibi as to why she broke up with you, but also so she can feel less guilty about cheating on you. Like, I really don't think there's anything you could have done more to prevent her from cheating. Like, that's a very clear line in the sand of like, okay, let's not do that. But it seems like she broke that cord off a long time ago, and I know if I was in your shoes, I would just struggle to ever trust her ever again. So I'm really sorry that you're dealing with this. This seriously sounds awful, because her actions husbands are just super sketchy and you truly did not deserve this in the slightest. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. 3 entitled customers tried to give me all sorts of problems at my serving job, making unreasonable demands while also trying to treat me like garbage in the process. But I decided that was not going to happen, as I went back at them just as hard as they were trying to come at me, and as a result, I put all 3 of these man babies back in their place. Here's what happened. So yesterday, I had 3 grown men give me an attitude, and I had to put them back in their place. The first guy, I'll call him Coffee Guy, comes in and places an order. I gave him his food and coffee, and I went on with my business. I was wiping down the high bar when he snapped his fingers at me instead of saying, "Excuse me, miss," like a normal person with decent house training. I looked up and told him that for starters, I'm not a dog, but also, what did you want? He told me that his coffee is cold. So naturally, I apologized and I got him another cup from the pot. Once I gave him the coffee, he was like, "Feel how cold this one is. How do you not know this coffee is cold?" Now, obviously, this guy doesn't know anything about ceramic and how well they contain heat so we don't burn our hands off when we hold it, but I just ignored him and walk off, even when he muttered something under his breath. But let's be honest, that's a lie. Y'all already know exactly how I am. You got something to say, come say it to my face, not behind my back. So I almost snapped my neck turning around, and tell me why this guy looked at me as if I just kicked his dog. I asked him if he's got a problem, and before he could get a word in, I was like, "What is your problem? I gave you another cup of coffee, and this time it's hot. I was nothing but respectful to you, and you still gave me a dirty look. What is your problem?" Well, he mumbled nothing and then walked away. Like, sir, it's 6-something in the morning and you came into my job with an attitude. Don't use cold coffee as an excuse to take your problems out on me. He did tip me, but he's still a jerk in my book. Then this other guy, we'll call him Carryout Guy, came in and placed a to-go order. So I priced his ticket and told him his total. Tell me why he got an attitude saying to me, "God, can I get my food first?" So I matched his energy and I told him it's the restaurant's policy that he pays for his order first before making it. He then threw the money on the high bar and I threw the change exactly the same way he gave it to me. And as you can probably guess, he didn't like that at all. And during the lunch rush, we had another customer. We'll call him an entitled regular. He wanted to order, but we were just a little bit too busy. I was working on 2 separate to-go orders, an online order, and tending to 2 tables. Since I had the high bar, he was trying to get my attention. Now, I told him that I'll be with him in just a minute, but he didn't have a minute apparently. And he said to me, "I just want a large coffee to go. Is that too much to ask?" And at that point, the entire diner got quiet. Once I confirmed that he's done with his little tantrum, I told him that either another server can get him his coffee or he can go to the gas station next door, but he is not getting anything from me. Now, another server ended up getting him his coffee, and one of my tables told me that I should have shown him the door instead of giving him options. And honestly, it makes me wonder why some people say that women are too emotional. Yeah, all 3 of those guys that came in were completely out of line. Like, for starters, in my opinion, if you're going to a sit-down restaurant, the least you can do is have some kind of courtesy to the people serving you. Like, they already deal with so many jerks on a daily basis, and the least you could do is be a non-problematic table for them to deal with. Have your money ready, know what you want to order, and just be a good customer. So it is baffling to me that people would actually act like this in public nonetheless. Like, was there a full moon during these interactions? Like, that seriously sounds insane to me. Like, I can understand somebody being just a little bit impatient with getting their food, but these reactions were just completely out of the ordinary, and they were just so unacceptable across the board. But with all of them, the one common denominator here is the original poster. They clearly are like the John Wick of servers, because they do not take that garbage for a second, and honestly, I don't blame them. She has clearly had enough of these types of interactions, and I don't blame her for firing back at these people with exactly the same garbage they're trying to throw her way. So to the original poster, you are awesome. What you did and said, as well as your just general demeanor of not taking anybody's garbage, is truly something inspiring to see. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My fiance's aunt sent him a text message basically telling him to break up with me, and right now I'm at a complete loss, and I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I want to start off by saying that I work night shifts. From 8 o'clock p.m. until 4 o'clock in the morning, I work in an emergency pet hospital. I see a lot of crying owners holding their dead animals in their arms, as well as animals with chronic sicknesses, and it's sad, but I do love my job regardless. But as you can probably guess, this is very emotionally and mentally taxing. My fiance, on the other hand, works day shift in the union. He has fun at work with his buddies and gets to mess around a lot. Another important note is that I have bad social anxiety around people that I'm not completely comfortable with. My fiance's aunt was hosting a surprise birthday party for his grandma at her house, which was one state over and about a 5-hour drive. Since I was working until 4 o'clock in the morning into Saturday morning, my fiance decided that he would drive to my house to meet me there at 4 in the morning, which is right when I got off, and then we can set off and I can sleep in the car to try and get a couple more hours at least. We live about 45 minutes away from each other, and I live in the opposite direction of his aunt's house, although he didn't mind backtracking if that meant I got more sleep. Well, 4 o'clock in the morning swung around and he's not there. It turns out he slept through his alarm, so I call him, and we just agreed that it would be faster if I just drove the 45 minutes to his house, and then we set off from there. So I lost some sleep. We got in the car, and I'm just tired and groggy, and honestly, just a little bit salty that he didn't show up and slept through his alarm, but hey, it happens. Now, I barely slept during the whole ride. The sun was in my eyes through the blanket I had over my face. The recliner seat was uncomfortable, just not ideal. I overall was not well rested at all. We get there, I say hello to everyone, and I ask some family members who are already there some questions about their dog, mostly because it's a common interest of mine. I let the family talk for a while, and then I sit down and listen. I'm a big listener, and I never have a lot to say regardless, so I do that while staying present. The party rolls around, and we eat and talk to some people here and there, and I go over to the couch and I put a blanket over my legs. I am so exhausted at this point that my eyes keep closing and I simply couldn't help it. My fiance suggested going to take a nap, but I refused until the guests left. And this is all because I didn't want to be rude by going to sleep so early. And as a side note, we were staying at his aunt's house for the night. I just wanted to be around still, but I was too exhausted to stand or even keep my eyes open. I asked his aunt for a cup of tea at some point, and we exchanged some words about how good it is. Then my fiance and I went to bed because we were both pretty tired, but in the morning, there was a very weird feeling in the air. I ignored it and just chalked it up as my anxiety or something like that, and I told myself that it's my feelings that's causing me to be anxious for no reason. But it turns out it was actually a gut feeling. The very next day, he receives a text message from his aunt pretty much saying how rude I acted the entire night and that he should never bring me to another social gathering that she is hosting ever again. How I had apparently made it clear that I didn't want to be there, and she even ended her message by saying, "Listen, I'm saying this out of love. She is not for you." Now, I was pretty taken aback. No one had said anything to me about it. They knew that I just worked a night shift and barely got any sleep in the car. I really didn't know where this was coming from. The worst part is that my fiance immediately submitted to his aunt. He sent her a text back saying how embarrassed he was by my actions, and I really didn't understand what actions I took though. I smiled at people, I listened when they were talking, I was present, and I am just a natural wallflower. His aunt also insinuated that I'm painting myself as a victim by blaming it on the night I had prior, and also my history of social anxiety. It seems that he won't fully be on my side about this, and he told me that his family has been right in the past about other stuff, so he would rather trust their opinions, even on the chance of them being wrong about it. So how can I deal with this situation without making it awkward for the next time I see his aunt again? What should I do? I want to start off by saying that the fiance's aunt is completely out of line here. First of all, she's trying to act like you ruined the party. Like even at a base level, just by being there and being present and trying to talk to people and listening to what they're saying, that in and of itself is pretty benign when it comes to like social interactions. And at the very least, it shows that you're there, you're present, and you're trying to have some kind of like pleasant interaction overall. So for her to chalk up you being like what, maybe slightly tired or something like that, as you being rude at her stupid party is just ridiculous to me. But that's not even like the biggest problem in this situation. It's the fact that your fiance didn't stand up for you that really bothers me like a lot in my opinion. Like why would he not be like, no, you're completely wrong. She was just really tired from working all night. It baffles me that he just let that happen and basically let his aunt walk all over you. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but if my family started to talk garbage about my fiance, especially when I knew my fiance didn't do anything to warrant that kind of garbage, I would definitely stand up for her. I wouldn't take that for a second. So the fact that he rolled over and showed his underbelly, that's a massive red flag in my opinion. And I personally think that's the bigger issue in this grand scheme of things than anything else. Because at the end of the day, he let these people say horrible, false things about you. And in my opinion, that is completely unacceptable behavior. Today, I messed up by continuously taking naps under my desk during work hours. But as you might guess, karma finally caught up to me as I got exposed by my manager and my entire team as they walked in to find me sleeping underneath my desk. And I've never been more embarrassed to be caught like that in my life. Here's what happened. So I'm a civil engineer and I work in the engineering industry, which is one of the complicated technical industries. Sometimes at night, I review work reports before submitting them the next day, and I have to make sure that everything is 100% correct and safe. I start reviewing late, maybe 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning, and then I finish at about 4 o'clock a.m. Now, mind you, this is during some nights, especially when I'm dealing with a project with tight deadlines and it's very complicated. And the writing of reports are, of course, earlier, maybe days earlier. Anyways, my office has a desk, and I've been taking naps under it for quite a while now. Actually, I moved the desk to a unique location, back in the corner of the office facing the door. Since I'm a civil engineer, my work also requires me to be outdoors. So on days when I spent the night reviewing, I come to the department manager and tell her that I'm going outside to check on projects, and she just gives me the green light. But what do I actually do? Well, I go to my office, I close the door, and then I take a nap. I have my pillow and blanket under the desk, and the desk is wide enough and big enough to take a nap there. Since it is a big city with traffic, assuming I'm outside, my naps are usually 30 to 40 minutes and sometimes even an hour long. Now, a lot of the time, my team looks for me because we work on group projects as engineers together, but they could never find me because I was taking naps, which in effect would slow down their work and their productivity. One day, my team was looking for me when I was taking a nap. They were looking for a project document that we work on, and that's when I heard them and my manager's voice. They entered my office and I could feel my face turning red underneath the desk. I was hoping that they would just leave. Unfortunately, the project documents were inside my desk drawer, so my team and the manager walked to check the drawer and I was exposed. Every single one of them looked disappointed, and I didn't know what to do. I just stared at them while I'm down at the desk. It was the most awkward moment of my life. The most disappointed person in the group was my department manager. All she said to me was, "My office now." In the end, she gave me a formal written warning and ended up assigning me additional responsibilities. But overall, this was seriously embarrassing, and I still think about it to this day. That is seriously so funny to me. You not only got away with this for a while by being yeah, I'm gonna go outside for an hour, but you also effectively slowed down everybody else's work. So by doing this, you essentially brought everything to a boiling point, and your exposure of sleeping under your desk was inevitable at this point. But with that in mind, what kind of hours are you pulling? You work until 4 in the morning, and these people are wondering oh wow, why are you sleeping under your desk? These people are squeezing all the time out of you they can possibly get, and this job overall sounds like a really exhausting job. So the fact that your job would give you more work just as some kind of punishment instead of getting to the root of the problem, that in my opinion is really weird, and that just doesn't seem fair. So sure, you got in trouble for taking a nap at work, but for a little bit there, you actually pulled it off. And personally, I find that incredibly funny. My mom is blatantly trying to start drama by talking to my brother about debt that I apparently owe him. And honestly, given the track record of my mother, I am seriously not surprised by her antics. Here's what happened. So I live in a house with my brother. My name and our mom's name is on the deed, and the way the deal was struck 2 years ago when we started this is that all three of us would move in together and expenses would be split 3 ways. My mom provided a little less than 50% of the cost of the house, and I got a mortgage for the rest in my name because I'm the only one with good credit. My brother fixed up the house, and he equated the work he did to around $10,000 if he was charging a stranger. I also paid $10,000 in materials, and at one point during construction, we all got into a screaming argument where mom and I threatened to kick my brother out, and he told us that we couldn't. I looked him in the eye and told him that I would pay him $10,000 for his work, and then I would kick him out. Well, he decided to not press his luck, and the construction continued. The intention was for mom mom to live there until she passes away, my brother to continue to rent the property forever, and me to eventually move on and buy another house. Well, my mom decided not to come and live with us, and then I started paying for work to be done. I was concreting the front walkway, getting gutters put on the house, we had plumbing and HVAC problems. I mean, the list goes on and on. I also do all the communal cleaning, and even cleaned his bathroom before I stopped and thought to myself, wait, why am I doing this? Honestly, it's not good for all of us to live together. I mean, we just don't mesh at all. I also didn't understand the impact of 2 mortgages on my lending capability, and I won't be able to get out without renting somewhere else for 5 to 10 years at least. We ultimately decided that he will be moving out, and he's now been looking for a few weeks. Well, he approached me last night and brought up the $10,000. Apparently, mom tried talking to him about it, and honestly, it took some effort to control my face. That money has been more than made up in his reduced rent over the last 2 years, and if anything, I thought that he would ask to take the fridge and washer that he brought with him, and I would offer to buy them off of him. My brother basically said that mom tried to talk to him about it, and he distracted her by changing the subject, but he did want to talk to me about it. It essentially boiled down to this. He said that he didn't want the $10,000. He said that we're family, and that you shouldn't take money from family. He said that he found a place and he wanted to move at least by the 7th, but he's trying to lock in the 1st of the year instead. So he then asked me if I would be willing to waive the rent for January and also let him keep his tools in the shed. I then asked him point blank if she was trying to get me to pay him, and he essentially responded that he cut her off because he couldn't hear the whole thing. Now, part of me thinks that this might have been a negotiation tactic to get me to agree, but to be honest, I already expected to waive a month's rent, give him an extended move-out period, and let him keep his tools in the shed. I also told him that he could keep his house key so that he can access this shed, and I also said that I would help him move. I have a lock on my bedroom door, and that's where I keep my valuables, so honestly, there's no worries about him getting into anything of value. He told me he would give me a copy of his new key for emergencies and replace a faulty bathroom light before he leaves. So thankfully, negotiations were successful. I have no idea if my mom was trying to start something else by bringing up that $10,000, but if she actually intended for me to pay it, she was absolutely insane. I mean, how wild is it to promise someone else's money to somebody else? I honestly wouldn't put it past her, because in the past, she has definitely prioritized him over me. Okay, so I have to agree with the original poster's suspicions here. It really does seem like the mom was trying to stir the pot. She clearly wanted some kind of drama in some kind of way, and it was really smart that the both of these kids basically saw through it and said, no, I don't want the money, let's not do that. So good for you for getting negotiations taken care of, because based on what you described, this seriously could have been a nightmare to deal with, but thankfully things were able to work out for the best, and nobody fed into any more unnecessary drama. An entitled, neglectful mother isn't paying nearly enough attention when their kid accidentally breaks the train door with their backpack, resulting in everybody in our trolley having to get off the train and find another means of transportation in the cold and rainy weather. And I've honestly never been more annoyed by an interaction in my life. Here's what happened. I had an encounter today that I simply had to share. So I was in a packed tram minding my own business when I noticed an entitled mother with her 3 kids in the same wagon. The scene was already set for a typical entitled parent story, but little did I know how much it would escalate. For reference, there are 2 types of trams where I live. The old type with small doors and high stairs, where wheelchairs and strollers are not allowed, and then we have the new ones which are accessible. Well, you guessed it, the entitled mom made it onto the old tram that I was on, even though the next accessible tram was just 5 minutes away according to the screens. Her kids were already whining and extremely unruly. The 4 of them, along with their huge stroller, occupied a significant part of the tram. It was 6:00 p.m. This is right when people were commuting, so the tram was packed with people returning home from work. And well, the situation was ripe for more entitled behavior, and trust me, it definitely delivered. The tram stops, and it's finally time for the kids and this entitled mother to exit. But just when I thought the worst was over, something else happens. One of the brats had a small shell backpack, which got stuck in the old, forcefully closing door. The conductor had to get out to try and free the trolley, and understandably, she was pretty angry about the situation. What blew my mind was the entitled mom's reaction. Instead of apologizing or taking responsibility, she started crying out, "I am a mother, I have 3 children," as if that somehow exempted her from being responsible for any damage caused to the tram. tram. It was baffling how she played the mother card instead of acknowledging the inconvenience and potential harm caused by her and her kids. The situation left many of us in the tram shaking our heads in disbelief. Well, finally, the trolley gets unstuck, and the entitled mom and her posse left the train. But that's not the end of it. The best, or I should say the worst, was yet to happen. The door was now broken, and the tram could not continue its journey. So, thanks to the actions of this entitled parent, all of us had to disembark in the awful cold and rainy weather. There I was, forced to run through the rain just to make it to my appointment on time. The whole ordeal was frustrating to say the least, and a perfect example of how a dumb parent's entitlement can affect so many others. Besides, if her kid got stuck in the door instead, it could have turned out pretty ugly. Yeah, I totally understand what you're talking about, especially when you describe a parent who's basically just not watching their kids in a public setting. You would think that that would be the one place you would want those kids to behave and listen to you exactly. Because if you're not careful, then one of your kids might break the door and ruin everybody's day. And I know if I was in that situation, I seriously would have been frustrated. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled married coworkers always get all of the benefits simply because they have children, which allows them to get off work early while also not affecting their PTO that they've accrued. But after countless days of having to shoulder my coworkers' burdens, all because they had to take care of their stupid kids, I decided that I had had enough, and I ended up lying to my company that I worked for, claiming that I was a father and I had to take care of my child. And I did this just so I could also enjoy the benefits of my coworkers who were also parents. And with all things considered, I honestly don't regret this, and I seriously should have done this sooner. Here's what happened. Okay, to start things out, I'm a manager at a software and communications company, and around 2 years ago, I had to take a sabbatical because of stress and mental health issues. Sometime later, I returned to work, and when I was asked what was new, I said I had recently became a father, which is a lie, but let me confess why I did it. For a bit of context, at my company, we all work from home, but several members of my team are parents of young kids. While I do respect their choice not to let their career affect their personal lives, I think sometimes the balance is tipped against those who don't have kids. My colleagues take a considerable amount of time off each week because of family reasons, and during that time, their workload is distributed among the rest of the team. Several times, I was stuck working on holidays because my colleagues had family events. Some of them have never worked on Christmas Day, even though they fully know part of the team has to be on call because of how our industry works. At one point, it became accepted that people who have kids can just unload their burden onto their coworkers just because their family comes first. I am happy that they spend time with their families, as they should, but also I believe our personal life and our work life should be separate. If your contributions to the company are capped by your personal life, then our compensation and what's expected from us should be different. This is more of an issue with how the company gives different privileges to some of their employees and not about the employees who have families. However, I'm not going to fight to make working parents lose some of their comforts. So instead, I decided to equalize my work life with that of my colleagues who have families. When I asked to return to the company because they were in dire need of help, I accepted and clarified that I had recently become a father and it might sometimes affect my schedule. They were obviously okay with that, and the first change that happened is that I stopped working overtime. I worked from 9 to 5, and at 5:05 p.m. at the most I'm logging out because I have to supposedly pick up my kid from daycare. Then I began taking note of how many hours a week my colleagues would take without losing any accrued PTO. They'd often take 1 hour after lunch just to take their kids to an appointment, or leave early because of family reasons, or they skip meetings because they're babysitting their kids at home. And I have access to everyone's timetables, so I know how many hours they're being paid for. So from time to time, I'd also say I was taking my kid to an appointment, and instead I'd stay online cleaning up my inbox or doing less urgent work that I'd normally postpone, while also avoiding the pressure of having to be available for the rest of my team. Sometimes I had a headache, and I'd log out early as soon as all of my work was done. In the past, I would have to stay helping cover for some of my coworkers. This year, and for the first time with this company, I didn't have to work on Christmas Day, and I'm not going to be working on New Year's. they'll have to hire someone else to cover for me and all the other parents who are too busy to work. Because you know what? In my eyes, it's all equal. Now, here's the thing. There is no chance that they will ever find out because we all work from different countries and there's no chance I'll run into them or they'll visit me. I know it's a lie and I'm taking advantage of benefits that are reserved for people with kids, but I don't care. There shouldn't be these kind of blanket benefits that have a negative effect on some of the employees. I also decided that next month I'm baptizing my imaginary kid. They'll be raised religious and we'll be celebrating religious festivities during the year as well. And honestly, I'm looking forward to that long Easter weekend that my coworkers always seem to enjoy. This is hilarious to me because I know exactly what they're talking about. Seriously, in the working world, I've experienced this firsthand where people who don't have kids suddenly get all the work of everybody who does have a kid. And I'm right there with the original poster, I get it. Parents should be involved in their kids' lives. But if I'm gonna have to take the work of literally everybody else in the office, all because my coworker has like some demon spawn, then seriously, I should be paid more. If you want me to do more work, I should be compensated accordingly. And no, I don't care about being a team player. Either pay me more or this is not gonna work. Or you can take this insane route of being like, yeah, I've got a family, I'm now a father, and I have kids. Like honestly, that is so funny that this guy worked around the system and said, okay, if everyone else has a family, then I'm gonna have one as well. So while there might be some like moral issues here, honestly, I think I completely understand where this guy's coming from, and I just don't blame him for fabricating this family just so you can get that special treatment as well. Especially if that means you don't have to work on a holiday for the first time ever with this company. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My entitled family member has disowned me and claimed that we are no longer family, all because I didn't invite her over for Christmas Day. Here's what happened. So I have this family member who seems to think everybody owes her simply because we're family. She moved here with her husband and kids to be close to their parents and proceeded to get butthurt because their parents didn't devote all their time to her and her kids, and worse still, didn't spend all their money showering the kids with gifts. My husband and I have recently built a house and it was finally finished in time for us to move in before Christmas. I have a lot of children. Some are adults and have moved out of the family home. The only thing I wanted for Christmas was to spend our first Christmas in our new home with all of our children together for the first time in years. They always come and visit around this time of the year, but with spouses, work, and other obligations, we haven't been all together at the same time for years, and especially not on Christmas Day. But this year, my wish was granted, and I was Buddy the Elf excited for Christmas this year. Last Christmas, my entitled family member fed me a sob story about how they had no one, and Christmas will be just horrible. So I told her that they could join us if they wanted to, which they ended up doing. They then proceeded to drink all the cocktails within minutes, just slamming them down one after the other. They sat around complaining about the heat and about other family members. They ate some food and then they left. And you know what? I didn't really mind. If I'm being honest, I had a migraine and I was cooking in 40-degree heat, so I didn't really have the capacity to care. I had been talking about my plans for Christmas this year for months, as well as moving into the house and having all my kids at home. Well, my entitled family members had plans of their own. They were all heading out of town and visiting other family members over Christmas. And you know what? All is well. No issue, no problems. Well, at least I thought. Christmas Day rolls around, and as planned, I had all my kids home, as well as all of the adult kids' significant others. It was a fantastic day. After Christmas dinner, I got a text message saying that we are no longer family. Now, my obvious reply is to say, what is going on? And I get a response saying that we're not family anymore. She's done. She then inserts all these weird threats and hopes that I have an amazing life. Now, I had absolutely no idea where all of this was coming from, but I guess in the messed up mindset that is entitlement, it all made sense to her. After a lot of back and forth trying to figure out what the problem was, it turns out their Christmas plans fell through and they had to come home before Christmas. And apparently, I'm a massive jerk because I don't spend all my time stalking people on social media and therefore didn't know they had returned home. And I'm also an even bigger jerk because I didn't invite them to my house for Christmas Day. Now, I had been very clear in the lead up to Christmas and had said multiple times this Christmas was the first Christmas in my new house and was being spent with all of my children. No one else, no extended family or friends friends, just me, my husband, our kids, and their partners. At one point, after asking what the problem was and getting no closer to an answer, I came straight out and said, "Is this all really over the fact that I spent Christmas with my kids and I didn't invite you and your family this year?" Well, it turns out that's exactly what the problem was. They would have had to come back home for whatever reason, and she just ostracized herself and her family from the rest of the extended family, so they spent their Christmas in their home with just her husband and kids, while I was making the most of my day with my husband and kids, and it hurt her feelings that my adult children had their long-term partners here as well. Apparently, my kids' partners aren't family because being in a serious monogamous relationship for years means nothing, and she's blood, so she should have been invited. So honestly, am I missing something here? Where in the rule book of family does it say that I have to invite every man and his dog to my home for every single special occasion? Where does it say everyone else's happiness is my responsibility? How do seemingly normal people build up a mindset of the whole world owing them something? What should I do? Yeah, your extended family is being really entitled. Like, how are you supposed to know that their plans fell through? Like, you weren't on social media or anything like that. You had no idea that they had to come home and do their own thing. So it's definitely not your fault that you enjoyed your Christmas while this extended family member was just completely miserable. And if I was in your shoes, I definitely would not worry about these people in the slightest. An entitled customer tries to pay for a $3 candy bar with a $100 bill, only to then get angry at me when I don't have proper change that he demands. And I've honestly never felt more frustrated with a customer in my life. Here's what happened. So this story happened a couple of years ago. I was working on this big national department chain store, which I was hired for Black Friday, but stayed for the holidays. The company was trying to boost online sales, so every day they would do some type of new discount if the customer bought online to then pick it up in person. But they were always confused, and we, meaning the employees, spent more time explaining how the offer worked than actually selling stuff. So anyways, this man comes with his daughter around my age and a stuffed shopping cart. I scanned every product and told the final price once I was done. Now, picture a man twice my height getting red in the face with rage when he sees a price that is definitely not what he predicted. He then elevated his voice, asking me about the offers and why it didn't work. I tried explaining how it worked, but he stopped me immediately and said to me, "If I hear another word from you, I swear." Which, when he said that, I didn't really get that at all. It was obviously not my fault or anybody else's at the store, as everyone there was following the company's orders. The man demanded I canceled every product except the cheapest thing off the list, which was a chocolate bar that was worth $3. So I did, but it was over 50 products, and I had to beep the supervisor's card, type the password, and beep the product for every single thing. This process took me 20 minutes at least. The man then handed me a $100 bill to pay for the chocolate bar, which I obviously didn't have change for. Now, I could have buzzed a bell that resonates to the whole store and call my manager, but I decided to forget that it existed. I instead buzzed a little siren below the cashier's table that only buzzes to the other cashiers, but there were none. And since the man was the only customer and everyone else had their chores to do, no one else heard it besides me, the man, and his daughter. I even saw one of my colleagues a few feet away restocking some shelf, but he couldn't tell that we were having an issue, so he didn't offer to help. I kept buzzing that little siren, looked at the man, and just shrugged, just to basically say that I was doing everything that I could. It went on for 10 more minutes, and I kid you not, he finally got impatient. He said to me, "I don't have all day, you know." I said to him, "I'm sorry, sir. You're trying to pay a $3 chocolate bar with a $100 bill, and I don't have $97 in change. If you have smaller bills, we can do this quicker." He then says to me, "I have 5s, 10s, 20s, everything you need, but I'm not helping you in any way." So I looked at him and I said, "Well, I'm sorry then, but you're just gonna have to wait for a manager." Eventually, a manager came downstairs to check everything, and I asked them if they could get change for me. As he was trying to get smaller bills from that $100 bill, he whispered to me, "What a jerk," which I replied by saying, "You have no idea." Once that customer was gone, I told the manager what happened and started crying. He said I could have called him and he would have handled the situation for me, but he laughed and was very proud with the way I handled that situation myself. Yeah, that guy's a massive jerk. Who tries to pay for a $3 chocolate bar with a $100 bill? Like, when you're under that kind of scrutiny and pressure, all for things that are outside of your control and stuff that is not your problem, it can get really stressful and make anybody crack. So I don't blame the original poster for crying after that incident, because trust me, I have felt that way as well after dealing dealing with some really entitled people, and I think that you handled that situation incredibly well. My entitled relatives cut me out of their lives after I refused to allow them to host their parties at my house. Here's what happened. So for a bit of background, me and my family live at this house with 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, a bigger living room, and a double car garage. My house is at the end of the street corner with a very big backyard along with a pool. Now, this house is pretty good to throw any big parties or some kind of get-togethers, but unfortunately, my entitled relatives are jerks and just the greedy type of people that you might expect. Last Thanksgiving and our Christmas party, these relatives throw small parties for 20 to 30 people. All of these invited guests were complete jerks, and they were heavy drinking clowns. Both parties were a complete mess, as these guests drink like animals and started fighting each other over politics, personal issues, and ended up breaking stuff at the house. Some of the girls that drink a little bit less were playing music loud on speakers and giving no real issues. Eventually, it's past 11 p.m. and they won't turn off the music, so more drama started, and it led to more fights and more noise. The cops were called both times by the neighbors, and they reported these fights and these shoutings. The first time, the cops let these relatives go with warnings and no fine, but the second time, they issued a $500 fine and left with a final warning stating that next time, the house owner and the people living there go to prison for 90 days with felony charges and a $3,000 fine if the neighbors ever complain again. These relatives had alcohol on both occasions, but they had 7 to 8 bottles of whiskey, vodka, and beers. But the guests to the house brought their own stock of alcohol and beers, and they fight and break things when they're drunk enough. Well, my relatives were in trouble because they promised to throw Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's parties. Now, due to the cops' warning, they were hesitant to throw the New Year party at their home. Every other place that they could look was either booked out or closed on New Year's Eve. They asked my family if they could throw the party at our house, and we refused for this deal for multiple reasons. We already had plans to go to someone else's place for a party on New Year, and we didn't know any of the guests that my relatives were inviting at the party. We knew about their past party problems and the mess that their guests leave, not even to mention the loud and stupid fights, as well as playing music way too late and breaking things and making a massive mess. And this is all because they get way too drunk. We would be cleaning the house by the time everybody leaves and dropping off these drunk friends at their houses. So they accepted our rejection and went back to look for another house. Then the very next day, my cousin and other relatives tell me that these entitled relatives are talking garbage. They're spreading rumors behind our backs to our relatives and friends. Eventually, they blocked our numbers and didn't want to see us unless we found a place for their promised New Year's party and pay the rent or cover their party cost altogether. Now, we were pretty angry, so we got into a verbal argument and eventually decided to cut them off entirely from our lives. Some people took our sides while some people took theirs. After the fight, we cut off contact with everyone else too, especially anyone who supported or took the entitled relative side. And truly, through it all, I felt good because I really didn't like them and I didn't want to deal with their multiple issues anymore. Honestly, good for the original poster. Here's the thing, just because they're family doesn't mean you have to allow them into your lives, especially if they're gonna do stuff like this. Now hear me out, I'm all about resolving conflict and trying to make amends and apologize or accept somebody's apology, because family messes up and family is probably the first people to offend you if anything's gonna go wrong. They are the people that know you the most and probably the best out of anybody. But these family members are way different. These people have a drinking problem and they're being super toxic because you're not catering to them and basically enabling their bad behavior. So all in all, I don't blame you for cutting them off, because I know if I was in your shoes, I would have done the exact same thing. My entitled friend keeps lecturing me that I'm not doing enough around the house to make the place look nice. And this is the same friend who's currently living in my house rent-free, all after he lost his apartment. And at this point, I'm seriously so annoyed and I really don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So my friend lost his apartment when his dad passed away. He had nowhere to go, so I allowed him to stay on my couch until he can finally get his own place. He does not pay rent. However, since my friend moved in, he's been complaining I don't pick my stuff up right away. Now, I work a lot of hours, and yes, I'll leave dishes, but not for long periods of time. I just have no desire to get dishes done after an 11-hour shift. My friend will mosey over and complain about dishes not being done, and he will also do this with a few items in my bedroom. He tries to tell me to do dishes or expects me to do them or clean my room room. Now to this, I usually say that this is my apartment and I'm gonna clean when I feel like it because I'm the tenant. He gets frustrated thinking that I should have the same mentality as him and even goes as far as to accuse me of taking advantage of him or something like that. He says, "Oh, so because it's your place, I should have to get treated this way?" He then mumbles out statements about how he can't wait to not be around me at all. Now at this point, I'm confused as to how I'm doing anything wrong or how he even feels taken advantage of. He acts like he's in this really horrible situation, not having me do my dishes right away. He states he has no say in anything, but I feel like he's trying to tell me what to do in my own house. I can't help but feel like he's either being awful or trying to be controlling. I mean, he wants to tell me what to do, which is clean my own stuff. He's the one trying to tell me what to do, but I just don't let it happen. So am I manipulating this guy or something? What should I do? Honestly, I don't really understand why you're letting this guy live in your house rent-free, and I don't understand why you're putting up with that in the slightest. Like, if this guy really doesn't like living in your house for free, by the way, while also not doing anything to keep it clean, then he could just leave and literally live anywhere else. There's no good reason for this kind of attitude. So I know if I was in your shoes, I would tell him straight up, look, if you don't like living here, you're more than welcome to leave and find your own place to live. Because right now you are doing him a favor. You're doing a kindness out of your own heart, literally for no reason other than being kind. Like, you could have denied this guy a couch to sleep on from the very beginning, but instead you decided to do a good thing for somebody that you thought was a friend, but instead is slowly turning into somebody that sounds awful to live with. And the guy doesn't even pay rent. Like, seriously, what's going on here? So hopefully he can either move out quickly or some kind of agreement can come between the two of you. Because based on what you've described, this guy sounds super lazy. And regardless of his circumstances, he definitely needs to get back to work and find his own place to live. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled Karen screams at me at an airport, all because I won't let her spoiled child play video games on my laptop. But after experiencing something similar to this in the past, I decided that I was not going to allow this lady to bother me another second. And honestly, I'm kind of wondering why I'm such a Karen magnet in my life. Here's what happened. So I want to start off by saying that I'm kind of cursed with this sort of thing, where I deal with entitled parents while I'm at the airport, because almost the exact same situation that I've experienced before repeated itself again recently. Let me explain. I was traveling for work again and cutting things close to be home for Christmas, and this time it happened on a layover on my way home. My next flight wasn't to be in a few hours, so I did my usual thing of finding an airport cafe, plugging in my personal laptop just so I wouldn't run the battery dry. Now for context, I play retro games on my laptop, and this time I was playing Castlevania Legacy of Darkness. I had to wear headphones to avoid disturbing anyone, but eventually I felt a small hand tugging on my pant leg. It was a small boy, probably a bit younger than the one I dealt with previously, which is something I posted about previously online. He pointed out the bright red game controller I was using and asked what it was. He thought it was for an Xbox, and internally I was mildly offended by that, being the retro Nintendo fan that I am. But only a complete jerk would be angry at a kid for not knowing about something that existed before they were born. I was tired and not in the mood to be bothered, so I politely asked the kid to please go back to his parents and leave me be. He just stared at me like what I said didn't register, so I asked him again. And when that didn't work, I asked a nearby employee for help while also asking for a coffee refill. The employee found the kid's mother nearby and ushered the boy back to her. And I'm sure at this point you know exactly where this is going, because moments later I was being confronted by an entitled mother dressed in all black and white while red in the face like a bad newspaper headline, and was demanding to know what my problem was. Apparently, I can't just play video games in public and expect to not attract the attention of children nearby. I sighed because I knew exactly where this was going. Not my first rodeo after all. But in most other situations like this, I usually get a dirty glance from the entitled parent, but after the incident I experienced previously, in which an entitled mother literally destroyed my laptop, I was much more on guard. I stood up and told her it was not my job to entertain her child. It's not the job of the cafe employees or other people in the cafe either. I said that it was her job. Either bring something for her kid to game on or find a way to entertain him herself yourself. I literally don't care, but I do want you to leave me out of it." She then acted extremely offended and called me a giant man baby. I told her that was exactly the sort of thing a Karen would say, which only seemed to anger her further. Soon the same employee was back and tried to break things up. She politely asked us both to calm down, but the entitled mother refused and said I should be thrown out for insulting her. I finally had enough and said that I sued the last person like her who demanded I entertain their son because they broke my computer and got arrested, and there are cameras all around us to see who started what. So go ahead, try me. Well, the entitled mother started huffing, and I calmed down enough to sit back down and act polite enough and then say to please just leave me alone. The employee sided with me and asked her to just calm down and leave me be. The entitled mother then huffed and dragged her kid away by the hand while he cried about the games that I was playing. For a good while, she was repeatedly glaring at me. Her son played on what I assume was her phone, which meant she had nothing to do herself. But then they left and later came back with a coloring book and a fresh pack of crayons I think she grabbed at the overpriced gift shop, and her son played on that till it was time to go. But this isn't quite over yet. This entitled mom was somehow on the same flight as me, which made her target me before boarding. She made sure to be as close to me as possible, and her little boy had nasty gas, so he kept farting right in my direction. But I stayed silent and kept my sunglasses on so she could not see where I was looking. She tried acting smug, looking back at me, but the smugness was short-lived as I made sure to act completely indifferent and silent to not show any irritation. Someone else called her out on her kids farting too, and she had a short argument with them about it as well. She later seemed to look like she sucked on a lemon as she saw that I got to board before her to go to business class, and she had to board for coach a few minutes later. She mouthed a swear word at me as she went by my aisle seat. I was off the flight before the entitled mom, so I didn't see her again when leaving the airport, and when my wife picked me up, I told her what happened, and she just rolled her eyes and called me a Karen magnet, and at this point, honestly, I kinda believe it. This story's actually really crazy to me because this is something we've covered on the channel about a year ago. I had to do some digging, but apparently he had an exact replica of this situation, only the other lady actually destroyed his laptop and she ended up getting arrested and he sued her. So in the grand scheme of things, this is not nearly as bad as what he went through before, and I think it has to do with the fact that this time this guy was not going to be taken off guard, because the previous time this happened, that Karen kind of ran up out of nowhere and broke his stuff. But this time, this guy was like, nope, I'm not going to let that happen again. So seriously, to the original poster, I'm so sorry you had to deal with this literally a year later. Like, the timing of that is really funny. Like, I'm looking at his previous date, and he posted his previous experience in October of 2022, and now a little over a year later, and history's repeating itself. Like, seriously, that is like crazy odds. But at least this time around, you were ready for anything this crazy lady would have done, because I don't think anybody wants a repeat of what happened last time. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My job tried to punish me for going on a pre-planned vacation, as they pretended like they didn't know about my vacation time, and instead tried to call me into work when I was literally out of town. And I'm honestly so glad that I don't work there anymore, because those people truly sucked. Here's what happened. So back between 2006 and 2008, I was a tax associate at the most well-known tax service in North America. I did very well in the class you take, which determines your eligibility to be hired, as well as teaching you how to do taxes, and as a result, I was hired. I bounced from office to office as newbies do, and I was doing well enough that I was always the first to be called if a shift needed covered. After my first season with them went so well, I was invited back for the next year, and the class was free because of the invitation back. In case you wonder why the class is every single year, it's because tax rules change every year and we have to keep up. Shortly after the class was over, which I aced by the way, I was approached by the lady who ran the district. She wanted to open a seasonal office in a Walmart 5 kilometers outside the city that I worked in. She wanted me as a primary associate there, in part because I'd done so well in the previous year, with my acing the class also playing a big role in it, not to mention the fact that I have a background in security, and I also live about 20 kilometers closer to this Walmart than anyone else on the staff. I wasn't going to be a manager, but I was going to be the only full-time associate. I'd open and close almost every day, and often be the only associate on site. It was basically my baby baby to take care of. There were hints that it also might lead to advancement in the company as well, so I was pretty excited at the opportunity. At first, everything was great. The Walmart staff liked me, the customers liked me, my boss liked me. I mean, I was blasting through customers. Only maybe 5 people walked away due to having to wait, and this is out of the few hundred who approached my little office beside the produce section. 2 months in, right before the tax season really heated up, I had a weekend I'd booked off the same day they'd hired me. I was going out of the province to see my family. The trip had been set long before they hired me, and I had made it clear that I wasn't going to be around. The schedule accurately reflected that, so the weekend arrives and I just go. I had a good time and I came back Monday evening so I could be back Tuesday morning. When I got home, I checked my answering machine for messages, and there were 3 new messages. 2 from my boss, the district lady, and 1 from the scheduler. I don't remember everything word for word, so I'll just paraphrase. Message 1 was Saturday morning at approximately 7 in the morning. They said to me, "Hi, sorry to do this, but we need you in today. The employee that was going to replace you, their car broke down, so they can't make it." The second message was Saturday afternoon, approximately 2 p.m. They said to me, "I'm very disappointed in you for not responding to me and not showing up. I'll be making some changes." Then the third message on Monday morning at 9 o'clock in the morning was the scheduler. They said to me, "Your hours have changed this week. Please call me when you get the chance." Now, at this point in my life, I'm not a kid out of high school, and I've had enough experience with screw jobs that I'm absolutely not going to crawl on my hands and knees, apologizing and begging for my job. If you're going to be petty and mean, just because you messed up, then trust me, we're gonna have some problems. And so we did. I called the scheduler and was told I was suspended for a week and to call my boss after a week to get back on the schedule. She said the boss was trying to put me in my place and teach me how to be a good manager. They said that I'd get back on the schedule after the week was over. Well, I brought up my pre-planned and scheduled time off, and also that I wasn't a manager, I was a regular employee. The scheduler was very uncomfortable, but she was only doing what she was told. "They really did need you," she said to me. "Just call the boss in a week." I said sure, and then I didn't. I was furious, and I wasn't the one that was about to be put in their place. I called a few of the customers who I'd been working with, and I explained that I was no longer working there, and they chose to keep me as their tax girl regardless. It really wasn't intended as revenge, even though it sounds that way. I mean, the company wasn't going to make more than it cost to have someone do their taxes anyways. This was purely a customer relationship thing, and I also like to finish what I start. But the real revenge was accepting my suspension. The entire week I was suspended, I made sure to stop in at the Walmart to see if I knew who they'd scheduled for my shift, and if we were friendly, then help me out with the quirks of this location. But there was never anyone there. I confirmed with the Walmart staff, all week they had no one working there. Paying Walmart to rent space and getting nothing but a bad reputation for it is all thanks to the heavily advertised new location having 0 employees. It remained that way for the rest of the season, literally for 2 months. Now, the boss never called me and I never called her. I have some kind of pride. I have no idea how it impacted her professionally, and I stayed far away from taxes ever since. I got another job before my suspension was over, and honestly, I never looked back. Wow, that tax company is really stupid. Like, seriously, how do you not understand what is already pre-planned? Like, the original poster pretty much spelled it out perfectly. They're not going to be here for this one weekend, and you need to schedule around that, otherwise you're just going to have to deal with it. So the fact that they try to act like you're on call or something like that just to go in and do your job, even though you perfectly articulated that you're not going to be there, and you probably have it in writing as well, that in my opinion is the mark of a place you definitely do not want to work at. Because trust me, if they can violate your vacation time, then they will just keep doing that over and over again. Like, the fact that they did that to this employee basically sent a solid signal to them that, yeah, I don't want to work here. These people suck, and I'm definitely not going to stick around. And I know if I was in your shoes, I definitely would have done the exact same thing. My wife has ruined my only week off that I get from my job, and at this point, I'm trying not to lose it, as I feel like my mental health is starting to decline. Here's what happened. So I want to start off by saying that I work a very demanding job. There are very few, if any, times during the year when I have the luxury to take a few days off to myself. When I get home from work, between cooking dinner and doing dishes and taking care of chores around the house, I get maybe 2 hours a day to relax. My wife gets upset if I don't spend all that time with her, so I don't get to watch my shows, play my video games, or read my books. boss. I've told her many times that I need time to relax and do things that I enjoy, and she'll agree with me but then start giving me things to do or get me to do something else with her within 30 seconds of me starting. So anyways, 2 months ago, I asked my boss if I could use a week of vacation between Christmas and New Year's. It's a slow week and we made arrangements to ensure that I am covered during those days for emergencies. I told my wife that this will be my time to do all the things that I want just so I can de-stress from life and catch up on the things that I really enjoyed. I also plan to clean up my office and organize my files, which is something that has stressed me out for a while. My wife agreed and told me that she was very happy I'm going to be able to do some self-care. This weekend, she informed me that she had scheduled the chimney cleaners for Wednesday because I would be home. She wrote down a list of things for me to do, such as go to Home Depot, clean up the yard debris, pick up groceries for the week, go through boxes in the basement and organize everything. I then politely informed her that I would not be doing any of those things, that this week was about self-care and addressing my needs. And with only 4 real days minus Christmas, I was not going to add additional work. She then told me to just get to what I had time for. On Tuesday, my wife decided to work from home. This prevented me from organizing my office since we share an office. I put on one of my video games and I started to play. 10 seconds later, my wife came flying in and told me to turn it off because it was too loud while she was trying to make phone calls. I told her to shut the office door, but she told me it was entirely too loud and sounded unprofessional in the background. So I pulled out a book and started reading on the couch. I did that for about an hour when my wife decided to come into the living room and work on her laptop. She turned on the Kardashians, and I sarcastically asked if that wouldn't make her sound more unprofessional in the background. She replied that she'll just mute it if a call comes in, which is exactly what she did. So after 15 minutes of trash TV and loud business phone calls, I went into our room to read my book. At this point, my wife kept interrupting me every few minutes. She would ask me how my book was going. How much more do I have to go? What's it about? She asked me what I wanted for lunch or what I wanted for dinner. And the questions went on and on and on. Eventually, it was time for dinner, so I just gave up and I put my book down. Well, today she decided to work from home again. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she told me that she wanted to work from home. I replied by saying, yes, but no offense, I don't want you here. She laughed and said, I know, it's your self-care week, but I don't feel like going in. We can both be here. So I could not be in the office. I had to be up early for chimney cleaners and could not be in the living room because they were working in there. I went into our bedroom and started reading my book, and she came in and informed me that I needed to stay with the chimney sweepers in case they had questions because she had work calls that she had to take. I was unable to concentrate with them working, so I just sat there. When they finally finished, I took my book and I started reading. And that's when my wife decided to come into the living room and turn on the Kardashians again. So I migrated into the bedroom, laid down on my bed, and continued reading my book. And guess what happened next? 10 minutes later, she came in with her laptop and laid down on the bed next to me. I did my best to ignore the typing and phone calls and just concentrate on my book. Then she started snoring. Not like heavy breathing, but literal congested wheezing, choking snoring. So I let out a sigh, I got up, and I headed into the living room. I laid down on the couch and I put on one of my shows. Well, that lasted 15 minutes before my wife came in and started talking through it. She kept asking questions about it. She was criticizing it, talking about how it's clear why she wouldn't watch it, asking how many episodes there are and how long each episode is, and so on. Finally, after needing to rewind the same part 8 times, I accepted defeat and I just turned it off. My wife informed me that she thinks she's going to work from home for the rest of the week. She saw the look on my face, smiled, and said to me, I know I'm cramping your style and ruining your week off, but it's a quiet week and it works for me to be at home. I said to her, I love spending time with you, but I need my alone time. I haven't been able to do anything for me and it's damaging my mental health. She insists that she understands and that she wants me to have time to myself, but it seems to be in theory only and not in practice. I have found myself snapping at her and being tense with her, and I don't want that. I'm afraid that I'm going to explode on her, and I don't know how to make myself any more clear, but she doesn't seem to be taking me seriously, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. In my opinion, it really seems like your wife is doing all of this on purpose. Like she is literally following you room to room and just bothering you nonstop. stop. She even took off the entire week just so she could work from home. So I'm serious when I say this, I don't think she cares about your mental health at all. It sounds like you have a very demanding job and your wife literally just does not care. I don't know if maybe this is because you didn't want to do chores during your week off, but for some mysterious reason that she can't seem to communicate, she feels the need to ruin your entire week off, and that in my opinion is so toxic. There is literally no good excuse for that, and if she really cared, she would go back to work and leave you alone. Because right now, this is honestly obnoxious. And if I were in your shoes, I would go to some kind of hotel and start doing things for me without her being around. Because the way she's acting right now is completely inappropriate. My wife divorced me because she is completely convinced that I cheated on her. But despite the fact that I never did, I'm now struggling to figure out how to convince her that I definitely did not cheat and I've never cheated in any previous relationship in my life. Here's what happened. So yeah, the title pretty much says it all, and I'll get straight into the reason that she thinks that I cheated. I'm a 30-year-old male and I became acquaintances with this new girl that I will call Lily. Lily is not her real name and she started working here about 4 months ago. We're working together on a big project for a client and this requires me to talk to her for most of the day. I have never met her outside of work and we have never flirted, made suggestive comments to each other, and never texted about anything else other than the project. I have no interest in spending time with her because for one, I'm married, and two, I don't find her attractive. My wife sometimes visits my office to bring by food or whatnot and sees me talking to her. Somehow, Lily has a friend who knows my wife. Lily apparently talked to her friend about me that she likes me and that we became super close, which we definitely didn't. And this was then relayed back to my wife. This happened about 2 months ago, and my wife mentioned passively in a conversation but didn't accuse me of anything. I decided not to ask Lily about it, just so I don't make things awkward at work. I should also reiterate that my wife has been divorced before because her ex-husband did cheat on her, which has led her to have trust issues in her following relationships. Well, last month she visited my office again and saw me and Lily laughing about a mess up I made on the project. Again, nothing outside of work-related things. When I got home, she blew up on me about infidelity while also screaming how I could do this to her. Now, I was royally confused, and at this point, she didn't really mention a name. I had not gone to any bars, women's houses, or anything like that without her in the past couple of years, so I was confused on what she was talking about. Then she said something along the lines of, "I knew I shouldn't have trusted Lily. She looks like a lady of the night." And then suddenly it all made sense. Well, to make a long story short, she divorced me. We don't have kids and the house is in my name, and we have a prenuptial agreement, so it wasn't difficult except for the fact that my wife doesn't trust me enough to know that I didn't cheat. And by the way, I never have cheated in any relationship and she knows that. So it's not like it's happened before. I mean, how do I make her believe that I never cheated? What should I do? I don't think you're gonna like what I'm gonna say, but I don't think there is anything you can do. Like, your wife clearly just jumped to some weird conclusion, all because of a coworker that you are definitely not attracted to. And to that end, I'm so sorry you had to deal with that, because the way you're being treated right now is really inappropriate. It's crazy to me that your wife would throw away your entire relationship all because she suspected that you cheated on her with a coworker, which clearly did not happen. And honestly, for you to get the short end of the stick in this scenario really is overall completely unfair.
When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description.
An entitled British customer refuses to pay for their tab, claiming that we're just stupid Americans and that they deserve better treatment at our bar. Things ended up getting so bad that I had to call security just to force them out of the bar. And honestly, I just hope I never have to deal with them ever again. Here's what happened. So I had an awful couple come in this weekend. They grabbed a menu from the host stand and sat themselves at the bar. The host was gone, so I guess no one had seen them come in. And that's the first thing they were annoyed with. Now, that is understandable. However, it's not my fault, seeing that I was busy serving people behind the bar. The second thing was the kitchen was closed for everything. It was 1:30, so a half an hour before we close. The guy rolled his eyes, gave a sigh, and started complaining about how ridiculous American restaurants are. The third strike was that they came in 15 minutes till the last call and spent 5 5 of it just complaining about the lack of staff. So by the time I cut off his rant to let him know that it was almost last call, he was even more upset. I mean, I tried to be as nice as possible. I cut in and said, just to let you know, last call is about 10 minutes away. Anyways, they get some drinks and hang out and meet up with a friend who was picking up a to-go order from us. They asked if they could eat the to-go order there, and since it was slow, I saw no problem with that and gave them some proper plates. Once our dishwasher leaves, it's protocol to give our carryouts plates and silverware if they happen to decide that they want to eat their order at the restaurant instead. And that was strike 4. Then this guy walks behind the bar to cut up his friend's pizza into small slices. The first time I took a breath and just let him. He had already been super rude and I was so tired. But the second time I told him he had to get out from behind the bar. That's when he just started yelling, "I'm just cutting a pizza, bro. I just need to cut the pizza. It's not that serious." He only listened when security got involved, but still proceeded to complain at me while sitting down. Last call came and went, and I gave them their tab and started cleaning. And guess what? They didn't pay it. The guy actually flipped it over and went on to tell his girlfriend how he wasn't paying for this garbage. But I ignored it. I kept cleaning and got everyone else closed out. Eventually, he snapped at me. Like literally snaps at me with his fingers. All the while, he's asking me for a box. So I grab one, drop it off, and I go back to cleaning. I am wrist deep in combining our small trashes into a large one when he pipes up and says, "Can't you just box it up for me? I'm not going to be able to get it in that box. You're going to have to do it." This was strike 5. Losing my patience, I told him that it would fit, but I wouldn't be touching his food for him. Flash forward to 2:20 in the morning and he is still there, still complaining, now full of his double tequila soda and basically getting handsy with his girlfriend at the bar. I give him his tab again and I let him know that it's about 10 minutes until security kicks everybody out. This guy then looks at me straight in the face and says to me, "Can I offer you some advice because you're so rude?" At that point, I'm over it and I just tell him, "No, I don't really care about your advice. I need you to pay for your drinks and start heading out." He then proceeds to call me a dumb American jerk and tells me that he wasn't going to pay for anything because apparently he didn't drink anything. He then does something that absolutely blows my mind, and I honestly still think about this to this day. He proceeds to pour his water from his water glass into his cocktail glass right in front of me. He then starts waving it around. "I drank this? This is the drink you want me to pay for? I didn't even drink it. You're just rude." And then he started calling me a bunch of other garbage as well. And this was strike 6 on my patience. I knew I shouldn't have, but I responded by saying, "I don't care about your advice. You need to pay your tab and go." At this point, his girlfriend tries to guilt trip me and she starts to say, "Ew, is there a problem? Do you have a problem with us?" At this point, I'm thinking to myself, screw this. Security eventually gets involved and she ends up paying. And they ask my name 18 times while also saying, "I know the manager and I'm gonna call her." And they said that over and over again as security leads them out. Now, the manager they're apparently such good friends with quit about 2 months ago. And my current manager saw almost everything and luckily took my side. And honestly, I hope I never have to deal with them ever again. Wow, that is seriously a test of patience. You are not kidding. This guy said pretty much everything that would really tick me off if I was in your situation, and I probably would have lost my patience after like strike number 3 if that were me. So to that extent, I commend you because you handled this really well. But also, how can someone possibly act like this? The original poster goes on to explain that they are British and they're definitely not from America. And that is like so much worse because like you're not even from here and you're leaving such a terrible impression about your country. Not to mention the fact that they came in like super late. They left at what, like 2:30 in the morning? I'm pretty sure everything's getting shut down by that point. Like how can you be so inconsiderate? So truly good for the original poster for the way they handled this situation because they were way more patient than anybody probably would have been in that scenario. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for not wanting to name our future baby after my husband's dead cat? Here's what happened. So my husband and I got married a year ago. We had been dating since we were 23 and got married last year. We knew that we wanted to have a family and want multiple kids. So a few months after we got married, we started trying for our first baby. I got pregnant and I'm about 24 weeks along today. At my 20-week appointment, they asked if we wanted to know the gender, and we wanted to know so we could start planning names ahead of time. And well, it turns out it's a girl, and I was so overjoyed. The next day, we started talking names, and my husband said that he already knew the perfect name for a girl. He wanted to name her Zoe. Well, here's where the issues begin. Zoe is the name of my husband's cat that passed away when we first started dating. Not only that, but the cat was a gift from an ex-girlfriend that they intended on taking care of together. When they broke up, they had joint custody until she passed away. I gently let him know that I really don't want to name our daughter after his dead cat, and he told me to think about it, reasoning that it fit our criteria of being a short name, one that was bully-proof, it was cute, it was unique so that nobody else in her class will have it, but not so unique that people won't know how to pronounce it. He also considered the cat Zoe like a daughter to him. I then jokingly responded by saying, "So you want to name our baby after your kid from your last marriage?" Well, when I said that, he did not laugh. Instead, he got defensive. He said it wasn't like that, but I said that I didn't really like the idea of naming our daughter after something he associated with his last relationship. He started getting teary-eyed, presumably because he was thinking about his dead pet. He then responded by saying, "Fine, it's your baby, name it whatever you want." And since then, I've been here and there suggesting names I see elsewhere, and every time he responds by saying, "I don't care, do what you want." I can't help but feel like I'm the jerk here. Maybe I'm being too stubborn. I do like the name Zoe, it's just that I don't think I'd be able to move past the history behind it. So am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? Personally, I don't think you're the jerk at all. I think the way your husband is acting is really weird. Like, think about it. Who in their right mind would want to name their daughter after their dead cat? I understand the name is cute and it fits all your criteria, but guess what? It's still the name of your dead cat that came from your ex-girlfriend as well. Like, I'm completely on the original poster side in this situation. So in my opinion, I don't think you're the jerk, and I think your husband, if anything, is the one who's being stubborn and is just being completely unreasonable. Because right now he's trying to give you like the silent treatment as if he doesn't care, and in my opinion, I think that's really rude, especially considering that this needs to be a joint effort when it comes to naming your future daughter. My sister's parenting style is making me not want to spend time with her at all, simply because she doesn't take care of her kids and she allows her kids to walk all over her as she claims to be a gentle parenting mom. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I used to be a nanny and I think I'm very adept to childcare. I do a lot of things with my niece that her parents hate doing. Being outdoors and cooking together are definitely a big one. Now, for a bit of background, I've always spent a ton of time with my niece, and I stayed with my sister and brother-in-law for a month after she was born, even though I lived 6 hours away at the time, and in turn, they let me stay with them for a while a couple of years ago when I was between jobs. Now, my sister is a gentle parenting mom, but my niece is now 4 and she's turned into a total pushover. She lets my niece totally dictate everything. She is a sensitive little girl and I love her so much. I'm not even a heavy-handed person at all. I'm very compassionate, but I've always made certain standards of behavior clear to her and all my former nanny kids with clear and compassionate discipline attached to it. For example, if you can't stop hitting your sibling, you have to go sit in the other room quietly and be alone. Stuff like that. I simply had too many siblings at a time sometimes to talk through the big feelings that cause one to start hitting. Just to illustrate as an example, well, my sister and her family recently visited me and my fiance, and I planned out a kid-friendly itinerary for the whole weekend. However, we didn't do a single thing I had planned. I'm flexible and understand toddlers, but for example, they didn't want to go to the petting zoo that I had planned because it was too cold, and instead we drove around so my niece could watch her iPad, and eventually they decided they wanted to go to a playground outside. They brought nothing to entertain her during mealtimes and ordered her 3 separate entrees because she didn't eat each previous one once we were at lunch. They were totally focused on her wishes at any moment in time. They also had the chance to meet my future in-laws for the first time and blew off dinner to go play in the backyard while we ate because my niece wasn't done playing yet before dinner. Overall, I just felt like they were so rude and I didn't get to actually spend time with any of them. We then spent Thanksgiving with them, and that weekend, my sister planned a full-day outing that excluded only my fiance. She originally told me that she planned it just for me, her, and my niece, and the plan was for my fiance and brother-in-law to hang behind. Then, at the last minute, she told me she got another ticket for her husband, but they were sold out so my fiance couldn't go too. We had another lunch, during which I had to discipline my niece to keep her from crawling all over the restaurant floor and scrounge up things to entertain her with because my sister never brings crayons or anything other than an iPad. Every single thing we do during a visit is subject to my niece's veto power. If she doesn't want to go to the museum, for example, even though we all have tickets to already go, we simply won't go. This dynamic used to be okay when my niece was a baby and I was single and visiting alone. However, now I just feel they are rude, wet blankets and totally let my niece run the show. Every time I see them, they are overwhelmed by parenting. I feel for them and I'm not trying to be callous. I help out a lot when I see them, but I'm also not visiting to be their temporary nanny. I didn't visit for Christmas because after these last 2 visits, I just didn't want to deal with the stress and manic energy. I just spent it alone with my fiance. My sister is angry at me for not making plans for Christmas, and truthfully, I wasn't that communicative because she guilt trips me into visits, saying my niece wants to see me. I love my sister and my niece, but I feel my sister caters to her, doesn't set age-appropriate boundaries, and generally makes our visits very stressful. However, I absolutely don't want to criticize her parenting style, especially as a non-parent. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. I first want to say that someone in the comment section of this post put it best. They basically said, listen, you don't have to be a pilot to know that a helicopter in a tree is not a good thing. And that's a good answer to the original poster basically saying, hey, I'm not a parent, I don't want to judge. Because I am right there with the original poster in this regard. The sister of this story is completely uninvolved with their kid and keeping them in line. Like seriously, is it that hard to plan something for your child? Also, is it that hard to follow through with your plans? Listen, this kid is 4 years old. She literally doesn't know what she wants, and to be held hostage by that is simply insane. You are the parent, not the other way around. It's crazy to me and incredibly annoying whenever I see parents who literally let their kids dictate everything in their life. They're just complete pushovers and let their kids walk all over them. Like that sets a really weird precedent moving forward, and in my opinion, there's no good excuse for that. Because here's the thing, if you do let those kids walk all over you without setting up some kind of, I don't know, punishment for acting up, then that's the way it's gonna be literally forever. And trust me, I get it, I'm not trying to be callous either, but based on what the original poster has spelled out, it really seems like that toddler runs that house, and I know I would be really annoyed if I came along to, I don't know, a museum trip, and then suddenly we're not gonna go because this stupid kid in the back doesn't want to go. It's like, seriously, what are we doing? Maybe have somebody babysit the kid so the rest of us can at least enjoy our time out. So I don't blame you for not wanting to go to your sister's house, especially because you become like an impromptu nanny pretty much every time you go. And that in and of itself has got to be absolutely obnoxious. Am I the jerk for not buying my sons any Christmas gifts, all because they're bullying their little sister? Here's what happened. So I'm a 33-year-old female with 3 kids. My twin boys, John and Jack, are 11 years old, and my daughter Jane is 9 years old. John, Jack, and Jane are not their real names. My boys always had a strong sibling bond. They are inseparable, have the same interests and hobbies, and are doing everything together. I love to see this, but it has a nasty side effect. Their little sister gets often left out by them. Sometimes they offered her to join them, but most of the time I had to remind them that they have a sister and should include her. They always claim that they don't like doing boring girl stuff with her. I encourage them to do the things that she likes too, and to switch between the stuff that they like, but they refused to listen to me and started to shut out their sister completely. This has since been going on for 3 months, so I started withholding pocket money and family activities, with my husband being hesitant at first, but I convinced him. Whenever the boys do something without Jane, I take her to the movies or to go mini golfing and other boring girl stuff, as they would put it. It was hurtful to do this fun activity without my sons, but it is exactly what they would do to their own little sister. I tried to talk to them to explain this, but they refused to listen to me. In the opposite, they started to actively be hostile towards their sister. They ridicule their hobbies, say mean stuff when she walks past them, and push her away when she tries to talk to them. Yesterday morning, we sat at the Christmas tree and gave Jane her Christmas gifts. When the boys asked me for their gifts, I told them that we don't have any presents for them. They thought I was kidding at first, but when they realized that I was serious, they froze. I told them that they will get their presents once they start to treat their sister like a family member. They then didn't say anything and just went to their room. They only come out now when their dad forces them to eat something. Now, I feel horrible, but at the same time, I'm so angry at my sons. My daughter is beyond sad. She asked me yesterday why her brothers hate her so much. My husband thinks that I'm a jerk for playing favorites and thank me for ruining Christmas, but I will not stand by and watch as Jane gets bullied by her own brothers. So honestly, am I the jerk here? What should I do? Yes, the original poster is 100% the jerk. I can't believe they're even asking that. Let's go over the facts real quick. Your twin boys want to spend a lot of time together together, and they're sometimes less likely to include their sister Jane in those activities because clearly there's a lack of mutual interest. And instead of, I don't know, entertaining Jane yourself, or even something more reasonable, you instead decided to basically pit your sons against your daughter. Like, seriously, what are you doing? You're literally tearing your own family apart, and the icing on the cake is the fact that you didn't give them any Christmas gifts, all under this lie that she's not being treated like a family member. If anything, you're not treating your sons like family members. Like, I don't blame them for going to their room and not wanting anything to do with you. And by the way, you absolutely did ruin Christmas for these kids. They are 11 years old. Like, are you being serious right now? They haven't done anything wrong other than be boys and spend time with each other. You're acting like they started this by being really mean to their sister, but in reality, you're just like obsessing over everything they do for like no reason. And now, as a result of your actions, you are literally making your sons hate and resent their sister. You are literally the problem in this scenario because you started this drama for no reason. So yes, I think you're the jerk, and I definitely think you need to make this up to your sons. Because trust me, I know if I was in that scenario as a kid, I would resent not only my sister, but also my mother for treating me that way. And because of you, I have to agree with your husband. You absolutely did ruin Christmas. An entitled old man tries to yell at me after he accuses me of distracting the dog he was trying to train at a public park. But I decided I was not going to take this sitting down, so I defended myself in a way I've never done in my life. Here's what happened. So about a year ago, I was taking a stroll in a small nature reserve near my house together with my wife and dog. Further along the path, an older entitled man who's about 70 was standing with his family, whom I'm presuming is probably his son or daughter, mostly because they were in their 30s. As we come closer, we saw he was talking to his dog, a young husky. The husky was sitting in front of him in the grass, and he was saying stuff like sit or stay. Now, as we passed, this husky, who's not on a leash by the way, stood up and walked towards our dog who was leashed. They seemed friendly, so I let them sniff and greet each other, but the man walks up to me with an authoritarian air about him and then points and waves his finger at me in a belittling manner. This man looks at me and says, "Can't you see that I'm training my dog? You should not let your dog distract my dog when I'm obviously training him." Now, I have worked very hard for years to become my own boss and not have anybody tell me what to do. I wasn't planning on having a stranger treat me like he was my boss. I am a peaceful guy normally, but this entitled old man struck the wrong chord. So I got angry and I copied his finger pointing. I said to him, "You don't get to talk to me that way. Do you always talk to strangers like that?" His family in the background awkwardly glances at this entitled old man, obviously ashamed of his actions. He goes on to say that he does, while also trying to say something, but I interrupted him. I said to him, "That dog should be on a leash," which by the way is the rule of the nature reserve, and there are high fines if you get caught. The entitled old man then says, "Well, you're right about that, but I'm training him." And before he could continue, I interrupted him again. I said to him, "You should also learn how to talk to strangers and show some manners." At this point, I turn my back to him and I walk away, saying the word unbelievable to my wife just loud enough to make sure that he heard me. He sputtered on for a little bit, but we just ignored him at that point. Now, to be honest, I felt good about how I handled this. A few years ago, I probably would have let him walk all over me, but those days are gone, and I definitely will never let that happen to me ever again. Good for you for standing up for yourself. That guy seriously had a dog off the leash in a park where you very clearly need to have a leash, and then he tries to blame you for his dog getting distracted. Look, if this guy's trying to train their dog, he's not doing a good job. And it doesn't help that he has this weird entitled attitude. Like, the way he was talking to you was so out of line, it's not even funny. Like, there's no reason for him to get an attitude at a stranger who's just walking by on a trail. Like, that just doesn't make any sense to me, and there's no good reason for that in the first place. If this guy really wanted to train his dog, by the way, then for starters, he should probably know how to do it, because clearly it's not working. He said repeatedly for the dog to stay and sit down, but the husky got up, walked over to the dog, and pretty much did whatever it wanted. And I'm also pretty sure that huskies are like really hard to train. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section, but I'm pretty sure they're like really stubborn animals, which is definitely like an endearing trait to have as a pet, but it can be really infuriating when you're trying to like train them to listen to you for once. So yeah, the original poster is not a jerk in this situation. This old man had no business trying to like boss you around, and it's awesome to see that you stood up for yourself in the face of somebody who was trying to walk all over you. And I overall think you handled the situation really well.
When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled wife hated every single Christmas gift I got her this year, as she complained that the only thing she wanted this year was $3,000 worth of tickets to a Taylor Swift concert. And despite the fact that she didn't get me anything this year for Christmas, as well as my family finding out about the way my wife has been treating me, I feel like my relationship is right on the line. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I had an interesting Christmas. First, on my birthday in November, my wife told me my gift was on the way, but it never came. She said it kept getting delayed, and she ended up buying a Target sugar cookie house decorating kit. Fast forward to a few weeks ago, and she had asked me to help make a book of wedding pictures for her parents for Christmas, which I did. It was ordered for them last week. Last night, the two of us opened presents with her parents, and she discouraged me from bringing any of my presents for her to be open in front of her family because apparently my gift isn't here yet. I suggested printing a picture of it and putting the picture in a gift box or something, but she said that she couldn't do that. She then tells her parents about the photo book and shows them a picture of it on her phone, then turns to me and says, "That's your gift too." Then she opens my presents. One was all 3 Taylor Swift covers of Time magazine. She then said to me, "I asked for Era Tour tickets. That's the only thing I asked for this year." Now, we had talked about the tickets months ago, seeing that the cheapest ones would be about $1,500 each, and she already said she didn't want me to go with her, but she wanted an extra ticket for her friend. So she wanted me to spend at least $3,000 on tickets for something she didn't want me to do with her. Then she opened the next gift, which were tickets for a day of whitewater rafting that includes gear and training from an instructor. She said to me, "Oh, great." She said that she didn't want practical gifts, and this was something that we could do together. And at this point, her family is saying they're good gifts and that they're very thoughtful, just trying to make me feel better, but it literally made me feel worthless. She hated what I got for her, and she basically forgot to get me anything. Her parents called me and reassured me again that they were good gifts, and now my mom is calling me asking what I got from my wife for Christmas, and it's becoming a huge thing because she apparently heard what happened. I mean, what do I even do at this point? We've been married for 2 years, and she has not been one for buying gifts, but this is a new low. I offered to return the tickets, and her response was to say, "I'll do it because you want us to do it." So honestly, how do I handle this? And how do I discuss this with my mom? Because so far, I've dodged going into a lot of detail about it, especially when my mom tries to dig deeper into a conversation about it. What should I do? So I want to start off by saying just the obvious stuff that's pointed out to me at least, because it really seems like your wife just doesn't like you. And I don't say that to try and be silly or anything like that. Based on what you described, it really doesn't seem like she likes you at all. For starters, she just straight up didn't buy anything for you for Christmas, or even your birthday for that matter. And then secondly, she expects you to drop $3,000 on tickets, but then she doesn't even want you to go with her to the stupid concert. It's what is going on right now? Because right now it doesn't seem like she likes you in the slightest. And her parents are probably super embarrassed by what happened. Here you are trying to get a gift that's I don't know, something you two can do together. And she's like, "Oh my God, this is not what I wanted. All I wanted were Era Tour tickets. How dare you?" And seriously, this is super obnoxious and really entitled. It really seems like this is beyond her being bad at giving gifts. And instead, it all feels very planned and very calculated against you. So I don't know. I think it's really weird for her to want you to buy tickets to an event that she doesn't even want you to go to, and then act as if this is your fault for not being able to afford that. Because in my opinion, that's really weird, and you definitely do not deserve to get treated like that. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My family and brother destroyed any Christmas cheer and spirit that I have left, and this is even after Christmas was finally over. And after dealing with their awful attitudes as well as my brother's torment towards me, I'm seriously at such a loss, and I now don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I'll start things off with a few weeks ago. My brother recently had his birthday, and he used it as an opportunity to hurt everybody without any fear of consequence. During the 11th of November, which is Remembrance Day, and during the minute silence, he made as much noise as he could, and I tried to hold myself back after the minute had finished. His birthday week was chaotic. On his actual birthday, he whined about the presents not being in a specific size or quantity.
quantity. My parents did absolutely nothing after he said this, which disgusted me. Every single day, he tormented me, told me to hurt myself on different days, and at the end of the week, we were meant to have a barbecue to commemorate his birthday. Now, I was going to attend, but he began to verbally and physically hurt me, so I decided to leave and go to my partner's house. Before I left, I learned about why my parents ignored his awful remarks and blamed me for his actions. They told me that if they didn't see it, then it didn't happen. They didn't want to call him out for his actions, as that would make them feel bad, and if he told them something didn't happen, even if they saw it, they would ignore it, as they wouldn't want to call him a liar. According to them, I needed counseling. I spent the rest of the day with my partner, which I really enjoyed. I had to come home afterwards, and I was instantly berated by my sibling. I wanted to stay with my partner and not come back here ever again. During the weeks up to Christmas, life took a difficult turn, and I tried my hardest to pick myself up again while my family tried to force me back down, with my brother creating drama out of nothing to demean me while my parents took his side. Work got busier and busier, and one of my best friends there unfortunately left. I've also been doing a lot of housework, with my family not even bothering to help, even if I get overwhelmed and nauseated from the speed I'm working at. I found myself getting overworked, and I was asked to work Christmas Eve, and now I've been asked to work New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. I'm currently saving up to leave time for an event that'll take place next year in February. Now, when it comes to what happened on Christmas, I just wanted to enjoy Christmas with my family and spread some holiday cheer. I wrapped most of my gifts and decorated the house while everyone else didn't even lift a finger to help. I tried very hard to make Christmas Day the best I could, but now I'm wondering why I even tried in the first place. At every moment on Christmas Day, I had my brother trying to start a fight with me, and I didn't even know why. During our Christmas lunch, he stood up and screamed at me and told me to shut up and just pass away already, even though I was just eating food. My parents didn't do anything, and every time I've tried to talk today, he's either told me to shut up or he's been speaking over the top of me. He's been trying to exclude me from the family Christmas celebration all day. During the gift opening, he threw a tantrum that I got a Sonic Lego set. He also got a large present, which was a picture from Stranger Things, and proceeded to tease me about it, all because he had a bigger present. He was acting like he was 2 years old. We also opened our presents after everything had been handed out, and he hadn't opened the large one yet when I opened the Sonic one. The cherry on top was what happened during the afternoon. I was asked to play a game of Monopoly, and I agreed. It was a tough game, and I found myself getting stressed out from the game and from the heat. I tried to leave, but my mother was close to winning, and for some reason, she didn't want the game to end. I felt frustrated, and when I tried to leave again to have a break, she demanded that I come back and help her pack up. I forfeited the game, and then my brother decided to mock me for losing. I mean, I was this close to punching him. When I helped pack up, she guilt-tripped me about not being able to play Monopoly with her in the future. I mean, I wanted to cry. This was all because she wanted to win. The day was awful. During dinner, my brother tried to scare me as much as he could. He slammed the fridge, kicked the pantry, and thumped the kitchen bench aggressively. I finished dinner as fast as I could. He also threw a pile of clothes at me. It's not as bad as what's happened for most of the day, but I was still upset nonetheless. The next day, I was subjected to more awful things, but all without it being Christmas Day. My mother tried to start something with me just because I took my breakfast out of the pantry, and my brother tried to start something just because I walked past him. This evening, I got called out for dinner, and I went to the kitchen. My brother was there, and I kept my distance from him. I breathe softly at a quick pace when I'm afraid, and that's how I show my fear. He knows this, and he exploited me for it repeatedly. He teasingly told me to breathe after he just sat down at the table, and he just kept ranting at me. This got my parents into another discussion where they blame me again for everything that goes on in this household. I remembered about needing to check something, and I walked back into my room. They began to yell at me for walking away and told me that I was immature. I tried to explain that I was checking something to them, but my mom screamed at me and said, "I'm not a mind reader." But then I just screamed, "Well, I'm not your servant." And when I walked back into the kitchen, I took my dinner into another room, wanting to avoid the conversation. After I finished my dinner, I came back out and placed my plate neatly in the dishwasher. Well, for some reason, this caused my mother to flip out again, and she yelled at me for supposedly slamming things into the dishwasher when I wasn't even doing that in the slightest. I walked away to my room, which is where I am now. She barged into my room and yelled at me to grow up and that I was acting like I was 2 years old, and that I apparently thought the whole whole world revolved around me. She then brought up the Monopoly game and forgot to mention that she wanted to keep playing even though I was getting stressed out. She called me pathetic and did this whole routine of imitating me as if I was saying, "Oh wow, I'm losing, I'm so sad." Now, I wanted to bring up what she did, but I knew that I'd just make her angrier. My dad agreed with her as well, and my brother yelled out his agreement from the table. I shut my door again and I cried, with my brother mocking me from outside my bedroom door. On a lighter note, I'm gonna be moving soon, and I know my moving date is coming up next year, but I'm wondering if I should just run away. I don't know how much more I can take, and honestly, at this point, I don't know what to do. First of all, I want to say that this is a really awful situation, and I'm really excited for you to move out. Your brother treats you awful, and your parents don't believe the fact that your brother's a monster, and they're completely ignoring all the terrible things that he's doing, all because they don't want to make him feel bad for calling him out. Like, that's crazy to me, and that's just completely unfair. Also, you mentioned that maybe you should run away, and in my opinion, I think that's a really bad idea, because it's only going to cause more problems in your life, and I'm fairly certain, depending on how old you are, that it very likely could ruin your chance to move out of that house and get away from those people. Like, if I was in your shoes, I would definitely not run away, but instead bide my time and make sure I have everything in order for when I do move out, because these people sound absolutely awful, and hopefully when you do get to move out, it all goes smoothly, and these people are not as involved in your life anymore. My family is claiming that I have a bad attitude, all because I stood up for myself on Christmas Day. And even though I'm trying to set healthy boundaries with my family, I still feel like I have a lot of resistance from all of them. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. So to start things out, I'm a 29-year-old female. There are two groups of grandchildren, the 4 older ones that range from early 20s to early 30s, and the 6 younger grandchildren that are teens and below. And I'm the second oldest of the first group of grandchildren. Myself and my younger sibling, until about 4 years ago, always had harsher rules because the other 2 of the older grandchildren didn't have the best home life. My brother got sick, so now everything is on me. Up until recently, I've allowed my family to walk all over me and tell me what to do, even though I haven't lived at home for about 6 years now. And this is because I was kicked out, and they even spread rumors about me after I was kicked out. Anytime they would tell me to do something, I would do it. Pick this person up from here, clean this person's house, you have to be available to set up for this party, and so on and so forth. Well, I started therapy about a month and a half ago, which is something my family said we should never do because it's for crazy people. And one of the things I talked about with my therapist was how I'm feeling burnt out from doing whatever they say with no regards for my plans or resources. They taught me how to set a healthy boundary. A few days before Christmas, I was told by one of my relatives that I'm responsible for picking up my cousin. I told her that said cousin needs to be the one to ask me because I'm an adult and I don't need to be given orders, but I can be asked by the person who is also an adult in their late 20s if I can come and get them. The night of Christmas Eve at about 9:30 or 10 o'clock, my cousin calls and says, "So what time are you picking me up?" But I told her she never called and asked me, so I assumed that I wasn't. And though I could pick her up the next time, she needs to give me an appropriate amount of time because 13 hours before we need to be there is not okay. She tried to yell at me about how hard she has it and how she's been busy and could only call just now. But here's the thing, she's unemployed and usually doing nothing but smoking the herb, if you know what I mean. I told her, for starters, she's not gonna yell at me when I just said I could help her out. And secondly, all I said is that she needs to give better notice. I told her that I'd see her tomorrow because I was still doing Christmas with my in-laws when she called. Christmas morning, as I'm getting ready to get dressed so I can leave early to go get her, she sends me a text message that I don't need to get her anymore. I said okay, and I asked her twice if she was sure because I'm about to go out the door and was leaving early to come and get her. She said that she found a ride and she was going to do that. Now, I was annoyed because I woke up early, but whatever. So I leave and I get to Christmas and everyone that was there asked where she was. So I told them what happened and said that she set up another ride. They said they told her I was picking her up and I should have done it. But I explained to them that I'm not a child and I would rather be asked than ordered to do things, and that she can talk for herself and she can also arrange a ride for herself. I mean, she figures out how to do everything else. This is no different. They mumbled about how I have an attitude and said that we're going to move on. This cousin then calls an aunt saying their ride bailed and asks if they'd come and get her instead. Everyone then looks at me and I said I guess I'll go get her even though I asked if she needed me to get her in the first place. So I have my husband drive, and I don't talk to her when we get there and don't respond to her when she's talking to me while I drive because I am so mad. And I continue not to talk to everyone else because I'm so mad at them and they just resume mumbling about my attitude. I don't even know what to do. I try to stick up for myself and set a boundary, and it didn't work, and now I'm just angry at all of them. And my husband tells me to let it go because they've always been like this and it's Christmas. I'm tired of being the only grandchild expected to do anything, and I'm starting to resent my family for it overall. What should I do? Yeah, I can totally understand where you're coming from here. It really seems like your family looks to you to do everything, and then when you don't do it, they get upset. Not because you didn't do it, but because they're the ones that have to step up and do it instead. And it's obvious that they're all lazy and they just want you to do everything. But you know what? One of my favorite words in the English dictionary is the word no. Like, that word is fantastic, and it's also a complete sentence. So honestly, I don't think you ever have to say yes to everything that's presented your way, or even find some kind of like common ground to make everybody happy. If you don't want to do something unreasonable from your family again, you can just tell them, no, I'm not going to do that, and then leave it at that. And if they don't like it, then guess what? They can step up to the plate for once in their lives and do something that they always expect you to do. Because in my opinion, the way you're being treated right now is completely unfair. You shouldn't have to be the only one doing everything around the house, and it's completely irrational for them to act like they can't do stuff as well. And sure, it does sound like you kind of caved when put under pressure, but with enough practice, I think you really can set some solid boundaries that everybody can eventually respect. And hopefully when that day comes, it all goes well, because honestly, you truly do deserve to be treated with respect. Am I the jerk for not paying my sister after she briefly helped out with getting my Christmas party completely organized? Here's what happened. So my husband and I hosted Christmas this year. My 20 living close family members have stayed with us from the 18th and will continue until tomorrow. A further 8 people joined us yesterday for Christmas dinner and a Christmas party. My older brother and his husband usually help me with the Christmas dinner, and they did this year as well, but there were a few more guests than usual, and we needed more hands on deck, so I asked my younger sister to help out. She agreed, if reluctantly, once she saw how much needed to be done, and then just got to work. She muttered when she started that I had better pay her back for this, to which I laughed because I thought it was a joke. There is a very high chance that I misinterpreted this, because I do have autism, and recognizing sarcasm is not one of my strong points. But she didn't object, so I took my interpretation as the correct one. I was and am incredibly grateful for her help, and thanked her for it many times. Once the cooking was done and the food was served in our dining room, I made sure to mention the contribution that everyone had put into the meal by name, as I do every single year. My sister then, this morning, just before she was about to leave, with everything packed up in her car saying goodbye to everybody, actually asked me how much I was going to pay her. I asked her what she meant, and she said that she had agreed to do it with the idea that she would be paid for it, and that she wasn't my slave. I said that I wasn't going to pay her because it was a favor. Also, I've done a lot for her during her time here, so if anything, it was her paying me back. She just glared at me and asked again for money, and I said I don't have anything for her. She didn't ask again, and left after telling me I was being a jerk with her for no reason. Now, we are normally on very good terms, so this was really surprising. I don't remember us ever arguing before now, so I think I either did something wrong or she was in a bad mood because she was hungover and I only did something slightly wrong. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? I don't think you're the jerk at all. Like seriously, family helps out at Christmas dinners. How is this hard for your sister to understand? Like, you asked her for your help and you didn't even agree to pay her any money at the end of the night. So for her to step in and be like, wow, you're supposed to pay me for this? Like, that's crazy to me, and that's incredibly spoiled of her to try and make that assumption. And here's the thing, if I was in the sister's shoes and my sibling came up to me and said, hey, I need help getting my Christmas party together because there's an insane amount of people here and we just need the help, my first thought would not be, hey, I want to get paid for this if I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna look at my sibling and then the people around me and be like, yeah, I definitely want to help out. Like, based on what the original poster was saying, there was over like 25 people at this party, and I don't know if you've been to a party like that and you've tried to organize something like that, but not only is that going to be a logistical nightmare if you're not prepared, but that's also a lot of food that you have to get ready. I know any smaller get-togethers that I've had with family have had a lot of food to feed everybody involved. So the fact that there would be over 25 people there attending this party, that would be more than enough reason for me in the sister's shoes to be like, yeah, I'm gonna help out. But on the flip side, her demand to get money for her involvement is honestly so weird to me, and I just don't think there's a good enough reason to justify that. So overall, no, you're absolutely not the jerk. Family is expected to help out, and the fact that your sister can't understand that truly shows how selfish she truly is.
When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description.
An entitled Karen threatens to get me and my manager fired after she accumulates over $130 in bank fees on her bank account. And despite the fact that we tried to explain to her exactly how those fees came about, she still was not having it, but instead decided that she was going to make our lives a living nightmare. Here's what happened. So I work at the Woodforest National Bank, and for those who don't know, it's a bank based out of Texas located primarily on the East Coast inside of a Walmart. And this story happened about a month ago. One of our usual entitled Karen customers comes into the bank demanding that we print her a new debit card because she lost her old one. Now, we issue debit cards the same day, so long as they pay a debit card fee, $10 for a reprint or $15 for a new card. And that fee is waived on certain accounts. Now, a reprint was a simple task, so I print her card and send her on her way. She then walks back into the bank because the last two numbers were slightly rubbed off. And this is due to how the machine prints the cards, and it is pretty common. The entitled Karen looks at me and says, "I want you to print this card again." I look at her and I ask, "Is it not working?" She says with a scowl, "Look at the last two numbers. Other banks don't give me cards with rubbed off numbers." I apologize to her and I say sometimes that happens with a machine. It rubs part of the numbers off when activating the chip. She simply says, "I don't care. It looks terrible. Do it again." I explain to her that, "Ma'am, I don't think this is a good idea. We really don't have control over how the machine works." This entitled Karen then raises her voice. She says to me, "I don't care what you have to do. Just print my card again so it looks nice." She then takes a pair of scissors and cuts up the card into tiny pieces in front of me. "Print this stupid card right now, or do I have to close my account and contact your manager?" Now, this specific market manager isn't someone you would know unless you have had a conversation with him before. So it's obvious she's trying to name drop him to get me to shut up and comply. So I decided to maliciously comply and get back at this Karen in a way she will never forget. I turn over to my manager and he gives me a nod. I then put on a devious smile and I say, "Absolutely, ma'am. But to ensure this won't happen again, we will need to change the numbers, so I'm gonna need you to sign some things." The entitled Karen looks at me smug. She says, "See, was that so hard?" We then spent the next 10 minutes printing out new cards until we get one that doesn't have the numbers slightly rubbed off. Each time the card isn't to her liking, she cuts it up and says, "Do it again." So I just smile and I say, "Sorry about that, let's try again." And I did this until 8 cards later, and she finally gets a card number that isn't rubbed off. She looks at me and says, "Finally, this card looks great, thanks." She then just leaves with a smug grin thinking that she won, and leaving us with her massive pile of cut up debit cards. But what we forgot to remind her of is that having a completely new card generated outside of fraud or expiration would cost her $15 to be deducted from her account. This was made clear at account opening, and since she signed off on having all these new cards printed, there was nothing she could say. Normally, I try and help people avoid bank fees, but in this case, this entitled Karen had it coming. Fast forward, and a couple of days later, she comes storming into the bank looking angry. She looks at me and says, "What did you do to my account?" I responded by saying, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but what seems to be the problem?" She says to me, "There's a bunch of debit card fees on my account. What did you do?" I responded by saying, "Well, every time you had me print a new debit card for you the other day, a $15 fee was charged to your account. The first one where you only had me reprint the card number was only $10. When I said that, this entitled Karen lost her mind. She said to me, "You need to reverse these fees right now before I call your manager and I get you fired." Now, at this point, my manager steps in. They greet this Karen by saying, "Hello, ma'am, what's the issue?" But this entitled Karen goes nuts. She starts screaming, "Your stupid employee tricked me into paying over $100 worth of fees because he kept messing up my debit card." My manager said, "Ma'am, can you please not yell? Also, I was there. You demanded we print you a new debit card because you didn't like the numbers being rubbed off. We have your signature signature on these forms stating that you wanted these cards to be printed, so I will not be reversing these fees for you. This entitled Karen then screams that she wants to close her account, but the manager comes back with the greatest comeback on planet Earth. Okay, but first you need to pay off your negative account balance as well as your line of credit. This entitled Karen then screams, "Just give me your market manager's number this instant." And that's when I chimed in and said, "Sorry ma'am, but we aren't at liberty to just give out his numbers like that. Here's the number to the customer service if you would like." Now this part is true, as he's instructed us not to give his number out to any customers who ask. The only people who need his number already have it. She takes the number and screams, "I'll have your jobs for this." She flips us off, kicks over a chair, and then storms out. We get a call from customer service later on about the incident, where we explain everything and scan over all the signed debit card applications. Also, she had us print 8 brand new cards and the reprint. That cost her about $130 in fees because she demanded a new debit card. The best part about it is my manager likely would have just waived the original $10 fee had she just been nice and asked us. But instead, she decided to be a Karen. And if she wanted to act like that, then truly there was nothing I could do to help her. Wow, that Karen was definitely acting like a Karen. She was being super aggressive over numbers being rubbed off your card. And trust me, I get it. You want it to look nice. But to literally cut it up in front of an employee for like, what, 8 times in a row? Also, you can get the perfect card? That just seems really weird to me. So good for the original poster for getting back at this Karen. Because based on the way she was acting, I feel like this interaction was definitely inevitable. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for canceling my aunt's invitation to my wedding, even after she traveled the world just to attend it? Here's what happened. So my husband and I got married 3 weeks ago. My husband is from South Africa, but I'm French. So our wedding in the savannah in South Africa was a huge trip for the 13 French guests. We rented a beautiful lodge where we see lions and elephants and so many other things. And to thank everyone for coming all this way, we rented it for 2 days. The first day would be for the wedding and the second day would be for the pool party. We only invited 30 people and it was the people that we love. Now, I had a huge argument with my aunt 8 years ago and we cut ties ever since. But during the invitations, I thought about how close we used to be and I decided to invite her. There was no +1 for anyone, so I only invited my aunt, not her partner or her kids since I barely knew their names. My aunt said she was happy but insisted that we invite them as well. I told her no, but my mom teamed with her and pressured me a lot during the year. I explained that the ceremony meant everything to us and that we only want people we love to be present. But my aunt booked flights for her, but also for her family. She said it was a family trip, but added that she heard some of my guests canceled, and so there is now space for her family. I told her that it would not be happening, but that her family could join us for the pool party the next day. After that, I got even more pressured by my mom into inviting them for the wedding itself. And this is because they're coming all this way. But I kept refusing, and I tried to finish my dress without my mom. On the big day after the ceremony, my husband and I left for an hour in the savannah with the photographers to make a few photos. As soon as we came back to the lodge, my aunt came to me smirking, and in her arms she was holding her kid with her partner standing behind her. Now, I'm not the scandal type, so I didn't know how to react. I kissed the kid hello and I shook hands with her partner. I immediately felt sad for not defending myself. I then heard my mom and grandma telling my aunt about the extra chairs and food we had and that her family must stay for dinner. My sister lied to me, saying we don't have enough chairs because some are broken. So my aunt announced that they are leaving. I asked why they were leaving. She was supposed to stay for dinner and they are only 5 minutes away. She replied that she never intended to stay for dinner, but that she will spend time with us when they come back tomorrow for the pool party day. And honestly, I was shocked. And you know what? I replied that I had a change of plans and that she and her family could not come for the next day anymore. My mom, who was usually lovely, absolutely lost it and told me that I had no right to cancel my aunt's invitation to the pool party. But I reminded her that we paid for the whole wedding ourselves and that she has no say in who I host. And that's right when I walked away. But she yelled at my back in front of everybody. She was screaming that the conversation was not over and that I better come back. My sister had to physically bar my mom from running after me. But still, I stood my ground and I kept my aunt from coming back the next day. So honestly, am I the jerk here? What should I do? No, I don't think you're the jerk at all. I think your aunt and your mom were really conspiring against you, and they basically tried to like work it in so it made you look like the villain if you did anything they didn't like. So I seriously don't think you're in the wrong, and I think your mom and your aunt are completely corrupt for trying to do the things that they did. My entitled friend refuses to tip anybody who is a server, claiming that they make enough money in the state we live in. And I'm honestly so embarrassed to eat with them, I now seriously don't know what to do. So I live in a high cost of living city where minimum wage for waitstaff is $15 an hour. It's been a decade and a half since I was barely scraping by on $15 an hour, so I can imagine it's absolutely horrifying today. My best friend of 20 years is disabled, but she and her husband recently sold their home and came away with a lot of money from the sale. She's blown through most of this money. She's bought a new car, furnished her apartment, bought expensive gifts. She doesn't work, but she can't get disability for complicated reasons. Anyways, occasionally we go out to eat at chain restaurants, stuff like Applebee's or Chili's or even Olive Garden, and usually at some point between us ordering and the entree, she will comment loudly about how she doesn't tip because servers here make $15 an hour, and that is a livable wage. She says it's not like they're only making $4 an hour, and she doesn't feel that servers should expect more than that. The first time this came up, I was flabbergasted. I said that I've worked with servers briefly many years ago, and I know how much they count on their tips, and that I was never going to not tip for that reason unless we were in a tip-free establishment. She and her husband usually duck into the bathroom after the wait staff drop off the check and they put down their card. So I slip some cash behind my receipt in addition to the tip I added to my card. I just felt like garbage because our server was really awesome, kept all our drinks filled without interrupting conversation, brought extra napkins, and helped us clean up a spill. So I picked up their tip, but I can't afford to do that every single time. So it makes me wonder, those of you who might be in this situation, making a high minimum wage in a high cost of living area, do you still expect tips? Is she the massive jerk I think she is for not tipping? I mean, am I overreacting in some kind of way? Because if people say yes, you still expect tips, I'm limiting our dining out to counter service places only. And if they don't, then maybe I'll still go to a sit-down restaurant. I'm going to keep tipping regardless of what she does, but I don't want to be in a situation where servers start associating me with awful tippers. We go to the same places often enough that eventually we'll be remembered, so that's definitely in consideration as well. Honestly, I think the original poster is asking the wrong question. Instead, I think they should be asking themselves if they should be going out to eat with these people ever again, because these people sound like they're miserable to eat with, especially if they're trying to antagonize the servers right off the bat. Like, who would seriously start off by being like, man, I'm not gonna tip anybody. You guys make enough money with $15 an hour. Like, what in the world is going on here? Why would you like start off with that kind of like animosity? In my opinion, regardless of what the server makes, I'm still gonna tip them for their work. I'm paying for my meal and their service when I go to sit down at a restaurant. If I was picking up the food or going to fast food or something like that where I'm not being served, then in my opinion, at least from my American perspective, I'm gonna leave a tip. So for them to just loudly be like, wow, you guys make enough money, I'm not giving you any more. That is such a weird thing to say, and honestly, I would just not want to put up with that in the slightest. Am I the jerk for banning my teenage nephew from my house and keeping my family away from him on Christmas, all because he definitely has a history of stealing stuff? Here's what happened. So on Thanksgiving, my daughter lost her AirPods, and when we tracked down the AirPods using Find My AirPods, they were at my sister's house in my 13-year-old nephew's bedroom. He claims that it was a mistake and that he thought that they were his. But when we got them back, the AirPods was still in the pink donut carrying clip that my daughter uses. Now, this 13-year-old nephew has had a lot of mistakes over the years, from taking gaming controllers, AirPods, toys that he randomly finds. This has been an ongoing issue, and I think at 13, it's time for him to stop making this mistake. I told my sister that he isn't welcome at my house for Christmas because he has had too many mistakes there and he has stolen from other people, not just my daughter. Now, I don't think I'm being mean, but I'm sick of the little thief who has no consequences, and I don't want him in my home anymore. Because of this, my mom is now hosting Christmas because I don't want to. I made it clear to my family why, and I think it's past the time that we address this kid's issue. My mother and my sister think I'm going about this the wrong way, and I'm being way too mean on my nephew over a little mistake. But I'm honestly just so sick of being around him. I had to tell my kids not to take any expensive or new gifts that they like to grandma's, and I've also asked them not to share with their nephew, and any gift that we unwrapped at grandma's goes straight to the car car and we're gonna lock it in there. This situation still makes me so angry because I now feel like I have to punish my kids for my nephew's behavior, and they can't play with their own things on Christmas, and instead they have to be vigilant about what their cousin steals, and nobody but me seems to care about how wrong that is. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? Honestly, I think everybody else in this situation absolutely is a jerk, and you're the only rational person. It seems like this nephew has gotten away with doing this over and over again, and nobody has the guts to stand up and say no, enough is enough. Because seriously, you guys have it right. There is no reason for your nephew to act this way and steal stuff from you and your family, and then for you to suddenly just turn a blind eye to it as if it isn't happening. Because guess what? This is happening, and I think it's smart to hold this kid accountable instead of just putting it on the side like everybody else and pretending like this problem's just gonna go away. Am I the jerk for not making my child move on an airplane just to accommodate someone with a possible disability? Here's what happened. So my husband and I were flying yesterday with our 1-year-old child. He's very active, so we always buy him his own seat rather than putting him on our laps for the flight. We had bulkhead seats, which are those at the front of the cabin with extra legroom. When we boarded the flight attendants told us to belt our baby to us for takeoff and landing, and that once the seatbelt signs were off, we could settle him into his own seat. That was all fine, and I put him in my lap and I belted him to me while I was waiting for other passengers to board. As the last people were boarding, another flight attendant came towards us with a tall guy using a cane. She pointed at the empty seat between me and my husband and asked the guy if that would be okay. My husband said, excuse me, what do you mean? The flight attendant then said, this gentleman is in some pain and needs some space to stretch his legs. The only bulkhead seat we have open is between the two of you. If you'd like to move next to each other, I'm sure this gentleman wouldn't mind sitting in the aisle or the window. I then spoke up and I said, that's not an empty seat, that's my baby seat. The flight attendant then said, ma'am, children under 2 aren't allocated seats. Please let the gentleman sit down. And right about now, we had blankets and a couple of kids' toys on the middle seat. Well, my husband, taking out passports and boarding cards to show her, he said to her, yes, we know you don't give infant seats, which is why I paid for it. My son is sitting here. I'm not holding him for a 10-hour flight at night. We planned ahead and I'm sorry, but this man cannot sit here. The flight attendant went and got the head flight attendant who agreed with us, and they carried on to find the dude an open aisle seat. The flight took off another 15 minutes later, so I'm assuming it got all sorted out, but when we told my husband's family after the flight, his parents started going on about how that's what's wrong with this generation, because apparently we don't consider others enough. So seriously, I need to know, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? You are definitely not the jerk, and for this guy's family to be like, wow, you don't consider other people, that is just really weird to me, because it really seems like this old guy didn't consider anybody else when planning his ticket. Like, if he knew he was gonna have problems and his legs were gonna give him issues, why did he not try to plan ahead and grab a seat with more legroom? Like, I don't know about you, but it's kind of annoying to have somebody else's problem thrust upon me and then being called selfish when you say no. So in my opinion, I definitely don't think you're the jerk, and I think anybody judging you harshly is just completely missing the point, because you and your husband planned ahead, and if other people don't like it, then honestly, that's their problem and not yours. Am I the jerk for telling my niece that I'm not obligated to find her a job with me, all because she's allergic to dogs and can't fulfill the duties that I really need at my house? Because right now, I'm being called insensitive, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I live with my husband and our 2 dogs, which is a 20-minute drive from my childhood home. My parents are there with my 2 nieces by the name of Sally and Emma, who are both 16 years old. Sally and Emma are not their real names. Sally is my brother's who passed away along with his wife 2 years ago, and my parents are now her guardian. And Emma is my sister's who is currently working overseas for a few years. She went to stay with my parents about the same time Sally did, and her mom is due back in the middle of 2024. Emma's father has never been in her life. My husband's family lives a few hours away, and we always spend the December holiday with them while my parents get Thanksgiving. Ever since the girls moved in with my parents, I offered them the chance to pet sit my dogs for my husband and me. They would need to take them on walks and feed them and all of that, and we offered a rather generous pay for the job. Well, Sally is allergic to dogs, while Emma is not. Emma took the job and did well and has been our December pet sitter for a couple of years now, as well as the occasional shorter-term sitter other parts of the year. Last week, I went to visit my parents and and to ask Emma if she will pick up pet sitting again, which she happily said yes. I noticed that Sally was a bit sulky and asked her what was wrong. Sally said that Emma was lucky to be working for me at such a great pay and that she's guaranteed a job every December, and that Sally has to work minimum wage with the occasional babysitting jobs. Sally then said that I should get her a job too, just to be fair. I told her I don't create jobs, I just hire people for them. The jobs were just there, needing to be done, and it is unfortunate but not my fault that she's not qualified for a job that I am in need of. But Sally said an allergy is not something that she can control, and Emma shouldn't get to reap the benefits, and it's not fair. I told her that sometimes life isn't fair, and I suggest that she finds what she can do and make the most of it. My mom later called me and said that I was being insensitive, and maybe I could have Sally help file my documents or something like that. Well, I told her I would be wasting time and money having Sally do something that doesn't need to be done. My mom said my husband and I are well enough off, and we can spare a few $100 this holiday to save Sally's feelings. Now, I don't believe in coddling, and I think Sally needs to learn that things can't always go her way. So am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? Honestly, in my opinion, I don't think you're the jerk here. I don't think you did anything wrong by telling Sally, hey, I don't have a job for you. It's not like you're singling her out or anything like that. You're literally just saying, hey, I'm sorry, but Emma can do a job that you can't. And it's really not personal, and I still love you, but I can't have you around dogs if you're allergic to them. And I think the lesson you're trying to teach Sally is a valuable one, and it doesn't come off like you were trying to be rude or mean or anything like that. I really think you were just trying to be nice and put her down softly, because at the end of the day, you're completely right. Even though she thinks that this is unfair and that Emma's reaping the benefits of something that she could do, but she can't do it because she's allergic to dogs, that way of looking at life just doesn't benefit anybody in this situation. Like, I'm willing to bet there's plenty that Sally could do that Emma probably is not that good at. And also, when it comes to your mom being like, oh, just spend a couple $100 this holiday season, you guys are rich. Like, that's first of all really weird to me, but also it does really seem like that would be coddling Sally, and it would seem to be like a waste of money to try and hire Sally for something that doesn't need to be done. And I totally understand the idea of like, oh, just be nice to Sally or something like that, but I think that it would be way more beneficial for Sally to have like a real job of some kind instead of having a fake job just to get money, because I think having the real job would benefit Sally a lot more in the long run, and trying to coddle her just to save her feelings is not going to go anywhere in my opinion. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled mother-in-law is absolutely furious with me and my family, all because we refused to reschedule our Christmas dinner just to accommodate her and her husband. And now, after not getting her way, she's going online slandering my name and making up false rumors just to try and ruin my reputation. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So my former mother-in-law is quite the human, and I use the word human very loosely. When the kids were born, she bragged to my parents that she would get to be the one hanging out with the kids, watching them grow and all of that. And this is because my parents lived in another country at the time, and the day my parents got on a plane to go home, my mother-in-law disappeared as well. She did the same to her own son when he was born, so again, not very surprising. From what I gather, while I was married to her son, she was a major absentee mom that left him with whoever for months at a time. It messed him up so very badly, and unfortunately for me, he hides it well. This woman has never been there either for her son, who is my ex-husband, let alone her grandkids at all. She is such a selfish jerk. I doubt she's ever had a thought about anyone but herself. Her son is an absentee dad as well, and there's no surprise there really. He learned that trick from his mother. So it's been myself and my long-term partner and his amazing family who has raised these kids together for the past 13 years. The odd Christmas, every so often, we would get a call from my former mother-in-law asking if I'd bring the kids to her. It's not terrible as she lives about 30 minutes away from us, but it is only 30 minutes, and she has never made an effort to see them at our home, even though she's been invited every single year. And every time we arrive at her home, she's drinking. Her husband is always drunk and gets mean at the drop of a hat. They then make comments comparing my partner to her son, so it's incredibly uncomfortable to say the least. And it's worse when my partner doesn't come with us. That often left us scrambling to attend 5 Christmas dinners over 2 days. days. And this means that we had to leave our big family dinner early or arrive super late because she and her husband refused to reschedule for even an hour before or after. The big family dinner has happened for the past 60 on the same day at the same time and has over 90 people attending it. This thing cannot be rescheduled. Meanwhile, her dinner is us showing up at 5 o'clock to a cold and half-eaten meal because they decided to eat early and not tell us. Other than the four of us, they are the only other attendants. I mean, her son won't even go, which is how I got roped into this every year. The last few years have been very rough with my grandparents passing on and my own parents becoming incapacitated, so the Christmas dinner crawls was dwindled to a more reasonable 2 dinners. It was going to be dinner with my parents and my partner's family. Well, this morning at 7 a.m., my former mother-in-law called and demanded, no, she didn't ask me, that she and her husband see the kids who are now nearly grown. The kids say no, they don't want to go there this year, and said that she could come here for our dinner instead. I obviously don't like her much, but I do try to hide it well for my kids' sake, and she is my kids' grandmother, and as such, they have every right to include her to a dinner in our home. They also invite their dad every year, though he usually spends the holidays drunk and high, crying to whoever will still listen to him babble about how lonely he is. Yes, he is just as ridiculous as his mother, he just hides it much better. So we told her she's welcome up so long as she and her husband are not drinking. We've been through that enough with my ex, and we have no alcohol at home because of it. She agrees, though you can tell that she's not happy about it. I tell her we will be sitting down at around 5 o'clock p.m. Well, when I said that, she lost her mind, claiming that it's ridiculous that grown adults can't have a drink with supper, and states that's what time she sits down with her husband to eat. She says to me, "You can just change it, right?" I said to her, "No, we have 8 people eating, 4 of which are traveling over an hour to get here, and I'm definitely not going to be messing with their schedules to accommodate 2 people who have never once accommodated us." Now, I said it in a much nicer way, but I'm sure you could tell I was on the verge of laughing at this lady. Well, she got angry. She hung up the phone and now has started posting on social media about how I refuse to allow her up so she can give her grandbabies their gifts. And I just have to say, she and her son are well off and play the extravagant gift game well enough to keep my kids interested, which is just another form of toxic manipulation. But the kids don't see it that way just yet, so we say nothing. But the joke's on her though, because apparently I'm not the only one that notices the awful treatment of myself, my partner, or my kids over the years. My inbox is now being flooded with messages on my side, sending me screenshots of what she's calling me and my partner, telling me that she's toxic and how she steals photos from my social media and pretends like she sees my grandkids more than once a year, even though she can't tell anyone what grade they're in. Every message warns me to keep my kids away from her and her son because they are terrible people. My former mother-in-law is on my social media, but I must have blocked her because when I look, there's nothing there. I mean, not even her name shows up in searches anymore, and I'm honestly really happy about that. This was the best Christmas present I could have expected this year after 2 very hard years. So thank you, Santa, for allowing the trash to finally take itself out this holiday season. It's been a very long and frustrating 14 years, and I appreciate it more than you'll ever know. Yeah, that lady sounds like a nightmare to deal with. She seems like the kind of person where if she doesn't get her way, then everybody else is gonna have to suffer because of it. And then add on the fact that she's like not at all accommodating in the slightest and expects you to do everything she wants you to do all because she's either too lazy or just neglectful. That's just super weird and just really toxic. So I can see why it would be like a really good Christmas present that you don't really have to deal with her anymore. Because I know if I was in your shoes, I would be miserable having to deal with her every single year. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for kicking my sister out for Thanksgiving dinner when she announced my pregnancy without my permission? Here's what happened. So with my family, we have a tradition. When my siblings and I grow old enough and get our own houses, we decide who will do Thanksgiving dinner at our house. I have 2 other younger siblings. The middle child is John and the youngest is Sarah. John and Sarah are not their real names. Well, this year I was chosen and very excited because I was pregnant. Now, only Sarah knew because I told her, and I warned her not to tell other family members, and she promised not to tell. This will be important later on. Well, fast forward to Thanksgiving Day, and my house house is decorated head to toe. My husband and I spent a lot of time on it. Family members started coming, and my plan was for me to announce my pregnancy when we were all eating dinner. Now, none of my siblings were married yet since I was the oldest, and when Sarah came through the door, I whispered into her ear, and Sarah swore that she told nobody. And I was just really thankful that Sarah did not spread the word and let anybody know about the good news. Our family talked for a while about the internet, and then we sat down to eat. We prayed and said our usual grace before we ate, and I thought about announcing my pregnancy in the middle of us eating. Well, that's when Sarah suddenly stood up and all eyes were on her. She said, "Everybody, she is pregnant," and then she pointed at me. Everyone in the room looked at me and started cheering, but before they could celebrate, I had to step in. I shouted at Sarah that I wanted to tell our family myself. Sarah ruined a special moment for me. It was a one-time chance. Sarah said it was an accident and she said she was sorry, but I didn't listen to her and I ended up kicking her out. My mom was honestly making it harder for me. She said to me, "Seriously, it isn't a big deal. You can do this again." My dad was also trying to stop me from kicking Sarah out. He said to me, "This is a family dinner and Sarah is sorry." After Sarah was out the door, everyone stayed quiet. Now afterwards, Sarah is still trying to reach out to me, and she is really regretful for what she did, but I haven't responded yet. So am I the jerk for kicking my sister out of Thanksgiving dinner after she ruined my pregnancy announcement? What should I do? Wow, your sister is super toxic. I can't believe she did that to you. Like, you told her this secret in confidence. You really expected her to keep her mouth shut. But then Sarah just swoops in and literally ruins the moment right then and there before you could even have your moment about your pregnancy. And personally, I think that's just completely unacceptable. And I think if I was in your shoes, I would probably kick her out as well. So I don't think you're the jerk at all. I think what Sarah did was completely out of line. And any of your family members who are trying to defend Sarah for what she said and be like, "Oh, it was just an accident," those people, in my opinion, are also completely wrong. Am I the jerk for telling my father-in-law not to make comments on my medical care? Here's what happened. So for a bit of context, my husband and I are currently living in my in-laws' basement. We have been living here since February, and we moved in with them because my husband got a new job closer to them, but there were no rentals available. So his parents decided to let us temporarily move in with them. Now, shortly after we moved in, I started having some medical issues. My husband ended up having to quit his job to take care of our toddler because I was no longer able to. My in-laws were okay with us staying indefinitely and have watched our child while I'm at appointments. I am a very private person. However, out of respect for my in-laws, I always let them know how a doctor appointment went and what the current next steps are. Now, I admit, I haven't exactly stayed on top of some of my medical care this year. By that, I mean I haven't always followed up on calls as fast as I should, and I've been in nonstop pain most of this year and spent a couple months in autistic burnout. So my brain hasn't exactly always been the clearest. My husband has ADHD and became not only our child's full-time caregiver, but mine as well. So his brain hasn't exactly been the clearest either. Occasionally, my father-in-law would text or email me things he thought I should be doing. He would almost always word it as if, "Here's an idea for you," and then proceed to list his opinions. The first few times I said thank you, I will consider it, and then I just ignored it. The reason being is that most of his opinions go directly against my capabilities or don't line up with the plan my husband and I already made. Eventually, I asked him very nicely to let me make my own decisions about my medical care. For a while, he stopped and then he slowly started up again. I really tried to ignore it, but then today he texts me telling me once again the steps he believed I should take next. So I responded by saying this: "I understand that you're trying to help me, but please stop. I have not asked you to do this and I don't want you to do this. I share my health journey with both you and your wife out of respect. It is literally December 21st, and right now I don't care to chase after doctors with it being so close to Christmas. I am an adult, and what I choose to do or not do with my medical care is up to me. So please refrain from making any comments unless you are specifically asked." Later on today, my father-in-law approached my husband to let him know that he was mad and he needed to vent to him. My husband told me that it very much felt like his dad wanted to give me a piece of his mind. He said this because his dad has told him earlier this year that there have been times he has wanted to say things to me but didn't because he didn't want to lose his relationship with our family. I was quite surprised to hear this because I didn't think what I said was rude or mean. I felt like it just stated my boundaries. boundaries. So am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? Yes, I really do think you're the jerk in this scenario. Here's the thing, you're not doing anything with your life. You're not doing anything to improve your health, and neither you or your husband have a job. And I totally get it. Your in-laws are letting you live in their basement. And I'm willing to assume that the both of them were wondering, well, what are their plans? You say you have plans with you and your husband, and that you're an adult and you can make choices on your medical care, but the only choice you've made is to not do anything. Like, based on what you said in this post, it basically sounds like your choice is, well, we're just not going to do anything. And instead, I'm just going to list a bunch of excuses as to why we're not working, and then ask the father-in-law to mind his own business, even though he's really concerned because you haven't done anything. I don't know if that comes off as harsh, but like, seriously, you've done nothing to improve your life. So yeah, in my opinion, you're absolutely the jerk here. Your in-laws have been super patient and you've done nothing to improve your life or better your situation. And I don't think that's fair for your in-laws in the slightest. An entitled Karen's purse gets stolen at our store. And after trying to blame us for stealing it or not doing enough to prevent it, this entitled Karen threatens to sue us at the store for not doing our job. Here's what happened. So this happened back when I was an assistant retail supervisor at a thrift store. And let me tell you something, this was very bizarre. Every morning we'd have a whole mob of people waiting outside the door to get in because they wanted to be the first to get their hands on whatever new thing that was put out. One woman in particular came in about 5 days a week, generally 2 to 3 times a day, coinciding for when the production crew rolled out their carts with new items. She, along with many others, was a reseller. She was an issue just about every single day and was very close to becoming banned, but always just managed to tiptoe over the line because, as it turns out, there was a worker there that would warn her anytime she was about to get in trouble. She also didn't like me because she liked to rip or cut the tags off of items and would lie about the prices for similar items, and I would be the person that would not let her get away with that. So one day she comes in, gets her purchases, and leaves. She takes her cart out and leaves it outside in the parking lot, as you do, and later comes back to find that the purse she's left in the cart outside the store is now gone. Now, first, she accuses us of stealing it, but we've got nice cameras, and the police are called, and the evidence is handed over, with her purse eventually being found and returned. Now, you would think that that would be the end of it, but no, of course it's not. For the next several weeks, she continues to come in as normal, but this time she is telling every customer within earshot that we allowed her purse to get stolen, that we didn't do our due diligence, and that she was getting a lawyer and was intending to sue us. Unfortunately, management said if we banned her now, it would look like retaliation. Then the regional director got involved, said something about her threatening a lawsuit meant something or another, and if she continued speaking to other customers about it, we could finally ban her from the store. Well, of course, her little friend got into her ear and she finally shut up about it, so once again, we were unable to ban her. Now, the best part about this is that she was so mad about us not doing anything to stop it, but we found out when the police found the guy who stole the purse, he had a weapon on him. And trust me, lady, I'm not about to expire for your stupid purse. Yeah, customers who act that way are super annoying, especially when you're working the register and you see them like skating around the system. Like, they're very clearly just trying to like catch a deal or something like that by like messing with the tags. Also, they could just try and get like what, maybe $5 off of what they're buying. Like, seriously? Is that really gonna break the bank? Like, that's just super annoying. And the original posters got it right. Like, they only want it cheaper so they can resell it online. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, hey, if you make money doing that, go for it. But purposefully damaging merchandise just so you can get like a better price, that's crazy to me. Not to mention her purse going missing and her being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sue you, this is your fault. But like, what did she expect the employees to do? You're expecting hourly workers who probably make a little bit above minimum wage to go chasing after your stupid purse? Oh, and by the way, this guy had a weapon on him? Like, there's no way that's happening. And also, who in their right mind would know that she lost her purse without her saying something in the first place? It's just one big cycle of like blaming somebody else for their own stupidity. It's honestly annoying. So maybe at some point you can get this lady banned, or at least find the employee that's like ratting out your plans, because I can imagine dealing with this lady on a daily basis must be miserable. And I know if I was in your shoes, I would be very annoyed very quickly. My entitled biological dad has treated me terribly my entire life. And after a lifetime of dealing with that, I finally put my foot down and told him exactly how I feel. Here's what happened. So my biological dad was never really around when I was a child. He was an alcoholic and spent any free time drinking or passed out from drinking. He was never physically awful, but he did many things that traumatized me for life. life. Once my mom finally left him, he had no contact with us for years. Luckily, she eventually met an amazing man that became my stepdad and the man that will always be my real dad. And this will be important later on. When I was 15 years old, he tried to come back around, and a few months into this new man act, my mom asked him to take me to the doctor for an extremely painful foot infection. I was prescribed pain medications and sent on my way. Well, he went and got my prescription and kept every last pill for himself. He knew I would tell mom, so it was another 15 years before he came back around again. Now, he really seemed to try this time. We took things slow and actually began forming a real relationship for the first time in my life. On Christmas 4 years ago, we planned for him to come stay with me and my boyfriend. Well, he canceled last minute, but I told him it was okay and we'd see him another time. But that was apparently being too harsh, and he then went no contact with me. I mean, I don't know if I was supposed to beg him to come along or what. Well, 2 months after Christmas, my now husband proposed. It was a quick engagement. We were engaged in February and married in June, and it was an extremely small wedding. I sent my biological dad an invite and didn't even get a response. Either way, I planned on having my stepdad walk me down the aisle. He was the only one that raised me and dealt with the awful stuff I had from my childhood. He was the only one who was always there for me no matter what. Well, when my biological dad found out, he flipped. He disowned me, told me what a horrible daughter I've always been, and according to him, I've done things that are just as bad as what he's done, which by the way is just a flat out lie and proves how delusional he really is. It's like a slap in the face for him to not be able to walk me down the aisle. He rewrote my entire childhood like he was some sort of saint and deserved to have these father-daughter moments. But I let out all of the anger I had for him right at that moment, and I told him exactly how I felt all these years. And after that, we haven't spoken since. My wedding day, though, was the most special day of my life for more than one reason. My stepdad walked me down the aisle and was beaming with pride. He was so thrilled that I asked him. But 5 weeks after the wedding, I get a phone call that shook my entire world. My stepdad was admitted to the ICU, and it wasn't looking good. And then he passed away 1 week later. My wedding was our family's last time getting together, and I'm so thankful that I have those memories to cherish and that I didn't allow my biological dad to ruin one of the last moments I got with my real dad. Wow, that's a really sad ending, but honestly, you did the right thing. Like, first of all, your biological dad doesn't sound like a good person at all. He was stealing pain medication from you behind your back, and he did awful things to you when you were a child. Like, this guy is clearly a massive piece of garbage, and I'm kind of glad that you had a stepdad to step in and literally be there for you, because your biological dad failed you completely. And even when you were older, he tried to like rewrite the entire history of your childhood and act like, oh no, you're just as bad as I am. But it's like, dude, you're completely delusional. That is not the case at all. So I'm really sorry that you lost your stepdad, but seriously, I'm so glad you got to have that moment at your wedding, because it would have been a shame to have your biological dad steal that moment, especially when you didn't know that your stepdad was so close to passing away.
When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled uncle tries to steal all of the estate money that was meant to go to my father who passed away, but now was required to go to me and my siblings instead. And after dealing with his petty lies and all the garbage he was throwing our way, just so he could try and keep the over $150,000 in estate money, my uncle thankfully lost, forcing him to split up the money between himself and my siblings. Here's what happened. So first of all the names and identities have been changed just to protect myself from additional drama. If you like a good mess around and found out kind of story, then you're gonna love this one. The cast of characters are dad, uncle, and granddad. A few years ago, granddad passed away in a rehab facility as a result of gross negligence. My dad and my uncle opened a lawsuit on behalf of my granddad's estate. It drags on and it looks like it's going nowhere. And then 2 years ago, my dad passed away a couple of months after a cancer diagnosis. It was all of a sudden, and my uncle had promised him his kids were now his. He said that he would look out for us. I was the executor of my dad's estate, and I did the usual business of selling property, closing accounts, and all that stuff. Since my uncle was the executor for my granddad's estate, I asked him if it was still open and what the lawsuit's status was. My uncle said the lawsuit went nowhere and the estate was closed. And this is where I made a mistake because I took him at his word. My dad's estate
estate was settled and closed last winter. My siblings and I split everything according to the will, and life continued. In April, my uncle called me to tell me he wanted to gift my siblings and me a small amount of money. The lawsuit on behalf of Granddad was paying out, and my uncle wanted to give us $10,000 to split. Then he told me my dad's estate needed to be reopened to claim it. There were so many red flags you would think the circus was in town. I played nice and I thanked him, and then immediately called the courthouse where my granddad and dad's estate were established. The clerk told me not only was Granddad's estate still open, but there was also a large bond on a sum of money recently placed. They then asked me if I wanted the name of the lawyer on file, and I said yes, absolutely. So I called the lawyer, and the receptionist exclaimed that they were trying to find my contact information. The lawyer gets on the line, and as one of the beneficiaries, he's able to fill me in on everything. Right after my dad was diagnosed, the lawsuit for my granddad was settled. My dad passed away without knowing the rehab admitted their part in causing his father to pass away as well, so they ended up paying out a settlement. This money sat in limbo for 18 months through the funeral and the sale of the properties. The first business day after my dad's estate closed, my uncle petitioned for the release of funds as the sole beneficiary. Well, the estate lawyer discovered that my uncle was not the sole beneficiary and requested my contact information, which my uncle claimed he did not have. The lawyer tells him that my siblings and myself were still his beneficiaries even though my dad's estate closed. We were entitled to my father's share. And this is when my uncle called me with this tall tale of wanting to gift us a small amount. The total sum of the lawsuit after taxes and the lawyer's fees was around $150,000. Since my dad and uncle were the sole beneficiaries of my granddad's estate, they would each get half. Guys, I was furious. I called the siblings and we agreed to play it cool. The lawyer for granddad's estate knew my uncle was being shady and never intended to split the money, so he refused to release the funds to granddad's estate, so the checks would go to my uncle and dad's estate directly. I decided to bide my time with my uncle and not reveal the extent of what I knew. 2 more months go by, and the estate is reopened and the bank account is established. And this is right when my uncle finds out through the lawyer that the funds would not be given to the uncle to disperse, but would go directly to the beneficiaries. Well, my uncle calls me spitting mad, saying that he did all the legwork of getting the lawsuit done and deserved the payment. He felt giving us $10,000 was fair, but I told him that the courts had a system for that sort of thing, and he would get his hours and time through the lawyers. My uncle went into a rant that dad owed him money, and that he was going to bill us for so many hours, and we would get less than $10,000 if we didn't agree to the 10. So I told him to go ahead and try. Well, as you might be guessing, my uncle did try. My granddad's estate lawyer wouldn't say how many versions of the application he rejected before they arrived at an acceptable rate the judge would agree to. My uncle wanted us to pay for a grave plot since my dad passed away first and took the last plot in the family graveyard. He wanted repayment for all sorts of things that had nothing to do with my granddad's estate. This poor estate lawyer had to try and beat estate laws and inheritance into my uncle's head, but my uncle was determined to take both of his shares and my dad's. He would say, "I'm the executor and they don't deserve a thing." My siblings and I accepted the first reasonable rate and walked away with half of the remaining balance. My uncle never realized the sum would come off the top, not deducted from my dad's share alone. Despite the paper trail of deception he left, he still feels he's the victim and that we stole from him. He said to us, "The saddest thing about betrayal is that it never comes from your enemies. It comes from your friends and loved ones." And honestly, I'm just so glad we finally got this resolved. Wow, your uncle was really trying to mess you and your siblings over. That must have been so upsetting, and I'm honestly really sorry you went through that. It's bad enough your granddad and your father passed away, but now your uncle's literally trying to take all the money and be like, "No, it's mine, I'm gonna keep it." He didn't care about laws or anything like that. No joke, your uncle was determined to take everything away from you guys. And it's also really insulting for him to be like, "Oh, here's $10,000, you can split it amongst your siblings." It's dude, are you kidding? That's definitely not how this is gonna work. So overall, I'm really glad you got that worked out, because I'm sure this was a nightmare to deal with, and the way your uncle was acting definitely was not helping the situation. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My entitled assistant school principal demands that all of the teachers turn in their lesson plans for the next week every single week. So I decided to maliciously comply, which eventually eventually led to my assistant principal's life being absolutely miserable, with me eventually getting off the hook. Here's what happened. So once upon a time in the quaint town of AmITheA, a new middle school assistant principal was placed at our school. One day, trying to impress the school principal, our assistant, Mr. Sternworth, as we will call him, decided to crack down on the teacher's lesson planning process. Mr. Sternworth, a stern man with a penchant for punctuality, issued a decree that all teachers must submit their lesson plans detailed on the form he provided, which also took way longer due to formatting and other demands, and he wanted them promptly every Monday at 8 o'clock for the upcoming week. The teachers grumbled and complained, as this takes a lot of time we could be prepping for the lesson, but we had little choice but to comply to Mr. Sternworth's wishes. But I, however, saw an opportunity for a little bit of mischief. Determined to make a point, I not only submitted the lesson plans diligently every Monday at the specified time, but I decided to take it a step further. Along with each lesson plan, I attached a friendly email politely requesting feedback on the plans and any suggestions he has for improvement. The email would say the following: "Dear Mr. Sternworth, I hope this email finds you well. Attached are my lesson plans for the upcoming week. I would greatly appreciate any feedback or suggestions you might have. Thank you for your time." Now, at first, Mr. Sternworth was pleased to see such diligence from me. However, as the weeks went by, the inbox of the assistant principal began to overflow with my meticulously detailed lesson plans, as well as my polite follow-up emails. It seemed that every lesson plan submission was accompanied by a prompt for feedback. Now, at first, Mr. Sternworth tried to keep up. He skimmed through a few lesson plans offering generic feedback, saying stuff like, "Oh, it looks good," or "keep it up." But I was persistent. I pushed for more feedback. The flood of emails requesting feedback became overwhelming, and Mr. Sternworth found himself spending more time responding to me than actually performing his administrative duties. Frustrated and desperate to put an end to the constant barrage of emails, Mr. Sternworth called me into his office. With a weary sigh, he said to me, "I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I simply don't have the time to provide detailed feedback on every lesson plan. Can't you submit them without all the extra emails?" Smirking, I replied by saying, "Sorry, sir. I'm just a guy who wants to get better. I'm trying to make lesson plans that are engaging, and I really need the feedback. I'd hate to get docked on my end-of-the-year evaluation for being anything but the best." After a heavy sigh, Mr. Sternworth said, "Well, if you stop emailing me about them, I won't make you turn in any more. It is obvious that you are a good teacher and I need to focus on other things." Well, fast forward, and that was 12 years ago, and I haven't turned in a lesson plan ever since. That's a really sneaky and funny way to get out of something that seems really mundane. Teachers are already like super underpaid and undervalued, but on top of that, they're also really busy during the school year. So for the principal to be like, "Oh yeah, we need all of your lesson plans before the next week," like that just seems a little bit too much in my opinion. So I think this is a really funny and sneaky way to basically get out of having to do this, and it's really cool to see that 12 years later you still have not had to turn in a lesson plan. My entitled sister was able to get me to fund her Christmas dinner with her kids, as well as several other things in her life. And at this point, I'm so frustrated and disappointed, I seriously now don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So honestly, this is more of a vent than anything else, but this just happened yesterday and I'm still pretty irritated with the whole situation. When it comes to my sister, I have many stories about her entitlement. I've got one where she married a man for their health insurance for a surgery and then divorced a few months after the surgery. Once she even got mad she wasn't invited to someone else's vacation, and when that person finally broke down and invited her, she got even more mad because they wanted her to pay for herself. Now that one really ticked me off because she brought my name into it. But currently she's been doing without a job for 3 years and lives off of her boyfriend and her adult children. In November, she told me my nieces and nephews were going to spend Christmas with their dad's side of the family, so she was trying to plan a day for her to go stay the night with her daughter and do a small dinner. She invited me to go and I told her I would have to get back to her because I have yet to get a Christmas schedule with my ex. Now at the end of November, my youngest had been a little bit rude with her, so my sister told me to tell my daughter that if she acted out while we were there, then she would put her in a room by herself. I then had to tell my sister, "Look, first off, I never said I could go, and secondly, if you're going to threaten my daughter be put in a room by herself, then I'd rather just not go at all." My sister told me I have to go because my niece is excited to show her aunt her new apartment and she will be heartbroken if I don't go. She added at the end by saying, "But don't tell her I said that because she'll be embarrassed." So in other words, don't mention it to my niece because she just made that up to guilt trip me into going. After that, I felt obligated to go. I know I could have said no, but I did want to see my nieces and nephews. At the beginning of of December, she asked to borrow $20 for food and then spent $50, with her saying that she could pay me back later in the month. Well, last week she told me that she'll just use the $50 that she owes me to help pay for the Christmas dinner. So now I'm expected to pay for part of the dinner. I wasn't too upset because I figured I would buy something, but I definitely couldn't spend $50 just on dinner. I needed that money back for my bills. Fast forward to yesterday and we're on our way to gas up and then leave town. I told her that I planned on throwing in about $10 to help with gas. I know it's not much, but I'm on a budget and none of this was planned. We get to the gas station and she tells me she actually needs me to put more money in on the gas because she only has $10. So I had to put $25 in on her gas tank, and at that moment, I realized why I was invited. She needed money to fund this one-night getaway. We get to my niece's house and she starts making the grocery list, and we had to add a small lunch to the list because we hadn't eaten yet. I told her that my oldest needed something soft to eat because she just had dental work done, and I told her exactly what to get her and she could use the money she owed me to pick it up. Well, she took my oldest to the store with her, and when they got back, my oldest came up to me and quietly asked if she could talk to me. We go outside and she tells me that my sister told her she's getting what she wants, and my daughter will just have to deal with it. Then my daughter tells me that my sister didn't get a receipt and she spent all of the money that she had. Before she left the store, I told my sister I wanted a receipt so I knew how much I was spending and on what. So I went inside and I went up to my sister to ask for the receipt and the rest of the money that she owed me. Well, she had neither, which I already knew. So I had to ask for clarity. Okay, so I'm the one who paid for all the dinner? She says to me, I told you yesterday morning that I didn't have much money. My daughter has to pay for the gas to get us back home. And she said it as if I needed to be grateful that we would have gas to get back home. I mean, she still had over half a tank. This morning at the gas station, she handed me a $50 to go pay $20 for gas and said I could get my kids donuts. Then in the car, she made a snide remark that she was nice enough to buy them donuts and they needed to be nicer to her. Now, somehow I didn't snap at her, but Lord knows I wanted to really badly. I have to ghost her for a couple of days before I can even approach this issue, because if I don't, I'll get pretty mean and I don't want to be the jerk. If I'm a jerk in any kind of way, she'll run to family members and twist the whole story around to make her look like a victim, just like she's done in the past. This behavior of hers is literally the main reason I am no longer close with most of the extended family, because honestly, I simply can't take it any longer. That is really disappointing that your sister decided to do that. Like, she only wanted you to come along so you would pay for stuff. She just wanted you for your money, and that's awful. But I think it's really good that you see the red flags with your sister, because this kind of behavior is so inappropriate. Like, it completely just destroys any confidence you might have in her when it comes to literally anything, because you never know if she's trying to play some angle just to get more money. And hopefully in the future you can just say no and stop it right then and there, because otherwise clearly your sister's probably going to string you along and make you pay for more stuff that you don't want to buy. My boyfriend really wants me to convert to his religion and has even stated that we would never get married or have any children unless I join the religion that he belongs to. So now I feel like I'm at a crossroads, and at this point I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So my boyfriend and I have been dating for about 5 months now. He is my first boyfriend and our relationship is almost perfect. We have a ton in common, we enjoy the same hobbies, he's kind and generous and super affectionate, and I am so incredibly happy with him. The one and only problem in our relationship is religion. He is very devoutly Christian and I'm agnostic. We actually discovered this about each other on our first date when religion happened to come up. He jokingly offered to convert me and ended up going on a long tangent about religion. In hindsight, maybe this should have been a red flag, but I was so excited to finally be dating someone who was so nice and easy to talk to. And I don't mind dating someone who's religious as long as they respect that I'm agnostic. I've always made sure to be very respectful of his beliefs, and he seemed to be accepting enough of mine, though he made it very clear he doesn't agree with them. After dating for a few weeks, I wanted to make us official. When I told him this, he was suddenly extremely hesitant. He then finally confessed that while he could be my boyfriend, he stated that we could never get married and we could never have kids. And this is all because he's a Christian and I'm not. He still wanted us to keep dating, but he just would never marry me. And I was heartbroken when I heard that. For me personally, dating is how I find my future spouse. I mean, I don't casually date. So this was really upsetting to hear, but I really liked him and I cared about him, so we kept kept dating anyways. I just couldn't bring myself to end the relationship. As time went on, I started to notice him saying things like, "Oh, we should live in a house like that someday," while also discussing how we would teach our kids things, while also mentioning other things about living together and having kids, not actually making plans or anything, but just offhand comments every once in a while. This gave me hope that he had changed his mind and could now see a future with me despite our different religions. So about 2 weeks ago, I asked if he had changed his mind, and after more hesitation, he told me that no, he has not changed his mind. He still can't see himself marrying a non-Christian, and he said he was making those comments because he assumed he would be able to convert me someday. Even though I tried to compromise with him, he simply wouldn't budge. I even offered to go to church with him and allowed him to raise our hypothetical kids Christian as long as I can still be agnostic. He also made it clear that he doesn't understand what it means to be agnostic, questioning how I can be a good and moral person if I don't have a religion to base those morals on. I started to get really frustrated and it turned into a fight. He ended up telling me that he loves me, and I panicked and I was desperate to keep him, so I agreed to think about converting, and he was overjoyed. Well, since then, I've been incredibly stressed. I've tried to read the Bible, I've tried to get into religion, but I just can't do it. It doesn't feel right to me. I realize that I can never give up being agnostic, but I don't want to lose the person I love. He said we should just keep dating, and I agreed because breaking up is unthinkable to me. And since then, we haven't talked about religion at all. I know we've only been together for 5 months, but I truly am in love with him, and I want us to be able to get married someday if that is in the cards for us. I've learned from reading online that interfaith relationships can work, and I want more than anything for us to work out as well. So can I convince him to accept me despite our different religions? What should I do? I can definitely see the dilemma that the original poster's going through, especially with the fact that the boyfriend is just unmoving on going any further than just dating. First of all, I just want to say, in my opinion, you don't need a religion to have any kind of morals in your life. That statement from the boyfriend is just completely untrue, because I know plenty of people who are atheist or agnostic who are wonderful people, and they've never had any kind of religion in their life, or they actively avoid it. So that part of what he said is completely wrong in my opinion, and honestly, it's kind of rude if you think about it. But if the original poster really does date with a hope of saying, "Hey, I'm trying to find my future spouse here," or something along those lines, then honestly, it kind of makes me question why they would even stick around in this relationship. And I say that because it really seems like the boyfriend has made up his mind. They won't have any kids together and they will never get married. And from the sounds of it, it really seems like these are things that the original poster really does want in their life. So it makes me question why you're still dating this guy in the first place. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying break up with him or anything like that. I mean, maybe there is a future where he changes his mind and he's willing to get married and all that good stuff and it all works out. Because other people have made this kind of situation work, and I'm sure that you two could figure it out. But as of what we know, it kind of doesn't seem like this is a good fit at all. And it doesn't seem like you're the roadblock when it comes to getting things moving. You've been willing, someone who's agnostic and doesn't believe in the Christian faith, to literally go to church and spend time with this guy in his faith and allow him to teach his future children how to be Christian and everything that would go along with that. You're completely on board and you're totally cool with that. But if he's never going to get married with you and he's never going to have kids or anything like that, I really question how long this relationship is going to work out, despite the fact that it seems like the two of you really like each other, which makes this all the more tragic. In fact, the original poster actually went on to say in the comments section that they just can't get themselves to believe in God no matter how hard they try. And it really does sound like they've done a lot of studying and a lot of thinking about this to try and understand this religion. So on that end, it really is nice to see that the original poster is at least open-minded to try and figure out what he believes, despite the fact that they don't believe it themselves. So hopefully, for the sake of the original poster, there's some future where this works out in some kind of way, because from the sounds of it, it really does sound like you care about this guy a lot, and it really would be a shame for this to be the hang-up that stops the two of you from getting married. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled Karen tries to cut in line in New York City while me and my friends are waiting for rush tickets to see a Broadway show. And after waiting on the pavement for literally 4 hours, me and the rest of the people in line decided that that is absolutely absolutely not gonna happen, as we all banded together and ratted this girl out for cutting in line. Here's what happened. So this happened some time ago, but I still find it hilarious. So my sister lives in New York City and I live nearby in New Jersey. We decided to get rush tickets for the musical Pippin on Broadway. If you don't know what rush tickets are, basically the box office will have about 15 to 30 tickets that have not yet sold for the day, and when the box office opens, if you're one of the first 15 to 30 people to show up, you get the tickets at a very discounted price. It's a popular thing to do among students in the area. People show up hours before the box office opens just to make sure they get those tickets. I stayed at my sister's apartment the night before, and we got up at 7 o'clock in the morning and headed to Midtown. When we got there was maybe about 8 people there at the time, so we secured our spot, sat down on the ground, and chilled out for the remaining hours. Now, at about 10:30, we see a girl stop and talk to the group of people in front of us. We thought nothing of it at first. She had a binder in her hands, so we figured maybe she had some kind of audition in the area and was just saying hi to her friends or something like that. Then we see she is sitting down with them and not looking like she is going to leave. Again, we don't know if she's hanging out with her friends or joining the line. Finally, someone from the back of the line comes up and asks her, "Hey, are you in the line or are you just here to see your friends?" She looks up at this guy and says, "No, I'm in the line." Now, the rest of us are just watching and listening intently. This guy then goes on to say, "You do know that there are only 25 tickets. We have all been here for hours, and you cutting the line means that one of us won't get a ticket." Well, what this girl did next honestly blew me away. She smiles, shrugs her shoulders, and says, "Sorry," and then she just doesn't move. This guy says to her, "Well, that's awful." But again, she just smiles, shrugs her shoulders, and says sorry. Now, this guy doesn't know what to say, and he just walks back to his spot. But those of us who heard the interaction are talking amongst ourselves, basically saying, "Oh, heck no." And the guy next to me kept saying, "Nuh-uh, she's gotta go." 11 o'clock rolls around and the box office door opens, and an attendant comes out to get us all in an orderly line. And you know what? We immediately snitch. We start saying, "This girl cut the line. She's only been here for half an hour, and we've all been here all morning. Come get this girl." The attendant goes over to the girl and says, "Did you just join the line?" While all of us were going, "Yep, she sure did." The girl then goes, "Well, yeah, but my friends were saving me a spot." The attendant pulls her out of the line and goes back to getting the rest of us in a line to go inside. And at this point, we are all cheering and clapping. Meanwhile, the girl just stands there calling somebody. My sister and I are still talking about how this girl really tried it with a bunch of tired theater kids who have been up since the crack of dawn. One of her friends says to us, "Okay, can you stop talking about it now? She's gone." To which we said, "Nope, we're gonna keep talking about it." But let this be a lesson to you. Theater kids absolutely do not play. I think I would lose my mind if someone cut me in line after I'd been sitting there in the cold in New York City for what, 4 hours? Bro, there's no way I'm gonna put up with that. She's gonna go to the back of the line or she's gonna go home, because you are definitely not cutting me. Now here's the thing, a quick Google search and you'll see that some of these tickets for Broadway are really expensive. We're talking like a couple $100. So waiting in line for 4 hours, especially as like a poor student, that in my opinion is a fantastic way to try and snag some tickets. But overall, I found this story really funny, and it's cool to see karma take somebody out who absolutely deserved it. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My parents are pressuring me to be around their creepy friend who has adopted our last name just to try and be in our family. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. I'm a 24-year-old female who has elderly parents that moved here from another state a few weeks ago. They have a young friend that they're close with who's 42 years old. And let me just tell you straight up, this guy is creepy. And I've expressed how uncomfortable I am with him and how I won't be around the guy. I've been very clear that I wouldn't be in the same room with the guy, which might be dramatic, but my parents have forced the guy on me way too much. Now, this guy is my parents' friend, but he also calls my dad daddy and my mom mom. This guy also has a wife who calls my parents mommy and daddy. And no, it's not in a weird way. He also pretends that they're his parents. He moved here at the same time as them because he's addicted to them. He even legally changed his last name to ours, and he makes his kids call my parents grandma and grandpa. Meanwhile, he makes his kids call his actual grandparents by their first name. This guy has done many things to try and hurt his own real parents, and he has a lot of family issues. This guy has also used them and sponged off my parents for years, and even recently recently with him staying at their house for free again for months. Like the guy did this for several years and was sponging off of them living rent-free. Now that's all good and jolly. I mean, it's their lives, it's their choices, and it's their relationship and business. This creepy guy is somebody to them, and my parents feel like he's a part of their family. He's not related to us in any way, not legally, not by blood, or anything like that. He just changed his last name to ours to renounce his real father's name, and so he could hurt his mother. He had previously planned to change his last name, and his mother was devastated. So he thought about changing his last name to his wife's name when they married. Well, he got mad at his mother again and didn't invite his real mom to his wedding until the day before, and this is all after people in his life started guilt-tripping him about it. And then with all that in mind, he decided to change his last name to our last name, knowing that it would hurt her. This guy has said many times how much he hates his own parents, whom he lived with until he was 22 years old. His mother paid for his private college, his first and second marriage honeymoon, and all other sorts of stuff. But he still hates his mother for making him either move out of her house or stay on her couch when he was 22 years old. All the while, he was using a lot of illegal substances in her house. So basically, this guy has a lot of family drama and a lot of problems. My parents feel bad for him and they love the guy. That's their business, it's their relationship, and it's their life. But I am not comfortable with a 42-year-old grown man that calls his elderly friend daddy and pretends that I'm his sister. This guy tells people that I'm his sister and even has my photo on his living room wall. I've been very clear that I don't like this guy and I will not be around him. This man even used to flirt with me, and he tried to date my two rich cousins to try and get into my family by marriage, while also trying to go after my cousin's money. Well, my two rich cousins dumped him, so he started flirting with me years ago. Then he finally got married and then divorced and then married again. I mostly don't like the guy because he's manipulative, he uses people, he's creepy. I know my parents love the guy and their relationships are their business. I just don't want them to try to force me to be around this guy ever again. My parents had a small holiday party and told me to invite their friends, and we invited a few old family friends that predate this weirdo that he doesn't know. My parents made it seem like it was going to be a holiday party, as if it was just for me and my old friends, but instead they invited this man, his wife, and his kid, all without telling me that they were coming. I would have been happy to not attend the party had I known he was invited, so I stayed in their office, and once the party was loud enough, I left through the side door just so I could go unnoticed. So seriously, how do I respectfully enforce the boundary that I will not be around this creepy man again? How do I make it clear that my parents should not invite me over when they invite this guy over as well? What should I do? This guy really sounds creepy. You hit the nail on the head. This guy changed his last name. He calls your parents mom and dad, and now he's trying to be like, oh yeah, you're my sister. Like, this guy needs therapy. He doesn't need another family. He needs to make amends with his actual family and like seriously get some help, because the way he's acting is not normal at all. I can't think of a single person who's ever done anything even close to this before. So I seriously think your fears are completely justified, and I know if I was in your situation, I wouldn't want to be around this guy either. Now, when it comes to how you want to approach your parents, I'm personally a big fan of being very open and honest with how I feel about a situation, especially if it's something that's as disturbing as what you just described, and just laying it all out on the table for the parents to consider and hopefully respect, because clearly this is not the first time you've expressed that this guy is creepy, and with all of your worries considered, I really just don't blame you for not wanting to be around him, because this guy is acting incredibly creepy. This next story came from the Am I the Jerk subreddit. Check the links in the description if you'd like to submit your own story. Am I the jerk for feeling neglected by my mom who favors my younger sister? Here's what happened. So to start things out, I'm a 17-year-old guy navigating through a family situation that's leaving me torn and wondering if I'm overreacting. I'm using a throwaway account because, well, family drama is about to unfold. So let me paint you a picture of what's going on in my world. My mom, who's 42 years old, has unintentionally set up this bizarre dynamic between me and my younger sister. We'll call me Jake and my sister Emily. That's not our real names. Emily is 12 years old, and it's like living in two different worlds under the same roof. Emily's living the high life. I kid you not. It's like she's got a backstage pass to the universe of the latest gadgets, designer clothes, and whatever else a 12-year-old's heart desires. You name it, and she's got it. Meanwhile, I'm here navigating my teenage years with what feels like a good luck son from my mom. Now, I get it. Independence is important. I'm not asking to be handheld through every moment of my life, but there's a fine line between fostering independence and just leaving your kid to fend for himself, right? It's not just about the material stuff, although that's part of it. it. It's this feeling of being on the outskirts while Emily gets the spotlight. Mom's rationale is that I need to learn to navigate life on my own. And while that's true to some extent, it feels like she's taken it to the extreme. Imagine this. Emily gets the latest iPhone, and I'm over here with a phone that's practically a relic from a bygone era. She's rocking designer clothes, and I'm doing my best to put together a decent wardrobe with whatever hand-me-downs I can find. It's like I'm living in two different realities within the same house. I've tried talking to my mom about it, expressing how it feels like she's playing favorites, and her response is always the same. She's just trying to let me grow independently. Now, I'm not an expert on parenting, but is this really the way to go about it? I feel like I'm missing something here. The neighbors have started giving us weird looks, and I've even caught wind of family members dropping hints about how mom might be going overboard with the whole spoiling Emily situation. I don't want to sound ungrateful or like some entitled teenager, but it's getting harder to ignore. In our small town, everyone seems to know everyone else's business, and this family drama is becoming the talk of the town. People are forming opinions, and it's affecting the way they interact with us. Some are giving me sympathetic looks, others are avoiding the topic altogether, and a few have straight up asked me about what's going on at home. Now, here's the thing. I don't want to be the source of gossip, and I definitely don't want to paint my mom as some sort of villain. She's doing what she thinks is right, and I appreciate that. But it feels like she's inadvertently creating a divide between me and Emily, and I'm the one stuck in the middle. I love my sister, and I want the best for her, but it's tough to see her get all these things while I'm left feeling like the forgotten son. Am I the jerk for feeling this way? I can't shake the thought that maybe I'm blowing things out of proportion, or that I should just suck it up and deal with it. So I'm turning to the internet for some honest opinions. Is there something I'm not seeing or understanding in this situation? What should I do? Wow, I can imagine how annoying this would be. Based on what you're describing, it really does sound like your mom is spoiling Emily. And as a result, you're now feeling resentment towards Emily, and honestly, if I was in your situation, I would feel the same way. Like, here you have your sister getting all this stuff, and you're just left out to dry. And also, based on what the original poster said, it doesn't seem like there's any kind of like punishment behind this. Like, it really doesn't seem like you're a bad kid or you're doing anything wrong, or this is the result of you acting up or something along those lines. That would at least make some kind of sense and explain this behavior, but for her to be like, oh, I'm just trying to help you be more independent. Like, if I was in your shoes, I wouldn't think that. I would definitely feel the same way as the original poster and be like, wow, what's happening here? And it also really seems like her logic is kind of flawed in this scenario. If she's seriously trying to teach you to be more independent in your life overall, then what kind of message is being sent to your sister? Like, she's being taught, oh, I can get whatever I want. I can get designer clothes and a new phone and all this new stuff, and it's just going to be given to me for free. Like, it kind of seems like she's setting your sister up for disaster later in life when she doesn't get her way. Like, how is she going to handle rejection or not getting something that she wants right then and there? So personally, if she really wants to play that game of like, oh yeah, I want to teach you a good lesson about independence, then why not try to teach that to your sister as well? Like, shouldn't that be important for both of your kids? Because right now, it really does seem like she's trying to single you out specifically and be like, oh yeah, I'm trying to help you when you grow up. But it's just coming off as like super hypocritical because she's then turning around and spoiling your sister. And this is all seemingly almost like at your expense. I don't know, it just seems really weird. So to answer your question, no, of course you're not the jerk. From the sounds of it, it doesn't seem like you did anything wrong. And it really sucks that you're stuck in the middle of this because now the whole town knows about it, and that's so annoying. And hopefully if your mom's open to it, you can come to some kind of like conclusion about what's going on here, because I know if I was in your shoes, I would be really frustrated. And I would honestly just want this all to be resolved. My general manager kicked a customer out of our bar after he refused to leave a tip on a $150 bill. And I'm honestly so grateful to have a manager who clearly has my back. Here's what happened. Okay, so this happened the other day, and I'm still filled with such a profound sense of satisfaction. Saturday night, our door person calls over our general manager because someone didn't have proper identification. They just had a picture of their passport on their phone. Now, she was feeling gracious, so she asked to at least see a credit card to confirm the name is the same, and he only has his credit card on his phone. And I guess she was filled with more holiday spirit than usual, so she just let him and his friends in, mostly because they had proper ID and they were well over 21 years old. They drink for a couple of hours when he goes up and asks for the check for the group. Well, he pays and then leaves a big fat zero for a tip. The bartender's face clearly was not happy, so the general manager asked her what was wrong. She showed her the slip and she turned bright red. Immediately, she goes right up to him. My general manager says, "Hi, how was everything tonight?" The guy responds to her by saying, "It was good, thank you." My general manager then clarifies, "Nothing was wrong with the service or your experience?" And when the guy said no, she she responded by saying, well, you didn't tip your bartender. This guy actually said, yeah, I know. I'm not obligated to do that. My general manager then said, well, you know this is how my staff makes money, correct? This guy then doubled down and said, I'm not obligated to tip and you can't force me. Now, at this point, his friends noticed the altercation and they decide to step in. When they found out their friend had not tipped, they were mortified and started asking how they could leave money. They go up to the bar and we charge them a cent on their credit card so they can tip us. Meanwhile, this dude is behind them with the biggest stink face in the world. Well, my general manager lost it at this point, and she said to this guy, you can get the heck out and wait outside. I hope karma comes back to bite you in the rear end this holiday season. And I wish that everybody in the world had a general manager who has your back like mine does. Honestly, I'm really jealous of the original poster. It really seems like they've got a manager who has their back pretty much no matter what. Like, this lady said exactly what was on her mind, and trust me, I had to censor some of that for the sake of the story. Like, in reality, she did not bite her tongue for a second, and I think you can use your imagination for the swear words that she definitely dropped. But honestly, having a manager that has your back like that really is refreshing. Because honestly, in most cases, just from like personal experience, it's very rare to have a manager who's willing to stick up for their employees pretty much no matter what. And to see this kind of defensive behavior in action honestly is just really cool. Am I the jerk for being furious at my husband about a hotel room we were supposed to get? Because right now I am so angry and I'm not letting it go. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Months ago, I agreed to go on a week-long trip to a luxury Mexican resort over Christmas with my father-in-law. He offered to treat myself and my husband as well as our 2 young children. He is very wealthy and dangles trips like this to corral the family together. Now here's the thing, I did not want to go on this Mexico trip. Instead, I wanted to go on a much less expensive trip, just the 4 of us at our own expense. But my husband really wanted to do this Mexico trip with his dad, so I relented. But I had one condition, that we have a separate sleeping area from our children. I absolutely hate sleeping in a room together. I never ever do it, and I plan entire trips around not having to share a room. It's not just that the kids are loud sleepers and won't stay out of our bed if we're in the same room, which also is true. They're very young, so it's not like we can put them to bed and then leave. Someone will need to be in a dark, silent room with them after bedtime, which is like, 7:30 p.m.? So I very clearly stipulated this condition to my husband and father-in-law. Not only that, I asked my husband more than once to confirm that the accommodations were adequate weeks ago, which he did not do. And this week, I learned that the 4 of us had been booked into a single room. And I am furious. The general reaction from everyone, including my husband, is that I'm overreacting and that it's not a big deal, that I should just be grateful for this trip. I have been giving my husband the silent treatment for 3 days. He admits that he messed up, but thinks that I'm being unreasonable. He's not feeling well, so he has not tried to fix the situation. That's fallen on me, and folks, I never wanted to go on this trip in the first place. I would have never accepted it had I known the accommodations. I don't need a luxury trip that badly. I would have said thank you, but no. Also, this incident is on the heels of a 9-day trip my husband recently took. Not a work trip, mind you. It was a trip he chose to go on voluntarily. I was on solo childcare with 2 children during that time. To say I feel disrespected and taken advantage of is a vast understatement. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Yeah, I can see why you would be frustrated with your husband. Like, you were willing to go even though you didn't want to go on this trip, and you spelled it out very clearly and reminded him multiple times that you want separate rooms for you 2 and your kids. Like, if those demands were met, everything would have been fine. We can do the trip, whatever. But not even that got done. Like, if that just shows he really just did not care about your opinion about this trip, I don't know what is. Like, in my opinion, this literally was like the bare minimum just to get this trip ready. And it also would have been very easy to coordinate. All he had to do was be like, hey, we need 2 rooms. And then his rich father could have made that happen like in an instant. So I completely understand why you would be frustrated in this scenario. It also really doesn't seem like your husband's actually sick. Like, I'm fairly convinced that he's playing possum just so he doesn't have to like deal with his mistakes and face his father. And that's just really lazy and just not fair for you in the slightest. Because what you were asking for was so simple. And the fact fact that they would try to paint you as the unreasonable one in this situation is honestly just super insulting.
When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description.
My entitled friend is constantly overstepping her boundaries by entering my apartment without my permission, or sometimes when I'm not even there. But after dealing with this for so long, I finally put my foot down and decided that enough was enough. And now, as a result of banning this friend from my apartment, she decided to trash my front entrance and damage some of my personal property. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. This story also came from the Am I the Jerk subreddit. Check the links in the description if you'd like to submit your own story. So I live in a small apartment in Dubai. Housing prices are quite high, but I come from a well-off family and I've grown up here. My apartment has 2 bedrooms, though the second one is very small. My friend also lives in my building, but in the 1-bedroom apartments that are a floor below me. We're gonna call her Jane for the sake of the story. Jane is not her real name. But the biggest thing to know about Jane is that overall, she is not a nice person. She is invasive, rude, and belittling. Her father is a lawyer, and even though my family is a lot more well-off, she likes to flaunt expensive bags and shoes that she's got. I am from India, so my parents have raised me like the typical Indian parents and made it clear that they would not spend money on useless things, and I don't ever mind that. Jane grew up in a family that was a lot more open to frivolous spending. She did not have a job, so she was living off of her family till she found a job. I always helped her with groceries and driving her around, but after a while, I realized it was just give and take. She never did anything nice for me. For example, on my birthday, she knocked on my apartment door and asked if I would drive her to her friend's house. I said no, of course, as my sister had planned a party for me. Well, she got mad and got all up in my face. She said to me, "Why not? It's not like you've got anywhere to be." When she did this, I just stepped back and I told her that I was going out for a party. She got mad and started yelling that I should have told her so that she could make other arrangements, and now it was my obligation to drive her. I was shocked and slightly annoyed, and I just said, "Look, Jane, my life does not revolve around you. No one's life revolves around you." She was fuming and stormed off, and I just closed my door and continued getting ready. So I hope you've gotten a good idea about this girl's nature. Another horrible habit that she has is always coming into my apartment without telling me. I leave a spare key in the potted plant outside my apartment, and she always takes it and comes into my home. I get very annoyed as she never tells me, and she just helps herself to my snacks and sits on my sofa and watches TV. I have told her many times that I don't feel comfortable with her being in my apartment, but she simply doesn't listen. She even comes over when I'm not even home. She'll even bring a friend or two sometimes. My breaking point is when she locked my cat out of my apartment because he was hissing at her friends. I came back to her and her friends on the couch, and my neighbor must have heard me come home because he brought my cat over and said the poor thing was stuck in the hallway, so he took him inside to play with his cats. I was very grateful and furious at the same time. I told her to get out or I would call the cops and to never come back to my apartment, and she was a heartless monster for locking my cat out of his home. Well, she got angry and cursed at me, saying that her Netflix had expired and that I was the heartless one for not lending my house over to a friend in need. I mean, I was dumbfounded. I just told her to get the heck out and that I would no longer leave my keys in the same spot. And I did stick to my word, and I left my keys with my neighbor. Now, obviously, Jane must have thought that I was bluffing, and she took things to a level I never wanted to reach. There were 2 weeks of peace, but one day I went out for my little sister's graduation, and when I came back, I found the front of my apartment absolutely trashed. The shoe rack was upside down on the opposite side of the corridor. The potted plant had fallen over, and the rocks had all been taken out. My nameplate that I had on my door was in 2 pieces on the floor. My door also had many scratches, but those could have been there before, but still, I was fuming. I was sure Jane had come and tried to find my keys. I was sad and angry. I went straight to my parents and I told them what happened. My father is seething, and he said I should go to the police, but I really do not want any legal action. I just don't know what to do, and I really need some help. So is there any way I can get revenge on my friend without getting the police involved? Because trust me, at this point, I am literally open to the pettiest of revenges. First off, I don't think it's a good idea to try and get like some petty revenge on your neighbor. I think that's only going to cause problems in your life, and that just doesn't seem like a good idea. But seriously, this friend sounds crazy. Like, they're obviously taking advantage of like your house and your apartment, and that's really not cool. Like, that's seriously messed up. But the fact that they locked your cat out of your house and they're just coming in whenever they want front even when you're not there? That is seriously like crazy to me. I would not want anyone in my house without my permission or my knowledge. So I really feel for your situation. And I also think you're doing the right thing with this neighbor. Like, it's definitely time to cut her off, because this could definitely happen again, and I really don't think anybody wants that.
If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories.
My boyfriend and I broke up briefly in October and then ended up getting back together close to Christmas. And now that I've made plans with my friends to go traveling as a girls' trip, my boyfriend is furious with me. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So to start things out, we've been together for 4 years. We had a rough 2023, and in October, we briefly broke up. It's a long story, but basically he was angry and said that we should break up. I tried working through it, but he was still saying that, so I finally said fine. But if we do break up, then I'm gonna be acting single. We were not together for about 3 weeks. I was upset, but 2 of my married girlfriends invited me on a 4-day trip, and because of that trip, I'll be gone for New Year's Eve. Well, my partner and I got back together after 3 weeks, and everything has been going well, except he's mad that I booked a girls' trip and I won't be here for New Year's Eve. To make matters worse, he has a great job with a ton of flexibility, and he's now off for the Christmas holidays. My job supports retail, so not only am I not off, I also have to work right up until the afternoon of Christmas Eve. On top of that, every other year we have gone to spend Christmas Day with his family, and we even stayed overnight because it's 3 hours away. But this year they are doing Christmas 1 day early, so I can't go because I'll still be working. This annoys him a lot for a few reasons. For starters, he's always bugging me to find a better job with more flexibility, and I've tried to do that, but I've not been successful so far. And secondly, now we won't spend Christmas together. I can't even go out on Christmas Eve day and stay over. He is very angry with me, and I don't know what to do. I can't cancel on my friends. This is non-refundable. Plus, it's my one friend's 30th birthday, and it's really important to her. And I can't get out of working Christmas Eve unless I quit my job, which obviously I don't want to do that. He keeps talking like if we don't spend the holidays together, then maybe it's better if we just let this relationship go. Now I'm getting angry with him because he's the one who broke up with me in October, and I did warn him that if he really meant that, then I would act single. I feel he was manipulating me, and it backfired because I took it seriously. But after everything is said, I do love him, and I truly don't want this to end our relationship. What should I do? Yeah, your boyfriend sounds pretty awful. Like, this guy seriously doesn't understand that you have a non-refundable trip. I'm willing to guess that you probably paid like a couple $100 for this trip, so canceling that all of a sudden just to make your boyfriend happy, that just doesn't make any sense to me. And also, I think you're right. It really does seem like he was trying to like manipulate you in some kind of way. Like he was saying, oh, we're breaking up for like 3 weeks. And then he's also trying to pretend like, oh man, I can't believe you're going on this trip. It's like, what are you talking about? You broke up with me. And then at the very end, he's giving like this weird ultimatum, basically implying that you two are gonna break up again if you don't like cancel your plans and bend to his will. Like, this guy sounds weird. Like, it really seems like he tried to use some weird breakup tactic just to try and get his way. And he's now realizing that that is definitely not gonna work at all, like in the slightest. So I don't know, it really just seems like one big red flag after the other. And personally, if I was in your shoes, I personally would not want to deal with this, especially right before the holidays. My entitled boss never listens to me or anything I have to say to try and help him as a new manager at our office. And after dealing with this guy's awful attitude for such a long time, I finally decided to maliciously comply, and as a result, I was able to make my boss look like a complete fool. Here's what happened. Okay, so I want to start off by saying that I am pretty hardworking, but I'm a laid-back kind of person. I don't really look for credit, and I like doing a good job, but my job is not my life, so I don't really care if people don't appreciate all the work I do behind the scenes. My life is at home, not at work. Well, last year I got a new boss. He had his own style, but instead of asking me what I did or something like that, he figured he just knew it all. For various reasons, he was my boss, but he couldn't really get rid of me either. For several months, we had a lot of situations that, because of my experience, I knew how to handle it, but he overruled me. And I would just let it go because, well, it's not my problem. And then eventually it would blow up. I mean, there was a lot of stuff like that happening. Well, last year in early November, I mentioned that in the past, along with the Christmas bonus checks, previous bosses have also sent things like flowers, candy, gift cards, stuff like that, and they would send that to the homes of the employees. And I was usually the one that took care of all of that, but he said that he would take care of it. And then guess what? He didn't do it. So Christmas week panic sets in, so he then tells me that I need to do it. And I think to myself, okay, I guess that's fine. But he then emails me messages that he wants addressed on each gift, things like thanks for all your hard work and stuff like that. Well, I bring to his attention that I had some thoughts on some of the messages that he wanted me to include. He snapped back at me and said, "Just write what I asked you to do. I think I know what I'm doing." So you know what? I did exactly just that. And this is where my malicious compliance comes into play. So a few days before Christmas, one of our employees came home to a gift card to a local seafood restaurant with the following note attached to it. It said, "I hope you and Katie enjoy this restaurant." Well, here's the thing. There's one small problem. Katie passed away in a tragic car accident 4 months previously. And at the time, my boss sent flowers, which I took care of. And he even attended the wake. I mean, how dumb can you be? I knew the employee pretty well, and I knew this would be the kind of thing that would bring him a lot of laughs because he hated the boss already. So in the end, the boss looked like a complete jerk, and a good guy who was sad at Christmas got a great laugh. Oh man, sometimes bosses really need to listen to their employees. Like, this whole situation could have been avoided if this guy just listened to somebody who had been there longer. Like, is it really that hard to put the power trip down and be like, okay, let me listen to people who have seniority over me? Because if he did, he could have avoided this completely. I mean, thank goodness the guy kind of took that in stride. Because I think if that happened to anybody else, I'm pretty sure the fallout would be really intense, and this would really affect this guy's job. Today, I messed up by pretending to be mute on an airplane, which eventually led to one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. Here's what happened. So this happened a while ago, but I still cringe when I think about it. I hopped on a short flight from Dallas to San Antonio to visit my brother. I ended up on an aisle seat towards the very back of a packed plane. As I sat down, the guy seated next to me was busy, and I decided not to bug him with a quick hello or the classic statement of business or pleasure question that people tend to ask. About 15 minutes into the flight, I began to eat one of those very dry Biscoff crackers. Without any water on hand, I realized I overcommitted my salivary gland for some real work. Of course, at this exact moment, my seatmate begins his opening introduction. I nod to him and I smile, but I was not about to open my mouth to pepper him with Biscoff cracker dust. Unaware of my current dilemma, he asked me a question, but I just motioned to my throat with my hand to suggest that I was finishing a bite. His eyes go large and he quickly apologizes, and he turns red in the face with embarrassment. I was surprised by his reaction and thought his response was a little bit over the top. A few seconds later, I realized that he thought I was motioning that I could not speak, which is no problem. I would clarify everything as soon as I could swallow my cracker. Unfortunately, this cracker must have been made from some properties that send all moisture to another dimension. As I waited, the stewardess came to save the day with a drink cart. She asked me what I wanted to drink, and I just pointed to a can of Sprite. As I did this, my seatmate clarified my choice by verbally telling the stewardess my selection. I could tell that he felt a sense of accomplishment, that he was able to help me communicate given my perceived disability. Maybe it made him feel better after having asked me a question that I was unable to answer. As the flight continued, I realized that I accidentally committed myself to becoming mute. I was at the point of no return, so I figured I would just go with it. I didn't want to make him feel stupid or anything like that. He began to tell me a couple things about his family. He mentioned a relative with a similar impairment following a stroke. He also showed me a picture of his dog on his phone. He knew I could not respond, so he never asked me any questions. I just nodded and smiled at anything he said to be polite, not uttering a single sound. Eventually, our plane lands, and by this time, I forgot my act, and I sat patiently as people began deplaning. Being in the very back of the plane, I knew I had to wait, so I remained seated. Well, my phone vibrates, and I see that it's my brother calling me. I accept the call, and I enthusiastically say, "What's up? I just landed. Give me about 10 minutes and I'll meet you out front." At that moment, my memory sends me a notice a little too late to remind me that I'm supposed to be playing the role of a mute person on this plane. I slowly look over to my seatmate to see if he really even noticed. His head was directly aimed at me. He had the most disgusted look on his face, like I had punched a baby rabbit. I began to turn red. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't think of anything to say to make the moment less awkward. A part of my brain that does not get outside much convinced me to get out of the plane very quickly. Well, I turned that thought into action, and I quickly got out of my chair and grabbed my backpack. I look back at the guy, and I can confirm that he was more committed to maintaining his disgusted expression than I was at being mute. I quickly looked at the person in front of me standing in the aisle. There was nowhere for me to go, so I remained standing waiting for about another eternity until the line started to ease up, and I finally made my escape. But trust me, this moment still haunts me to this day. This is a really funny story. I seriously don't think I would be able to handle that situation. It's not like the original poster meant to be deceptive towards this guy. Like, the cracker took out all moisture from their mouth, and I totally get it. I know the ones you're talking about, and I've been on planes with those, and I totally get it. It's like you take one bite and then suddenly there's crumbs all in your mouth. It's really awful. But I will say, at least 95% of the plane ride, you were so committed to this act and it almost paid off. Like, you were so close to getting out of there without any kind of problems. So it really sucks that you dropped the ball at the 1-yard line, because from what you described, this guy did not seem happy in the slightest. And I know if I was in that situation, I would be wanting to get off the plane as soon as possible as well. Am I the jerk for not being willing to hyphenate my last name just so I can mostly match my blended family? Here's what happened. So I'm a 16-year-old male and I have my mom's last name. She and my dad were married, but she kept her last name and he kept his. Then when I was born, I got my mom's last name. When I was 8 years old, my mom passed away, and when I was 11, my dad remarried. My little sister is 13 years old, and my stepmother came into the marriage with 3 kids of her own. The older 2 have a different dad from her younger kid, and their dads are deadbeats, and my step-siblings never knew them. My dad and stepmother had a baby together last year, and he has both of their last names. My step-siblings were upset when he got to match both my dad and stepmother, and they were also upset that dad did not adopt them. So the suggestion was made for dad to adopt them, and my stepmother to adopt me and my sister, and then we would all take the hyphenated name, which would be my dad's last name and then my stepmother's last name. But I said no to both of those, and I told them that I didn't want to be adopted or to have my name changed. My sister said she didn't really want to, but said if it was a big deal for dad, she would agree, and he thanked her for that. For the next few months, my dad and stepmother told me all the reasons they felt these changes were good and important. They brought a therapist in to speak to me, and the therapist said it would be okay to be adopted and to have the security my stepmother could provide if she were my legal mother. Well, I never changed my name, and I told them I still would not consent to the adoption. Once they sort of accepted my decision, they told me to consider hyphenating my last name at least. They said I could even have 3 last names. I could keep my mom's if I really insisted on it, but they don't know why I was making such a big deal out of it, and adding the hyphenated name as well. They said it would make addressing our whole family so much easier, and it would mean a lot to everybody. My dad said it would be nice for both of his kids to finally have his last name. My stepmother said it would be very symbolic for her to feel like I have accepted her as a third parent, and that it would mean I do want to be a part of her and her kids' family. She told me that how I feel about my last name and keeping it my mom's is just as important to her that my sister and I have her name in there as well. She told me she really loves me and to imagine how much happiness it would bring. She also said it would be less confusing for my half-brother and my future half-sister because she was pregnant again. But I told them I don't want my name changed or added to. I told them it felt disrespectful to dismiss how important my last name is. I told them I am the one who has to live with the name and I don't want to take their new hyphenated name. My dad told me that my sister was willing, and didn't I want to match with her at least? I told him she doesn't even want to. She's doing it for him, which she made very clear when she agreed, but it's not something that I would do for him. They told me I should be more willing to compromise, and my hard stance on this will be upsetting to my step-siblings. So seriously, I need to know, am I the jerk for not being willing to change my last name? What should I do? This is a really serious situation if you look at this, because I am absolutely on the original poster side. Like, you can't just make somebody change their last name like that and expect them to accept that as if that's going to be their future forever. I think the parents, they mean well, and I think the stepmom and the dad really do love their son, but the way they're going about this, in my opinion, is all wrong. It feels very manipulative. It's almost like they're trying to coerce him into changing his name simply because it's easier, instead of acknowledging that that last name is important. Like, this kid's real mom passed away. Like, she died when he was 8 years old. I can only imagine what that must have been like from his perspective, and now all of a sudden his dad and his new stepmother is like, hey, change your last name. I don't know, something about that just doesn't settle right with me. And the parents aren't like exactly saying, hey, you're being selfish, but at the least it really seems like they're dancing around that idea that the original poster is somehow selfish for not changing their name and giving up their mother's name who passed away. So that in and of itself just seems really wrong. It also really seems like the parents only got a therapist to try and convince the kid to do this, instead of the original original poster actually needing a therapist. This all really comes off as like very subtle manipulation, and it honestly just doesn't feel right. And I'm not ignoring the fact that blended families are really tricky, and this is obviously super nuanced, but I think if the original poster really feels this way, you would hope that the dad and the stepmom would be on board and like give in and be like, okay, this is what he wants to do, let's just go with it. Because right now it's coming off as very manipulative, and in my opinion that is absolutely wrong, and I just don't like how they're handling this.
When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description.
An entitled Karen demands that her kids are going to swim in a pond that is very clearly marked to have alligators and venomous snakes present in the water. And despite my manager pleading with her to please not go in the water or to even get close to the water in the first place, this entitled Karen refuses to take no for an answer. Here's what happened. So this took place many years ago before I became a photographer, but still worked for a company as a custodian for a resort. And the theme park complex is located in Central Florida. Something important to know about Florida is that we have a large alligator and venomous snake population. The locals often tell the tourists and their kids that if there is a body of water, chances are good there's an alligator or a snake in it. At the time, I was working as a custodian, and we had a tragic incident where somebody was taken out by a gator at one of our resorts. And this is because they were too close to the water's edge at sundown, which is when the gators are on patrol. As a result, we posted signs every 50 feet or so around the bodies of water stating that alligators and venomous snakes are present. Please stay out of the water. But of course, we joke that people just don't know how to read. Now, this takes place maybe 3 weeks after that person's passing, so people were still very much talking about it. I was doing my rounds around sundown when I noticed Karen and her 2 little kids very close to the edge of the lake, literally just a few feet away from one of those signs. And they were wearing swimsuits and were setting up towels. Now, my manager was helping me and he noticed the family as well. My manager goes over to alert the family to stay away, and this is the conversation that follows. The Karen looked at him and said, "So you're saying there's alligators in this pond?" My manager said, "Yes, ma'am, at least 2. The Karen, not believing him, said to him, "Well, how do you know?" My manager just said, "Well, I saw them." The Karen then asked how long ago it was, with my manager responding that it was just a month ago. This Karen then says something really stupid. She says, "Well, how do you know they're still there?" My manager says, "Ma'am, when alligators find a spot they like, they generally tend to stay there. Every body of water has a gator or a snake in it, so it's safer to just stay away." The Karen then says, "So you're saying there's alligators in this pond?" And they went in this loop for literally 10 minutes. And at this point, I could tell that my manager was on the verge of verbally bruising this lady. So I'm taking my time cleaning and waiting for my manager to deliver the verbal knockout punch. The Karen then shouted out, "I don't care if there's an alligator in this pond. My kids are going swimming in there. It is too crowded in the pool." My manager then said the next beautiful sentence. He said, "Lady, I'll personally put you and your kids on the next flight home if you don't leave." And this was finally enough to shut this Karen up as she grabbed her kids and stormed away. I high-fived my manager and we got back to work, with the both of us coming up with running jokes where we question if alligators truly are in this pond. Yeah, that entitled Karen is seriously a complete moron. Who in their right mind would go to Florida, a place that is notorious for having alligators and snakes, and say to your kids, "Okay, time to jump in this mysterious pond, go ahead kids"? Like, does she want her kids to get eaten? Because that's what happens. Like, seriously, if you Google the words Florida, alligator, and attack, you're gonna see a myriad of stories pop up that basically detail exactly what this lady was trying to do. So it honestly blows my mind that this Karen would be so irresponsible that she would not only encourage her kids to swim in this stupid pond, but also she would refuse to listen to somebody who lives there. Like, lady, I'm pretty sure the manager wasn't just making that up. They wouldn't put signs up and lie to the general public if there weren't actually alligators and snakes there that would happily eat any one of your kids. So overall, that Karen was so far out of line, it's not even funny. She put herself and her kids in danger, and that, in my opinion, is completely unacceptable.
If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to AmITheJerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories.
Am I the jerk for being upset that my in-laws are coming along on my honeymoon? Here's what happened. So for a bit of background, my fiance and I met our sophomore year of college and started dating dating post-graduation. We have been together for 2 years, and my fiance was not close with his family growing up at all. In the 2 years we have been dating, I have only met his parents like 3 times, and that doesn't bother me. Like I said, he has a lot of resentment due to his upbringing, and just doesn't like spending much time with any of them. Nothing bad happened to him on their part, but outside of his basic needs being taken care of, there was very little emotional support. My fiance was given a terminal diagnosis a few months ago with a 2-year life expectancy. Treatments are not an option, so we are just living life to the fullest. After he learned of his illness, he and his family have gotten a bit closer in that they see each other more often. His family, who's also very wealthy, gifted us our honeymoon as our wedding gift. My husband and I chose a vacation in Mexico because we wanted a relaxing resort vacation and to go snorkeling together. It was gonna be one last bougie trip on our bucket list. But here's the thing, his parents also chose the dates of the honeymoon without asking us. So they chose to book the trip so that his birthday was during it. Then they said they wanted to spend his birthday with him, so they will be joining us. They did get their own suite at the resort, and both of his siblings got rooms at the resort too. Now don't get me wrong, I am very grateful that they are gifting us this experience, but I'm annoyed that they deliberately made it during a time that they could conveniently join our honeymoon. I know he's sick and I know they want to spend time with him, and my fiance won't say anything to them because he doesn't want to fight with anyone during his final time here, which I completely understand. I think I just wish they would have booked a separate trip for the family to go on rather than during our honeymoon, a time that we could have spent together alone, which honestly we rarely get these days. Between hospital visits and seeing friends and checking off things that he wants to experience, we are pretty busy. Like I mentioned earlier, money is not an issue and could easily have been made into a separate trip, but they chose to make the trip during his birthday, so they had the excuse to join in. When they told us that they were also coming along on the trip, I said that was a little bit strange, and now they are mad at me for not understanding how important it is for them to spend my fiance's birthday with him. The entire family thinks that I am wrong for being upset about this, and his parents have said I will barely even see them, so I shouldn't be that upset. But we are staying at the same resort with rooms literally right next to each other. What should I do? Honestly, if I can be completely honest with you, I understand where you're coming from, and I understand why you would say, wait a second, this is kind of weird, right? Like, this is your honeymoon, and honestly, if I had in-laws who came along with me on my honeymoon, I would lose my mind. There is no way I would be okay with that, and honestly, that's completely uncalled for. But unfortunately, the circumstances are way different. Your husband has 2 years left to live, and this is one of the few birthdays that he's ever going to celebrate with his family. So with that in mind, I don't blame the extended family for coming along. Sure, this is your honeymoon time, but seriously, just treat this like a vacation. I think if I was in your shoes, I would apologize and try to make things right for this trip, because this is a very weird situation, and under normal circumstances where you get to spend the rest of your life with your spouse, I think it would be completely reasonable to be upset with your extended family. So I don't think you're the jerk for having that knee-jerk reaction, but I think it would be in your best interest to make things right with the extended family, because this situation is very weird, and I think with all things considered, you really should just focus on the time you do have left with your fiance. My boyfriend said that if we have a house and kids, he would want his brother to live with us so that he could save for a house, but I was honestly really bothered by what he said, and now I'm not sure how to bring up the topic again, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. So we have only been dating 1 month, so it's still early enough where I'm trying to sniff out any kind of red flags. We both want a house and kids and marriage. He says that he wants to buy the house and it be in his name, and all I would need to contribute to it is the electric bill and the gas bill, and honestly, that's fine with me. But then he says that he wants his brother to move in so he could save for a house. His brother is a couple years younger than my boyfriend, and I've never met his brother, so I immediately said, I don't want that. I explained that if we have kids, I'm going to not be okay with having anyone else in the house besides us and our kids. I'm also very worried that he has this attitude of, oh, this is my house, so it's my rules. He hasn't said that, but I'm worried about it. I don't want something held over my head that was his choice to make. He equated it to having a grandfather with you and said his grandfather lived with him growing up, but I did not think that was the same as a brother. I said I would be okay with it if he was with us because he's working really hard for a house and will leave in the foreseeable future. Now, if I'm going to be a working mom, I feel like I have to have veto power over a decision like this, but it didn't seem like he understood why I did not agree. agree. So honestly, how should I conduct a conversation with him to tell him how I feel, lay out boundaries, and how to know that this is something to leave over? What should I do? Honestly, the fact that you're talking about buying a house and getting married and having kids literally 1 month into your relationship is a major red flag in my opinion. Like seriously, why is this happening so soon? I can't imagine dating somebody and then 1 month in being like, yeah, what are we gonna do when we get married? It's like, are you kidding? I don't even know if I'm gonna stick around with you. I don't know, that's just such a weird early conversation to have this early in the relationship. But if we want to look at the hypothetical situation that's placed in front of you, the fact that he says he wants the house to be in his name only, that is a major red flag in my opinion. Like, why would it not be in both of your names? Is he having it so it's in his name so he can kick out whoever he wants? Like, that doesn't seem right to me. Also, when it comes to the brother thing, I would be upset as well. I'm right there with you. And also, how long are they going to live there? Is this like a few weeks or a few months, or is this going to be like a few years? Am I going to look up 9 years from now and they're still living in the house with me and my family? Like, there's no way I would ever be okay with that, and I can completely understand why you would be like, wait, that's definitely not going to happen. So in my opinion, I think you need to realize that it's way too early in the relationship to have these kind of conversations, especially if you're having second thoughts about even dating them. But based on what he has said, most of what he said, in my opinion, is a massive red flag. And if you do continue with this relationship, I just would be very careful with what you do moving forward. My entitled mother-in-law demands to schedule a 10-year-old's birthday party right in the middle of a California wildfire. Here's what happened. So for those who aren't in a wildfire region, usually what happens is most people quarantine inside their homes, wear a mask if they go outside, or leave the region if they can, until the smoke finally goes away. Schools get canceled and some employees work from home, and if you put a filter on a window, the filter literally turns black. Ashes fly around like snow, and it's really annoying if they get in your eye. Now, there were wildfires around Northern California, and the area looked like foggy San Francisco. This region wasn't evacuated, but it was close enough that tourism slowed down, air quality was toxic, and there were ashes everywhere. I had only been with my then boyfriend for a couple of months, and we visited his family on a couple weekends. His mom called and invited his 10-year-old sister's birthday party during one of these wildfires, and only non-family members showed up. We were invited because he was family, and to compensate for the lack of guests. She didn't want to plan it for the weekend before or after, but instead it had to be that weekend. Even if the party took place indoors, most parents don't want their kids going to a birthday party in that air quality, or they may not even be in town. I'm not even sure if her friend's parents found out she let them use the outdoor jacuzzi. Even if it was for 15 minutes, I would be ticked if I found out my kids were using a jacuzzi outdoors when there were ashes flying around. Later on, I asked my boyfriend why she would plan a birthday party in the middle of a wildfire, and he explained that they moved a few years before from a rural country where wildfires were so common in the summer, most people went on with everyday life as normal. But we both agreed that while it may have been normal then, she hasn't realized most places are different, and we don't think his sister realizes that this is why only one person showed up. She might think everybody else just didn't go or just flaked out. His mom made a Facebook post about the party and mentioned how his sister feels down every year but still makes the best of it because they plan her birthday every year whenever they want, regardless of what's happening around them. Her birthday would have been a lot more fun if it had been planned on another weekend, whether it's a week before, after, or even a month later. But the entitlement to a single weekend is the reason this happens every single year. I didn't realize how serious the air quality was until we moved to this area, and despite working indoors most of the day, the time I spent outside commuting made me sick. I worked in a restaurant, and because I work with the public, I could see everybody around me getting sick and coughing like crazy. I moved from a place that also had wildfires, but didn't spend enough time outside to know how bad it was, and the smoke wasn't as heavy, so this is why I agreed to go. My boyfriend and myself agreed that it was a bad idea to go, and we definitely would not be doing that again. But at the time, he was going through some things, and visiting family was a way to escape. Things were good back then with what would have been my mother-in-law, but this is one of the first red flags I saw, and as of today, I'm no contact, and my now fiance barely talks to her. That's honestly insane. Like seriously, why on earth would you schedule a birthday party in the middle of a wildfire? Like that literally just doesn't make any sense. And I think the original poster has it right. I literally think this is just because they were being entitled and not because they had like a special date in mind or anything like that. They just said, oh, we're doing it on this day regardless of the wildfires going on around us. Christmas. Now, here's the thing. If I was invited to this party or something along those lines, there is no way I would bother to show up to that place. Like, seriously, did she really think anybody was gonna show up to that party? Like, the air quality is awful, nobody can breathe, and what does this mother-in-law do? Oh, she breaks out the jacuzzi and says, let's sit outside for 15 minutes. But I would be like, no, how about we go inside and, like, I don't know, grab our rescue inhalers because I have asthma and I think I'm passing away. So if this was the first clue that this lady's a big walking red flag, honestly, I kinda don't blame you for going no contact, because what she did was honestly insane, and there was no good excuse for these kind of actions. Am I the jerk for refusing to spend Christmas with my ex's new family? Here's what happened. Okay, so I have a very complicated family system. There's me, I'm a 43-year-old male, and I live with my beautiful wife who's 42 years old. We also have 3 kids. I have a son who's 13 and 2 daughters, with one being 13 and another one 9. But I also have 2 kids with my ex, and both of them are 19 years old. Recently, she's gotten remarried and has another daughter who's 3 years old. And with that in mind, we've had a hard time with co-parenting. When the twins were younger, we lived in the same apartment building and tried our best, but stuff happened and her mental health got bad, and a lot of resentment built up between her and my family. I wanted to move on, and she couldn't seem to take care of her kids properly. The kids themselves are also train wrecks, though I guess I can't blame them based on who their mother is. But things are going a little bit better now since she has her new husband. She's settled down in a nice house, and this year she called to ask how we were doing Christmas. And that's when I asked her what she meant. I honestly don't like talking to her much and was eager for her to hang up the phone. She sounded like she was confused and said that she thought I would want to spend time with the girls. But I know what she really meant was spending time with her and her family. I told her that they're adults and they are welcome to make plans with me if they want to. She said that my wife and sister invited her, her husband, and kids to the annual Christmas Eve party. But I said, well, those are your plans. And then I hung up and I focused on work. Then, this evening, my wife comes into my home office looking angry, and she asked me if I told my ex off. I said no, I told her the twins could make their own holiday plans, and my wife was not happy with this solution, and told me that I needed to work harder to tend to both of my families. But I told her I have one family. Well, when I said that, she was utterly appalled by this and stormed out. Now, my wife, my ex, and sister, who are all best friends by the way, are calling me a jerk and saying I need to put in more effort for my ex and her kids. So honestly, I need to know, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? I think your wife, as well as your sister and your ex, all have a very solid point. You have 2 families whether you like it or not. And in this situation, you are absolutely being a jerk. Yes, your 2 twins are 19 years old, meaning that they're adults and they can make their own decisions, but they are still teenagers and they still want their dad in their life. It really seems, based on what you're saying, that you're the only one who's combative with pretty much everybody in the family. Like, it really leads me to believe that you're the one with a problem and not anybody else. From what I'm gathering, it seems like your wife is on good terms with your ex-wife, not to mention your sister as well. You do say they're all best friends and they talk to each other all the time. So if anything, it kind of seems like you're the one with a problem in this extended family. And the fact that you would say the kids themselves are train wrecks, all because of their mother, honestly, that's so toxic, and that is such a horrible thing to say. So yes, I think the original poster is absolutely being a jerk, and I think that they need to be a much better father for their kids. My boyfriend and I agreed to get a puppy, but now he no longer wants the responsibility, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. So my boyfriend and I have been dating for almost 5 years now, and we've been living together for about 3 years. Now, I love him a lot, but we decided to get a puppy together, and the entire situation has made me realize that our priorities may not be aligned. We've been talking about getting a dog ever since we moved in together, and he's always been on board. We had been pushing it off as we both wanted to be in a position where our schedules and finances allowed us to put all of our time and effort into raising a puppy. I've saved up for years, and I'm finally at a point where I can change my work and school schedule around to allow for me to spend most of my days with the puppy. Now, my boyfriend does work from home, so his schedule is a little more flexible as well. Now that we both felt ready, we met with a breeder a few weeks ago and immediately fell in love. We put down a deposit, and now we are supposed to be picking up the puppy in 3 days. However, over the last week, my boyfriend has seemed uninterested. I've been puppy-proofing our house over the last 2 weeks, and he hasn't been putting as much effort into the process as I have. He just doesn't seem as excited anymore, as if the puppy blues have hit him before the puppy even gets here. A part of me feels like it's finally hitting him that we are about to go through a huge life change, and it's gonna be a big relationship step as well. well, and suddenly he's getting cold feet. But I also feel like he's not sure if he actually wants to take on the responsibility or even make the sacrifices necessary so he could raise this puppy. This morning I asked him how he was feeling, and I could tell that he was not very receptive. And right now I'm feeling devastated because I know I can't bring a puppy into our household if he's not 100% on board. I think it's mostly upsetting because he had never expressed any doubt to me, but something feels off now that we're only a few days away from getting our puppy. I guess my issue is that I have no idea now if he actually wanted or wants the puppy, or if he just doesn't know how to say no to me. I personally feel like I'm at a point where I'm ready for this, as I've spent so much time preparing for it in all aspects of my life. But I don't think he's ready to give up certain things like sleeping in or having time with his friends. But me, on the other hand, I am determined to do whatever it takes to give this puppy a good home, whether it's going through sleep deprivation or canceling plans. So how do I approach another conversation with my boyfriend about the puppy? Or will this cause resentment if I just keep bringing it up? I just feel like all my hope and excitement has been lost now that I'm most likely having to give up on my own goals and desires, all because he doesn't want to share the responsibility or even express how he truly feels. He hasn't told me outright that he doesn't want it, but I'm nervous that he's been acting differently now that it's almost real. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Yeah, I can definitely understand where the original poster's coming from when they're like, oh man, I'm kind of worried about this. Because I think they have it right. Like, a puppy is a big responsibility, and that's something that you really do have to take seriously. And I can understand your logic where you're like, oh man, suddenly after we put down this deposit, my boyfriend's acting weird. And it really does seem like, yeah, he just doesn't want this dog anymore. Which that's fine, by the way, but you might want to figure that out before the puppy's in the house. It really wouldn't be fair for the dog to get to the home, settle in, and then the boyfriend be like, oh yeah, by the way, I don't want the dog. Like, that would be way worse than actually calling the breeder and being like, actually, we're having second thoughts. Because taking care of a dog is a big responsibility, and that is definitely something you really want to make sure that you're ready for.
When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description.
An entitled Karen gets upset at a theme park when she has a Make-A-Wish kid cut in line in front of her, going so far as to belittle this kid for having cancer, while also wishing that her kid had cancer just so they could cut line as well. And I've honestly never been more angry at anybody in my life. Here's what happened. Over my many years as a photographer for a major theme park, I've been asked repeatedly if I've ever lost my cool with a guest, and when I think about it, the story I'm going to tell you is that very situation. For those of you who don't know, there's a wonderful organization called Make-A-Wish in the United States, which grants wishes to severely terminally ill kids. One popular wish is to come to our park, and we pull out all the stops for them. And I have many fond memories of these kids and their families. There's an etiquette in place for certain character locations, which most Wish families are aware of. The kid waits at the exit while someone in your party alerts the character attendant so they can tell the character and alert the rest of the line so the kid can meet the character. The family also wears a special pin and lanyard so everybody knows exactly what's going on. Now, most guests are great about this and even complimented us on making the Wish's vacation special. But there is a few bad apples in every barrel. One afternoon, I was photographing a princess character and we had a family show up who, for some reason, wasn't aware that they needed to wait in line. Our attendant had closed the line and was waiting at the end of the line. So the mother came up to the family next meeting the princess and asked if they could go ahead as they are Make-A-Wish. Fortunately, that family was great and told them to go right ahead, even introducing the princess to the little girl. So we think that things are fine, and I told the mother about the etiquette to make things easier. She thanked me at the end of the interaction and they went on their way. 2 families later, our Karen of the story asked me what the deal was in regards to the kid that we let go ahead of the previous family. Now, I explained that they are a Make-A-Wish family, thinking that that's going to solve the issue altogether. But nope, of course it doesn't. This Karen then does something that honestly blew my mind. She said, loud enough for everybody to hear her, "Wow, I wish my daughter was dying of cancer so we could cut in line." And when this entitled Karen said that, I was honestly so shocked. What the Karen didn't know was that my uncle, who's my mom's brother-in-law, had just died from cancer, and his parents had just buried him. He was their only child. So I was ready to deck this woman. I mean, that's how angry I was in that moment. The princess had overheard, looked at the Karen with an angry expression, and said in a polite tone tone but still staying in character, stating that she better be careful with what she's saying. The other parents in line were grumbling and making comments about how she was an unfit mother and how they're going to tell the guest relations exactly what happened. By this point, I was on the verge of tears, remembering my uncle and just how much his death gutted his family. When we were finished with the set, the princess, who is a friend of mine, got me off stage, got me some water, and alerted her manager. And I wasn't able to go back out and shoot until her next set. Now, nothing ever came of it, but it honestly just reminded me of how much some people suck. Yeah, that's a crazy situation, and honestly, I can't imagine keeping my cool in that kind of scenario. Like, seriously, how can someone be so unkind and cruel, especially in the face of a kid who's dealing with cancer? The fact that she would say that to a child who is probably more brave than she will ever be, in my opinion, is like so disgusting and so uncalled for. Like, I'm kind of surprised they didn't kick her out of the line for making that kind of comment. Like, lady, if that was your daughter, I don't think you would be saying that. You would probably be thankful that you have one more day with your daughter instead of being like, wow, we get to cut lines now. Like, that is such an awful thing to say. And you know what? I don't blame you for getting so upset, especially when you've had somebody in your life pass away from this. It really is a hard thing to watch a loved one go through such a traumatic experience with no guarantee that you're going to see them tomorrow. So truly, shame on that Karen for saying exactly what she did, because she was truly out of line. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. 3 entitled nurses at a hospital tried to kick me out of the family waiting room, and despite explaining exactly why I was there, they refused to take no for an answer. They demanded that I get my stuff and get out of the room. Here's what happened. So a few months ago, my dad was admitted to the hospital and later transferred to their rehab unit. I was coming to the hospital every day to check on him and make sure he was eating properly, and if any of the nurses or doctors had questions or information that they needed, and I could quickly answer it for them. I was also working, so I set up camp in the family room, which is open to all family members of patients. There was a small desk in the corner of the room, and I set up my laptop there and worked. Then, after my shift ended, I would go back to my dad's room and spend time with him until the visiting hours would end. The family room is usually empty during the daytime, and I have my headphones on and I work quietly. If another family member does come in, I let them know they can turn the TV on and not worry about me, as my headphones drown out the noise, and I know that it is a shared room. Well, one day, while working, 3 nurses walk in and see me. One of them says to me, "What are you doing here? We want this room." So I respond to him by saying, "Sure, please use the big table or any other space you want. I'm a family member and I was told I can use this room." I then explain that I'm just using this small desk and they don't have to worry about me at all. Noises do not bother me. This nurse then says to me, "No, I want you to leave. We want the whole room." So I say to her, "No, this is a shared room. You can do whatever you need to here, but I'm not leaving. I'm more than happy to share." She then huffs and leaves, and the other 2 look incredibly embarrassed. A few minutes later, another woman walks in and questions why I'm working out of there and that I should give up the room to the 3 nurses. I ask her, "Okay, well, where should I go? I was told this room is for family members and that I am free to work out of it." She looks annoyed and says, "Did you tell them you're a family member and not staff?" I said to her, "Yep, I told them I was a family member." She then finally apologized and said that I have first rights to the room as a family member and they should have known better than ask me to leave. She went on to explain, "They cannot kick you out. I'll go talk to them and tell them that they have to find another room." So I said thank you, and I also said I'm still willing to share as I don't mind others in the room. The woman smiled and then left, and you know what? I never saw those 3 nurses again for the rest of the 2 weeks that I was there. Wow, I can't believe those 3 nurses acted like that. First of all, they knew that that was a family room. They knew for a fact that this room can be shared with just about anybody, and they really should have connected the dots about why someone would be in there in the first place. I mean, seriously, that was incredibly rude and so uncalled for. And why would they not believe this guy when he's like, "Yeah, I've got family that are in the hospital right now." And it's not like this guy was bothering anybody or doing anything wrong. I imagine he was sitting in some corner with his small desk, with his headphones and laptop, literally not bothering a single person. Like, it really seems like this guy was out of the way, and there's no reason for anyone to be like, "Okay, you gotta get out." Like, don't the nurses have some kind of like staff lounge or something like that they can go to? I mean, if they really needed a room, they could kick everybody out of there and not try to demand that people leave the family room. You know, the place people sit when their loved ones are sick. So yeah, that was super rude. The nurses were out of line, and thankfully, the person who came and talked to this guy knew exactly what to do. Because the fact that they tried to kick him out even after knowing that he was a family member, in my opinion, is incredibly toxic. An entitled thief confesses to their crime in my checkout line after they come back in the same day that they robbed my store. Here's what happened. So I work in a store that has a lot of thefts. Calling security is never an option because they take 10 minutes to arrive, even when there was a fight at the registers that ended up requiring the police and multiple ambulances. Because of this, people get away with a lot of things. And at this point, there's a reoccurring customer who's stolen more than he's ever bought. Now, this isn't about that customer, but the other week, I was serving a customer who asked to take cash off of his debit card, which is not a big deal, by the way, but it failed so many times, he said to just cancel the order and just walked out while I canceled the cash out order. Well, that's when I realized that he also took out the entirety of his cart, which was about $50 of deli meat. I, of course, knew I was going to get written up and just mark it as a loss, because at least we know exactly what he took. Well, a few hours later, he came through again and his order was now $400, full of a lot of premium silverware, cosmetics, and all this other stuff. Plus, he wanted a cash out on the same card as before. I said sure and put his groceries on my other side so he wasn't in arm's reach of any of it before setting up for the cash out. Now, instead of using his card, he immediately asked why I moved the bags, and I told him that I was looking to clean the area while he finished his purchase. It was a lie, but I couldn't tell him I suspected he was a thief. Now, I didn't even mention the previous shop, but he immediately started yelling for me to give him his bags and that I was refusing to sell to him because he stole from us earlier. And I did not even mention that situation at all. It took a few minutes for the manager to arrive, taking over the man's shop. It turns out his card still didn't work, and with a huff, he just ended up leaving. So, with 2 write-ups for that day, one for a $50 loss and the other for suspecting a thief, the only praise I got was from loss preventions, who really congratulated me for keeping an eye out. So needless to say, that was definitely a roller coaster of a day. Yeah, that must have been really weird to see the same guy walk in and be like, wow, you're not gonna sell me stuff because I robbed you earlier? Not only did this guy admit to stealing from your store, but your manager, knowing this information, did nothing about it. He didn't deny this guy's service and tell him to get lost. He didn't go to loss prevention to check the cameras or something like that. No, this guy's like, okay, you're gonna get written up for suspecting an obvious thief. And also the thief confessed to their crimes earlier, by the way. Like, seriously, what are they doing? What are you getting written up for? I know if that was me, I would be losing my mind right now. I'd be like, are you kidding me right now? This guy literally said he stole from the store, and that's his reasoning for why I'm supposedly not giving him service. Like, it's almost like the manager skipped over that detail and said, nope, you're in the wrong, which is literally just the most frustrating thing on planet Earth when it comes to customer service. So hopefully you're able to find a better job that actually values your time and effort, especially when it comes to calling out thieves in your store. Because if you have managers like that, in my opinion, this problem is not going to get any better, and I can definitely see you getting written up again in the future. Am I the jerk for suggesting we lock up the Christmas presents after my niece last year opened all the gifts and broke several toys that were going to other kids? Here's what happened. Every year, my siblings and I, alongside our families, spend Christmas with our parents. We stay at their house for a few days. Everyone opens gifts together. It's hectic, but a lot of fun. The kids enjoy having one big sleepover with their cousins. My mom likes having everyone home again. We all pitch in, and it's honestly a win-win. Last year, my brother married a woman by the name of Sally, and she has a 7-year-old daughter by the name of Mindy. Sally and Mindy are not their real names. This was their first Christmas with us, and it seemed like they were having a fun time. On Christmas Eve, all the kids went to the finished basement to sleep. We told the kids not to open up gifts without us, and to wake us up when they did. And this was repeated several times. Once the kids were asleep, we put all the gifts under the tree and eventually went to bed ourselves. Well, the next morning at around 6 o'clock in the morning, I wake up early and head downstairs. And that's when I find the living room is an absolute mess. Half of the gifts are unwrapped. Several of them have been ripped from their boxes, and there was Mindy playing with some of the toys. And most of the toys weren't even hers. She knows how to read, and they were all labeled, so she knew what she was doing. Needless to say, I was in shock. I went and got my brother, Sally, alongside the rest of the adults, and Sally was super embarrassed, with my mom being very upset. The other kids were not up yet, so we tried to salvage what we could while Sally talked to Mindy. Not everything could be fixed, and she had broken a couple of the toys completely. The broken ones weren't even her own toys. Luckily, not everything was damaged, and even the boxes that were, the kids didn't really notice. But my nephew, who is my sister's son, had one of the biggest gifts destroyed, and he was sad when everyone else got theirs, while he was told we'd have to wait for a new one to come in. Well, Sally and my brother reimbursed everybody. Mindy didn't get to open gifts with everyone, but joined the festivities later. She apologized but kept making excuses. She said she didn't want to wait, and she wanted to see what everyone else got. Well, we're all preparing to go to my parents' house again this year. I put in the group chat that we should either lock the door to the living room this year, or put a gate around the tree so no one can get to it. I didn't even name names, just specifically said no one. Well, Sally and my brother got mad, accusing me of treating Mindy like a baby or an animal. I said I'm not, but this is a precaution so none of the kids are tempted. They said this isn't necessary, and I'm holding a mistake over Mindy's head. I said no, I'm not. I'm trying to make sure that we don't have a repeat incident. Now, because I know that this will be asked, Mindy doesn't have autism or ADHD, and even if she did, my daughter has ADHD, and both my sister's kids are on the spectrum, and they absolutely knew better. I don't think Mindy was malicious. I mean, she was only 6 years old, but I do think precautions should be made. My parents agree with me, and my brother is mad that I put this in their heads. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? No, you are definitely not the jerk in this situation. Mindy is an absolute nightmare of a child, and she had no business being around those presents. And I think it's absolutely appropriate to say, okay, let's lock these gifts up before Mindy comes down and unwraps them all, or even break some of the toys. Can you even imagine how awful that must have been for that one kid? They come down on Christmas Day only to find out that their toy was absolutely broken by Mindy. I mean, if that doesn't ruin the holiday spirit, I don't know what will. So in my opinion, I think you're completely right. I think the fact that you want to take some kind of precaution to prevent not only Mindy from doing that again, but also the other kids from doing that as well, in my opinion, I think that's a really good idea, and it's completely justified, because Mindy did this literally to all of those kids, and who's to say she wouldn't try to do that again this year? Am I the jerk for telling my daughter's boyfriend to go home after he wouldn't stop telling me how to fix up my kitchen? Here's what happened. I first want to start off by saying that all names in this story are fake. I picked up my daughter's boyfriend Ron from his house on Friday night so that we could watch a Christmas movie together. My daughter Molly and I had already had dinner at a restaurant after Christmas shopping, but he had not. So I offered to make him dinner. Ron wanted to prepare something on his own, so I told him he could use our kitchen. Now, he's done this before. He is responsible and uses our equipment with care. Also, as a side note, Ron and Molly are both 17 years old. We get home and he walks into the kitchen, which was a mess, and that's my fault, as I had not had time to clean it up after cooking dinner the night before. Ron says he can't work like this and proceeds to clean up the kitchen with my daughter's help. I left the kitchen to do something else, and a few minutes later, I walk into the kitchen to make some tea, and I hear my daughter say the mess is due to my procrastination. So I explained that I had been up since 3 in the morning, and I hadn't had time to clean the kitchen because I had things to take care of, and I had taken her Christmas shopping after work. She then asked if I was done, and so I went up to the living room to watch some TV. Minutes later, Ron goes outside with a small compost bucket for kitchen scraps to dump in the large bin provided by the city. He walks back in complaining about the junk stuck on the bottom, which did not fall out all the way. It's a mixture of coffee grounds and bacon fat, so it is hard to shake out. He tells me he's going to hose it off outside. As he's leaving, I remember the outdoor hose is off because it's winter, so I yell for him to come back as the hose won't work because it's turned off. Well, my daughter tells me not to yell, and I tell her to tell him the hose won't work because it's winter. Now, as a side note, this is the second time in a week that he's expressed disgust at our kitchen scraps bucket, so I'm getting bothered about it because I take it as a criticism whether he means it that way or not. Also, the fact of his parents' kitchen always being clean is something that he and my daughter have always made a point of mentioning a few times. Ron returns the bucket and Molly washes it out in the sink. When she's done washing it, he comes to the living room holding the bucket and explaining that he's going to put parchment in the bottom to prevent the gunk from sticking to the bottom again. I then interrupt him and I tell him to please not tell me about it because I'm just not interested. He continues and I ask him again not to tell me because I don't want to know. He has a puzzled expression on his face and then just starts again. So I tell him to stop talking about it, and if he cannot stop, he should just go home because I honestly don't want to hear about it. He stops and leaves the living room to join Molly in her room. Well, about 15 minutes later, Ron says goodnight and then leaves. Molly has asked me to apologize to Ron, and I'm having a hard time convincing myself that I was in the wrong. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? Not only are you the jerk in this situation, but everybody's the jerk here. It really seems like everybody sucks in this story. Like, not only is your house a complete mess, but you also don't even take the initiative and say, hey, I'm gonna clean it up for you real quick. But that also doesn't excuse the fact that Ron, a visitor in your home, is walking around cleaning your house being incredibly passive-aggressive. Like, that is no way for any guest to act in somebody else's house. And then to top it all off, when Ron's explaining to you how to keep the gunk off the bottom of your bag, you sit there and keep interrupting him and kept saying, oh, I don't want to hear about it. Oh my God, just leave if you're going to talk about it. Like, what are you talking about? This is your house. Like, this 17-year-old teenager is trying to help you out, which, by the way, that's a really weird dynamic in and of itself, because you should be the one taking care of him, not the other way around. And even though he's trying to do a nice thing for you, you're being super rude and dismissive. So honestly, across the board, pretty much everybody, including Molly, was being very rude in this scenario. And I think the attitude of everybody in that house absolutely has to change. My boyfriend doesn't want to travel no matter what. And regardless of what kind of circumstances I bring up, he simply won't compromise, and it's honestly so annoying. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So my boyfriend and I have been dating for 3 years. At the beginning of the relationship, we would take a lot of small trips and do a lot of fun things. Finances have been tough for him since then, and we have cut back on doing a lot of things. We now take maybe 2 small trips a year that include driving a few hours. This is fine and I understand. However, I still want to travel. Now, I asked him earlier this year if we could save money together to put towards a nice trip in 2024. He got very defensive and asked if the trips we take now are not good enough. I told him I enjoyed them, but I've never flown and I would love to go on a bigger trip. And honestly, this conversation always goes nowhere. He always tries to plan a trip for our anniversary in February, and this year I suggested going out west, but he said he didn't have the money to do so. Now, regarding our trip this coming February, I did go through a long list of options, and he turned all of the out-of-state options down. I asked him if it would be okay if I went out west with my friends later this year instead, and he got upset and said he felt like I should be going with him, but he is too broke to afford the trip. He said he feels like he's in competition with my friends. Now, here's the thing. I have even offered to pay for the trip entirely, or at least pay for a majority of it. I think this would put a strain on myself, but for the sake of being fair and trying to make him feel better, I did offer, but he refused the offer as well. Now, the trip out west is just an example that we've talked about. I mean, we've discussed many destinations, so it's not the trip itself he's turning down. These instances and conversations have all happened at different times as well. We don't live together and we both live at home. I'm saving up for a house, but I have money set aside so I can use it to travel. I understand and respect his situation, even though I'm not sure where his money is going. I try to put myself in his shoes feelings-wise, but I'm not sure it's right to hold your partner back from doing what they want, especially if traveling is not a priority to him like it is for me. Now, my friend is asking me to go on a cruise. I've never been on one and I would like to go, but I'm worried I will upset him if he can't afford to come along with me. Now, I do care about his feelings. I just don't know how to handle this. Should I go or should I not go? What should I do? It really seems like your boyfriend is being very unreasonable. Like, it seems like he shoots down any idea of going on a trip pretty much anytime it comes up, even you just going out with your friends and having a good time, which in my opinion is really weird. Like, there's no reason for him to be upset about that, right? Like, it really doesn't make sense why he's trying to hold you back. And it's not like you haven't offered to pay for his stuff. Like, you literally said to him, hey, I'll pay for your trip, or even just a majority of it. But even with that idea, he still says no. So honestly, in my opinion, if I was in your shoes, I would go on that trip and I would just apologize to the boyfriend that yes, I am gonna go, and I'm sorry if you can't go yourself. I mean, it doesn't mean that you don't love him, but it does mean that you don't want him holding you back from doing things that you like, especially if it's stuff that isn't gonna harm your relationship. But what about you? Leave a comment down below. Would you go on this trip even though your boyfriend wouldn't want you to go? Or would you stay behind just to save his feelings? Let us know down below.
When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out Easy Mode. If you like